In December, 2 league matches resulted in a disappointing 0 points for the team. Outside the Milanello training facility, fans began to voice their discontent. On December 18th, during a home match against Messina, supporters unfurled a banner in the stands that read, "Kevin, we need you." Watching from home, Huang Kevin couldn't help but lament his teammates' lackluster performance. If they had shown more determination, perhaps the fans wouldn't be so eager for his return to the pitch. After just over 10 days of rest, the expectation for him to return to work was puzzling. Was it so easy for him to earn his keep? He resolutely decided against rejoining the team, opting instead to wait until after Christmas to return from the winter break. Having played for such an extended period and even earned the Ballon d'Or, he felt he deserved a proper rest. Fortunately, the team won that match, a splendid victory, with Shevchenko scoring a hat-trick and Toni adding another goal, leading Milan to a 4-0 triumph over Messina. 3 days later, Milan secured another away victory, with Toni netting 2 goals and Shevchenko contributing 1. Finally, the holiday season arrived. However, Huang Kevin noticed a troubling pattern. He had always perceived Kaka as the one stifling Shevchenko's potential. Yet, in these 2 matches, Kaka had played, and without Huang, Shevchenko had flourished. Could it be that the greatest impediment to the Golden Boot winner's success was none other than himself? Huang Kevin had stumbled upon a startling revelation. When the young lady returned home that evening, Huang Kevin inquired, "Have you recently given any public relations fees to the newspapers?" "Yes, why do you ask?" She replied curiously. "Oh, I was thinking of submitting an article to get it on the front page." "All right," she agreed. Huang Kevin nodded, reassured that no one would now believe he had stifled Shevchenko's prowess. On Christmas, Kaka returned to Brazil. Upon his return, he promptly visited Huang Kevin's home to present a gift, a set of Captain Tsubasa comic books. Huang Kevin mused that a Playboy magazine would have been a more fitting gift. To be fair, he had enjoyed Captain Tsubasa during his childhood, but as an adult, he found the plot rather foolish, and the author seemed unfamiliar with the rules of football. He gifted Kaka a collection of classic video games purchased from a local vendor in Chinatown, hoping it might help Kaka mature more quickly. As for Kaka's ability to play, Huang Kevin had no doubts. It was precisely the good boys who would secretly indulge in such games, unable to stop. "Kaiwan, have you seen the newspaper?" Kaka asked while seated at the computer. "No. I've been quite busy lately." "What is the news?" "The paper states that a scholar has researched Shevchenko's temperature-sensitive physique, suggesting that the recent cold weather is why he has been scoring so many goals." "Ahem. Kaiwan, are you all right?" Kaka asked with concern. "I'm fine." Huang Kevin waved his hand dismissively. Since it's a scholar's research, it must hold some truth. Otherwise, it wouldn't explain Shevchenko's recent scoring spree. Just think. Shevchenko's hometown of Ukraine is quite cold. Perhaps that is indeed the reason. Well, all right then. Kaka did not ponder much and logged into his legend account, continuing to slay foes alongside Huang Kaiwan. Although World of Warcraft aligns more with Western aesthetics, Kaka found the absence of loot upon vanquishing enemies rather uninteresting, prompting the duo to revert to legend. They spent an entire afternoon battling in the demon-controlling valley, their blades cursed multiple times. Upon returning to the city, Kaka exclaimed, "Kaiwan, I found a paralyzing ring. Do you want it?" Huang Kaiwan inquired. Kaka eagerly nodded. After all, it was a paralyzing ring. Huang Kaiwan conversed with the seller for half an hour, yet the individual refused to part with it, likely a person of means. Disheartened, Kaka sighed. "Well, that is unfortunate." "Don't be disheartened. I'll ask the game company for you when I have the chance," Huang Kaiwan reassured him. Suddenly, Kaka stepped back, a spark of suspicion igniting within him. "I'm not doing advertisements anymore," he declared. "So, you don't want the paralyzing ring then?" Huang Kaiwan queried. "It must be advertised well," Kaka insisted. Huang Kaiwan had yet to find an opportunity to discuss the matter with the staff from the gaming company, for it would be unreasonable to sell Kaka merely for a game item. Such a prominent star deserves a worthy price. As January arrived, it marked the time for Huang Kaiwan's favorite shopper fresh. Templates were priced at 10,000 fate points, 4,000 for skills, 2,000 for items, and 20 points for special items. With a sigh, Huang Kaiwan still spent 120 points to acquire one, which was quite a bargain. However, he feared that purchasing it might also inherit the risk of injury. The individual in question was truly a deity among men. Just how extraordinary was he? Even Arsenal fans were astonished to see his name. He hasn't transferred yet? His skills in drawing were commendable, encompassing a mastery of various techniques such as meticulous sketching, oil painting, and traditional Chinese painting. With an increasing array of skills reaching 100, Huang Kevin felt akin to the protagonist of an urban warrior tale. Nevertheless, these skills merely indicated proficiency. He was far from the caliber of Picasso or Chi Baisher. Yet, for showmanship, such competence sufficed. It was no wonder his replication from Ronaldinho was so impressive. Mastery and expertise were not on the same tier. As for special items, 1,000 points were exorbitant. Without visible attributes, Huang Kevin deemed it unwise to venture forth. His immediate priority was to procure a decent template. Everything else was secondary. On January 8th, the first match following the winter break commenced. Shevchenko, Toni, and Kaka each scored, with Milan nearly drawing against their opponents, while Parma netted 3 goals, leading to a stalemate. In the final moments, Parma's captain, Giuseppe Cardoni, inadvertently scored an own goal, securing victory for AC Milan on home turf. Huang Kevin watched in astonishment. He had witnessed last-minute goals before, but an own goal sealing the match was a rarity. Doubts crept into his mind regarding Cardoni's integrity. Considering the occasional scandals of match-fixing within Serie A, even post the Calciopoli scandal. Thus, Huang Kevin's suspicions were not without merit. The Milan sports newspaper reports that without Kevin, Milan has lost its spark. During his absence, Milan played 5 league matches, securing only 9 points, a dismal record for the league leaders. Their near draw against Parma illustrates their luck in salvaging 2 points. Without Cardoni's assistance, AC Milan would have garnered merely 7 points in these 5 games. The young lady read the newspaper with great emotion and turned to Huang Kevin, inquiring, "My dear, when do you plan to return to training?" "In a few days." Huang Kevin replied. He had not sustained an injury for quite some time, having previously missed a match due to injury. Fortunately, he had escaped further misfortune. However, he was reluctant to return to the team too soon, fearing he might sustain an injury before he had the opportunity to play. Huang Kevin decided to test his luck, hoping that one day fortune would favor him, allowing him to train with the team and diminish the soaring odds of injury. On January 11th, after hitting the jackpot, Huang Kevin chose to return to the team. "Hey, who is this?" Upon seeing Huang Kevin, Inzaghi rushed into the locker room, gripping him by the throat and fiercely demanding, "Why didn't you answer my calls?" "I changed my phone number and forgot to inform you," Huang Kevin replied earnestly. "Really?" Inzaghi regarded him skeptically, though he was already inclined to believe him. "Of course, we are good brothers." "All right then, I'll forgive you this time," Inzaghi grumbled while seated, lamenting. "Do you know how miserable I've been lately? The media insists on saying I have an illegitimate child, constantly hounding me and making it impossible for me to date. Are you still having nightmares?" Huang Kevin deftly shifted the topic. "Not anymore. Your advice proved quite effective." "That's good," Huang Kevin reassured him, adding, "I suspect that after some time, the media will lose interest if they cannot find evidence, so you need not worry." "Well, it seems we have no choice," they both remarked as they exited the locker room. Upon seeing Huang Kevin head straight for the training ground, Inzaghi halted, scrutinizing Huang Kevin and declaring, "Something's off with you. What's the matter? Shouldn't you be at the gym?" "I feel good today, so I wanted to train with everyone," Huang Kevin smiled. Suddenly, he felt a wave of dizziness and lost consciousness, collapsing backward. His last thought was that this wretched good fortune had deceived him. Kevin is allergic to the newly applied turf nutrients, and it will take approximately 13 days for him to fully recover. However, for Kevin's health, it is best to avoid these nutrients, the elderly doctor in the white coat advised. "All right, thank you," the young lady sighed in relief. She had been terrified upon hearing that Huang Kevin fainted on the training field. If anything were to happen to her Kevin, she would make Ancelotti pay dearly, as that fat man had been incessantly calling to urge Kevin back to the team. Observing the young lady's anxious expression, Huang Kevin smiled and reassured her. "It's merely an allergy. You need not worry. Allergies are no trivial matter," Barbara replied seriously. "Severe allergies can indeed pose life-threatening risks." "Well, you are right," he conceded. "I have dismissed the turf manager, and Milanello will work overnight to replace a portion of the turf and revert to the previous nutrients." "Perhaps we should reconsider bringing the manager back," suggested Huang Kevin, unaware that I might have an allergic reaction to the new nutrients. "Very well. I shall heed your counsel and grant him another chance," the young lady said delicately. "After all, securing employment is no easy task," Huang Kevin remarked. "You are simply too kind," the young lady replied with a gentle smile. Huang Kevin thought to himself, who would have guessed that misfortune would strike in such a manner during a stroke of luck? He felt a twinge of guilt over dismissing the turf manager. On December 14th, After a 3-day respite, Huang Kevin returned to the team and spent the day at the gym. The following day, he traveled with the team for an away match. As he was changing, Ancelotti approached him and said, "Kevin, how about you sit this one out as a substitute?" Huang was taken aback, thinking, "After all I have endured, you suggest I be a substitute? Do you truly believe I am unworthy?" "Primarily, I am concerned about your physical condition. We should assess if there are any lingering effects during warm-ups. If all seems well, I will find an opportunity to bring you on," Ancelotti said, his tone filled with sincerity. Reluctantly, Huang nodded in agreement. Little did he know how unfortunate this injury would prove to be. During warm-ups, an unexpected fainting spell startled everyone. Observing the expressions of his teammates, it was clear they were worried about him, and Huang felt compelled to forego starting. While warming up, he recalled drawing a card. He had never anticipated such a turn of events. Years prior, Sporting Lisbon boasted 2 prodigious talents, one of whom was Cristiano Ronaldo. Even before Ronaldo rose to prominence, he was already a pivotal figure at Sporting, dubbed the heir to Figo. With an exquisite back foot strike, he could score from positions parallel to the goal, showcasing refined footwork and explosive power, often producing breathtaking football that attracted the attention of Europe's elite clubs. He was once on the verge of signing with Manchester United. Yet he ultimately chose Barcelona. The subsequent tale is well known. Both were gifted Portuguese talents who favored individual flair. But their journey at Barcelona was marred by an inability to fully realize their potential, while Ronaldo at Manchester United, under Ferguson's guidance, gradually ascended to become one of the world's premier football stars. At times, choices indeed hold monumental significance. Reflecting on the divergent paths of these contemporaries, Huang did not deliberately showcase his back foot technique during warm-ups. There was no need. Impressing during warm-ups was merely a jest to amuse Inzaghi. Concealing one's prowess for a strategic surprise proved far more entertaining. Huang, alongside the young lady, perused The Art of War, and his favorite adage from the text was, "Attack where they are unprepared, and strike where they least expect." Even our ancestors understood the value of stealth, quietly infiltrating the village. Thus, Huang also endeavored to be more astute. Upon returning to the bench, Huang retrieved his gaming console. Speaking of which, initially, Nintendo's contract required him to play while injured in the stands. Consequently, he often missed attending the games and was unable to fulfill his obligations. There were several instances when he forgot to remain in the stands. Huang Kevin felt somewhat guilty. Today, playing on the bench served as a form of compensation. He hoped that the strongest legal department in the Eastern Hemisphere would show him leniency. If Nintendo were wise, they would treat the matter as if nothing had occurred. However, should they be unwise, Huang Kevin was prepared to unleash a cunning strategy to turn the tables. He contemplated drawing a Mickey Mouse on the console, inciting chaos among them. Today, Huang Kevin finally makes his long-awaited return from injury. Indeed, yet he remains on the bench. It is uncertain whether he will play today. The young player Aquilani is often referred to as the new Pirlo. Today he competes alongside Pirlo. It remains to be seen who will emerge victorious. With both Maldini and Cafu absent once more, AC Milan's defense faces further challenges. Let us observe the quality of both teams as a powerful long-range shot pierces through Dida's defenses. The Olympic Stadium in Rome erupts in cheers. Huang Kevin, however, remains engrossed in his game of Animal Crossing, completely absorbed. This cartridge was only released at the end of November 2005, and it took considerable effort to acquire it. In psychology, there exists a state known as flow, where one is so engrossed in an activity that they resist interruptions, experiencing heightened excitement and fulfillment. Huang Kevin was in such a state of flow. By the time Rui Costa called for Huang Kevin, the halftime whistle had already blown. He glanced up to see the score at 2-0. Astonished, he inquired, "Who scored?" "Toni." "All right." Huang Kevin offered no further comment as he returned. Upon entering the locker room, he witnessed Nesta and Stam bickering. "Stop it. You two, cease this at once." Huang Kevin shouted from the sidelines, refraining from intervening directly. Both of them were quite fierce. He feared he might be caught in the crossfire. Despite having used his injury immunity card, he still felt pain. Fortunately, the team had some brave souls, and the two were separated. "What is happening here?" Huang Kevin approached to inquire, recognizing that as an important player, he ought to assert his presence at this moment. "Ask him." Nesta retorted disdainfully. "Yap. I made a mistake previously. He always scolds me. Today, he lost his position, allowing Toni an opportunity to score. I said a few words, and he resorted to violence." Stam expressed his dissatisfaction, convinced he could win if the fight continued. Huang Kevin felt a chill. Neither of these two were known for their temperance. Maldini always seemed to get injured at critical moments. Huang Kevin recalled assisting Stam in achieving a hat trick, hoping it would earn him some favor. He had a decent rapport with Nesta as well. Thus, he sat between the two, one arm around each, and advised, conceding a goal is not worth a fight. Moreover, Alessandro, you were the one at fault first, and then resorted to aggression. Doesn't this seem a bit inappropriate? A simple apology would suffice. I'm sorry, Nesta said coldly. It's nothing, HM. Stam also wore a sour expression. Suddenly, Inzaghi dashed over, clasping the hands of both men together, exclaiming, I hereby declare this couple united in marriage. The two defenders exchanged glances and chased after Inzaghi, resulting in a chaotic scene in the locker room. What game is Huang Kevin so engrossed in? He has succeeded. Now I am curious about what game Huang Kevin is playing. Damn, Huang Kevin has indeed warmed up. He is going to show off again. The key is that Huang Kevin is truly formidable at critical moments. Let me make a prediction. Roma will lose today. Holy crap, a free kick. ISNT that practically handing Huang Kevin a goal. You guys don't seem to regard Inzaghi as a person. He is clearly warming up as well. Huang Kevin and Inzaghi arrived at the sidelines. Seedorf and Toni were substituted. From the moment Huang Kevin stepped onto the pitch, the Roma fans erupted in boos. No supporter wished to see Huang Kevin take the field against their team. The pressure Huang Kevin brought was far greater than that of Shevchenko, who also won the Ballon d'Or. Inzaghi put his arm around Huang Kevin's shoulder, saying, Today, our trio can rise again. What would AC Milan do without us? Speak plainly. Pass to me later. Depends on my mood. The two stepped onto the field, drawing the attention of the crowd, particularly Huang Kevin. Pirlo stood at the foul spot with his hands on his hips, directly beckoning to Huang Kevin. What do you think? Should I take this position? Pirlo asked. Covering his mouth, Huang Kevin glanced over. He was nearly on the left sideline. For a left-footed player, this position was indeed not very accommodating, presenting a narrow angle. However, disregarding his two-footed abilities, just the presence of Quaresma had already transcended the limitations of a left-footed player on the left flank. Huang Kevin wanted to give it a try. He juggled the ball a couple of times before covering his mouth and said, I'll take it. Pirlo nodded, subtly stepping back with his hands on his hips. Preparing for a run-up, Huang Kevin dramatically retreated beyond the sideline. Most importantly, his positioning was directly to the left of the ball, rather than behind it. If he truly made that run-up, it would severely limit his opportunity to threaten the goal. The Roma fans, sharing this belief, turned their ire towards Pirlo. Damn you, Andrea. Go to hell, Pirlo. Lazybones, get out of the way. Even Crudelli believed that Huang Kevin would not take the free kick. I don't quite understand why Kevin is positioned outside, but he must have his reasons. Perhaps this is a way to confuse the opponent. Kevin has started his run. He probably wants to take it. Assessing the goal and the wall, after 3 steps in his run-up, Huang Kevin's entire body leaned intensely to the right, appearing as if he might topple over. The outside of his left foot struck fiercely beneath the ball. The ball shot upwards with tremendous force, soaring over the wall on its right side, while the unprepared wall had only 2 players jump. A curve, an exaggerated curve. The ball soared with remarkable speed. From the left sideline to the right side of the goal, Kevin Huang chose the longest path. By the time he noticed the ball emerging over the wall, Toni was unable to make a save. The ball had little spin, causing Toni to momentarily doubt his own vision. By the time he realized what was happening, it was too late. He could only turn his head, mouth agape, as he watched the exaggerated curve of the shot gracefully find its way into the junction of the right crossbar and post. Kevin, goal. Oh my God. Kevin has sent the ball into what I believed was an impossible corner with a method I thought would never result in a goal. With the outside of his foot. A perfect execution. As soon as Kevin stepped onto the pitch, he announced his triumphant return in the most extravagant manner. No one, absolutely no one, can shine as brightly as Kevin. I can hardly express the elation I feel right now. Unparalleled dominance on the pitch. The greatest and most versatile player in football history. Kevin can execute any technical maneuver. The only distinction lies in whether he wishes to or not. Every matchday morning, Kevin's greatest concern is what method to use to score. Perhaps he could set up a spinning wheel at home. Even Quaresma, known for his outside-of-the-foot shots, would struggle to produce such a beautiful strike as Kevin. This free kick is nothing short of a masterpiece on the field. Kevin is indeed the finest artist on the green expanse. No, Today, a deity has descended upon Rome. Teammates rushed from all directions, engulfing Kevin Huang. Pirlo remained rooted in place, still in disbelief. He thought Kevin was merely showing off. As a master of free kicks, Pirlo understood all too well how difficult it was for Kevin to position himself there. Yet, Kevin had managed to score in a manner Pirlo deemed impossible. Once he regained his composure, Pirlo shouted at Kevin, "What a genius!" Kevin, caught amidst his teammates, shrugged and said nothing. He had merely wanted to try. He did not anticipate the enhancement provided by the legendary Del Piero on the left flank. It allowed him to execute a flawless free kick aimed at the dead corner. The online forums erupted. "Damn, I said it. As soon as Kevin Huang steps onto the pitch, he starts showing off. Kevin truly excels at football." Having watched AC Milan for over a decade, including Van Basten, no player has surpassed Kevin Huang's prowess. Goodness, that curve was more exaggerated than what our teacher drew with a compass during class. Alas, it's another day of being outdone by Kevin Huang. Just moments ago, I mocked Kevin for standing out of bounds, yet he actually scored. I bet my roommate that Kevin wouldn't score. Now I have to ask the network administrator for instant noodles with crispy sausages. Damn, I said he wouldn't score, but my girlfriend said if he did, she'd return to the dorm. Now my hotel is all set up. What do I do? Ha ha ha. My friend, take it easy. Besides, don't you have hands? Not even Toni was immune to the shock. To my astonishment, Huang Kevin resolved the issue with a deft flick of his outer foot. I had previously played a match against him and did not perceive his prowess at the time. However, it seems to have become increasingly remarkable. As we stood in the center circle awaiting the kickoff, Toni cast a glance at Huang Kevin, who, being acutely aware of the scrutiny, responded with a smile, prompting Toni to quickly avert his gaze. With a swift motion, Toni initiated the game with a back pass. Perota turned and returned the ball seamlessly, allowing De Rossi to take possession and commence the organization of play. The vice-captain of Roma is far from a mere defensive midfielder. He is an exceptionally versatile player, adept in both attack and defense, endowed with abundant stamina and fierce defensive capabilities. His presence provides excellent cover for the backline, making the Roma defenders appear formidable. As the formation spread, De Rossi launched an offensive with a long pass. Mancini, receiving the ball on the right flank, was immediately marked by Shevchenko, losing his space to sprint. He could only lay the ball off to Perota, who, upon receiving it, was closely guarded by Pirlo, preventing him from turning. The two became entangled for a moment, and upon seeing De Rossi make a forward run, Perota quickly returned the ball. De Rossi, after receiving it, distributed it to the left flank. Tomasai, upon receiving the ball, instinctively laid it off towards the center. Noticing Todi's movement, he promptly executed a through ball. Nesta intervened with precision, intercepting the ball and sending it forward to Pirlo. Pirlo, upon receiving the ball, spun to evade Perota and delicately lifted it towards Huang Kevin. De Rossi attempted to tug at Huang Kevin's jersey but failed to grasp it, trailing behind instead. Quaresma, with his absolute speed, was not particularly rapid, and Huang Kevin could not completely shake off his opponent. The two surged across the halfway line in close proximity. Aquilani abandoned the center and advanced towards Huang Kevin, while two Roma defenders positioned themselves to thwart his progression. The scene was strikingly dramatic. Aquilani even extended his arms, willing to commit a foul. Yet, on the left flank, Huang Kevin, possessing a remarkable touch, was unperturbed by any defender's one-on-one challenge. His pace, rather than diminishing, intensified as he surged towards Aquilani. Just as they were about to collide, Huang Kevin executed a deft flick with the outer side of his right foot, swiftly following it with a quick back heel, a rapid tail whip. Although it only caused Aquilani to shift 2 paces, it sufficed. With a subtle touch, Huang Kevin sent the ball gliding through Aquilani's legs. Slightly shifting his body, he sprinted along the touchline, while Aquilani, with arms outstretched, collided with De Rossi in a desperate embrace. Kevin utilized the simplest of dribbles to achieve the most profound effect. No one possesses a better sense of timing than Kevin. Kevin maintained his pace, skillfully toying with De Rossi. In the final moments, he executed a deft maneuver, elegantly evading the defenders while simultaneously causing De Rossi to collide with Aquilani, effectively eliminating 2 Roman players in an instant. Such audacity! Kevin utilized himself as bait. Yet, he succeeded. Panucci rushed towards the ball, but his speed could not match Kevin's. After acquiring possession, Kevin took his time, engaging Panucci in a one-on-one duel. demonstrating that he had already devised a plan to outsmart the defender. Suddenly, Kevin accelerated and feigned a kick, deceiving Panucci. A delicate pass followed. Toni managed to intercept the ball just before it crossed the goal line. Throughout this one-on-one encounter, Panucci remained fixated on Kevin's left foot. However, can one truly solve the conundrum posed by a player adept with both feet by merely defending against one? I am uncertain whether Kevin's dominant foot is indeed his left. In newspaper photographs, he consistently appears to eat with his right hand. Hence, I am inclined to believe that Kevin intentionally presented his left foot as a smokescreen, while his true dominant foot remains concealed. Kevin positioned himself near the corner flag, a gesture resembling the firing of a starting pistol. Within the penalty area, both sets of players tensed, engaging in shoving as they prepared to leap for the ball. With a powerful run, Kevin struck a curling ball with the instep of his foot. Shevchenko, recognizing the trajectory, sprinted outward. Mexes attempted to restrain him. However, instead of grasping Shevchenko's shirt, he inadvertently tore the armband from his arm. Shevchenko reached the small box, colliding with Aquilani before leaping. Yet, his positioning was poor, and his header struck the crossbar. "Well done," Shevchenko exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Kevin simply smiled in response. Roman goalkeeper Toni swiftly threw the ball forward. Kevin immediately dashed towards Mancini. As Mancini accelerated to challenge him, he quickly became alarmed and passed the ball to the approaching De Rossi. Had he delayed even a moment longer, Shevchenko would have seized the opportunity to intercept. A flustered Mancini glanced at his Brazilian compatriot, bewildered by a fullback advancing past the halfway line. Upon receiving the ball, De Rossi was closely marked by Gattuso, a master of physical duels. Stopped in his tracks, it became nearly impossible for De Rossi to break free. Maintaining possession was already a considerable challenge. Kevin approached, attempting a sneaky maneuver, but De Rossi quickly turned to shield the ball. In the process, Kevin inadvertently kicked De Rossi's ankle, prompting the referee to issue a warning. De Rossi is exceptional at protecting the ball, one observer remarked. Had Kevin not pulled back, he might have delivered a far more forceful kick. Indeed, Kevin plays with remarkable cleanliness. Since Emerson's transfer, De Rossi has emerged as a key player, exhibiting rapid growth over the past 2 years with commendable performances on both offensive and defensive fronts. He increasingly exudes the qualities of a true leader. If he continues to play this way, joining the Italian national team for the World Cup this summer will not be a mere dream. Certainly, among the young midfielders in Rome, De Rossi appears to possess the brightest future. As the match resumed, Gattuso found himself in a confrontation with De Rossi. Gattuso, with a wry smile, remarked that he could no longer manage the younger man, despite their 5-year age difference, with Gattuso exhibiting the greater experience. Upon seeing Gattuso charging forward, De Rossi swiftly passed the ball sideways. Kuffer advanced past the halfway line, delivering a precise through ball to Tomasai. Tomasai, seizing the opportunity, directed the ball behind Stam, attempting to exploit his turning speed. Stam, however, swiftly shifted laterally, positioning himself in front of Tomasai. A failed dribble ensued. Nesta, unperturbed, easily collected the ball within the penalty area and passed it to Dida. After a moment of assessment, Dida launched a powerful kick towards the center. Disliking aerial duels, Kaka stepped aside, allowing Huang Kevin to leap high and outmuscle De Rossi, directing the ball towards the right flank. Gattuso seized the ball, noticing Huang Kevin charging down the right side, and played a forward pass. The key distinction between him and De Rossi lay in their styles. De Rossi was more adept at orchestrating attacks, while Gattuso preferred to pass to his teammates. Even after passing, Gattuso did not rush back, instead trailing Huang Kevin, prepared to receive a return. With no one near him, Aquilani, fearing he might be outmaneuvered, took a bold risk and slid in on Huang Kevin. With a deft touch, Huang Kevin evaded the challenge, allowing the ball to glide past Aquilani as he leaped over him. Kuffer, demonstrating greater ferocity, saw the ball bounce away and, without any intention to control it, kicked it out of bounds. Following Huang Kevin, Gattuso dashed towards the sideline, where Kuffer was positioned, awaiting Gattuso's throw-in. Unexpectedly, the ball boy promptly tossed the ball to Gattuso. Gattuso turned and hurled the ball forward. Kuffer pivoted to pursue, but Huang Kevin had already outpaced him. Huang Kevin, positioned at the edge of the penalty area on the right, delivered a swift, low cross with his right foot. The ball swiftly traversed to the center, where Inzaghi surged in to intercept, executing a precise shot with the instep, the ball hurtling towards the right side of the goal. Toni, attempting a diving save, was a fraction too slow to thwart the ball's entry into the net. Inzaghi had equalized, bringing the score to 2-2. Ancelotti made 2 substitutions, both of whom made significant contributions, proving the critical nature of these changes. Huang Kevin's pass had been exquisite, initiating the attack with his sudden dash to the right. While the quick throw-in was pivotal, it seemed the ball boy must have been affiliated with the Roma team, as Gattuso's request for the ball caught him off guard, leading him to hand it over instinctively. Typically, ball boys are young players from the club's youth ranks. Such an error was unexpected from him today. Following Inzaghi's goal, he celebrated exuberantly. Huang Kevin turned to embrace Gattuso, exclaiming, "That was a splendid pass." "Indeed. I too was surprised by how swiftly it unfolded," Gattuso admitted, having anticipated only a casual request for the ball, not realizing the ball boy would respond so quickly. Huang Kevin noticed the ball boy standing there, seemingly in a daze. He approached, crouched before the boy, and gently asked, "You didn't mean to do that, did you?" The young ball boy was on the brink of tears. He merely heard Gattuso calling for the ball, and, without a second thought, passed it to him. In an instant, he became a traitor. Upon returning to the youth team, he would likely be met with disdain from his peers. "Don't worry, it's not a significant issue." Huang Kevin reassured the young ball boy, gently ruffling his hair. "If Roma decides to let you go, you can come to Milan and assist us with throwing the balls." "Really? Of course would I deceive you? Thank you. You're an amazing player," the young ball boy replied, his spirits lifting a bit. Huang Kevin smiled and gave him a thumbs up, saying, after the match, "Come to the Milan locker room. I'll have everyone sign a jersey for you." "Thank you. Good luck," the young ball boy exclaimed with excitement. Securing a jersey signed by the entire AC Milan team was no small feat. In the forum, discussions erupted. "Damn. Huang Kevin is openly bribing the opposing ball boy now. Seriously, Huang Kevin doesn't even spare the young ball boy. It's no wonder he passed the ball so quickly. Is this a conspiracy? Can't Roma send someone to AC Milan as well? 3 years and counting, and I'm practically the captain, yet they still haven't called me back. Damn, I've retired and become a Milan legend, yet they haven't invited me back. Ha ha ha, you've all truly grasped the essence of football. I must admit, Huang Kevin possesses quite the talent for winning hearts." Roma's head coach, Spalletti, stood on the sidelines, advising Alessandro Rosina, "Once you enter the field, keep an eye on that number 10 and follow him closely, allowing De Rossi to hold the center." "Understood, coach." Spalletti patted Rosina's shoulder and sent him onto the pitch. Roma is the first to make a substitution. The young Aquilani has been replaced by Alessandro Rosina, a defensive midfielder. Roma seems to have accepted a draw. They desire points. Have they consulted with Kevin? After Roma resumed play, their attack remained fierce. Roma is a resilient team, unafraid of challenges. Their fans are notorious for causing trouble. During the 2000-2001 season, Roma fans stormed the field early, nearly costing the team the championship. Fortunately, Parma did not contest it, or a replay would have been inevitable. Incidents such as besieging the opposing team's bus and blockading rival fans post-match are common among Roma supporters. After equalizing, the Stadio Olimpico reverberated with the furious chants of Roma fans. Even when their players had the ball, the primary focus of their ire remained directed at Milan. De Rossi distributed the ball from the back, with Tomasai receiving it on the left, quickly passing it to Perrotta before making a forward run. Perrotta, noticing Gattuso closing in defensively, opted for a direct ball to Toni. Toni, possessing exceptional technique and physical strength, secured the ball with his back against Colazza, waiting for the arrival of Mancini before executing a back pass. Bang! Mancini lifted his foot to shoot, but Colazza intercepted and deflected the ball out of the box. Pirlo and Toni both raced toward it, their feet nearly colliding, yet Toni held a clear advantage in physical confrontation. Toni seized the ball and executed a swift turn, but Karaz lunged in an attempt to intercept. Todi's right foot maneuver was thwarted by Shevchenko, resulting in a loss of possession. The ball swiftly found its way to Pirlo, who wasted no time in delivering a long pass. Despite a lack of observation during his turn, Pirlo's precision ensured the ball landed perfectly at Kaka's feet. Under the pressure from De Rossi, Kaka's pass faltered. As Huang Kevin pursued the ball, Rossi was already closely marking him. Huang Kevin refrained from turning around. When Shevchenko surged ahead, he deftly flicked the ball with his heel. Shevchenko received the ball and accelerated along the left flank. Huang Kevin abandoned the left side to join Kaka in a central assault. Shevchenko carried the ball deep along the sideline, but Panucci stayed tightly on him. denying any chance for a cross. After a couple of feints, Shevchenko executed a backheel pass. Huang Kevin, positioned at the edge of the penalty area, controlled the ball with his left foot and entered the box. Mexes rushed towards him. Huang Kevin nudged the ball with his right foot, using his shoulder to feint a backheel. Mexes, having shifted positions twice, appeared somewhat flustered. Yet, Huang Kevin did not halt. His feet danced over the ball in a bicycle motion. The rhythm of his movements was rapid and fluid. As his right foot lifted for the third time, he executed a backheeled pass. Inzaghi and Shevchenko charged toward the ball almost simultaneously. Zuo, nestled between the two, slid in to intercept. The ball ricocheted off Inzaghi's foot and soared backward. Kaka followed up with a powerful shot, striking Zuo squarely on the head and soaring over the crossbar. AC Milan earns a corner, the commentator announced. Zuo clutched his head, looking rather uncomfortable. Kaka's shot was too close, catching him right on the top of the head. The Roma medical team has entered the field. Huang Kevin approached to console Kaka. Such accidents are unavoidable on the pitch, and players seldom intend to harm one another. Zuo is back on his feet, receiving applause from the Roma fans as Pirlo prepares to take the corner. The players took their positions. Pirlo sent the ball soaring into the center. Mexes was quick to clear the ball from the penalty area. Kufer seized the ball and launched a long pass into the forward line. The ball soared across the halfway line, heading straight for Milan's penalty area. Toni leaped into action, connecting with a backward header. Without waiting for the ball to descend, Pirlo unleashed a powerful right-footed strike. The ball sped off rapidly. Dida, reacting even quicker, made a side dive to parry it away. Karaz rushed into the penalty area to retrieve the ball and pivoted to distribute it to the left flank. Shevchenko accelerated forward with the ball, showcasing the attributes of a winger. With a burst of speed, he outmaneuvered the diminutive Mancini and crossed the halfway line, quickly delivering a lob pass ahead. Huang Kevin, in motion, lifted his left foot and connected with the ball. It soared from the left flank toward the penalty area. Huang Kevin accelerated past Panucci to regain possession, executing a sudden stop to outmaneuver Mexes before unleashing a right-footed strike. Once again, it was a backheeled shot. In the penalty area, players surged forward to contest the ball, yet it arced gracefully past them, heading toward the far post of the goal. Before the goal, Toni showed no hesitation, swiftly bringing his arms together and elegantly deflecting the ball, which landed near the right post. Kuffer attempted to struggle, turning and unleashing a powerful kick. But the ball soared over the crossbar and out of play. Toni has triumphed, came the exclamation. He has thwarted Kevin's strike. Once again from the left flank, Kevin, switching to his right foot, executed a shot that mirrored the previous arc. His mastery over the ball had reached the pinnacle of human capability. He could strike it as he pleased. Kevin positioned himself within the corner arc, carefully placing the ball. With a focused gaze on the Roman penalty area, he noted the impenetrable nature of their defense. Even Toni had returned to mark his man, evidently intimidated by the corner taken by him and Pirlo. Observing Toni's advanced positioning by the left post, a decision crystallized in Kevin's mind. After a quick run-up, he struck the ball fiercely with the outside of his left foot. The trajectory seemed to veer away from the penalty area, but from a bird's-eye view, the exaggerated curve of the shot was evident. In an instant, the ball soared from just outside the small box into the penalty area, tracing a perfect arc resembling the letter C. Toni sensed the impending danger. Yet it was too late to retreat. The crowded presence of players in front of the goal hindered his movement, and the Roma goalkeeper stretched back awkwardly, merely becoming a backdrop to the impending goal. The ball penetrated the net at the junction of the post and crossbar with a resounding impact. A corner kick resulted in a direct goal. Kevin scores. Kevin's second direct corner goal. The last time he bested Buffon, and today, Toni is the unfortunate victim. Toni dove for a ball aimed at the bottom corner, and Kevin struck again toward the same spot. Today, Kevin's shots have consistently targeted this precise point. His accuracy is astonishing. After the goal, Huang Kevin began to sprint, executing a slide on his knees near the away fan stand. Kevin, rising. He acknowledged the crowd with a wave. Kaka, arriving breathlessly, exclaimed, "Your long-range shots today were phenomenal. When did you practice?" "I've always practiced, I just rarely employed it." Huang Kevin replied with a calm demeanor, internally crediting Quaresma for the inspiration. He had watched Quaresma's highlights, where the player often employed such shooting styles. He had indeed practiced extensively, and with various skill enhancements, he had surpassed Quaresma in executing outside foot strikes. Absolutely incredible. Kaka marveled. Huang Kevin, feeling a twinge of modesty, responded, "Let us keep it low-key." The primary issue with the experience card was that it would be ineffective in the next match unless he purchased mastery of outside foot, leaving him unable to maintain his facade. Hence, those players utilizing experience cards often found themselves in a bit of a predicament. As Roma trailed, their offensive efforts became increasingly frantic. De Rossi received the ball and launched a powerful kick from the backfield. Little Mancini displayed remarkable speed, swiftly advancing down the right flank. However, AC Milan's formation remained compact, leaving him devoid of opportunities upon reaching the attacking third. After reaching the byline, Mancini attempted a forceful cross, but Nesta intercepted. Heading the ball towards the right wing, Stam received the ball near the sideline, only to be pushed out by Tomasai. Roma executed a throw-in, which Stam promptly intercepted. He delivered a long pass towards the center. De Rossi successfully contested for the ball, directing it into Milan's half, yet Pirlo managed to seize it first. Perrotta, from behind, pulled Pirlo down. Foul. Roma is making another substitution. Kaka comes on for Perrotta, and Roma shifts to a 4-4-2 formation. With little time remaining, they truly need to exert themselves. Pirlo resumed play. He sent the ball forward to Kaka. Kevin Huang was closely followed by Rossi. Kaka boldly dribbled through the center. The young De Rossi was easily sidestepped by Kaka. Ziegler quickly pressed forward. Kaka immediately sent a through ball behind him. Inzaghi failed to control the ball properly during his run, sending it sailing towards the goal, where Toni collected it. Following the restart, Roma launched a frantic offensive. Having noticed the fourth official preparing to signal for stoppage time, the Roma team surged forward, with De Rossi carrying the ball past midfield. Little Mancini demanded the ball on the right, diverting Pirlo's attention, allowing De Rossi to seize the moment and deliver a direct pass to Totti. Positioned at the edge of the area, Totti turned to shoot. The ball ricocheted off Colazza. On the right, Little Mancini dashed to reclaim the ball and quickly passed it back to Totti, who attempted to find Kaka, only to be thwarted by Nesta's interception. Milan's counterattack. Pirlo launched a long ball to the right, where Kevin found himself just outside the penalty area. He faced three defenders. Kevin nudged the ball into the box with his right foot. Was that a foul by Rossi? Kevin shoots. As Rossi collided with Huang, Kevin unleashed a shot with the outside of his right foot. The ball arced dramatically towards the far corner, captivating the crowd's attention. Due to Huang, Toni positioned himself to the right, but as he lunged to the left, he was unable to prevent the ball from slipping into the top left corner. At the Stadio Olimpico in Rome, some fans had already begun to leave. Huang, however, lay on the ground in the penalty area. Initially, he intended to continue playing, but feeling the pressure from the opposing side, he hesitated to refuse. Rossi has received a red card. The referee pointed to the penalty spot. Huang's goal will not count. Indeed, if a shot occurs before a foul, the goal is valid, but in this case, Huang's shot followed Rossi's foul, hence the penalty was awarded. Huang was carried off the field on a stretcher. Kaka seems reluctant to take the penalty. Shevchenko stands at the 12-yard mark, runs up, and scores. 24, since Huang's arrival. AC Milan has turned the match around. Roma celebrated for 50 minutes today, yet ultimately left empty-handed. I wonder how serious Huang's injury is. The referee's whistle signaled the conclusion of the match, prompting the AC Milan players to rush towards the sidelines, presumably to check on Huang Kevin. Well, that concludes today's live broadcast of the match, the commentator announced. The discussion in the online forum grew increasingly heated. Huang Kevin's injury brings me solace, one commenter remarked. I now suspect the entire AC Milan team is feigning. How else to explain Huang Kevin's consistent absence of injuries? Just look at how tense the whole team appears. Enough of that. Huang Kevin is nothing but a fraud. I now have to find a room at a small inn, another replied. Ha 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 bro. Did your girlfriend really go back to the dorm? No doubt about it, it's all Huang Kevin's fault. You're not so unfortunate. As a physics student, our professor last assigned us to calculate the speed of Huang Kevin's long-range shot. After today's match, I'll probably have to analyze the arc of his outside foot strike. Who could know the agony a fan professor endures? Before his teammates arrived, Huang Kevin had already completed his examination. Concussion had recurred, he realized. A concussion, much like a phantom ailment, is often undetectable. Yet, even after the examination, Huang Kevin chose not to leave. Each time Kaka visited, he brought fruits and flowers, which were perfectly timed for his visit to check on Maldini tomorrow. Additionally, he intended to administer eye drops to Christian, who absurdly requested Huang's assistance with his homework. Maldini must reinforce the education of his eldest son. If a few belts need to be tightened, Huang Kevin would not acquiesce without it. With the fruit basket and flowers in hand, Huang Kevin returned home, satisfied, and after dinner, he retired to bed early. The external world had erupted in discussion over Huang Kevin's performance in today's match. Whether it was the free kick along the left sideline or the direct shot from a corner, both goals left numerous physicists scratching their heads, igniting their curiosity for further study. There had been a similar instance back in 1997 when Carlos executed a free kick during the Four Nations tournament against France, which appeared to veer away from the goalpost, but instead curved in to score. That event had also stirred considerable excitement. Now, Huang Kevin's free kick had garnered similar attention. However, the matter would require time to develop further. Presently, those speaking out were merely making noise, while genuine research conclusions would take longer to emerge. The following day, the young lady felt sympathy for Huang Kevin and instructed the head butler to ensure he could wake naturally. While Huang was still enveloped in sweet slumber, Carlo Ancelotti, clad in a black trench coat, braved the snow as he entered a clinic. "Do you have an appointment?" the indifferent receptionist inquired. This was the finest psychological clinic in Milan, and without an appointment, one would be disregarded. "Yes, Filippo Ferrari," Ancelotti replied, his voice muffled beneath his heavy outerwear. After checking her ledger, the receptionist said, "You may go in. Consulting a psychologist is nothing to be ashamed of." Ancelotti was momentarily taken aback. The receptionist disdainfully remarked, "There are no less than 100 Ferraris in the appointments for the year." Ancelotti, somewhat disheartened, entered the consultation room, having believed his alias was quite clever. Little did he know, the receptionist saw right through it. The doctor, with a warm demeanor, invited him, "Please, have a seat." Ancelotti appraised the physician, who appeared to be in his 40s, with thinning hair occasionally graced by a few strands of white, a prominent hooked nose, and eyes that seemed to harbor a formidable presence. Sensing no need for further concealment, Ancelotti removed his trench coat, hat, scarf, and sunglasses. "Carlo," the doctor exclaimed with a hint of excitement, "I am a Milan fan, and it is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Lister, Dr. Lister." "That is indeed splendid, though I would prefer not to encounter fans in a psychological clinic," Ancelotti quipped, raising an eyebrow in a rather amusing manner. It was not his intention to be humorous, yet his brow lent a comical air to the moment. "Fear not, as a Milan supporter. I shall ensure your privacy is well protected. Upon your departure, there will be no records pertaining to you here," Dr. Lister assured with a smile. "That is for the best," Ancelotti sighed in relief. After a casual exchange about the team, observing Ancelotti's relaxation, Dr. Lister inquired, "Is there something troubling you?" "Sometimes I have thoughts of killing someone. Does that indicate a psychological issue?" Ancelotti asked uneasily. Dr. Lister chuckled softly and shook his head. "It depends on the circumstances. Many people experience impulsive thoughts due to anger, yet do not act on them. Can you share what provokes such thoughts?" "Well, at times when I see other players injuring Kevin, I wish to eliminate them," Ancelotti revealed, producing a death note. "Materazzi?" Dr. Lister queried. "Yes, and numerous others, like Rossi recently. And Capello before him, who audaciously encouraged players to tackle Kevin," Ancelotti scoffed. A peculiar flush adorned Dr. Lister's face as he nodded. "Indeed, they deserve punishment. Have you ever contemplated how to deal with these wrongdoers? Football has become increasingly tarnished because of them. They are ruining an art form." "And no, I merely think about it," Ancelotti stammered, sensing an unease. "Perhaps you could devise a pretext to invite them to your home, under the guise of discussing transfers, promising them lucrative contracts and starting positions, instructing them to keep it secret, even from their families," Dr. Lister suggested, speaking with fervor. Observing the loquacious Dr. Lister, Ancelotti discreetly stood up, retrieved his clothing from the hanger, and quietly exited the consultation room. He began to dash, forgetting to pull the door shut, causing a collision as he stumbled down the steps. He fell multiple times before finally reaching his vehicle. "Damn it!" After fumbling for his keys, Ancelotti attempted to unlock the car door twice unsuccessfully. On his third attempt, he finally managed to open it. Ancelotti let out a sigh of relief as he tossed his clothes into the passenger seat, taking his place in the driver's seat. He turned the ignition and pressed the accelerator, swiftly departing. Awakening naturally, Huang Kevin was in splendid spirits, descending the stairs for breakfast. He found Albert already prepared with the newspaper, which he would later take care of for lunch. The old butler was not particularly skilled in the kitchen, Yet he had previously purchased some dumplings from Chinatown, which were now being boiled to perfection. The pork and seafood-filled dumplings, accompanied by soy sauce, vinegar, garlic sauce, and chili oil, were a delightful treat, with plump shrimp nestled within the savory meat filling. Each dumpling was substantial, and after consuming nearly 20, Huang found himself unable to eat any more. Indeed, these dumplings were quite the hunger satisfiers. The newspaper, however, offered little in the way of new information, primarily extolling his performance from the previous day's match. The praise was extravagant, with Quaresma being dragged into comparisons, as the Gazzetta dello Sport concluded that Huang's performance was decidedly superior. The second page reported on the rumored discovery of Inzaghi's illegitimate child, featuring a photograph of an unnamed black child, which nearly left Huang in shock. Inzaghi had never dated a black woman. Could it be that he had indulged too much in soy sauce during pregnancy? The Gazetta's storytelling prowess seemed rather lacking. The third page continued with discoveries from ancient Rome, delving into the origins of humanity in the Mediterranean, with Italy basking in the glory of such findings. There were also mentions of Huang's upcoming publication, which had many fans eagerly anticipating its release. The economic section noted that since 1996, for the first time in a decade, Italy experienced zero GDP growth in 2005, placing blame on the Italian power party. Huang found this infuriating. It seemed they were seeking to find fault during his prosperous times. If President Bay were to step down, wouldn't he, as the first son-in-law, also follow suit? That simply could not happen. Albert, Huang Kevin said as he handed over the newspaper. Find an expert to challenge this economist named Bianchi and turn this into an academic dispute. Of course, sir, Albert responded swiftly, leaving with practiced efficiency. Huang continued perusing the newspaper. In the corner of the last page, there was a report about a serial killer in Milan. He shook his head. The safety of Europe was truly alarming. He resolved to publicly advocate for enhanced protection of citizens, as such appeals cost nothing and could bolster public sentiment toward him. Huang then dialed his daughter, requesting that she send a bodyguard to accompany him. He was wary of becoming a target for the serial killer, with so many fans. Any harm to him would surely sadden many. After a little over 20 minutes, the bodyguard called. Huang donned his coat and casually picked up a fruit basket and flowers. Yesterday, I neglected to place the yellow calla lilies into the vase, causing them to wilt slightly. I casually grabbed a spray bottle and misted them lightly. Huang Kevin, satisfied, set out with a gift in hand. Good afternoon, Neo. Hello, the bodyguard replied, visibly taken aback. I recall that your daughter is in middle school, am I correct? Huang Kevin inquired. Yes, Neo, the driver, responded briefly. I have a few hotel vouchers here. Take your child out for some fun when time permits, Huang Kevin insisted, slipping the items into the bodyguard's jacket pocket. Thank you very much. There's no need for thanks. Loyal individuals are always rewarded, Huang Kevin replied with a smile. The atmosphere in Milan had been rather tense lately. In the event of an encounter with wrongdoers, Huang Kevin relied on his bodyguard for protection. The Maltini residence was situated in the Ginta district, not far from Huang Kevin's home, approximately a 15-minute drive. Wait for me here, if you get hungry. Feel free to grab something to eat. It's on me, Huang Kevin said, handing over a few euro notes. Neo nodded in acknowledgement. His employer's boyfriend, a prominent football star, indeed exhibited great generosity. Upon exiting the vehicle, Neo lit a cigarette while remaining vigilant, keeping a watchful eye on Huang Kevin and scrutinizing every passerby. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He noticed Huang Kevin discreetly pocketing a piece of clothing from the neighbor's clothesline. The whims of the wealthy are truly perplexing, Neo mused, shaking his head and forcing himself to dismiss the thought. Good afternoon, Adriana, Huang Kevin greeted as he presented the gift, sharing a gentle embrace with Mrs. Maltini. I truly appreciate your effort to visit Paul, she replied warmly. The two families were quite familiar with one another, and Adriana did not stand on ceremony. She called into the house before heading to the kitchen to prepare afternoon tea. Upon seeing Huang Kevin, Maltini exclaimed, I'm almost ready. Why have you come? Before posing such questions, perhaps you should check your expression. You rascal, Huang Kevin retorted with a smirk. They say that speaking the truth invites trouble, Maltini chuckled, winking. While you were away, those two got into a scuffle in the locker room, Huang Kevin remarked. Even though he had other intentions for his visit today, it was essential to engage in pleasantries rather than immediately brandish his intentions. Those two are always bickering, Maltini sighed, feeling somewhat helpless about Stam and Nesta. If you returned to the team sooner, there would be fewer incidents like this. I certainly do not possess such influence, Maltini replied, forcing a laugh. Did you come today simply to check on this old man? Is there any other reason? Huang Kevin countered. Do you have a lovely sister at home? Let us not say that. My sister is a delightful girl. Perhaps you believe that, but I remain unconvinced. Huang Kevin shook his head. He had yet to encounter any particularly attractive sisters among the team. Maltini turned to Huang Kevin and asked, would you be interested in endorsing my clothing line? As long as the price is right, Huang Kevin replied. Maldini spoke of the brand Seat-Years, which he co-founded with his national team companion, Vieri. The emblem features a cartoonish red heart, symbolizing that everything begins from the heart, with enthusiasm, positivity, and motivation as the core values of the brand. During his time at Inter Milan, Vieri celebrated his goals while donned in a jersey emblazoned with this logo. The brand's positioning is somewhat akin to that of the European fashion label Zara, with comparable pricing. The garments are rather ordinary. In a few years, they will enter domestic malls. Huang Kevin had previously purchased items from the brand, finding them slightly cheaper than Jack Jones at the time. The product designs are not particularly aesthetically pleasing, as the logo constrains the clothing's creativity. However, in Europe, commerce is paramount. Huang Kevin's endorsements in the business realm are managed by a lady of high standing. According to Huang Kevin's market rate, endorsing a lesser-known brand commands a higher fee than that of a well-established one, as the value proposition differs significantly. Endorsing a prestigious brand can position your image in bustling commercial districts and transit stations worldwide, a feat unattainable by smaller labels. Never mind. I shall discuss this matter with Barbara when I have the time, Maldini remarked, aware that conversing with Huang Kevin would yield no fruitful results. He then shifted the topic, saying, that boy Chris, he has been pilfering money from home. I truly have no recourse. I recall you once took money from the house when you were young. Adriana chimed in with a smile as she brought out some snacks. Maldini, taken aback, defended himself, saying, that happened only once, and I was punished for it. I never stole money again. Chris is merely experiencing this for the first time, Adriana noted, and he did it to buy Christmas gifts for his friends. It is not an entirely negative act. Damn it, I only took 500 lira back then. Chris, that little rascal, has swiped 200 euros from my wallet. Maldini exclaimed, somewhat agitated. The smallest denomination of Italian lira paper currency was 1,000 lira. 500 lira was in coin form. In Maldini's youth, it was roughly equivalent to $8, which had significant purchasing power. Upon hearing this, Huang Kevin's eyes lit up. 200 euros is indeed a considerable sum, he remarked with a furrowed brow. See, even Kevin agrees. Maldini pointed out excitedly. But Chris is still a child, Adriana interjected. He is nearly 10 years old. At my age, children that size were already working to support themselves. In Sicily, some 9-year-olds worked in quarries or as domestic servants, while Chris is still stealing from home. Noticing Adriana's displeasure, Huang Kevin quickly intervened, saying, Paul, discussing matters from the last century is pointless. Times have changed. Those child laborers often met untimely ends, and you surely do not wish for Chris to share their fate. Adriana vigorously nodded in agreement, exclaiming, exactly, he is your son. That is precisely my point. Maldini retorted. Huang Kevin then beckoned both individuals to sit beside him. The scene felt remarkably familiar. Indeed, within the team, he played the role of a mediator. Little did he expect that off the field, he would also assume such a role. That 600,000 salary was certainly well-deserved. Adriana is right to be concerned for the child. After all, times have changed. Huang Kevin continued, noticing the displeasure on Maldini's face as he held his arm. However, Paul also speaks the truth. In our country, there is a saying, a child who steals a needle will grow up to steal gold. There are many similar proverbs, wisdom passed down from the ancients. If children do not learn the difference between right and wrong early on, they may easily turn to crime as they grow older, emboldened by their ignorance of the consequences of theft. See, I told you, Kevin is absolutely right. I worry that Chris will turn to a life of crime. Maldini shouted. His voice strained. Adriana refrained from arguing. Despite her concern for the child, she wished for him to learn and grow properly. With a look of urgency, she turned to Huang Kevin and asked, so, what do you suggest we do? Discipline. Huang Kevin replied vehemently. Discipline? I have already done that, Maldini responded. It's precisely why she's upset with me. Honestly, it's about time to face some hardships, Huang Kevin urged Maldini. When you discipline a child, It must be done with finesse. If the implement is too thick, like one with a diameter of 20 centimeters, it could cause harm. What? A 20-centimeter diameter? Do you take me for an elephant? Maldini retorted, exasperated. I recommend using bamboo. It's effective for swatting the bottom or the hands without causing serious injury. And it serves as a lasting lesson. You can purchase a bamboo switch from that shop in Chinatown. Mention my name for a discount. I'll head there shortly. And when Chris returns, he shall receive a surprise. Maldini nodded in agreement. Feeling satisfied with the conversation, Huang Kevin asked, "May I take a look in Christian's room?" Although we should respect a child's privacy, understanding their thoughts is equally important. As an outsider, I can approach this matter with more objectivity. If I find nothing amiss, I won't mention it to you, sparing you any discomfort. That sounds best, Adriana agreed, feeling grateful for Kevin's kindness. His proposed solution could help alleviate tensions between them and the child. If there were no issues, they could proceed as if nothing had happened. If there were, privacy would no longer be a concern. She led him upstairs. "Please, go ahead, but do not make a mess." Adriana gestured towards the room. "Rest assured, I can discern any issues with just a glance," Huang Kevin assured her as he entered. Once inside, and noticing that Adriana was not at the door, he swiftly pulled out a handful of white objects from his pocket and tossed them onto the floor, kicking them under the bed. After a moment's thought, he picked up one of Christian's socks with 2 fingers and flung it beneath the bed as well. After lingering in the room for a few minutes, Huang Kevin emerged and remarked to Adriana, "There should be no issues. I believe Christian is a good child." "Thank you so much, Kevin. You have helped us resolve numerous troubles." Maldini's wife expressed her heartfelt gratitude. "Not at all. We are all good friends." As Huang Kevin descended the stairs and donned his coat, he remarked, "I have a few matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." "See you at the team," responded Maldini, seated on the sofa, without rising. Adriana accompanied Huang Kevin to the door. "Mr. Kevin, where are we headed?" Once inside the vehicle, the bodyguard Neo swiftly discarded a chocolate wrapper and wiped his hands. "To Maria Constanlis Standard Primary School." "Understood, Mr. Kevin." The bodyguard did not inquire further and promptly started the engine. Huang Kevin glanced at his phone. It was already past 3 o'clock. By this time, Christian should have finished school and either be on his way home or already training with the Milan youth team. It was unlikely he would encounter that lad at the school. Excellent. Since Christian had set his sights on him, it was time to teach him a valuable lesson. Upon arrival, Huang Kevin adjusted his attire slightly and made his way inside. The security personnel showed no intent to stop him. Huang Kevin had gained considerable notoriety in Milan, and he was not one to be modest about it. Indeed, the private school boasted exceptional facilities, ample space, and extensive greenery. The educational building was quite striking, its white walls and orange roof easily recognizable from afar. Once inside the building, Huang Kevin signed several autographs before inquiring about the principal's office. After knocking and entering, the principal looked up to see Huang Kevin, and his face broke into a wide smile. "Kevin, are you here to enroll Filippo's son?" The slender principal said with an understanding smile. "I know that Inzaghi has recently found himself in some trouble, so you're here to assist a friend, right?" Huang Kevin pondered. If he were unaware of the circumstances, he too might believe that Inzaghi had an illegitimate child. Since everyone else seemed to accept this notion, he decided to play along as if it were true. "Our school has many children of prominent figures. Even Paolo Maldini's child attends here. He must have recommended you. So you can rest assured." The principal poured 2 glasses of water, handing one to Huang Kevin. "I would like to see the environment first." "Who is the homeroom teacher for Paolo's child?" Huang Kevin, disinterested in further explanations, asked directly. "I'll take you there. You've come at a perfect time. We are preparing for an event, otherwise, we would have already finished for the day." "I truly appreciate it," Huang Kevin replied as he followed the principal, who took the opportunity to boast about the illustrious history of their school. "Here we are." After descending the stairs, the principal opened the door to an office. As Huang Kevin stepped inside, he was suddenly surrounded by 2 enthusiastic teachers. "Kevin, the living Kevin," exclaimed one female teacher, excitedly clutching his arm, while the other remained silent. Equally thrilled, Huang Kevin feared she might faint from excitement. "This is Ms. Pandya, and this is Ms. Elena, who is in charge of Christian's class." The principal awkwardly introduced them before turning to leave. How embarrassing. He had hoped to impress the superstar with the school's reputation, but now it seemed a complete disaster. The principal has resolutely decided to convene a meeting for the teachers tomorrow, aiming to enhance the spiritual development of educators. Huang Kevin continuously reassured the two female teachers, managing to extricate his arm from their grasp. The malevolent forces of capitalism have insidiously attempted to corrupt his will, yet fortunately, Huang remained steadfast. He was not particularly enamored with the two female teachers and hastily sought refuge in a corner. These two women were rather intimidating. Kevin, I am your fan. I purchased the number 10 jersey for both of the past 2 seasons, exclaimed Elena, brimming with excitement. Thank you for your support, Huang Kevin replied with a smile. I bought one too, exclaimed teacher Pantia as she returned to her seat, raising her hand. If you wish to see it, you can come to my house. I will wear it for you. Ahem. Huang Kevin nearly choked on his drink. What an unexpected turn of events. Milan is not even that warm. How did she come to think of herself as a Japanese teacher? Ignore that crazy woman, Elena said as she poured a cup of coffee for Huang Kevin and settled beside him. So what hobbies do you enjoy? Huang Kevin inquired. Today's circumstances were rather unfavorable. He needed to take the initiative and not allow others to lead him by the nose. I love playing tennis and watching movies, Elena replied enthusiastically. What a coincidence. I also enjoy watching films, Huang Kevin nodded in agreement. Really? That's wonderful. We could watch a movie together sometime. Yes, if time permits, Huang Kevin replied nonchalantly. Kevin, did you know? My entire family are Milan fans. I attended the match at San Siro when you made your debut, and at that moment, I believed you would become a Ballon d'Or winner. Huang Kevin discreetly withdrew his hand and said, Thank you for your support. I truly admire families like yours. All devoted Milan fans, it shows great heritage. Even if I have children, I will ensure they support Milan. That is splendid, Huang Kevin nodded. You know Christian, right? Paolo Maldini's son. Yes, he is in our class. That little rascal can be quite a handful. I am aware, Huang Kevin sighed. That child is intelligent but has little interest in studying. Indeed. Elena nodded vigorously as if pecking at grains. Therefore, I would like to ask you to pay special attention to Christian. He is a good child who needs an exceptional teacher to guide him. I believe you can do it. Huang Kevin earnestly grasped Elena's hands. I certainly can. Elena nodded fervently, the sound of her neck joints audible to Huang Kevin, which was somewhat concerning. I truly appreciate your willingness. That boy has a penchant for having others complete his homework, so please ensure to thoroughly review his assignments. Huang Kevin urged as he helped Elena to her feet. If he lingered any longer, he feared he might be unable to extricate himself from this situation today. Rest assured, I will keep a close eye on Christian. Elena accompanied Huang Kevin as he exited. Seated in his chair, Pantia let out a cold snort before rising to spit into Elena's cup, subsequently taking away the coffee cup belonging to Huang Kevin. Upon exiting the school gates, Huang Kevin withdrew a necklace from his pocket and placed it into Elena's palm, stating, I have always believed this necklace deserves a fitting owner. And today it has found one, so please do not refuse me. Thank you, Kevin. Elena responded, her eyes brimming with tears. She had never anticipated that Kevin would be so approachable. Now, I entrust Christian to you, Huang Kevin said before opening the car door and urging the bodyguard to hasten. Through the rearview mirror, he noticed the female teacher standing still. Sometimes being handsome can be a curse. He believed that after today, teacher Elena would diligently oversee Christian's studies. The young master would surely gain admission to a prestigious university and become a renowned scientist. Eventually looking back with gratitude at the anonymous benefactor, Uncle Kevin. On his way home, the young master had already returned, having left the Milan team early due to feeling unwell. Chris, Mom is coming in to help you with your laundry. Adriana knocked on the door. Okay, Mom. The young master, engrossed in his video game, lazily rolled onto his bed and feigned unconsciousness. Adriana gathered her son's discarded clothes and tossed them into the basket. Upon noticing that one sock was missing, she inquired in annoyance, Where is the other sock? Did I not tell you to put them together? I did put it away. The young master replied weakly. You child, truly. Adriana shook her head as she crouched down to search for the missing sock. Soon, she discovered it beneath the bed. As she bent down to retrieve it, she also grabbed a peculiar white object. Adriana's eyes widened. She quickly discerned that it was not hers. While relief washed over her, anxiety soon followed. She refrained from questioning further, placing the item into the basket and swiftly descending the stairs. Paul, look at this. What on earth is going on? Making such a commotion? Paul Martini was taken aback upon seeing the object in Adriana's hand. Found it in that boy's room. Yes, under the bed. Gazing at the cotton underwear that could easily fit 2 of his heads, Paul Martini's expression darkened ominously. While early maturity in children was not uncommon in Europe, this taste was quite another matter. What on earth was this? Columbus? Paul Martini resolved that today he must properly educate his son. Kevin was right. If this child was not disciplined now, it would be disastrous. He could tolerate his son being a rascal like Inzaghi, but at the very least, Inzaghi had a sense of aesthetic. Later that evening, the Martini mansion echoed with cries of despair. "Dad, I was wrong. I will never steal money again." Upon hearing this, Paul Martini only intensified his discipline. After signing with AC Milan, I began to relax. Huang Kevin, upon returning home, noticed a system notification and recalled the features displayed on the panel, which he had completely forgotten. Typically, this skill remained inconspicuous, leading him to overlook its significance. He had refrained from being too reckless, considering the safety concerns in Europe. However, now he thought, why fear? Even if he were to wander through the shantytown behind the train station in the dead of night, there would be no issue. Having resolved his concerns, Huang Kevin examined the system's previous notification. To his astonishment, the effect was immediate. This was the most he had ever achieved with the young master. Clicking on the destiny display, a vivid scene unfolded before him. What on earth? He mused, realizing he had inadvertently created a metropolitan warrior. The young master indeed possessed a fierce spirit. Huang Kevin concluded that he must cultivate a good relationship with him. One mistake should not lead to a complete abandonment of their connection. He needed to discuss matters with Maldini, as not everything could be resolved through force. Just look at the state of the children. Educating them requires more than just discipline. Reasoning is equally essential. The next time he encountered the young master, he would advise him to let go of grudges. Holding on to resentment at such a young age is unacceptable. The Bible states that a wise person is slow to anger and that forgiving others' transgressions is a mark of honor. One should learn from Uncle Kevin and cultivate the ability to forgive others. On January 18th, Milan hosted Ascoli, and within 5 minutes of the match, Dida assisted Inzaghi, scoring the only goal of the game. As the match concluded, Huang Kevin promptly called Dida to congratulate him on his assist, which deeply moved Dida. That evening, Huang Kevin received a new contract from Nintendo. Staring at the contract brought back by the young lady, he was utterly bewildered. They want to renew the contract because your focus on gaming from the bench contributed to the success of their new game, she explained with a smile. All right, tell them to send over the new cartridges. Huang Kevin appreciated such manufacturers, plenty of money and little hassle. He had thought he might be facing legal troubles, but unexpectedly, Nintendo presented him with a new contract, the amount of which exceeded the previous one by 50%, akin to finding money lying around. However, Huang Kevin's joy was short-lived. The next day, arrested Kaka knocked on his door early in the morning. Rubbing his eyes, Huang Kevin opened the door and asked, "Ricardo, what brings you here so early?" Kaka, with an eager smile, replied, "The paralysis ring." "Paralysis ring? Do I look like a paralysis ring to you?" Huang Kevin retorted, feeling that if he didn't get more sleep, he might just become paralyzed himself. Who would have thought it would be his own brother? Huang Kevin could only sigh as he led Kaka back to the living room and opened the computer. It seemed rather foolish to acquire an endorsement for the sake of a ring. He was well aware of the folly of buying the box while neglecting the pearl within. In Fuma Valley, he encountered the wealthy gentleman once more, adorned with a paralyzing ring. Unable to withstand Kaka's gaze any longer, he resorted to his ultimate tactic, using his Taoist incantations on the affluent man. "Oh, dear sir, might you offer a discount on the dragon-patterned sword you are selling? Invincible war god. What price do you propose?" "Oh, dear sir, how about half? I'm just a university student, lacking sufficient funds." "Invincible war god. Fine then. But you must add me on QQ afterwards." "Oh, dear sir, certainly. However, I seem to be lost and have no means to return home. Would you come to the Flame Palace?" "Invincible war god, I'll be right there." Once the business was concluded, Huang Kevin turned to Kaka and said, "Prepare yourself. We are going to ambush him." "All right." Kaka nodded with excitement. Approximately 10 minutes later, while Huang Kevin was engaged in casting the Holy Battle Armor spell, he noticed a warrior clad in the Holy Battle set entering the Flame Palace. In an instant, he unleashed a dual poison attack combined with a Soul Fire Talisman, summoning his dog as well. Kaka responded swiftly, maneuvering the dragon-slaying warrior to charge forward. "Kevin, I can't hold him off." Huang Kevin glanced at the screen, utterly stunned. Of course, with a host of bodyguards accompanying him, the wealthy gentleman was not one to be trifled with. A barbaric charge could only knock back 2 opponents at most. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Huang Kevin immediately pressed the return button. Moments later, Kaka lamented, "Kevin, the dragon-slaying sword has dropped again." Huang Kevin, accustomed to such occurrences, promptly picked up the phone and made a call. A few minutes later, the entire second district experienced a disconnection. An announcement was posted on the official website, stating that due to technical adjustments, the second district would undergo temporary maintenance, and a rollback would be initiated upon completion. Huang Kevin recognized that the affluent gentleman was not naive. Assaulting him for equipment was unrealistic. To obtain the paralyzing ring, Kaka would need to sacrifice himself. After all, one becomes accustomed to such advertisements with time. Days later, while playing away against Messina, Kaka, now in possession of the paralyzing ring, exploded onto the scene with 3 goals and 1 assist, nearly solidifying his position as Milan's second-in-command. Naturally, the primary leader was the oft-injured Huang. This was not Huang Kevin's self-proclamation. Italian fans online universally held this belief. Despite Huang's limited appearances in matches, his highlights were captivating. Television stations frequently replayed them, and fans of other teams recognized that Huang was extraordinary. Just as Kaka began to shine, he sustained an injury during training. Huang Kevin and Kaka spent their days at home playing Legend, sipping several bottles of blessed oil daily. On January 28th, during Milan's home match against Sampdoria, Kaka, Huang Kevin, and the unfortunate Inzaghi finally reunited in the stands. Inzaghi had been in excellent form lately, even edging out Toni in the starting lineup competition. However, just before this match, while walking down the street, a student accidentally kicked a ball onto the road, and Inzaghi, in an attempt to impress the young ones with his flashy skills, ended up injuring himself. Thus, our trio of swordsmen found themselves reunited once more in the stands. Inzaghi exclaimed with excitement. Huang Kevin produced a gaming console and remarked, "Last time we sat in the stands, you streaked at San Siro. And before that, you lost 100-000 to Kevin and me." Kaka interjected with a playful jab. "Money is of no concern to me. I possess plenty," Inzaghi retorted defiantly. "My net annual salary is 6 million, he added. "Mine is 4 million euros, Kaka shrugged. Inzaghi felt as though he had become the most impoverished among the trio, despite always being the one with the most extravagant spending habits. Eventually, he fell silent while Huang Kevin and Kaka continued to enjoy their game. Shevchenko scored in the 13th minute, prompting Inzaghi to shout, "Aren't you Milan players? Don't you care about the team?" "How should we care?" Huang Kevin questioned. "Let us wager on whether Milan will win. I bet they will." "What do you say?" Inzaghi said, putting an arm around Huang Kevin and Kaka's shoulders. "Fine, letting you win once won't hurt." Huang Kevin nodded in agreement. "All right, 200-000 if you lose. Each of you owes me 100-000. The match did not unfold as Inzaghi had anticipated. By halftime, the score remained 1-0. In the 79th minute, Sampdoria's winger Gabbiadini equalized. Huang Kevin and Kaka put away the gaming console, watching Inzaghi's animated reactions. Krlik couldn't help but comment on Inzaghi's fervor even from the stands. "Damn it, Shevchenko, score already. And you, Andre, your passing is worse than that of a youth player. For heaven's sake, why can't we score?" As time wore on, Inzaghi grew increasingly agitated. Unfortunately, Milan did not manage to score again, settling for a 1-1 draw with Sampdoria. Inzaghi remained the same generous spirit, unchanged in the slightest. Although AC Milan did not secure a victory, the match still stirred considerable excitement domestically. After the match, Huang Kevin went to the locker room and gathered his teammates to record a New Year-esque greeting video, which he uploaded online upon returning home. January 29th marked the Lunar New Year, making the timing of the message perfect. Huang Kevin and his partner enjoyed a simple yet warm spring festival at home. In early February, the store refreshed once more. Template 10-000 fate points, 4-000 points, 3-500 points. Skills 2-000 points, 100 points. Items 20 points. Special items 1-000 points. Huang Kevin was astonished. This time, the store featured both star players and goal-scoring machines. With 630 points, he could already purchase the Hamsik template. However, Hamsik's speed and explosiveness were somewhat lacking, making him less suitable for a winger role. As for Carroll, he would remain with Liverpool. Still, the price was 120 points. Huang Kevin was indeed curious about the features available, but he couldn't justify spending 1,000 fate points just to play as Beckham. On February 5th Milan drew 0-0 away against Lazio, with Nesta receiving a red card. The consecutive draws left Milan fans quite dissatisfied, and once again, the stands echoed with calls for Kevin's substitution. Regrettably, Huang Kevin was not present on the substitutes bench. 3 days later, AC Milan triumphed over Treviso with a resounding 5-0 victory. Shevchenko scored twice, while Inzaghi, Kaka, and Toni each contributed a goal, delivering a thrilling victory that momentarily alleviated the pressure from Milan's fans. Subsequently, they secured a 4-1 win against Cagliari, amassing a remarkable total of 9 goals across 2 matches. Meanwhile, Huang Kevin, engrossed in his gaming at home, was contemplating his return to the field. As he browsed through online forums, a wave of dismay washed over him. It was certain that he would feature in the Champions League. He had discerned a pattern. Huang Kevin only played against formidable teams. If he feigned injury, he would be the first to contest it. His friend made a valid point, and he too felt that Huang Kevin was on the verge of returning. Werder Bremen posed a formidable challenge, and without Huang's presence, AC Milan risked defeat. Chelsea's encounter with Barcelona was indeed dire. They were beset by injuries and faced the reigning champions of La Liga. Arsenal, however, remained invincible, even against Real Madrid. Juventus should be able to triumph over Bayern Munich. Right? It is said that Serie A has the upper hand over the Bundesliga. In their 4 encounters, Juventus and Bayern have each claimed 2 victories, making the outcome uncertain. Liverpool's draw against Benfica seemed a favorable matchup, while Inter Milan's pairing with Ajax appeared to be a guaranteed passage. Benfica still possessed some strength, though, and the Eredivisie was in decline. Werder Bremen undeniably had prowess. The combination of Klose and Klasnic was formidable, complemented by Miku's ability to deliver precise passes. Rest assured, Huang Kevin would emerge to showcase his talent. Closing his computer, he began to ponder whether he should partake in the Champions League. Those naysayers had indeed discovered a pattern. If this continued, wouldn't his secrets be unveiled? Upon further reflection, Huang Kevin decided it was best to rejoin the team. He could not allow the fear of being predictable to deter him from important matches. Should Milan fall to Werder Bremen, his aspirations of defending the Champions League title would become a distant dream. He resolved to forge his own path, indifferent to the opinions of others. Throughout his life, he had acted with autonomy, unperturbed by external commentary. On days when he felt particularly vexed, he would not hesitate to send them a lawyer's letter. As the Milan squad landed at the Bremen City airport, they were met with an environment steeped in history. Initially developed by a Zeppelin club and significantly cared for by the Allies during the war, later rebuilt in peacetime. The seasoned Londoners at this airport dared not speak loudly, fearing the emergence of Zeppelins overhead. Upon completing security checks, they were immediately besieged by reporters at the exit. Mr. Ancelotti, what are your thoughts on Hoeneß's remarks? Matthias claims Bremen is currently the strongest team in Germany. What do you think? Hoeneß stated that players who cannot participate in at least 30 matches in a season do not deserve high salaries. Kevin, do you think this is directed at you? Matthias suggested that Bremen's unity could target AC Milan. Is that accurate? Klinsmann remarked that Matthias's comments are akin to flatulence. What is your opinion? Under the protection of security, the Milan players squeezed onto the bus, while the reporters screeched like cats whose tails had been stepped on. Kevin, answer my question, Kevin. With one foot already on the first step of the bus, Huang Kevin turned back and smiled, saying, I concur with your last 2 statements. Kevin, which 2 sentences? Unfortunately, Huang Kevin did not respond and boarded the bus directly. Bremen is indeed a formidable team now. However, the words of these German veterans may not be entirely sincere. The mere mention of these 3 names by the reporter reveals a multitude of contradictions among them. Infighting is notorious in Belgium, the Netherlands, and even France. Yet, the Germans are not lacking in this regard. Factions have been known to form during the World Cup, leading to players undermining their coaches. Klinsmann's defense of Milan is likely a move against Matthias. The rivalry between these 2 could fill volumes. Matthias's praise for Bremen might not be genuine. It could merely be an attempt to undermine his former club, Bayern. In a previous life, Matthias often found amusement at Bayern's expense, whether by influencing Podolski's transfer or criticizing the club's management. Huang Kevin was disinclined to get involved and attract attention. It would be better for those 3 to enjoy themselves. With the World Cup approaching, these veterans began to resurface, eager to remind fans of their presence. Upon arriving at the hotel, the energetic players dispersed in small groups seeking leisure. Shall we go for a swim and unwind? Inzaghi inquired as he entered the room shared by Huang Kevin and Kaka. That sounds good. Then let's go. On their way to the pool, Inzaghi suggested, how about we have a little competition, but on a smaller scale? Huang Kevin and Kaka exchanged glances, not particularly eager to compete against Inzaghi any longer. Despite his age, Inzaghi's competitive spirit remained strong, and his modest salary hardly justified such endeavors. If this continued, Inzaghi might have to turn to acting to repay debts after retirement. All right, a round trip it is. Okay. Kaka and Huang Kevin did not communicate further, but both refrained from exerting their full effort, allowing Inzaghi to claim victory this time. Elated, Inzaghi insisted on playing cards with the two. By the time he returned to his room around 11, he stubbornly left behind 2 IOUs. A resolute demeanor that tugged at the heartstrings. Huang Kevin mused that perhaps he should genuinely consider introducing Inzaghi to a job in Japan, where the salary seemed decent, especially given Inzaghi's expertise as a striker. On February 22nd, the entire Milan squad arrived early at the Weser Stadium. Bremen's coach, Thomas Schöpf, lacked the confidence exhibited by the German veterans. Schöpf stated, AC Milan is a very strong team, and we have put forth considerable effort to take the initiative. Playing at home is advantageous, but we need more support. I hope the fans can become a vital element of the game today and face this formidable opponent alongside us. Ancelotti raised an eyebrow and remarked, fans are indeed crucial. I have recently perused some literature, and I firmly believe that if the fans wish for Kevin to remain uninjured, he shall not be injured. The significance of Kevin cannot be overstated, so I hope every fan supporting AC Milan and Kevin will pray for him, whether in the stadium or in front of their televisions, wishing for his well-being. The reporters, eager for conversation, were left utterly dumbfounded. When did fans become so crucial during matches? Schöpf's remarks fall within the realm of normalcy. However, listen to what Ancelotti has to say. Fans pray for Kevin to remain unscathed, and thus he shall not be injured. Is it not peculiar for a football coach to concern himself with philosophy rather than tactics? Thomas Schöpf, upon hearing the translation through his earpiece, was momentarily taken aback. He now harbored doubts about the true role of his colleague, Ancelotti. During the changeover, Huang Kevin produced a scratch card. Upon seeing it, Inzaghi merely scoffed in silence. After all, having faced numerous disappointments, he could hardly muster the energy to care. It was fortunate that Huang Kevin did not win. Had he done so, the sight would have troubled Inzaghi for at least 3 days. Filippo, if this card brings good fortune, it's yours, Huang Kevin jested. Did you somehow predict that it would not win? Inzaghi inquired suspiciously. Do you want it or not? Huang Kevin retorted somewhat irritably. Of course I want it. Who wouldn't he be foolish enough to decline? Inzaghi leaned closer to Huang Kevin, watching as he meticulously scratched off the surface with a coin. With each movement of the coin, Inzaghi fell into a stupor. Huang Kevin's frequent wins were the reason he had followed suit and purchased several cards himself. Inzaghi soon recognized it. Second prize. Observing Inzaghi's dazed expression, Huang Kevin chuckled as he placed the card into Inzaghi's locker. This would serve to compensate Inzaghi somewhat. It was time this fellow enjoyed a little respite. Subsequently, Huang Kevin, gazing at his full expectation meter, opted to try his luck in the lottery. Ding! You have won a single match experience card for the 2014 to 2015 La Liga season, featuring Barcelona versus Sevilla, showcasing Neymar. As a winger, Neymar boasts formidable prowess. With Neymar's skills, the king of the left wing would surely enhance ball control and technical attributes, allowing for the flawless execution of any playing style. Huang Kevin shook his head in regret. It seemed that he could not hide his brilliance, no matter how hard he tried. Today, he would demonstrate to the German fans what it truly means to witness the birth of a football king. AC Milan is warming up. Huang Kevin appears to be in exceptional form today, dazzling his teammates with his juggling skills. Indeed, but this is undoubtedly not favorable news for Werder Bremen. Schöpf is an exemplary coach. He must have devised tactics specifically to counter Huang Kevin. To effectively challenge Huang Kevin, a single Flins is hardly sufficient, Huang Jinxiang remarked. Shaking his head, the discussions within the forum were fervent. What did I say? Huang Kevin returned to the team just for the Champions League. Poor Werder Bremen. I had hoped to see Klose lift the Champions League trophy. Ever since the 2002 World Cup, I've been a fan of Klose. But now with Huang Kevin in the mix, it seems Bremen is doomed. Fortunately, I've wised up this time. I predict Huang Kevin will receive the ball in the forward area from Miku, turn, and deliver a precise through pass to Klose. As Stam lunges for the interception, Klose will deftly pull back before swiftly driving the ball into the penalty area. Nesta will turn just in time to clear the ball before Krasniq can make a play. During the corner kick, AC Milan's erroneous pass from the back almost resulted in a goal conceded. Werder Bremen's offense is indeed formidable under the guidance of Coach Schaff. Their attacking prowess ranks among the best in Europe. When a corner is taken, one must keep a vigilant eye on Klose, surely. Fans recall his 5-header goals during the 2002 World Cup. Milan's penalty area is crowded. Aside from the Kaka duo in the forward line, Bremen's midfielders also possess notable attacking abilities, exemplified by Frings, who originally played as a forward. This is a quintessential team characterized by a strong offense and a weak defense. Their secret to victory lies in scoring one more goal than their opponents, a style of play that has garnered a substantial following. Schultz makes a run and sends the ball towards the center. Stam and Borowski, both towering figures exceeding 1.90 m, leap simultaneously. Though their heights are comparable, their weights differ, with Stam being 10 kilograms heavier, granting him a significant advantage in aerial duels. Pushing past Borowski, Stam heads the ball out of the penalty area. Upon receiving the ball, Mikuk is immediately pressured by Pirlo. The French midfielder quickly plays a lateral pass. Schultz, now on the flank, receives the ball and notices a lack of defenders, swiftly adjusting and unleashing a powerful strike. With a resounding thud, the ball hurtles towards the small box. Dida, obstructed in his line of sight, struggles to find a position to make a save. However, the ball deflects off Krasniq, altering its trajectory. Dida immediately dives. Yet Klose's foot makes contact, sending the ball into the far corner. No goalkeeper could possibly save a shot with such double deflection. Klose. At 4 minutes and 22 seconds into the match, Werder Bremen successfully scores from their first corner kick opportunity. The congestion in the penalty area was excessive. After Mikuk distributed the ball, the AC Milan players remained in anticipation of Schultz's cross, showing no intention of vacating the penalty area. Indeed, their presence hindered Dida's visibility. Although he attempted a save, fortune played a significant role. No one could have stopped that shot. Stam and Nesta prepare to share responsibility. Seeing this, Maldini quickly intervenes, advising, "It's still early in the match. This is not the time to assign blame. The defense operates as a unit. You must cooperate effectively to avoid issues." Nesta remains silent, still grappling with the repercussions of their previous positioning on the right flank. They had previously formed a solid partnership in the center. But with Stam shifting to right back and Nesta to right center back, problems became apparent. Initially, it was manageable, but prolonged exposure led to disagreements. Even now, as they return to their roles in central defense, they struggle to regain their former synergy. Following the restart, Milan does not immediately launch an attack. As the opposing team presses forward, Pirlo finally distributes the ball to the left flank. Frings accelerates forward. Kevin Huang, upon receiving the pass, swiftly turns and flicks the ball with his heel, sending it behind Frings and sprinting to reclaim possession. Kevin. The back-to-goal maneuver is executed flawlessly. Ballon charges towards Kevin. This defensive midfielder is quite speedy, yet he cannot impede Kevin's advance. Deep-fried meatballs. Kevin deftly maneuvered past Ballon with a fried ball. Ronaldo charged towards Kevin. This Brazilian defender was actually named Ronaldo, but due to the immense pressure associated with that name, he opted to print Ronaldo on the back of his jersey. Even if he were a defender akin to Ronaldo, he would still struggle to impede Kevin, especially with one syllable less. Ronaldo seized his opportunity well. Just as Kevin had bypassed Ballon, Ronaldo lunged forward. Kevin could only shield the ball with his back, realizing that his opponent was prepared. In response, he deftly flicked the ball with his toes and sent it soaring into the air. The ball leapt before him, and Kevin lifted his thigh to juggle it once more, causing it to rise even higher. His circus-like display captivated everyone's attention on the field, even piquing the curiosity of the Milan players regarding his next move. The atmosphere at the Weserstadion was filled with a chorus of boos, and the broadcast director was eager to zoom in on Kevin, allowing fans worldwide to witness the spectacle. At the moment the ball descended, Kevin suddenly pivoted and maneuvered behind it. Ronaldo's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not fathom how someone of similar height to him could exhibit such agility. Ronaldo dared not underestimate him. He was not Ronaldo, after all. Yet, even Ronaldo would not belittle the newly crowned Ballon d'Or winner. As Kevin made contact with the ball, Ronaldo swiftly positioned himself. But the speed of his lateral movement paled in comparison to Kevin's forward advance. The ball was nudged into the penalty area by Kevin. Ronaldo, unable to turn in time, could only continue his sideward chase. Struggling to maintain his rhythm, Naldo stumbled, his feet intertwining, and he barely managed to take 2 steps with his hands supporting him. Yet he still fell behind. Kevin entered the penalty area with the ball. Ovomojira, approaching from the left, attempted a sliding tackle. Kevin skillfully pulled the ball back, narrowly evading the opponent's studs. The 2 defenders, Failinghurst and Schultz, had no time to think and rushed towards Kevin. Failinghurst, closer to Kevin, leaned on his arm as if offering him a semblance of confidence. Just as Failinghurst prepared to poke the ball away, Kevin sprang into action. With a swift motion, Kevin pulled the ball back with his left foot, flicking it to the right and turning smoothly. Failinghurst, who had been leaning on him, found himself unable to follow suit. He feared applying too much pressure and instinctively released his grip on Kevin. Holding on would have resulted in a foul. Naldo and Ballon, having regained their footing, stumbled back towards the penalty area to block Kevin's path, joined by Schultz on the left and Ovomojira, who had just regained his footing after the slide. With his back to the goal, Kevin Huang receives the ball, surrounded by as many as 4 defenders from various angles. He deftly nudges the ball with his foot, prompting Ballon to shift right, anticipating a direct pass to Kaka. Pass it. Inzaghi, eager and anxious, positions himself on the left flank for support. Kevin turns his head at the sound of his name, and several Bremen players instinctively glance in his direction. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Kevin makes his move. With the outside of his right foot, he deftly flicks the ball and immediately hooks it back with his toes. A swift flick of the tail successfully draws in several defenders, who mistakenly believe Kevin intends to break through to the left. The entire encirclement shifts towards the sideline. Unbeknownst to them, when the ball is hooked back, it is situated just behind Kevin's left leg. This is no blunder. With a forceful push from his calf, Kevin sends a pass behind him. The ball swiftly rolls from the left side of the penalty area to the right. A red figure dashes into the box, effortlessly creating a one-on-one opportunity. Shevchenko takes 2 steps, adjusting his stance just before the small box. He unleashes a powerful shot with his right foot, sending the ball swiftly towards the bottom left corner. Wisely positioned to defend against Shevchenko, Weiss hurriedly dives, but alas, human speed cannot compare to that of the ball. The ball crosses the goal line, plunging into the left side of the net. Thud. Weiss, who has just landed, can only sigh as he watches the ball. Damn it. Our defenders have been outmaneuvered by a single individual. Shevchenko. Shevchenko strikes into the far corner. I bet Shevchenko wants to kiss Kevin right now. Every forward wishes to play alongside Kevin. This goal is the finest testament to that. From the moment Kevin received the ball in midfield, with his back to the defenders, he executed a perfect feint to bypass Ballon. When Naldo closed in, Kevin employed street football techniques, flicking the ball and turning it into the penalty area. He then halted abruptly to evade a flying tackle, deftly shaking off Failinghurst. As he dribbled back, he was flanked by no fewer than 4 defenders, leaving Bremen's penalty area vacant, all focused on Kevin. Inzaghi called for the ball on the flank, and Kevin turned to divert the defenders' attention, swiftly performing a flick that led the Bremen defenders to believe he would break through, allowing them to cede space. Ultimately, Kevin delivered a lateral pass to the right, a movement that was simply an S. 9 seconds. Credelli exclaimed, his voice rising. Kevin completed all his technical maneuvers in just 9 seconds. From the moment he bypassed Borilovsky to the assist for Shiva, it took merely 9 seconds. With so many technical actions, my goodness, Kevin Sauls must be on fire. I have a feeling that Kevin embodies the spirit of Brazil more than any other player on the field today. He is dancing the samba in Bremen's penalty area. Perhaps the statue on Christ the Redeemer in Rio de Janeiro should be replaced with one of Kevin. In the stands, ecstatic fans of Rossoneri fervently beat against the barrier, chanting a single name. Kevin, Kevin, Kevin. The goal may not be dazzling enough. It can only serve as a backdrop. Shevchenko had grown accustomed to the moment. Indeed, the goal was largely attributable to Huang Kevin's brilliance. In an instant, Shevchenko was engulfed by his jubilant teammates. What a splendid pass. Damn it, Kevin, you little rascal. Truly magnificent, but you ought to have passed it to me, Inzaghi exclaimed, exuberantly expressing his excitement. Previously, Huang Kevin predominantly employed a concise European style of play. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted, as if strolling down the streets of Sao Paulo and witnessing a youth juggling a mango. Each style of play had its merits. Yet samba football undeniably possessed a greater allure. 7 minutes and 31 seconds. Tassati announced, glancing at the stopwatch. Brilliant. Ancelotti, who had remained silent until then, suddenly raised his arm and declared, "I knew it." With Kevin's immense popularity, the fans must be extraordinarily potent. Now I finally comprehend the key to Kevin's injury-free performance. The curse, the essence of breaking that curse lies in the thoughts of the fans. Damn it. I must return and enhance the willpower reception device. The previously silent Weser Stadion erupted into a chorus of boos after a brief pause. Shevchenko's goal and Huang Kevin's dribbling ultimately pleased no one but themselves. Werder Bremen resumed play from the midfield. Klose passed the ball to Klasnik, who swiftly returned it to Miku. Miku controlled the tempo slightly before sending it back to Ballon. Werder Bremen was a team that revered attack, yet they were not devoid of intellect. Had Miku not been born in France, he would have long been a mainstay in the national team. Schultz assisted by pushing the ball forward to Miku. Without pausing, Miku flicked the ball up, using his body to maneuver past Pirlo, then delivering a precise pass to the left wing. Klose, receiving the ball with his back to goal, found himself challenged by Stam. Spotting Miku on the wing, Klose executed a back pass. Miku, upon receiving the ball, used his arm for balance and skillfully flicked it. The ball arced gracefully toward the goal. A startled Dida, positioned too far forward, desperately sprinted back, leaping to deflect the ball over the crossbar. What a shot! Miku's effort was quite imaginative, attempting a lob from 30 meters out. The main issue was Dida's advanced positioning, focused on Klose's through ball, not anticipating Miku's strike. Another corner kick. AC Milan conceded their first goal from a corner, caught off guard by Werder Bremen. They must exercise caution now. Maldini stood within the penalty area, orchestrating the defense. The Werder Bremen players boasted impressive height and aerial prowess. The Milan players could not afford to be complacent, guarding against Bremen's threats with utmost vigilance. Huang Kevin glanced around, but ultimately chose to refrain from entering the penalty area. Schultz sent the ball toward the center. A flurry of bodies leaped within the box. Amidst the chaos, the ball was headed toward the right flank. Frings outpaced Cafu, quickly turning and passing back. Baumann, making a timely run, unleashed a long-range shot that sailed over the crossbar. Moments later, Bremen launched another counterattack, Borowski executing a wide cross to the right, with Cafu intercepting just in time to pass it out, reclaiming possession in front of Frings. Pirlo, in the center of the field, found himself entangled with Michael. Attempting to dribble past, Pirlo was thwarted but quickly executed a half-turn, using his calf to deftly launch a lobbed pass. The ball soared towards the left flank. Huang Kevin dashed forward, pivoting, and with his right foot lifted from behind his left leg, he executed a delicate stop, a technique favored by Neymar. Borowski charged towards Huang Kevin, intent on denying him another chance to turn. With a deft touch using the heel of his left foot, Huang Kevin sent the advancing Borowski off balance, causing the ball to ricochet off Borowski's foot and out of play. Noticing Maldini approaching, Huang Kevin sprinted ahead to prepare for the throw-in. He aimed to exploit a narrow gap behind the defenders, yet without turning to assess the situation. It was purely a matter of luck. Securing a throw-in would suffice. Owamoyela closed in on Huang Kevin, prompting him to dart towards the center. Kaka seamlessly swapped positions with him. As the opposing defense faltered in their timing, Maldini executed the throw-in. Kaka extended his foot to deflect the ball towards the center, where Huang Kevin, with little time to ponder, stepped forward with his left foot. His right foot followed suit, pinching the ball between both feet and launching it forward in a rainbow flick. Borowski retaliated with an elbow, and Huang Kevin, clutching his ribs, began to roll on the ground. Bastard! Both Inzaghi and Kaka rushed over, but their focus shifted to Borowski's gaze. Huang Kevin had rolled from the center to the sideline, showing no signs of stopping. This extraordinary scene momentarily captivated Kaka and Inzaghi, making them forget their own positions. After a pause, Cruyff remarked dryly, "Huang Kevin must be releasing some tension." Even as the most ardent supporter of Huang, it was difficult to decipher his intentions. It wasn't until he collided with the advertising boards that he finally came to a halt. Ancelotti, snapping back to reality, shouted, Team Doctor, Team Doctor." 0141 The miracle of Bern, an exquisite chip. Huang's beautiful lob. Breaking down the flank to draw the goalkeeper's attention, he turned and executed a lob, relishing the despair in the goalkeeper's eyes. To friends, he is as gentle as a spring breeze. To foes, he is as merciless as a frigid winter. Huang Kevin has mastered the art of controlling his playing style with finesse, effortlessly switching between techniques. Should this continue, I worry that one day he may lose interest in football, As for him, it is merely a game of running alongside others to ultimately secure victory. Cruyff's anguished cries echoed. The Werder Bremen players, hands on their hips, glared at their opponents celebrating. The expression on Klose's face was one of bitter discontent. The Weserstadion finally comprehended the formidable challenge they faced. Previously, they had mocked Bayern for their apparent fear, while Bayern players had emphasized AC Milan's prowess. Now, the tables had turned. Werder Bremen resumed play with a backward pass. Schultz, on the left flank, seized the ball and began his forward charge to assist. Before reaching the midfield, Gattuso surged forward. Schultz swiftly turned and passed to Flins, who received the ball and delivered a diagonal pass behind Gattuso, hoping to execute a 1-2 play with Schultz. However, Gattuso pivoted quickly, extending his left arm to keep Schultz at bay. The two jostled their way to the center line, where Gattuso seized the ball and executed a rapid side pass. With a sharp snap, Pirlo received the ball and deftly sent a long pass soaring through the air. As the ball descended, Huang Kevin lifted his right calf and executed a scorpion kick, elegantly directing the ball to Kaka in the center. Unmarked, Huang Kevin surged forward once more. Standing still, Borisovski managed to keep pace with Huang Kevin, but as Huang Kevin accelerated, the towering Borisovski was soon left behind. Kaka faced intense pressure from Ballon and swiftly turned to deliver a diagonal pass to the left. Huang Kevin effortlessly controlled the ball, noticing the weakness in the right flank, and sent a long pass with precision. The delivery was impeccable. Shevchenko sprang into action, receiving the ball and charging into the penalty area from the right. Suddenly, with a deft feint, he sidestepped Farlenhurst and unleashed a low shot that was deflected out for a corner by Weiser. A corner for AC Milan. This should be the last offensive play of the first half. On the left side, Huang Kevin has approached the corner. It remains to be seen how he intends to execute it. From his position at the corner flag, Huang Kevin's gaze remained fixed on the center, applying significant pressure on the Werder Bremen players. Aside from Miku, the other three midfielders had retreated to defend the penalty area. Both Maldini and Stam became primary targets for defense. Huang Kevin smiled slightly, knowing well that Kaka would be making a late run. After a brief sprint, Huang Kevin sent the ball towards the top of the penalty arc, but Kaka had surged forward a bit too early, and it was too late for him to retrieve it. Pirlo, waiting behind, saw Huang Kevin's pass and charged in with a long-range shot. Pirlo struck the ball with remarkable steadiness, but perhaps it was too steady. His shot ricocheted off Kaka's calf and soared high. The referee, seeing no further opportunity for an attack, blew the whistle for halftime. Kaka, simultaneously, fell to the ground. "Are you all right?" Pirlo hurried over to inquire. Huang Kevin immediately helped Kaka to his feet. Unless injured, it was unlikely for the ball to cause any harm. Otherwise, football would long have been deemed a perilous sport. After a few movements and feeling fine, Kaka smiled at Pirlo and said, "That was a good shot." Before Pirlo could respond, Inzaghi, rushing over, exclaimed, "That bastard Andrea did it on purpose. He should be taken off." "Get lost," Pirlo shouted, raising his middle finger. Inzaghi punched Pirlo on the arm and dashed into the players' tunnel. "I will surely get him one day," Pirlo said with a mock ferocity. Shiva, Kaka, and Huang Kevin exchanged glances. This was a sentiment they had heard countless times, and Inzaghi was still alive and kicking. Everyone was well aware of the dynamics between the two. On the sidelines, Ancelotti handed over a towel and asked, "Kevin, do you feel anything unusual today?" Huang Kevin thought to himself, the sensation of something affixed to one's back, aside from discomfort, can evoke various feelings. Observing the eager expression on Impang's face, Huang Kevin resolved to weave a benevolent falsehood, allowing Impang to continue his exploration of willpower, which, at the very least, is preferable to concocting potions. "Indeed," Huang Kevin affirmed with a nod. "What does it feel like?" Ancelotti inquired urgently. "I cannot articulate it well. It is rather intricate," Huang replied. "Is it warm and tingling?" Ancelotti elucidated, "Do not fret. This is the marvel of willpower, grounded in scientific principles. In the future, I intend to install a radar at Milanello and San Siro specifically designed to capture willpower, and I shall prepare a receiver for you, thus enhancing its efficacy." Huang Kevin contemplated asking if Ancelotti had perhaps watched the modern Buddha palm. However, upon reflection, he noted that Benitez always traveled with a pair of amphibians. In contrast, Ancelotti's concept of willpower seemed considerably more refined. Huang Kevin nodded vigorously, encouraging Impang to persist in his studies. As Huang Kevin and Ancelotti entered the locker room, Inzaghi hurriedly approached, wrapping his arms around Huang Kaiwen's neck, exclaiming, "Hey, you didn't pass me the ball today." "I promised to pass it to you in the second half," Huang assured him. "That's a promise." "Indeed, in the second half, for sure," Huang Kaiwen proclaimed, giving a thumbs up and praising, "Your positioning in the first half was splendid. If not for your lateral runs drawing defenders, there would have been no opportunity at all." "Humph. Don't think that flattery will please me," Inzaghi replied with a proud tilt of his head. Ancelotti clapped his hands and stepped into the center of the locker room, stating, "Everyone performed admirably. I urge you to forget the score from the first half. Werder Bremen is a formidable opponent, and we must score more goals. Rest assured, I shall find the net." Inzaghi's declaration was met with laughter throughout the locker room. Weiser Stadium, Oesterdijk. Football once again permeates every household. Raise your hands high. Lift the Werder trophy. We are champions, hoisting the cup. Werder Bremen, forever in white and green. Our hearts resonate in unison. You are the coolest fans. And we are the hottest team. Werder Bremen, for eternity. For the new generation of Germany's kings arises once more from the banks of the Weser. The players returned to the pitch. As Werder Bremen kicked off, they immediately launched an aggressive attack. Borowski surged down the right flank, challenging Huang Kaiwen. He attempted to break through, extending his hand to maintain balance. Had Huang Kaiwen not reacted swiftly by ducking, he would certainly have taken a blow to the nose. Borowski crossed the halfway line and swiftly delivered a 45-degree cross from the wing. Klose and Klasnik surged into the penalty area simultaneously. A subtle detail marked their movements. Klasnik advanced first to draw attention, allowing Klose, positioned behind him, to seize the opportune moment. He took a step to the right, positioning himself to outmaneuver Nesta, and leapt, aiming a powerful header. With a swift lateral movement, Dida blocked the header, while Cafu, in the penalty area, swiftly turned and cleared the ball with a powerful kick. In the 51st minute, Werder Bremen launched another offensive. On the left flank, Schultz swiftly advanced with the ball, prompting Gattuso to abandon his post and press forward in pursuit. Schultz executed a wide-ranging pass to the right, where Huang Kaiwen and Borowski vied for possession, only to be forced out of play by the opposition. After regaining the ball, Borowski accelerated with determination. Concerned about the opponent's potential cut-in, Maldini hesitated to engage. In a sudden burst of speed, Borowski reached the byline. Without waiting for Maldini to catch up, Borowski spun and delivered a cross. The ball soared rapidly towards the center of the 6-yard box. Klinsmann, seizing the opportunity, darted into the penalty area and expertly directed a header onto the perfectly placed delivery. Dida was unable to react in time as the ball nestled into the net. The crowd erupted as Klinsmann celebrated with a front flip outside the box, igniting the fervor of the Bremen supporters. Although Klinsmann had only transferred to Bremen less than 2 years prior, he had already become a beloved figure at the Weser Stadium. "Milo, Milo, Milo," echoed the name of the hero throughout the stands. "It's equalized. Klinsmann, we had mentioned the need to mark him on headers." Indeed, Klinsmann's movement is distinctive. He never merely waits for the ball, but is constantly in motion, making him difficult to defend against if one is unfamiliar with his style. Moreover, Klinsmann stands at only 1.84 meters, while most Bundesliga defenders are taller than him, yet he consistently manages to win aerial duels. Miku and the two forwards have established considerable synergy. Now AC Milan is aware of Klinsmann's prowess in the air and has begun to focus on marking the flanks. But if they neglect the center, Miku is poised to make an impact. Indeed, Bremen is an offensively potent team. To triumph over them, one must either possess a stronger attack or defend without error. Maldini turned to embrace Nesta, apologizing, "This one's on me." "Oh, let it go, old man." Nesta chuckled as he gently pushed Maldini's arm away. Though he had a temper, he was also aware of the nuances of the game. This time, it was his advanced positioning that allowed Klinsmann to score unmarked with a header, while Stam had come over to cover Klasnik. It wouldn't be fair to let Maldini take the blame. "Be cautious. Let's not allow that rascal Filippo to mock us," Maldini warned. Nesta and Stam exchanged glances, sensing that Maldini's words signaled an impending crisis. The two elite center-backs clenched their fists, readying themselves for serious defending. Upon resuming play, Bremen's pressing was relentless. Pirlo found himself closely marked by Miku and could only pass the ball back to a teammate. After receiving a lateral pass from Nesta, Maldini quickly launched the ball forward. Kaka, in motion, turned and controlled the ball with his chest. Baumann positioned himself behind Kaka, applying pressure. Huang Kevin and Cafu surged forward on either side to offer support. Kaka glanced over and decisively passed to Huang Kevin. In the ensuing chaos, Kaka's delivery lacked precision. Huang Kevin pursued the ball, with Borowski closely trailing him. With a deft flick of his heel, Huang Kevin managed to slip the ball through Borowski's legs. Huang Kevin pivoted and surged forward from the flank to reclaim the ball, while Olamoyla charged towards him. With the ball at his feet, Huang accelerated, preparing to dart diagonally into the penalty area. Olamoyla hastened towards the sideline, attempting to keep Huang from entering the box. Suddenly, Huang stepped forward with his left foot, positioning himself ahead of the ball. He skillfully maneuvered the ball between his feet and flicked it into the penalty area from the right side, executing a rainbow flick. Naldo quickly advanced towards Huang, but Huang deftly nudged the ball forward with his right foot. Naldo instinctively followed suit, reaching out to thwart Huang's dribble. However, Huang did not touch the ball with his right foot. Instead, he lightly pulled it back with his toes and swiftly struck it out of the penalty area. Kaka. The advancing Kaka successfully intercepted the ball. Naldo and Fallenhester rushed to obstruct Kaka's long-range shot. Just as Kaka prepared to shoot, he altered his approach, using the tip of his right foot to nudge the ball forward. The ball zipped past Naldo and Fallenhester into the penalty area. At that moment, as Huang received the ball, Olamoyla raised his hand to signal for offside. Unperturbed by the absence of a whistle, Huang readied himself for a shot, only to see Inzaghi rushing towards him with urgency. With a swift horizontal pass, Huang set up Inzaghi, who effortlessly slotted the ball into the open goal. 2-3. Inzaghi. Inzaghi scores, propelling Milan back into the lead. This time, Schultz was deceived by Shevchenko, trailing behind, and thus not offside. Huang received the ball on the right flank, penetrating the box and successfully combining with Kaka for a clear shot, yet he selflessly opted to gift the opportunity to Inzaghi. Huang is truly magnanimous. With the score reset amid the chants of Werder Bremen fans, the home team maintained their incisive offensive. Miku, positioned in the attacking third, noticed Pirlo advancing towards him and deftly lifted the ball with his right foot. Pirlo, evidently not employing Gattuso's dual-footed shielding technique, allowed Miku to seize the moment on the left. Spotting Schultz offering support, Miku promptly distributed the ball to the flank. Schultz, upon receiving it, launched a long pass into the penalty area, but Stam beat everyone to it, heading the ball out of the box. Kaka and Flins both sprinted towards the ball. Flins, with a more stable center of gravity, collided with Kaka, sending him sprawling to the ground. In his fall, Kaka inadvertently tripped Flins, disrupting Bremen's attacking momentum. Huang rushed forward to intercept Flins, urging, "Let it go, he didn't mean it." Teammates from Bremen echoed the sentiment. Flins shot Kaka a glare before turning away. Huang bent down to help Kaka up. Well played. When he looked up, he was surprised to find Miku offering the compliment. Huang beamed with excitement. "You're quite good yourself." Huang added with a smile, "I think you're better than Zidane." This left Miku momentarily speechless. Previously overlooked for the 2004 European Championship squad, Miku had announced his decision to step back from national team consideration, primarily because he would only serve as a substitute for Zidane, despite being a key player for Bremen. No teammate had ever suggested he was superior to Zidane. It seems as though he was born to be a substitute for Zidane. Upon hearing the opponent claim that he was superior to Zidane, Miku felt a whirlwind of emotions, sensing a peculiar camaraderie with his rival. Kaka and Huang Kevin strolled back, curious about their conversation. When Kaka overheard Huang Kevin's translation, his eyes widened in disbelief as he inquired, "Kevin, do you genuinely believe he is better than Zidane?" "Not at all," Huang Kevin replied with a chuckle. "Then why would you say such a thing? Are you attempting to distract him from focusing on the match?" Kaka questioned, his gaze scrutinizing Huang Kevin. "Ricardo, how could you even think that?" Huang Kevin responded, somewhat defensively. "I merely wanted to encourage him. After all, living in Zidane's shadow for a lifetime is no easy feat. I misjudged you, Kevin." "My apologies," Kaka expressed with sincerity. Huang Kevin's benevolence was evident, and Kaka felt a pang of guilt for his suspicions. Noticing that Kaka would not press further, Huang Kevin wiped the sweat from his brow. Indeed, as children grow, they become increasingly challenging to manage. As time progressed, Bremen's attacks grew more frantic. If they could not secure a victory at home, what hope did they have for an away match? In the 77th minute, Nesta intercepted the ball and passed it to Pirlo, who executed a long pass with precision to the left flank. The number of defenders in the center surged. Even Olamoyla joined in the defense. Kaka, with a deft touch of his right foot, had no choice but to dribble laterally to the right. While moving, Kaka observed Huang Kevin on the left flank. He swiftly pivoted and delivered a long pass. Anticipating the ball's trajectory, Huang Kevin deliberately took 2 steps forward. As the ball descended, he cleverly used his back to redirect it into the penalty area. Inzaghi, receiving the ball on the left, took a moment to adjust before unleashing a powerful shot. Thud. The heir apparent to Khan, wheezed, dove instinctively, but was unable to prevent the ball from finding the net. Inzaghi. Kevin has been instrumental in orchestrating the offense from the left today. That back pass was nothing short of genius. It is evident that Kevin is in high spirits today, reveling in the joy of football. With a score of 24, Milan has virtually secured victory. Kevin has once again dominated the match. In comparison to Ronaldinho, I feel that Kevin embodies the essence of a sprite on the field. Each touch of his brings us pure delight. The players from Bremen, however, held an entirely different perspective, particularly Naldo and Owamoyola, who were nearby, watching Huang Kevin's audacious passes with a mix of envy and frustration. Their unwavering gaze fixed on Huang Kevin's retreating figure suggested that, had their stares possessed lethal intent, he would have been utterly obliterated. Damn it, Huang Kevin is unreal. Look at how infuriated the Bremen defenders are. To be fair, Huang Kevin is truly enjoying himself, playing with a carefree attitude. Huang Kevin's skill is exceptional. He ranks among the elite in the world of football. Indeed, aside from his penchant for theatrics, a tendency to rely on others, and a few questionable moral choices, including gaming under false pretenses and manipulating literary competitions, he possesses few other flaws. Are you playing the game with a female account? Brother, please elaborate. It was said by Huang Kevin's cousin's classmate, who often accompanies Huang Kevin's cousin to buy golden gear and equipment for him, and they saw that account. Then, a prominent figure on Tianya exposed that Huang Kevin used that female account to feign being a female university student, luring him to the blazing hall, aiming to exploit his paralysis ring. And then Huang Kevin fled, while another warrior was slain and dropped to Dragon Slayer. According to the analysis of the prominent figure, the warrior is likely Kaka. Wow, a Dragon Slayer? That must be worth a fortune. Not that expensive, right? Prince Dan sold for 200,000, but it's about the same. However, after it was dropped, Zone 2 reverted, and everyone speculates that Huang Kevin sought out Xingda, considering he and Kaka are legendary representatives. Wow, that's truly outrageous. Isn't that playing beyond one's means? The regular match time was dwindling. After Bremen kicked off, the entire team surged forward. Flins made a mistake receiving the ball on the left, allowing Gattuso to seize it and charge ahead. The fans at the Weser Stadium were going wild. They were already trailing by 2 goals and were being counterattacked by Milan. The stadium resonated with a chorus of boos. Gattuso, unharassed, passed laterally to the center. Kaka, seeing Huang Kevin move to the center, willingly vacated his position to draw wide. Ballon gritted his teeth and rushed toward Huang Kevin, determined not to let either the man or the ball escape. Huang Kevin pivoted mid-run, flicking the ball to the left with a back heel. Despite this, Ballon lunged at Huang Kevin, but he was significantly more agile. In a situation without the ball, he effortlessly turned to evade Ballon, akin to a matador taunting a bull. Kaka, dribbling down the left, drew Owamoyola to defend, then swiftly turned back, lofting the ball toward the top of the penalty area. As the ball descended, Huang Kevin flicked it back up with his foot. The ball soared over Naldo's head, heading into the penalty area. Huang Kevin dashed past Naldo, only to be struck hard by Farlinghurst on the neck. Bang! Even with the immunity card, Huang Kevin was left dazed, tumbling to the ground and rolling twice. Then decided to continue rolling. Team Doctor, team. The last syllable of Ancelotti's call caught in his throat. Yet the Milan rapid response team was swift to enter. Before Huang Kevin had even rolled to the sidelines, they had anticipated his position, rushing toward the advertising boards with a stretcher. Damn it, this bastard is murdering football. Is this what Matthias meant by being the best in Germany? Farlinghurst did it on purpose. Damn, he should be hanged. As Kevin was carried off the field, I finally understood why he rolled so many times. He was entirely protecting himself. Previously, after being fouled, Kevin never exaggerated his falls, often going unnoticed by the referee. This time, the referee finally deemed it worthy of a red card. Yet even a penalty cannot compensate for Kevin's injury. I hope Kevin's condition isn't too dire. With a heavy heart, Claudelli expressed his concerns. Farlinghurst's strike had landed squarely on Huang Kevin's neck. Such a foul bore resemblance to an act of murder. Even Inzaghi, after scoring a penalty and completing a hat trick, refrained from celebrating. The entire team was apprehensive about Huang Kevin's condition. Ultimately, Milan triumphed over Bremen with a score of 5-2 away from home. In the post-match press conference, Schaff feebly defended, "Farlinghurst is not a bad person. That boy simply lost his mind." Kevin's provocative actions, such as his rainbow dribbles during the match, incited Farlinghurst's fury. "I support Farlinghurst receiving punishment, but he should also be given an opportunity for redemption." Bang! Ancelotti rose abruptly, pointing at Thomas Schaff and shouted, "It was the neck." He struck Kevin's neck. "If you believe this is acceptable, I could have Stam give you a taste. Then revoke that scoundrel's red card." As a reminder from Zhang Ai Yuliang Chun, don't forget to bookmark after reading so you can conveniently continue next time I update. Anticipate more excitement. You can also access it on mobile at Wapcom for uninterrupted reading anytime, anywhere. I inadvertently added an extra line earlier. While writing, inspiration struck. And I jotted down the Amaterasu sword, Kusanagi, the Yata mirror, and the Yasukani no Magatama at the bottom of the page, only to forget to erase it. My apologies. However, the charge will only be for 6,600 words despite the 6,700 written, so you won't waste any points. That's all for today. I just wrote a bit of Urban Elite Young Master Filippo and now I'm off to bed. Good night. 0142 The Führer's Fury. The entire Milan squad hurriedly departed from the Weser Stadion. Once on the bus, they were stunned. They were informed that the private plane had already flown back to Milan and would return for them tomorrow. For now, they were to be taken to the hotel to rest. Upon hearing this news, the team could not help but worry. Huang Kevin was being sent back to Milan due to the severity of his injury. They had no objections to staying temporarily in Bremen. On their way to the hotel, the atmosphere on the bus was palpably tense, with hardly a word spoken. After arriving at the hotel, Kaka approached Ancelotti, exchanged a few words, and then left. On the journey back to Milan, Huang Kevin found himself in a bemused state. The medical team had become a cadre of overzealous protectors. They had examined him thoroughly and found no significant issues, yet the insistence from the protective figure to return to Milan was unwavering. Huang Kevin thought the concern was excessive. Surely, even the Germans would not resort to such measures in a hospital. A mere match would not lead to his demise. However, returning home had its advantages. Being on familiar territory would facilitate the upcoming arrangements. Unfortunately, it meant his teammates would have to linger in Bremen for an additional day. He would have to treat them to a meal upon their return as an apology. While the protective figure's actions were somewhat extreme, Huang Kevin could empathize with her concerns. After all, a direct blow to the neck was indeed alarming. Were it not for his immunity card, Huang would undoubtedly have suffered today. Even if he escaped death, he would have transformed from the Milan song deity into a croaking duck, akin to Jean Boisy. The mere thought of such a dreadful outcome compelled Huang Kevin to ensure that Farlinghurst would not be easily forgiven. As soon as he disembarked from the plane, he planned to enact a performance of heart and soul, leaving Farlinghurst to await his suspension. After indulging in a brief session of arcade games, Huang Kevin ordered a bottle of tomato juice. "You appear fine now. But whether there truly is no issue, or if it's merely a matter of the problem not yet manifesting is unclear. It would be prudent to return to Milan and conduct a thorough examination before consuming any water or beverages," advised Giannini. "I'm perfectly fine," Huang Kevin replied with a smile. Shaking his head, he was well aware of his own condition. Observing the multitude of passengers aboard the aircraft, he fell into contemplation. It seemed that every team physician was present on this flight. With the match still ongoing, were they not concerned about the possibility of further injuries? They were indeed. Eager to curry favor with their future employer. Should there be any injuries during the match, Ancelotti might even have to personally attend to the players. One could only hope that the Milan players had a good level of drug resistance. Feeling that the time was right, Huang Kevin stood and inquired, "Who has cigarettes?" "I do." "Kevin, would you like some?" a team physician asked, with a hint of skepticism. "Yes, please hand them over." Huang Kevin reached out for half a pack of Marlboro and a lighter, saying, "Thank you." Once seated, Giannini again cautioned, "Even if you are unhappy, smoking will not resolve your problems. Your current condition is hardly suited for throat irritants." "You don't understand," Huang Kevin replied, shaking his head as he casually lit a cigarette. Cough, cough. He had barely taken a puff before he was seized by a fit of coughing. "If you can't smoke, then don't," Giannini remarked. Huang Kevin took another deep drag. only to erupt into another round of coughing. Observing him smoke several cigarettes in quick succession, Giannini waved a magazine to fan the air, utterly bewildered by Huang Kevin's intentions. "Ah, my voice," Huang Kevin croaked, feeling it was about time. He recorded a brief message on his phone, his voice now resembling that of Edu. Satisfied, Huang Kevin extinguished the cigarette, twisted open the tomato juice, and dabbed a few drops onto his clothing. Feeling it was insufficient, he took a swig and inadvertently sprayed some onto his attire. The crimson speckles stark against his pristine white sweatshirt. Giannini shivered. He was no fool. From Huang Kevin's actions, he surmised a few things. If his suspicions were correct, the player responsible for the foul was certainly in for a rough time. The chief physician of Milan suddenly felt he might have been a bit excessive, treating Kevin like a guinea pig. However, they were all on the same side. Surely, Kevin would not seek revenge against him? At the entrance of Malpensa Airport, a conspicuous ambulance awaited. Journalists, well-informed and ready, had set up their cameras, eagerly anticipating Huang Kevin's appearance. "They're coming," someone shouted. It was as if a cup of water had been poured into a pot of hot oil. All the journalists jostled forward, straining to elevate their microphones and recording pens, especially upon witnessing Huang Kevin being wheeled out on a stretcher. The incessant clicks of cameras echoed like a relentless barrage, as if film were of no cost. Will Kevin's life be in danger? Is Kevin's injury severe? It is said that Kevin's trachea is shattered. Is that true? Has Kevin fallen into a coma? The reporters in the front row pressed forward with fervor, eager to lean over the stretcher for a closer look. Unfortunately, the security measures today were exceptionally stringent. The young lady had invested a considerable sum. There were 2 layers of security surrounding the perimeter, and the stretcher was encircled by bodyguards clad in tailored suits, bulging with concealed items. Even if James and Tiger joined forces, they would find it impossible to breach the line and reach Huang Kevin. After being loaded into the ambulance, Huang Kevin feebly waved. "Neo, Mr. Kevin, do you have any instructions? Bring 2 reporters over. But they might pose a threat to you. Do as I say." Given Huang Kevin's resolute tone, Neo reluctantly exited the vehicle and selected 2 seemingly honest reporters. Before they boarded, Neo warned, "No questions, no photographs. You will write only what Mr. Kevin dictates." Lying on the stretcher, Huang Kevin felt an urge to leap up and strike the bodyguard's head. How could he prevent photographers from capturing images? Was he not throwing flirtatious glances at the blind? Had his tomato juice been in vain? Sensing the predicament, Jean Nanny proactively intervened, stating, "Photographs are permissible. As you can see, Kevin's injuries are grave. Upon returning, we must vocally condemn the perpetrator." The 2 reporters nodded vigorously. Like chicks pecking at grain, snapping pictures with fervor, even capturing close-ups of the bloodstains on Huang Kevin's clothing. Feeling it was sufficient, Huang Kevin, channeling his inner Tom Hanks, tremulously tapped the stretcher to garner everyone's attention. In a hoarse voice, he declared, "No, do not blame him. Injuries are part of the game. No, do not blame him." After uttering those words, Huang Kevin's neck tilted, and he fell silent. "Kevin." Bodyguard Neo roughly shoved the 2 reporters out of the ambulance as it sped toward the hospital. "Why weep? You've seen the test results. Am I not well?" Huang Kevin gently comforted the young lady, whose eyes were swollen from tears. However, she remained silent, merely sobbing. Huang Kevin felt overwhelmed, pondering if she should don black attire and a veil. With no other recourse, he could only hold the young lady as she cried. After approximately half an hour, she finally ceased her tears. "Perhaps you should stop playing football?" she suggested, her eyes red and her voice hoarse from prolonged weeping. Huang Kevin felt a mix of sympathy and amusement. Was he truly destined to rely on her? Retiring now seemed premature. Even the older brothers on Hupu retired at 35. "Stop it," Huang Kevin exclaimed, giving her a firm pat. "If I don't play football, what else can I do? A person who remains idle becomes useless. Furthermore, he plays only 1 or 2 matches a month, earning an annual salary of 6 million euros, along with a plethora of endorsement contracts, which allows him to amass over 20 million euros in a year. There exists no other profession as effortless and lucrative as playing football. But you keep getting injured." "I don't want you to be hurt," the young lady remarked defiantly. "It's all right, dear. Look, I always recover from my injuries," Huang Kevin replied with a smile. "What if next time you can't recover? You might end up crippled." Huang Kevin felt a chill run down his spine. The young lady made a valid point. However, one cannot always reason with women. Huang Kevin pulled her close, rubbing his stubble against her cheek as he jested. "If I become a cripple, you'll have to take care of me." Of course I would. She huffed, her voice nasally, more pronounced than the alcohol content in Jiang Xiaobai. Huang Kevin quickly grabbed a couple of tissues from the bedside table, wiping her nose while chuckling. Look at you, are you dirty? The young lady playfully slapped his arm, burying her face in his chest and insisting, you're the dirty one. They shared a laugh until hunger struck. Fortunately, the private hospital employed a dedicated chef. They ordered some food, even enjoying a fine vintage of red wine. After a brief rest, Huang Kevin and Barbara freshened up, preparing for bed when a knock echoed through the room. Dong dong. Huang Kevin couldn't help but frown. He realized that at such a late hour, whoever it was must have something important to say. Come in, Huang Kevin called out. As the door creaked open, a weary face appeared. Upon seeing Huang Kevin sitting up in bed, Kaka's eyes widened in astonishment, causing him to drop what he was holding. The next moment, Kaka joyfully rushed towards Huang Kevin, exclaiming, Kevin, you're all right. Huang Kevin chuckled, patting Kaka's shoulder. Noticing the young lady pouting and sniffling, he said, no crying. Unexpectedly, Kaka looked a bit embarrassed, wiping his eyes and responding, I'm not crying. There's just sand in my eyes. Huang Kevin embraced Kaka as they settled down, wrapping his other arm around the young lady, inquiring, it's the middle of the night. How did you return, Ricardo? Kaka displayed remarkable prowess, having managed to return to Milan after departing on a private jet. With a radiant smile, he replied, I thought I'd give it a try, so I flew to Berlin. And luckily, there was a flight to Milan available. The young lady rolled her eyes at his words. Huang Kevin sighed, even in that brief statement. He could sense Kaka's struggles. Truly, he was a commendable brother. What about the others? They all went to the hotel, waiting for tomorrow's return. Ricardo. Huang Kevin rubbed his temples, saying, even though I wasn't injured, the situation was perilous. That foul was utterly excessive, don't you think? Indeed. Kaka nodded in agreement. So, he should be punished, right? Huang Kevin asked. Absolutely. Farlinghurst must face severe penalties. Kaka nodded once more. Since you say so, I feel reassured. After conferring with Barbara, we have decided not to leave the hospital just yet. Please do not disclose my situation to others. I trust you understand my intent. Very well, I comprehend, he replied. Then it is settled. Huang Kevin rose and fetched some toiletries for Kaka, saying, it's already late into the night. You should stay here and rest. There is ample space. Kaka accepted the toiletries and headed to the bathroom. Upon his return, he found Huang Kevin nestled with Barbara on the large bed and noticed a blanket on the sofa. Kaka felt he may have been rather hasty in agreeing to stay. The following morning, Kaka quietly departed the ward. Although he heard no peculiar sounds, the atmosphere within the room felt unsuitable for him. When Huang Kevin awoke that afternoon, he discovered that all of Europe was engrossed in discussions about the previous day's Champions League match. The Gazzetta dello Sport articulated gravely, a magnificent game marred by a grotesque foul. Kevin, hailed as the world's finest player, was not afforded adequate protection. Farlinghurst, envious of Kevin's brilliance, resorted to the most brutal means. He aimed to incapacitate Kevin entirely. Such actions must never be tolerated on the football field. La Gazzetta dello Sport specifically highlighted the blood on Kevin's attire, stating, Kevin is a benevolent soul, devoted to charity and the underprivileged. Even after enduring harm, he told reporters he bore no ill will towards Farlinghurst. I cannot fathom why anyone would deliberately harm such a kind-hearted individual. They are systematically dismantling our world. Every kind soul that suffers only deepens the fractures in our society. Farlinghurst's conduct is utterly unforgivable. Tuttosport directly criticized the Germans, proclaiming the Germans exaggerated the match's significance beforehand. And they succeeded. One German attempted to obliterate the Ballon d'Or winner of Serie A on the field. The Times remarked, Germans have a penchant for inflicting harm on others. They achieve victory through unsportsmanlike means, and when faced with defeat, they resort to malicious fouls. In terms of bitter rivalries, the British excel. Lequipe commented, a repugnant foul. Even in combat sports, attacking an opponent's throat is forbidden. Farlinghurst's actions displayed a clear intent. He must face stringent punishment, lest the football pitch devolve into a gladiatorial arena. Marca reported, numerous Real Madrid players have expressed that such fouls are inexcusable. UEFA has a duty to safeguard skillful players. Next, we will recount the malicious fouls faced by Real Madrid players over the years in the Champions League. Cruyff wrote in his column, whether during our playing days or now, such conduct is prohibited. I have watched the replay multiple times. That defender acted with intent. The Bremen coach should not defend him. I sense no sincerity in Thomas Schaaf's words. Schaaf merely seeks to mitigate the impact on Bremen, without considering the adverse effects their players have inflicted on other teams and players. Closing his laptop, feeling a bit bored, Huang Kevin turned on the television. The media is inundated with news regarding his injury. Huang Kevin even caught a glimpse of Kaka on television, who must have been besieged by reporters at the hospital exit that morning. On screen, Kaka expressed his sorrow, stating, "Kevin's condition is not very good. I spent the night at the hospital, and there is still no good news." After saying this, Kaka swiftly made his way to the parking lot. Huang Kevin shook his head, thinking that Kaka had become increasingly adept at deception. Inzaghi, that relentless teacher, ought to advise Kaka not to emulate him in everything. Later on, under the directive of the young lady, a doctor from the private hospital inadvertently leaked a piece of information while heading home. Huang Kevin had fallen into a coma. This revelation, already significant, ignited a firestorm across Europe. Several live broadcast vehicles from television stations gathered outside the hospital. An increasing number of football professionals were interviewed, voicing their outrage. Cruyff, in the Milan team publication Forza, stated with harsh words, "Someone must be held accountable. This is not football, but murder. Football should never be associated with life and death." Liverpool captain Gerrard, during an interview, expressed, "Though it is frustrating to lose to Milan, and Kevin cost us the championship, I never wish to see him lying in a hospital bed. I hope for his swift recovery and look forward to facing him on the pitch again." Many Milan legends took turns appearing on television. As an iconic figure in German football, Beckenbauer did not show favoritism towards Faringer during his interview, asserting, "That was indeed a malicious foul, without any justification. Even if the offender were a German player, I would not shield him. Faringer must face consequences. His actions crossed the line." It is said that currently, the best way to enjoy audiobooks is through happiness. And many players from other countries admire the Brazilian style of play, which is our greatest pride. Now, a remarkable player has suffered a horrific foul due to his Brazilian style play, which is utterly unforgivable. Here, I represent all Brazilians in demanding that UEFA and the German Football Association impose severe penalties on the Werder Bremen defender. Upon signing with AC Milan, I began my own journey. That same day, UEFA issued an announcement, declaring that for the next 5 years, the German player Faringer would be barred from participating in any UEFA competitions and fined 170,000 in the foreseeable future. UEFA will intensify its penalties for fouls to eliminate malicious infractions and wishes for Kevin's prompt return to the field. The last time Huang Kevin committed a foul, UEFA announced the cancellation of his red card. This time, the player who fouled him has been suspended for 5 years. Although this may seem hypocritical, European media and fans have expressed no dissent. Even among German fans, many believe Faringer should face even harsher punishment. Shortly thereafter, FIFA imposed a 5-year ban on Flourished. For a player unable to secure a spot on the national team, this punishment feels rather solitary. The pressure has entirely shifted to the German Football Association. They initially believed that a 15-month suspension, akin to that of Maradona, was sufficiently severe, only to be surprised by UEFA's 5-year sanction. As the governing body of football in their country, they felt compelled to take action, despite the infraction not occurring on the Bundesliga stage. Flourishd's transgression was egregious. It is unreasonable to suggest that one should don rugby gear while playing football. Moreover, they must now devise a punishment that surpasses UEFA's ruling. Fleet Street and the Italian media relentlessly exploited Flourishd's nationality, amplifying the narrative of the German aggressiveness. Such claims are unfounded. Yet what if the American authorities seized this opportunity? That evening, the German Football Association convened a press conference, announcing their decision in front of the global media. The Werder Bremen defender Flourished had committed serious violations of sporting ethics during the Champions League, trampling on the spirit of sportsmanship and deliberately injuring other players. After deliberation, they unanimously decided to impose a lifetime ban on Flourished, prohibiting him from all domestic football activities and any profession related to the sport, alongside a fine of 30,000 euros. A lifetime ban. He would not even be able to pursue a career as a coach. This incident reached its climax, and the reporters could eagerly resume their vigil at the hospital for updates. Huang Kevin, upon learning of the punishment, nodded in satisfaction, feeling justified in his submissions to both Italian and British newspapers. However, the matter was far from resolved. Once he emerged from this predicament, He would need to persuade the German Football Association to reconsider the severity of failing Hester's punishment. A 3 to 5 year suspension and a lifetime ban bear little difference. A second-rate defender would likely retire after 3 to 5 years away from the game. To be candid, I had been somewhat apprehensive lately. I later called to confirm that Huang Kevin was unharmed, which put my mind at ease. On February 26th, after a match in Milan where they triumphed 2-0 over Palermo, Kaka hurried to the hospital to play games with Huang Kevin. There was only one computer in the hospital room. Kaka suggested, "Let us play Pro Evolution Soccer." Sure. Huang Kevin beamed with joy. He was a keyboard player, but had practiced with a controller extensively at home during moments of boredom, eager to surprise Kaka. Seeing Huang Kevin allow him to choose first, Kaka was touched and selected the Brazilian team. Huang Kevin opted for the Netherlands. By the end of the match, Van Nistelrooy had scored 6 goals, with the final score being 9-4. Unfazed, Kaka insisted on continuing. Huang Kevin, with a playful intent, thought to himself that an amateur player could hardly compete with a professional. Having acquired skills in various areas, his dexterity had notably improved. He was no longer the same player he once was. The young lady watched in awe, had it not been for his love of football. Huang Kevin could have pursued a career challenging the likes of Ing and Speed. Over 2 hours, they played 8 matches, and Kaka did not win a single one. Kaka left the hospital with a grim expression, his mood soured as he impatiently brushed aside the reporters. Such unusual behavior sparked great excitement among the journalists. Kaka's discontent raised concerns about Kevin's condition. That evening, Sky News urgently interrupted its programming. According to reports from our correspondent, Kaka hurried to the hospital after the match against Palermo, spending nearly 3 hours there. He left with a dark demeanor and even had a rare confrontation with reporters, suggesting that Kevin's situation may be dire. Meanwhile, Kevin Huang, with a large piece of steak in his mouth, glanced down at his body, feeling as though everything was just fine. "Those bastards are talking nonsense. They are clearly cursing you," Lady Barbara exclaimed angrily. Calm down, calm down." Kevin Huang reassured her as he took the steak from her hands. They simply do not understand the situation. However, the following morning, the newspapers across Europe were filled with alarming headlines. After the bodyguard delivered the papers, Lady Barbara scrutinized them, her expression darkening by the moment. When Kevin Huang glanced at the headlines, he was taken aback. Kevin in critical condition. Last night, Kevin allegedly died during emergency rescue, though Kevin has escaped immediate danger. He may never return to football. Kevin Huang was particularly eager to see the replay of the match. Did he not merely suffer a blow to the neck, but rather have his head severed? Damn it! Lady Barbara's furious yell echoed, audible even downstairs. It was only a matter of time before the journalists concocted a story titled "Kevin in Critical Condition. Barbara Blames the Doctors." Kevin Huang stood up and embraced Lady Barbara, smiling as he said, "In our country, there's a saying, so Huang's loss may be a blessing in disguise," meaning that until the end, one cannot discern whether something is fortunate or unfortunate. "They say you are dying. How could that be a good thing?" Lady Barbara retorted. "Why can't it be a good thing?" Kevin Huang chuckled. "My dear, what do you think we should do?" Lady Barbara asked, her face filled with confusion. Kevin Huang took her hand and led her to the sofa, saying, "In a bit. You should appear a bit haggard for the interview, claiming that I may not wake up and that I injured my spine when I collapsed, making it difficult to stand again even if I do regain consciousness. Are you suggesting?" Lady Barbara hesitated, unsure if she understood his intentions correctly. From what Kevin Huang was implying, combined with her knowledge from the 36 stratagems, it felt like a strategy of casting a brick to attract jade. "I simply wish to observe everyone's reactions," Kevin Huang said with a smile. With the bait already laid out, he was reluctant to leave without catching something. "Fine. I will follow your lead," Lady Barbara agreed, though she did not fully grasp Kevin Huang's intentions. Nevertheless, trusting him felt like the right course of action. Around 10 o'clock, Barbara, accompanied by her bodyguard, stepped out of the hospital. Kevin's condition appears rather grim. He has also sustained an injury to his spine. Even if he awakens, his future may be spent in a wheelchair, the young lady lamented with tears glistening in her eyes. After her words, she boarded the car under the escort of her bodyguards. Neo hurriedly offered her a bottle of mineral water to wash her eyes, for the sting of the onion was exceedingly potent and required swift attention. Journalists had long speculated about the situation, but Barbara's statement unequivocally confirmed the dire state of Huang Kevin. Countless media outlets swiftly updated their headlines. while live broadcast trucks interjected television news on site. Upon hearing the news, the AC Milan squad gathered in the tactical room to watch the television report. Inzaghi wiped his tears as he gazed at the screen. Rest assured, Kevin is under God's protection. He will surely return, Maldini consoled. You are tearing up yourself while comforting others, Nesta remarked with a scoff. Most players remained silent. It is natural for anyone to feel sorrow when witnessing another's suffering, let alone a teammate. Especially one as pivotal as Huang Kevin, an irreplaceable player who instilled confidence in everyone when on the field, and the most beloved member of the team. The prospect of Huang Kevin potentially never standing again weighed heavily on every heart. Stam pounded his fist on the table, exclaiming, "That scoundrel deserves to be hanged." Indeed, a suspension would be too lenient. Kaka observed the distress among his teammates, hesitating to speak. But remembering his promise to Kevin to keep it a secret, he hastily departed, fearing he might inadvertently reveal the truth. Ricardo is Kevin's closest friend. We should refrain from mentioning this matter in his presence, Maldini stated, noting Kaka's visible anguish. You fool. I am Kevin's best brother. Inzaghi protested in discontent. Pirlo, unusually, refrained from chastising Inzaghi. We ought to take some action, Nesta insisted, striking the table. What can we do? We should request that the entire team rise before the match and pray for Kevin until he awakens. Yes, that is a splendid idea. Ancelotti, who had been silent until now, suddenly sprang up, clapping his hands as he asserted, with sufficient willpower, Kevin shall recover. Although the support of Milan's fans may not suffice, the involvement of more supporters will surely make a difference. The players had grown accustomed to their coach's sudden outbursts and chose not to respond. No one wished to attract Ancelotti's focus, lest they share Kevin's fate of engaging in esoteric rituals before each match. Gattuso suggested, what if we had the players kneel at the start? Perhaps a slogan, Asian lives matter too. Please, Gennaro, let us not invoke racial discrimination. Pirlo advised. It is inherently an act of violence on the pitch, and bringing race into it could overshadow the issue. You are aware of the situation in Italy, even if unspoken. Let us request the league to hold a moment of prayer for Kevin at the start, with fans observing silence in the 10th minute of the match. Maldini declared with finality. Upon her return, the young lady, visibly agitated, cast her handbag aside. What is the matter? Inquired Huang Kevin, bewildered by the source of her ire. It was evident that someone had riled her up again. The young lady's temper had been rather volatile of late, and anyone crossing her path was courting disaster. It's that old fool Galliani, she exclaimed, seething with indignation. Upon my arrival at the team, he had the audacity to suggest that I should part ways with you while there is still time. He intends to consult a lawyer regarding the contract, preparing for the day when he can seize the opportunity to terminate it, should you remain incapacitated. Huang Kevin seethed inwardly at Galliani's audacity. It seemed he wished for nothing less than his demise. The notion of dissolving the contract was already outrageous. But to suggest that the young lady should sever ties with him was utterly intolerable. Huang Kevin mused over the possibility of leveraging this situation to expose Galliani's misdeeds. Perhaps he could engineer a scandal that would prevent that old man from returning to Milan. Noticing Huang Kevin's silence, the young lady gently grasped his hand and said, "Please don't let this trouble you too much. It's not worth jeopardizing your health. You mentioned that the bribery scandal would soon erupt. When it does, I could lure him to Africa to escape the fallout, and perhaps he might unwittingly cross paths with the local cannibals." Huang Kevin felt a sense of numbness wash over him. In comparison to the young lady, his own punishment seemed trivial. Clearly, he had much to learn. While he pondered how to enact a fitting retribution, the young lady was already devising ways to ensure her adversary's downfall. Indeed, the European version of such schemes seemed to be executed with greater expediency. Though her proposal was undeniably satisfying, Huang Kevin shook his head, cautioning, "Let it go. It's unnecessary. After all, he is still your father's subordinate." Allowing him to escape unscathed would be far too lenient, she retorted with indignation. Huang Kevin, understanding her character, realized that Galliani had better make his retreat while he still could. The young lady was far more formidable than he. Galliani, believing he acted in her best interest, had inadvertently managed to offend her gravely. Should he find himself ensnared in a sack, it would undoubtedly be her doing. Having finally placated the young lady, Huang Kevin sighed deeply. His situation was quite trying. The vice president of the club was undermining him, yet he had to maintain harmony. The annual salary of €6 million was certainly well earned. After dinner, The young lady resumed her duties on the computer, juggling multiple roles. She was inundated with work that had accumulated during her recent hospital stay. Huang Kevin, having played games for a while, found them uninteresting and turned to browsing the forum. Despite the prevalence of naysayers, he was curious to see what they had to say. Wow, Huang Kevin can't get up anymore. One post exclaimed. Isn't this just a ruse? Another questioned. Ruse my foot. Huang is still unconscious. Didn't you see the earlier photos? He was vomiting blood all the way back to Milan, staining his clothes red. That Forsyth should be damned. Though Huang Kevin may not be a saint, he is still a life worth valuing. Alas, the absence of Huang Kevin's ostentation diminishes the joy of watching the game by half. How can I say, after all? Huang Kevin is a compatriot, a fellow countryman of ours. One must consider the master when chastising the dog. Fahrenhurst has gone too far. If he dares to show his face before me, I shall give him a few well-deserved blows. I sincerely hope Huang Kevin recovers soon. Upon reading the news today, I felt a twinge of sadness that compelled me to indulge in an extra bowl of rice at dinner. I am not ashamed to admit that I even shed a few tears. It is nothing to be embarrassed about. There are times when I find myself weeping at the sight of a small dog passing away. Joking aside, Huang Kevin's injury is indeed quite serious. Do not dwell on it, my friend. Did you not hear Barbara? Even if Huang Kevin were to awaken, he would spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. I am concerned that I cannot focus on my games anymore. Cheer up, my friend. Why don't we organize a wheelchair football match for Huang Kevin? Perhaps he can continue his flamboyant antics. We could even let him participate in the Paralympics. Although he may not be able to stand, he can certainly crawl. Could you refrain from making jokes? I was genuinely worried, but seeing your posts conjured amusing images in my mind. When Huang Kevin awakens, let us remind him to perform more good deeds to avoid retribution. But first he must awaken. I hope he regains consciousness soon. Huang Kevin, bemused, closed the forum. Dear friends, remember to bookmark this page. It will facilitate your reading the next time I update. I look forward to continuing this delightful journey. You may also use the mobile version for uninterrupted reading at any time. After a refreshing shower and drying his hair while seated on the bed, the young lady inquired. What if we send Galliani to prison? Huang Kevin playfully tapped her and shook his head, responding, No, that won't do. You are simply too kind, my dear. Huang Kevin chuckled and shook his head. Was it truly an act of kindness on his part? The cost of living in Italian prisons is thrice that of Spain and double that of France. Each inmate spends an amount sufficient for accommodations in a 3-star hotel daily. Entering prison is more affordable than one might expect. Yet, Huang Kevin harbored no ill intentions. He could only indulge the whims of the young lady. Lying in bed, he began to speculate on Galliani's maneuvers. It was merely a performance to demonstrate AC Milan's eagerness for him to return to the pitch. After a while, the newspapers would begin to probe. Meanwhile, Kaka and Shevchenko were performing admirably. Once the team's performance stabilized, they could fabricate damaging stories about him, Huang, successfully shifting public opinion before tearfully shedding the burden of a post-tax salary of 6 million euros. This entire process would likely take less than a year to achieve a successful contract termination. Raul experienced similar treatment before joining Schalke. Galliani's intentions seemed well thought out. However, Huang Kevin's injury was feigned. That bald old man was merely venting into thin air and had overestimated himself. Having worked in Milan for 2 decades and watched Barbara grow up as a mentor, he reminded her that preparing for a breakup was ultimately for her benefit. Little did he know, the young lady swiftly sold him off. Galliani remained oblivious to the impending scandal that would force him to depart from AC Milan. Upon his return, he was relegated to a role as a mascot, with the club staff tasked to design a thicker costume for him. The following day, the media continued to inundate the public with reports. Upon awakening, Huang Kevin stood before the blinds and glanced outside. To his astonishment, the throng of fans gathered at the hospital entrance had swelled. Clever vendors were selling candles, which fans lit and placed at the hospital's entrance in a show of support for Huang Kevin. The vendors took responsibility for the cleanup, inadvertently creating a burgeoning industry. If a sign were posted reading "Why bring your own candles and not receive blessings?" Huang Kevin would have thought he had ventured to Songshan. Huang Kevin noticed a flash of white light from the abandoned building across the street. The derelict structure was decidedly unusual. "Neo," he called. "Sir." Neo responded. Huang Kevin gestured toward the building. "Go check if there are reporters." "Yes, sir," Neo affirmed, swiftly leading a team over. Neo had remained behind specifically because British reporters had attempted to infiltrate the hospital, a scheme thwarted by Barbara's vigilance, resulting in her retaining a bodyguard for Huang Kevin's safety. Among European journalists, the British were notably the most audacious. Given the heightened interest in the current situation, the Sun had offered a handsome reward for photographs of Huang Kevin in his hospital room. Such practices were commonplace. England's robust newspaper industry fostered a public accustomed to reading the news. In a previous life, Huang Kevin had witnessed the exorbitant prices offered for photographs of David Beckham, sometimes reaching over £1 million. Although the Sun's current offer was not as lofty, the timing and purchasing power had shifted, with 200,000 sufficient to entice British paparazzi. As the number of British reporters stationed outside the hospital continued to grow, about 20 minutes later, Neo called back to report, "Sir, there are 2 paparazzi who have set up long lenses and military-grade binoculars in the abandoned building. They intend to capture the first photo of your awakening. Have they had any success?" Huang Kevin inquired. Neo replied, "I observed a few shots where the blinds were not fully closed, capturing images of Kaka and Miss Berlusconi." "Very well, you handle it. Ensure that there are no backups of the negatives or memory cards," Huang Kevin instructed. After ending the call, he felt relieved that he hadn't drawn open the blinds. Otherwise, the world would have been privy to his condition, forcing him into an unwelcome awakening. Regarding the timing of his return, Huang Kevin found himself in a quandary. With 2 significant matches scheduled for March, he could not afford to remain in a comatose state indefinitely. However, returning just before these crucial games would only serve to validate the critics in the forums. Perhaps it would be prudent to return to the team a bit earlier. Initially, a seemingly inconsequential match was to be played. After much contemplation, Huang Kevin could not determine his return date. Suddenly, the sound of wheels from a medical cart echoed in the corridor, startling him into a swift retreat to his bed. Having performed so often, he quickly slipped into character, instantly adopting a state of unconsciousness. He perked up his ears to catch the faint sound of a door opening, silently exclaiming how perilously close he was to being discovered. Closing his eyes, he remained utterly still, fully committed to his role. "He's truly not awake. Shoo, keep it down. The bodyguard at the door has been diverted, but we don't know when he might return." "Understood. We are about to strike gold. Stop talking, quickly take the photos. We want to have a chance once the bodyguard is back." A few simple phrases, laced with a thick accent from northwest England, inadvertently unveiled their identities. Although Huang Kevin hoped for their capture, he could not allow them to roam freely within the hospital room. The audacity of English journalists was remarkable. They might even strip him for a shot. With his left hand, he stealthily reached for his phone, unlocking it to send a blind message to Neo, urging him to return promptly, before resuming his act of pretense. This was the advantage of a keypad phone. Had it been a smartphone, Huang Kevin would have been unable to send a message without being noticed. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed in the corridor, causing the paparazzi to panic. "Run, quickly. Don't go through the door, jump out the window." Lying on the bed, Huang Kevin mused about their reckless determination. This was the 3rd floor, and with the hospital's high ceilings, the drop was at least 10 meters. The thought of jumping down made him reflect on the harsh reality that no one achieves success effortlessly, not even the paparazzi. Bang! The hospital room door burst open. The paparazzi had yet to figure out how to open the window when the bodyguards stormed in, swiftly pinning them to the ground and escorting them away. After 5 minutes, Huang Kevin finally sat up. Neo, clad in a sleek black suit, promptly apologized. "Mr. Kevin, this was my oversight." "It's fine, they were too cunning." Huang Kevin responded with a nonchalant smile. "Go assess the situation and find a way for them to retain a backup, understand?" "I comprehend," Neo nodded, adding, "One of the paparazzi was preoccupied with his shoes. He has likely hidden the memory card." "Then go, and make the act convincing. Let them endure a bit before you release them," Huang Kevin instructed. Neo's perceptiveness was indeed commendable, which explained his position as the leader among the bodyguards. "Understood, sir." After Neo departed, Huang Kevin exhaled deeply, relieved. This had been a close call. Thankfully, his keen hearing and quick reflexes had alerted him to the impending danger. He discerned the difference in sound between a nurse pushing a medical cart and a bed used for patient care. The weight and structure inherently produced distinct noises. Had the paparazzi approached with a care bed, he might have mistaken it for another patient's admission. However, the unmistakable sound of a medical cart could not be misconstrued. As Barbara has explicitly informed the hospital that no one is allowed near the ward, not even doctors or nurses. And given that he is the sole occupant of this particular room, it is impossible for any nurse to attend to other patients. Thus, Huang Kevin quickly deduced that it was a paparazzo. It is indeed a matter that brings tears to one's eyes. The skills he possesses were honed while playing as a star athlete on the team. Little did he expect that they would come into play at this moment. When the young lady returned that evening and learned of the day's events, she severely reprimanded the bodyguards. During dinner, she lamented Huang Kevin's excessive kindness. They have already sneaked into the ward to take photos of you. Why do you still let them off the hook? Who knows if they may pose a threat to you? She expressed with some dissatisfaction. Forget it. What more can be done to them? Huang Kevin replied with a smile. One could inadvertently send them tumbling down the stairs, and then it would be deemed a medical emergency. The young lady remarked nonchalantly. Huang Kevin thought to himself, how frightening. Recently, her temperament has been rather volatile, her words reminiscent of a villain from a movie. This simply would not do. Determined, Huang Kevin resolved to work overtime that night, contributing to the stability and prosperity of Milan City and alleviating the young lady's ire. Around 4 in the morning, observing the young lady peacefully asleep, Huang Kevin stretched his waist and softly hummed, "Shall we fight? Let us fight." With the most humble dream, I dedicate it to the whispers and roars of the night, who says that only those standing in the light are heroes. Having spent much time lying down, he felt his body had grown rusty. With no inclination for sleep, Huang Kevin suddenly remembered that it was already March. He hurriedly checked the store. Template, Zico, 10,000 fate points. Garincha, 10,000 points. Didi, 10,000 points. Ilano, 3,000 points. Skills, Mastery of Rainbow Dribbling, 1,000 points. Mastery of Hairdressing, 100 points. Items, 24-hour Injury Immunity Card, 20 points. Special item, Pellé's Shoe Shining Kit, 2,000 points. Upon seeing this, Huang Kevin exclaimed, "Goodness! Is this a Brazilian special edition? With icons like the white Pelé Zico, Little Bird Garincha, and the idol of George Best, Didi. Any one of these could elevate his game." Unfortunately, Huang Kevin could not afford them. As for Ilano, he was merely a filler, average skills, few goals, and not at all reminiscent of a Brazilian forward. The only redeeming quality was his commendable attitude and stamina, particularly reminiscent of a limited edition Sanchez at Manchester United, who transforms into a forward when donning the Red Devils jersey. Gazing at his 510 fate points, Huang Kevin decided to spend 20 points on the immunity card. The Mastery of Hairdressing sounded rather mundane. He certainly had no time to assist the young lady with her hair. Such matters could easily be resolved by spending money at a salon, without wasting his precious time. As for the Pellé's Shoe Shining Kit, Huang Kevin was genuinely tempted. After all, it belonged to the king of football, and it might possess some extraordinary effect. Alas, it was too expensive, and he could only admire it from afar. When morning arrived, the Italian newspapers have little in the way of fresh news. Aside from the incident of his injury, the Italian luminaries are merely seeking to maintain their visibility, with the only noteworthy stories revolving around the previous discoveries of ancient Rome. Huang Kevin has begun to question whether the Italians themselves have come to believe in that discovery as genuine. In stark contrast, the situation in England is entirely different. The Sun has gone into a frenzy. 2 paparazzi who infiltrated the hospital room returned to England yesterday. Shortly thereafter, the entire staff of the Sun worked overtime. Early in the morning, the Sun published a photo of Huang Kevin, whose condition remains uncertain, igniting a firestorm across Europe. Due to the previous commotion, even those in Europe who are indifferent to football have become aware of this incident. The photographs released by the Sun mark Huang Kevin's first public appearance since his coma. In the images, Huang Kevin appears pallid. Despite meticulous care, his frail condition remains evident. Some emotionally invested fans were moved to tears upon seeing the photographs. The 2 journalists also captured an image of the name card at Huang Kevin's bedside. However, the Sun, being quite shrewd, chose not to release everything at once, opting to save some for later to maintain the hype. The 2 paparazzi who took the photographs were interviewed by the Sun. "Yes, we disguised ourselves as nurses to gain access to Kevin's hospital room. For this operation, we specifically hired a professional makeup artist and made extensive preparations. Even the nurse uniforms were procured from the same dealer. We then caused a commotion at the hospital entrance to divert Kevin's bodyguard's attention, allowing us entry. We confirmed Kevin's condition. He is in very poor shape. After my aunt became a vegetable for 10 years, I visited her once, and even then, her condition was probably better than Kaiwen's. I fear it will be difficult for him to wake up. These two brief statements once again propelled Huang Kevin and Fahrenhurst into the spotlight. The candles at the hospital entrance have sold out, with reports of a new batch being urgently ordered from Y. Upon her return, the young lady settled onto the leather sofa, glancing back at Huang Kevin and inquiring, "When do you plan to return to the team, my dear?" "Just a bit longer. It isn't the optimal time yet," Huang Kevin replied with a smile. Although the hospital expenses are exorbitant, he has devised a plan to have them waived. Money does not come easily, and several thousand euros per day cannot simply be given to the hospital for free. After spending a few days playing games in the hospital, Huang Kevin ultimately decided to be discharged. On March 10th, he summoned Johnny Nanny to the hospital and also called for the director. After a friendly negotiation, the hospital agreed to waive the fees, acknowledging that Huang Kevin's awakening was a result of their treatment. The capitalist response is swift, recognizing the strong advertising impact of this incident throughout Europe. However, it was imperative that Huang Kevin be portrayed as having awakened due to their treatment. Therefore, they readily agreed to waive all expenses incurred during this period and even promised a discount for Huang Kevin's next hospital stay. Huang Kevin was quite satisfied with this outcome. Had the hospital not agreed, he was prepared to claim that he had awakened following Johnny Nanny's treatment. Later, Barbara, in conjunction with the dean, announced the news of Huang Kevin's awakening. A wave of excitement surged at the entrance of the hospital, soon spreading throughout the city of Milan and eventually rippling across mainstream nations in Europe. Those who had previously sought to bask in the limelight now felt compelled to extend their congratulations to Huang Kevin, regardless of their true sentiments. The only entity left wounded was the Sun newspaper, which had been reveling in the sensational photos they had captured, with more than half of the images still unpublished. The sudden revival of Huang Kevin diminished their value significantly. Now, the most coveted image was that of Huang Kevin exiting the hospital. The Sun newspaper promptly issued a reward for this photograph. In a clever maneuver, Huang Kevin enlisted the help of a young lady to find an actor to impersonate him, while he himself, having donned a simple disguise, transformed from an Asian visage to a European appearance, confidently striding out of the hospital. The paparazzi trailed closely behind the car carrying the young lady and her bodyguards, with several motorcyclists maneuvering to get ahead. Unfortunately for them, the young lady's bulletproof Mercedes was tinted, rendering their efforts fruitless. As the bulletproof Mercedes turned left, they followed suit. When it veered right, they did the same. Upon receiving a call from Huang Kevin, the young lady could not suppress her complaint. "I feel like I am receiving the same treatment as William's mother. I am not Prince Kevin." Huang Kevin chuckled in response. "Find an opportunity to exit the car early, and let the bodyguards take them for a spin further away." With a glimmer in her eyes, the young lady suggested, "How about you recuperate in Catanzaro?" "Sounds good." To be honest, he even accepted an interview with a television station, boldly sharing his experience. "Huang Kevin has awakened and fully recovered, which has made me realize an important truth. Calamities leave a lasting legacy. Hey, I remember you once posted that you would trade 5 years of your life for Huang Kevin to wake up. If he returns to the field, you would give 10 years more. Damn, I regret that. Huang Kevin's antics have cost me dearly. I feel as though I've lost 15 years. Do you think it's possible that Huang Kevin was indeed injured, but not to such a severe extent? That makes sense. Huang Kevin is an expert at feigning injury. It could have been plausible before, but this time it seems different. The Sun newspaper has photos online, and in those images, Huang Kevin appears to be in a deep coma. They couldn't have known to sneak a shot of him, and even if they had, it would be impossible to fake that level of authenticity. Indeed, it seems Huang Kevin is simply fortunate. With satisfaction, Huang Kevin closed his laptop, aware that even the naysayers in the forum had been deceived. During his absence due to injury, Milan had performed admirably, a home victory of 3-1 against Werder Bremen, a 3-0 triumph over Empoli, and a 3-1 win against Fiorentina. On March 18th, Huang Kevin returned to training. Upon seeing Huang Kevin dressed and ready, Inzaghi rushed over, embracing him warmly and exclaiming, "Welcome back, brother. Did no one pass you the ball while I was gone?" Huang Kevin chuckled playfully. "Are you going to pass the ball to me now that you're back?" Inzaghi retorted defiantly. Huang Kevin playfully punched Inzaghi and replied, "During the match against Werder Bremen, all your hat tricks were thanks to my assists, and I was the one who earned that penalty. We are all brothers. Let us not draw such clear lines." Inzaghi said with a dry laugh. He was genuinely delighted to see Huang Kevin return. Wrapping an arm around Huang Kevin's neck, he led him toward the gym, saying, "You know, while you were still unconscious, we were all cheering for you. It was my suggestion to pray for you before the match." And then the fans fell silent in the 10th minute. "Are you calling yourself Paolo Maldini?" Huang Kevin retorted, shaking off Inzaghi's arm. He playfully kicked Inzaghi in the rear. "Haha, you know it," Inzaghi grinned, unashamed. "Why are you here so early today? I was about to ask you the same." "I used to run into you just as I arrived at the team," Huang Kevin replied. He had come early today primarily because he had overslept during the day yesterday. The young lady had grown tired of his antics and had brought him to the team early. "Ah," Inzaghi suddenly sighed. "I've been encountering some troubles lately." "When have you not had troubles?" Huang Kevin scoffed. "This time it's different." Inzaghi leaned closer to Huang Kevin and whispered, "A girl claims she is pregnant and keeps waiting for me outside my house. I came to the team early to avoid her." "You don't have any?" Huang Kevin inquired, making a gesture. "I'm not foolish. Of course, I took precautions, which is why I feel something is off." Upon hearing Inzaghi's words, Huang Kevin too sensed something amiss. It seemed as if someone was intentionally trying to ensnare him. Inzaghi had struck the jackpot and was likely to be burdened by this girl. Italy is a Catholic country, but abortion is permitted within 90 days of pregnancy. Sometimes, for various reasons, such as subtle pregnancy symptoms or familial beliefs, some girls fail to resolve their troubles in time and end up as single mothers. From Inzaghi's description, it certainly felt as if he had been ensnared. "Have you tried persuading her to terminate it?" Huang Kevin asked. "She insists that her entire family are believers and would never consider an abortion," Inzaghi said with a frown. "Ah, now I understand," Huang Kevin exclaimed, the realization dawning upon him. He had encountered similar narratives online, the plots strikingly alike. Inzaghi had indeed found himself in a predicament. If he were tricked into marriage, irrespective of the child's biological connection to him, he would have to pay a substantial sum upon divorce. In that case, arrange a meeting with her, and I can help you find a place for a paternity test. If the child is yours, you must take responsibility. If not, then instruct her to cease her harassment. Or you might consider legal action for fraud. Kevin. Inzaghi leaned against Huang Kevin's shoulder and said, "I truly do not know what I would do without you. Get lost." Huang Kevin spent the entire day in the gym. From time to time, teammates would come to check on him. Huang Kevin felt as though he had entered a zoo, albeit as the exhibit. Everyone was delighted to see him return to the team, yet they still refrained from going out for gatherings that night. It was crucial to prioritize matters before the match day. The following day, the team traveled for an away game, while Huang Kevin remained with the injured Maldini and a few others. Having spent an extended period at home, Huang Kevin yearned to stretch his legs. Maldini, on the other hand, suffered from numerous old injuries due to his age. During the day's training, an incident occurred where a reporter infiltrated the training ground, though it was of no significant consequence. Meanwhile, the teammates who traveled for the away match secured another victory. On March 20th, the day after Milan's match, Capello came across Huang Kevin's beaming face in the newspaper. His mind buzzed with disbelief. He had previously thought the injury was severe enough that merely regaining consciousness and standing would be a remarkable feat as a serious injury case. A rehabilitation period of 6 months seemed reasonable. Hence, Capello never anticipated having to confront Huang Kevin's situation. Yet, upon seeing him now, Huang Kevin was already juggling a ball on the track, indicating a near-complete recovery. It goes without saying that he would undoubtedly feature in the upcoming league matches. Capello even began to suspect that Huang Kevin was targeting him in Juventus, as he consistently performed exceptionally well against them. Now, he had the audacity to return just before facing Juventus. Was it merely a coincidence? Previously, during an interview with Tuttosport, Capello had declared his intent for revenge against AC Milan. But now, it seemed more like a farce. How about conceding and accepting half of the defeat? As the scene shifted, a deep rumble echoed through the air. Thick, dark clouds unleashed their tempestuous emotions. Spring rain cascaded in rapid succession, forming a curtain of droplets. Capello wiped the rain from his face and cursed, "Damn it, it's only afternoon." Observing the dim alley, he took out his phone for illumination. Though the screen's brightness was low, it was better than having no light at all. He glanced again into the alley, where the murky depths seemed capable of devouring one's very soul, instilling a sense of trepidation to venture further. Gritting his teeth, Capello hastened into the alley. Even as an adult, even without the rain, and even on a sunlit day, Such narrow passageways were hardly safe. With bad luck, one could easily find oneself tossed into the river. Yet, he had his reasons for being there. In this extreme weather, even the sound of his own footsteps resonated ominously. Capello tightened his grip on his windbreaker, seeking a semblance of security. After approximately 3 minutes, he finally reached the end of the alley. A duration that felt like a century to him. Sighing in relief, he lifted one foot to shake off a banana peel that had inadvertently clung to his shoe. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the sky. Upon seeing the letters on the plaque, Capello was nearly moved to tears. This was the place he had been searching for. He pushed open the creaking wooden door. No sooner had he taken a step inside than he was struck on the head by something hanging from the doorframe. Damn it! Capello muttered under his breath as he entered the room, removing his hat and sunglasses. Under the dim yellow light, he observed the haphazard arrangement of jars and bottles within the shop. He exhaled in relief. He must have found the right place. Welcome, welcome. A diminutive man scurried out, rubbing his hands together with a sycophantic air. Capello scrutinized the man, who wore a blue cardigan, black practice pants, and a pair of straw sandals. His attire suggested an Asian heritage, albeit with skin darker than usual. Huang Capello inquired with difficulty in Chinese. Yes, that's me, the dark-skinned man affirmed, nodding vigorously. Noticing that the man's Italian was quite decent, Capello asked, "You are different from the Chinese people I have encountered before. Where in China are you from?" Yes, I am from China," the man replied, still nodding. "I am from Myanmar, specifically from the Bwishing region, belonging to the Karen ethnic group." The peculiar cadence of his speech struck Capello as impressive. Indeed, he was a sorcerer. Even his self-introduction resembled an incantation. "I have heard others say that your skills are formidable, particularly in dealing with people, especially Chinese individuals," Capello remarked. Yes. We are particularly adept at dealing with Chinese people," the dark-skinned man asserted, nodding earnestly. "I would like to request your assistance in incapacitating a Chinese individual temporarily, perhaps rendering them unwell," Capello stated. The man licked his lips with a flick of his tongue and replied, "That may not be straightforward." "Is it impossible?" Capello sighed, feeling a slight sense of relief. No, there is a way, but it will likely require a considerable sum of money." "How much?" Capello asked, somewhat distressed. He had specifically withdrawn some cash today, but it now seemed insufficient. 85 euros. What? Capello's eyes widened in astonishment. "Do you find that exorbitant? Then it can be 82. 5 euros, but it cannot be any cheaper." Capello sensed something amiss. Yet, having come this far, he had no option but to proceed. He reached into his pocket, opened his wallet, felt around to assess the bills, and, finding one that fit, handed it over, saying, "No need for change." Good. Rest assured. My goods are guaranteed to be effective," the man said as he accepted the money. With a single push, he leaped over the counter like a monkey and began rummaging through a drawer with haste. Moments later, he emerged with a package wrapped in black cloth. Handing it to Capello. "How do I use this?" Capello inquired. "Do not stray too far from your objective. Ideally, do not exceed a distance of 100 meters. If you sprinkle this magical powder upon the ground and utter the name of the individual, he shall be cursed." Capello nodded as he accepted the black cloth bag, carefully placing it into the pocket of his coat, before turning and hastily exiting through the door. March 25th, Turin, Hotel Taverna Vestigia. "It is nearly time, Carlo," reminded assistant coach Mauro Tassati. Ancelotti swiftly opened his backpack for inspection, followed by the aluminum case brimming with advanced technology. Satisfied with its contents, Ancelotti nodded with exuberance and declared, "Let us depart." Tassati assisted Ancelotti with the backpack, feeling as though he was carrying a prop from a Hollywood film. Initially, he had not noticed it upon boarding the vehicle, but as they disembarked, Huang Kevin caught sight of the large case in Ancelotti's hands. "I envy you, coach. It seems you have received splendid gifts once more," Inzaghi jested. "Get lost." Upon reaching the away team's locker room, Huang Kevin remained troubled as he changed his attire. "What troubles you, Kevin?" Kaka inquired with concern. "Nothing," Huang Kevin replied, shaking his head. "Are you worried about the coach or about injuries?" Kaka pressed further. "Of course. It's Carlo." Kaka was momentarily at a loss for words and could only pat Huang Kevin's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Ancelotti observed their exchange and approached with a smile, stating, "Do not worry, Kevin. I assure you, you will sustain no injuries today." Huang Kevin thought to himself, "This bodes ill. Ancelotti's demeanor suggests trouble is brewing." He began to regret not having exchanged himself for Messi during the summer. The outcome of the day hinged entirely on Ancelotti's whims. After being thoroughly vexed by a small black cloth bag previously, Huang Kevin feared the consequences of Ancelotti bringing such a large case. Anxiously, he followed his teammates onto the pitch. As the ball came his way, Huang Kevin suddenly remembered he had not drawn a card. Observing his full 100 expectation value, he opted to draw one. Ding! You have received a one-time experience card for the match. La Liga Round 18, Barcelona vs Real Madrid, featuring Romario. Huang Kevin's expression turned peculiar. It seemed he was destined to solidify his reputation as Juventus Spain. What had the old lady done to deserve this? Hello, dear fans. I believe all of you are eagerly anticipating the match. Huang Kevin's miraculous recovery and return to the pitch is indeed a cause for celebration, based on his warm-up. He appears to be in excellent form. The attending physician has described it as a miracle. Perhaps it truly is. Indeed, the foul committed by Fahrenhurst was excessively brutal. Huang Kevin went from unconsciousness to returning to the field in just over a month. I find no other word to describe it but miracle. Both teams have returned to the players' tunnel. The coaches are old acquaintances, and the atmosphere during their handshake is quite amiable. After all, a match is a match. And life is life. In front of the players' tunnel, Capello greeted, "Carlo, good to see you again. Indeed, I hope the match won't affect our friendship," replied Ancelotti with a beaming smile. Of course not, Capello chuckled, giving Ancelotti a gentle pat on the arm. After they parted ways, Capello returned to the coaching bench. Retrieving a black cloth bag from his pocket, he opened the pouch of powder and sprinkled it onto the field while murmuring incantations. Ancelotti, witnessing this scene, could not suppress a cold smile. He turned to rummage through his backpack, extracting a Latin notebook and handing it to Tassati, saying, "There's a blood curse written in there. Give it a try while I assemble the equipment." Tassati examined the notes, beginning to search for the necessary materials. Meanwhile, Ancelotti opened a formidable aluminum case behind the coaching bench, methodically assembling the components within. As he pressed the start button, a small radar whirred to life, emitting a buzzing sound, prompting a satisfied nod from Ancelotti. "Ha ha, both coaches have begun their antics again today," Jean remarked with a grin. After the Champions League final, "I thought that was the end, but here we are witnessing it once more. Jean, let us first observe the kickoff." Imbu received the ball with a backward pass, and Muta surged forward without hesitation. Following his controversial departure from Chelsea due to the XD scandal, he was brought to Juventus by Maggi, quickly becoming an essential rotation player. Although his prowess had diminished somewhat from his prime, Muta's footwork remained swift. As Gattuso charged forward, Muta executed rapid consecutive feints, seizing the moment when Gattuso fell behind to nudge the ball forward and break through along the sideline. Shevchenko, not lacking in speed, showcased his ability to dominate in both offense and defense during moments of weakness. However, in terms of positional awareness, he could not keep pace with Maldini. The gap between them was light years apart. Just as he extended his foot, Muta deftly touched the ball with his right foot, accelerating past Shevchenko and diagonally advancing toward the penalty area. Kaladze quickly moved to cover, but Muta twisted, feinting with his left foot before nudging the ball into the box. Caught off guard, Kaladze hurried to his left, inadvertently colliding with Mutu, causing the ball to roll out of play. "Mutu indeed plays with remarkable instinct," Jean chuckled. Everyone thought Muta's career was over, yet upon returning to Serie A, he has experienced a resurgence. Indeed, Muta has performed admirably at Juventus. A prodigal son returns. And I hope he cherishes all that he has now. Dida launched a long pass, directing it to the left flank. Previously, his assist to Inzaghi had reached this side, indicating Dida's proficiency in leftward passes. Huang Kevin anticipated the landing spot, sprinting forward to execute a turn and control the ball with a deft touch. He quickly feinted again, facing Mutu. Mutu felt a bit overwhelmed, somewhat understanding Fahrenhurst's choices. Of course, he wouldn't dare to act, should he truly take action, upon returning home after the match. He would find bullets accompanying the letters in his mailbox. Huang Kevin first lifted his foot and shook his shoulder, deftly maneuvering the ball towards the center. Noticing that Mutu was not deceived, he flicked the ball with the outside of his right foot. Mutu followed his movement closely. Huang Kevin then executed a quick toe poke, sending the ball to the left side, followed by a sharp thrust of his left foot, nudging it behind Mutu as he accelerated past. Chiellini clenched his fist, spreading his legs, shifting his center of gravity, and continuously adjusting his position in response to Huang Kevin's movements. Huang Kevin dribbled the ball with a measured pace, gently nudging it with his right foot, keeping it close, allowing his teammates time to advance. His teammates surged forward. Mutu, alongside Vieira, began to retreat. Huang Kevin knew he could wait no longer. Suddenly, he sprinted towards the byline. Chiellini, his nerves taut, turned and chased with determination. Both players moved swiftly, the byline drawing nearer. With a sudden flourish, Huang Kevin executed a sudden stop, pivoting to face the penalty area. Chiellini, in full flight, could not halt his momentum and stumbled out past the byline. Initially intending to maneuver past his opponent, Huang Kevin seized the moment. Without waiting for Vieira and Mutu, he surged into the penalty area with the ball. Cannavaro immediately charged towards Huang Kevin. This was the opportunity. Huang Kevin sidestepped, executing a back pass in a triangular fashion. As Inzaghi arrived from the left side of the penalty area, striking the ball decisively. Buffon, quick on the draw, made a lateral dive, deflecting the ball out of bounds. Huang Kevin approached the corner flag. A tremendous chorus of boos erupted from the crowd at the Del Alp Stadium. Many teams employ tactical corner kicks, but Huang Kevin's approach was extraordinary, blurring the lines between reality and deception, instilling fear in his opponents. He was truly one of a kind in the football world. Players from both teams had crowded into Juventus's penalty area. Discussions flourished in online forums. I told you Huang Kevin was overrated. At the start, Juventus fans applauded him. But now he's facing boos. To be fair, I think Huang Kevin is quite infuriating. He just ran in front of Mutu and executed an ostentatious stop. Huang Kevin used to play with simplicity. Now he's becoming increasingly flamboyant. No wonder Pelé said he resembled a Brazilian player. Good grief, Pelé. The broadcast captured a moment that astonished commentators worldwide. Director Zhang, after a pause, quickly remarked, "The football king Pelé is present in the stands of the Alp Stadium. Undoubtedly here to support Huang Kevin. Huang Kevin must have significant influence." Previously, the Brazilian president made a statement, and several Brazilian legends voiced their support. I now somewhat understand why Huang Kevin's playing style today resembles that of his match against Werder Bremen in the Champions League. A mutual exchange, indeed. Let us take a look at this corner kick. Is there something amiss with the positioning of the AC Milan players? Kevin Huang executed a tactical free kick, allowing Shevchenko to let the ball pass between his legs. Gattuso and Pirlo also opted for the same maneuver. Suddenly, Kaka unleashed a powerful long-range shot. The ball found the back of the net. Kaka, positioned at the edge of the penalty area, successfully breached Juventus' defense. While the goal may have seemed straightforward, the three players managed to capture the opponent's attention, particularly as Kaka's strike targeted the crowded left side, leaving Buffon unable to react in time. What a magnificent goal! AC Milan's tactical corner kick once again demonstrated to the world that their creativity knows no bounds. Hiway exclaimed with excitement. The camera then focused on Pelé, the king of football, who was laughing heartily and clapping vigorously, perhaps in celebration of Brazil's young star Kaka, or the samba genius Kevin Huang, or perhaps in admiration of both. I have raised my expectations as high as possible, yet it appears my imagination falls short. AC Milan, Kevin Huang, have yet to reach their full potential. Goodness, what a trickster Kevin Huang truly is. Juventus fans must regret applauding Kevin Huang now. I have a feeling today will witness another significant scoreline. The outcome hinges on Kevin Huang's whims. If he desires it, today could be another day of reckoning for the old lady. With Pelé present at the match, it seems Kevin Huang holds considerable clout. Following the goal, Kaka dashed towards the corner flag, leaping onto Kevin Huang's back. Together, they charged towards the away fans, with the exuberant Kevin Huang eliciting a shake of the head from Capello, who muttered to himself, "This shouldn't be happening. Did that wizard sell me a fake?" Reflecting on the moment, Capello smacked his forehead in frustration, lamenting, "How could I forget? When addressing a Chinese name, I should use the Chinese language." The Juventus coach sighed, realizing he had overlooked the most crucial detail. He resolved to enroll in a Chinese language class after the match. Once Juventus resumed play, they initiated an attack down the left flank. Mutu confronted Stam, and the scene seemed a replay of yesterday's events. Nedved nudged the ball with his right foot, attempting to exploit the space behind Stam. However, Stam, anticipating the move, disregarded Nedved and swiftly pursued, clearing the ball out of play. Zabina stepped up to throw in the ball. Upon receiving it, Nedved found himself closely marked by Stam. The Czech quickly passed back to the advancing Vieira. With no defenders nearby, Vieira accelerated, nudging the ball forward before unleashing a thunderous shot from 35 meters out. The ball sped towards the goal, swiftly entering the penalty area. Aware of the impending danger, Dida dove to his side, pushing the ball towards the right flank. Nedved, reacting quickly, seized the opportunity to retrieve the ball on the right. Executing a fluid turn and cross in one seamless motion, the ball sped toward the penalty area with great velocity. Ibrahimovic and Kaladze were entangled as they charged into the penalty area. Upon seeing the ball soaring towards him, Ibrahimovic summoned his strength, slightly nudging Kaladze aside. He met the ball with his chest, which then fell gracefully before him. With a powerful swing of his left foot, number 46 struck the ball midair. Despite Dida's leap, the proximity was too close for him to make a save. The ball nestled into the left side of the net. Zlatan, Zlatan, Zlatan. The jubilant fans at the Alpine Stadium chanted his name. What a magnificent strike from Ibrahimovic. His individual skills are truly exceptional. As a towering forward, he possesses some of the finest technique. In their last match against Juventus, Ibrahimovic scored, and today he has found the net again. The defensive efforts to thwart him were nearly identical. The AC Milan defenders ought to reflect on their performance. Kaladze felt a twinge of embarrassment as he glanced at his teammates. Nesta waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's all right. I know you're struggling as a center back. Once Kevin scores, we'll be ahead again." "Thank you. I appreciate the reassurance," Kaladze replied. After Milan resumed the game, they continued their attack down the left flank. Both teams heavily relied on this side for offensive plays. The moment Huang Kevin received the ball, Mutu rushed in to apply pressure. If it had been Nedved, Huang Kevin might have been more cautious. As for Mutu, his defensive capabilities were negligible. With a deft touch, Huang Kevin flicked the ball forward with his right foot just as Mutu lunged. He then deftly maneuvered the ball to his left and accelerated down the sideline. A delightful nutmeg. He cleanly bypassed Mutu. Damn. Vieira sprinted towards the flank. Huang Kevin accelerated again, denying Vieira any chance to provide cover. Chiellini felt immense pressure. It was perplexing why the coach had placed him on the right side, directly in front of a forward of such caliber. Having learned from his previous humiliating encounter, Chiellini observed as Huang Kevin sped towards the byline. He refrained from exerting his full effort, wary of the possibility of losing control. Indeed, just as he approached within a meter of the goal line, Huang Kevin executed a sudden stop with a deft touch, adjusting his right foot atop the ball and skillfully pivoting it back and forth as if teasing a cat with a wand. Chiellini felt an overwhelming urge to challenge Huang Kevin, yet he dared not. Across Italy, even Europe, and the world, the stakes of this match were monumental. Anyone daring to commit a malicious foul against that lad would surely face dire consequences. The pressure of defending against Huang Kevin was already substantial, compounded by the need to be wary of his movements. Chiellini felt on the verge of collapse. Noticing Chiellini's anxiety, Huang Kevin began to perform a rapid sequence of mesmerizing footwork. First, he pulled the ball to the left with his right foot, then nudged it forward, slipping it through a narrow gap. Immediately, he shifted his weight, supporting himself on his left leg while his right foot circled behind it, executing a delicate flick upon the ball. A dazzling series of movements culminated in a flourish, and this was only the beginning. The ball rolled into the penalty area between Chiellini and the goal line. Huang Kevin sprang into action, charging into the box. Nearby Juventus fans widened their eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "Is this for real?" Witnessing Buffon leap from his goal, every Juventus supporter clasped their hands to their chests in fervent prayer, hoping Kevin would not regain possession. Fortunately, Buffon acted with remarkable decisiveness. Realizing he could not secure the ball beneath him, he instinctively dove, extending his arm to deflect the ball out of play. The broadcast once again focused on Pelé, who wore a look of regret, clearly eager to witness Kevin's continued brilliance. As far as I know, Pelé did not communicate with the Milan club, so he came to the match of his own volition, someone commented. Undoubtedly, he is here to cheer for Kevin. As the finest practitioner of the samba style in the world today, Kevin is worthy of Pelé's presence. Neither Ronaldo nor Ronaldinho can compare to Kevin, exclaimed Cruyff with enthusiasm. Their dribbling is impressive, yet Kevin always finds a more exquisite way to achieve the same result. He is akin to Garrincha, consistently victorious while delighting the fans. Kevin is the finest artist on the football pitch. Thus, even the divine cannot bear to see Kevin confined to a hospital bed or wheelchair. His recovery from a coma was swifter than a mere muscle strain, yet for Kevin, it makes perfect sense, for he is a miracle, a gift from the heavens to humanity. Just now, Kevin's deft touch and separation from the ball left me in awe. It seemed as though the football was an extension of his being, as he toyed with his opponents at will. Kevin is now approaching the corner flag. It appears another spectacle is about to unfold. Kevin makes a run-up to deliver a cross. The penalty area is crowded. The ball is headed away by Thuram. Pirlo receives it just outside the box and redistributes it to the left, where Kevin is waiting. Kevin skillfully juggles the ball with both feet, luring in the defenders. Marvelous. A rainbow flick pass. Kevin executed a rainbow flick to deliver the ball to Inzaghi, who, after controlling it with his chest, shot over the bar, squandering Kevin's exquisite assist. Pelé once stated that Kevin is second only to his number 10. I believe that assertion is erroneous. Pelé is indeed great, but Kevin is even greater. When Kevin embraces the Samba style, Pelé may very well be the closest to Kevin's number 10. How splendid. Kevin sprinted back 60 meters, successfully intercepting the ball. Can Kevin carry the ball himself? No, he passes, lifting it through the center. Kaka receives the ball in the midfield. Kaka drives forward rapidly into Juventus's half. Vieira and Chiellini desperately chase back, but Kaka's pace is too blistering. The defenders near him hesitate to commit. Kaka is magnificent. Kaka changes direction, accelerating past Cannavaro as he invades the penalty area. Kaka shoots, and it's a goal. Kaka scores. Kaka received the ball in the center circle and embarked on a long run, once again altering the scoreline. His talent is undeniable. First, Kevin sprinted back 60 meters to successfully intercept the ball, then found Kaka, who swiftly counterattacked and scored. There exists an unspoken understanding between Kevin and Kaka. With anyone else in the center circle, Kevin would not easily pass the ball, yet he trusts Kaka, believing that once Kaka receives it, a goal is imminent. Kaka did not disappoint him. Perhaps Kaka will become the next Ballon d'Or winner for Milan after Kevin. Of course, Kaka must wait a decade or so. Even though they form the finest attacking duo in history, Kaka cannot overshadow Kevin's brilliance. It is not that Kaka lacks strength, but rather that Kevin is exceptionally formidable. Credeli seems eager to unleash all his prior concerns, almost wishing for Huang Kevin to ascend to glory today. He spares no extravagant adjectives in praising Huang Kevin. On the stands, Pelé smiles knowingly, exaggerating his excitement. His already prominent eye bags become even more pronounced with joy. Yet, he is genuinely pleased. He noticed Huang Kevin long before, even prior to the Champions League final, and continued to watch his matches with fascination. Pelé became captivated, unsure of Huang Kevin's style of play. As the season commenced, Huang Kevin matured significantly, particularly in the match against Werder Bremen, where his performance nearly made Pelé leap with excitement. However, the subsequent match left him deeply disappointed and angry. He thought Huang Kevin's career was over. Upon hearing that Huang Kevin had awakened, Pelé was not overly thrilled. The Kevin off the pitch is just an ordinary young man, far from the omnipotent genius he had once perceived. But when he learned that Kevin had returned to the field against Juventus, Emerson seized the opportunity to charge forward. Huang Kevin deftly lifted the ball, striking it with his right foot, sending it arcing over Emerson's head. He accelerated past Emerson, leaving Chiellini feeling alarmed. It was utterly unfair. Even as he changed direction, Huang Kevin still pursued him. Chiellini could only grit his teeth and chase Huang Kevin towards the goal line. As they ran, Huang Kevin suddenly deftly controlled the ball with his right foot, shifting it from behind to his left side. Chiellini halted to adjust his position. With a swift flick of his toes, Huang Kevin sent the ball racing through Chiellini's narrow opening. Chiellini reacted quickly, turning to raise his arms, but it was futile. Being struck from behind, he found it nearly impossible to catch up. The explosiveness of Romario was again evident. As Huang Kevin entered the penalty area with the ball, he had already left Chiellini several meters behind. Thuram rushed to cover, mindful of the need to protect his rear, positioning himself between Huang Kevin and Shevchenko to deny Huang Kevin a passing opportunity. In the penalty area, Huang Kevin deftly adjusted the ball, immediately lifting it with a delicate touch. The crisp sound of his boot striking the ball resonated in the air. A lob shot soared towards the left side of the goal. Buffon, with remarkable agility, shifted 2 steps and executed a flying save, skillfully plucking the ball from midair. Huang Kevin shook his head. Indeed, he had merely acquired Romario's technical prowess, but it did not equate to mastering Romario's style of play. To emulate the lone wolf's exquisite chip shot, he would need to refine his touch. Scoring from within the penalty area was not an endeavor to be taken lightly. Why not pass it to me? Inzaghi protested as he approached Huang Kevin. I've already passed to you twice before, and you failed to score, Huang Kevin retorted, rolling his eyes. That was at the beginning of the match. I hadn't found my rhythm yet. If you pass it to me again, I will definitely score, Inzaghi insisted, attempting to defend himself. All right, I'll pass to you next time, Huang Kevin replied. You promise, right? Inzaghi fixed his gaze on Huang Kevin. Yes, I promise. As the game resumed, Juventus maintained a clear and organized attack, even while trailing. The Italian coach placed great emphasis on tactical discipline, with Capello being a paragon of this philosophy. Vieira, while controlling the ball in the back, continuously scanned the field. When Shevchenko pressed forward to challenge, Vieira immediately delivered a lateral pass and advanced himself. Emerson's first instinct upon receiving the ball was to switch play to the right flank. Mutu, upon seeing Gattuso approaching, felt a surge of frustration. Facing Gattuso was an entirely different level of defensive intensity compared to Huang Kevin. Hesitant to act, Mutu first nudged the ball forward to test the waters, disregarding Gattuso's unyielding stance. He then flicked the ball away and sprinted along the sideline. Gattuso, with his stable center of gravity and swift agility, quickly closed in on Mutu, preventing him from cutting inside. Realizing that Shevchenko was also charging towards him, Mutu understood that he had to escape immediately. He executed a sudden stop, shifting the ball to his left side. Caught off guard, Gattuso was a step behind. Yet his reaction was nothing short of exemplary. As he pivoted, he executed a sliding tackle, successfully displacing the ball from Mutu's feet and directing it into the center. Standing at the edge of the arc, Kaka retraced his steps, noticing Nedved moving towards the ball. Accelerating once more, Kaka managed to reach the ball first, then deftly returned it with a back heel before turning to advance. Pirlo, without a moment's hesitation, launched a precise long pass toward Kaka. With a deft touch, Kaka controlled the ball with his chest, forcefully breaking past Vieira. As Kaka advanced with the ball, Milan's forwards surged forward with fervor. Huang Kevin observed the increasing space on the left flank and promptly shifted direction, making a diagonal run from the right to the left. Aware of the situation in the backline, Emerson resolutely charged towards Kaka, determined to prevent him from having any chance, even if it meant fouling him. With Kaka's innate sense of positioning, he twisted and delivered a diagonal pass toward the left side, even as he was brought down by Emerson. The ball, however, had already been sent on its way. Zabina, trailing closely beside Huang Kevin, silently lamented the unfolding events. He deliberately moved close to Huang Kevin, positioning himself behind him. Zabina could only grit his teeth and follow Huang Kevin as he made a diagonal run toward the penalty area. As Huang Kevin advanced, he lifted his right foot, allowing the ball to glide beneath him while his shoe's sole gently grazed the ball, successfully decelerating it. This seemingly trivial action was imbued with intricate details. By the time the ball reached the front, Huang Kevin had adeptly brought it under control. Seizing the opportunity, Zabina darted in front of Huang Kevin. But before he could turn to defend, Huang Kevin sidestepped, deftly nudging the ball into the penalty area with his right foot, and surged past Zabina once more. Zabina, attempting to pivot, found his steps faltering and fell heavily within the box. As he regained control, Huang Kevin had already positioned himself at the left side of the small box. Lifting his left foot, he executed a low shot at a sharp angle. Buffon, anticipating a pass, reacted instinctively, extending his foot just in time to deflect the ball out of play. So close. Buffon's reflexes are astounding. Buffon is well aware of Huang Kevin's playing style. He anticipated a back pass to other Milan players for a shot. Yet Huang Kevin surprised him with a direct shot at a tight angle. Indeed, Buffon was evidently unprepared, yet he still managed to deflect the ball. Relying solely on his quick reflexes. That is indeed the case. Look at Buffon, towering and robust, yet his reactions are remarkably swift. He is undoubtedly among the finest goalkeepers in the world. Wait, Huang Kevin did not take the corner kick. Could there be a reason for this? Coach Zhang inquired, astonished. Recently, Huang Kevin had shown a particular fondness for taking corner kicks, especially when the ball went out near him. This time, however, he refrained and let Pirlo take the corner. It was hard not to entertain alternative thoughts. Juventus players were all focused on Huang Kevin. Seeing him stationed on the left flank, they had already deduced that this was a tactical corner. As Pirlo approached, several Juventus players chuckled, praising Pirlo's theatrics, as he executed the act with such authenticity that it appeared genuine. With a swift motion, Pirlo struck the ball with his right foot. The ball soared into the penalty area like a comet, leaving the players at the near post unprepared. Zabina was unable to jump in time as the ball sailed toward the center. Thuram and Shevchenko leapt almost simultaneously, extending their arms in a contest for the aerial ball. Thuram nudged Shevchenko aside, successfully gaining the upper hand and heading the ball out of the penalty area. A counterattack. Juventus is on the offensive. Vieira delivers a quick long pass to the left. Nedved controls the ball, accelerates down the flank, and evades Stam to deliver a cross. Dida successfully blocked Trezeguet's header. Kaladze swiftly collected the ball and passed it to Shevchenko. AC Milan launches another counterattack, instantly elevating the pace of the match. Shevchenko and Pirlo executed a 1-2 play, bypassing Mutu before returning the ball to Pirlo. Long pass. Huang Kevin was seen in Juventus half. Pirlo elegantly turned, his arms relaxed, and struck the ball with finesse beneath it. This powerful kick aimed to deliver the ball into the Juventus penalty area. In the blink of an eye, the ball soared across the field, heading directly for Juventus's box. The retreating Thuram glanced up, prepared to leap for a header at any moment. Suddenly, he sensed someone approaching and looked down to see Huang Kevin charging forward. Just before reaching the edge of the penalty area, he slightly bent his legs, propelling himself upward with his left leg. While airborne, Huang pressed his right foot against the air, generating momentum to advance further. In the presence of Thuram, he skillfully headed the ball into the box with his chest. It dawned on Thuram that this was not the moment for amazement, as Huang had already dashed into the penalty area to seize the ball, leaving him unable to turn in time. Fortunately, Cannavaro had anticipated the play, racing to the left to position himself in front of Huang. Without hesitation, Huang flicked the ball with his left foot and accelerated toward the right. His explosive power successfully left Cannavaro behind, although it was merely a body length. It was sufficient for Romario. Upon reaching the right side of the small box, Huang twisted and nudged the ball with his right foot. Buffon, stationed at the right post, sensed impending danger. Without looking back, he executed a backward dive to make the save. Yet, the ball was swifter. It rolled past the goal line right in front of Buffon and struck the left side of the net with force. Ultimately, Juventus's guardian could not thwart this strike. Kevin. Goal by Kevin. Kevin scored a low shot during this counterattack. Pirlo's powerful kick was clearly intended for the penalty area, but Thuram had already positioned himself. At such a moment, Kevin soared, heading the ball into the box, then accelerated past Cannavaro. Though it was merely a body length, the opportunity lasted only half a second. Yet Kevin still denied Juventus any chance, executing a beautiful low shot that found the far corner of the net. Although Kevin did not employ any flamboyant dribbling techniques, the explosive power and shooting skill he displayed are among the finest in football. With the first half nearing its conclusion, Juventus trailed by 13 goals at home. If the commentary were from another country, they would undoubtedly encourage Juventus to adjust and score in the second half, Cardilli remarked with a hint of sarcasm. However, against a Milan side boasting 3 Ballon d'Or caliber players in Kevin, Kaka, and Shevchenko, Juventus stands no chance. As he sprinted back, Huang turned to ignore Inzaghi's forlorn gaze. There was no opportunity for a counterattack. He wasn't aware of his presence behind him. Kaka approached and high-fived Huang, grinning. Kevin, fantastic. It seems your body is in perfect condition. Ricardo, don't be so dramatic. You know how it is, Huang replied, bemused. Haha, there have been so many reports. I genuinely thought you were injured, Kaka said, somewhat sheepishly scratching the back of his head. What injury? Inzaghi, who had returned to his half, inquired. Huang Kevin and Kaka replied in unison, it's nothing. Inzaghi discreetly raised his middle finger, cursing under his breath. How dare they form little cliques and keep secrets among the trio? He felt it was his duty, as the elder statesman of the team, to remind these 2 rascals who truly held the authority. Juventus resumed play. Vieira passed the ball to Chiellini, who advanced past the halfway line only to be confronted by Gattuso's relentless pressure. Nedved moved in to support and attempted to force a cross from the byline. This time, however, Stam anticipated his move, intercepting the ball and sending it out of play. The referee's whistle pierced the air, a short blast followed by a long one, signaling halftime. Players ambled back in small groups. Inzaghi, reveling in the moment, gestured toward the sidelines and remarked, "Look, the head is waiting for you. Don't keep him waiting too long." Huang Kevin rolled his eyes at Inzaghi before approaching Ancelotti, saying, "I feel fantastic. My entire body is warm and tingling. My mind is crystal clear, and I'm bursting with energy. I could run a full marathon right now without breaking a sweat. Ancelotti, with a comical expression, momentarily lost his words. After a brief pause, he chuckled. That's splendid. It seems the effects are quite remarkable. You can head back now. I'll tidy up a bit. Once Huang Kevin and the others entered the players' tunnel, Ancelotti squatted down at the coaching bench to turn off the radar device, wrapping it carefully in his training attire before proceeding into the tunnel. The broadcast had deliberately focused on him, igniting a frenzy of discussion online. Did I see that right? Ancelotti brought a little radar device onto the pitch. Is he trying to monitor the game through CCTV? What radar? That's clearly a small radar system. Wow. Capello and Ancelotti's assistant cast a spell at the start. Ancelotti is pitting science against theology. This Italian coach truly stands at the forefront of global football. Ha. This is hilarious. Nowadays, to be a coach, one needs more than just basic skills. If I had known, I would have taken my elementary school craft classes more seriously. I might have had a shot at coaching. Come on, don't overthink it. Ancelotti's radar looks like high tech. He might have enlisted expert assistance. If Ancelotti strapped 2 harnesses on and brandished a sleek laser gun, he'd look like something out of Ghostbusters. Right. No wonder this look feels so familiar. Ancelotti must have customized it based on that film. Do you think there is a possibility that Ancelotti is a spy from another country? If you're suggesting Huang Kevin is some sort of undercover agent, I might buy it. But Ancelotti is too portly and openly displays his equipment. He lacks both agility and a sense of secrecy. How could he possibly be an operative? Recommend it, not intentionally. Even if you want to accommodate Filippo, you can't shortchange us. Refund us. Wait, I'll make it up to you all later, all right? Huang Kevin said with a smile. All right, Filippo, you've won. Let it go. No way. Inzaghi widened his eyes and declared, I shall demonstrate my prowess. Even if you do not concede, I can emerge victorious. The spectators continued to revel in the spectacle. Minutes passed, and Ancelotti, in a tone of concern, suggested, we all recognize your exceptional talent. Perhaps it is time to relent, Filippo. Inzaghi, however, remained silent, waving his hand dismissively. As the moment approached, everyone readied themselves to take the field. Inzaghi rubbed his eyes vigorously, a pained expression crossing his face as he lamented, my eyes are hurting. As the second half commenced, AC Milan made substitutions. Was Inzaghi injured in the first half? Inzaghi's eyes appear somewhat reddened. Could this indicate a serious injury that might jeopardize his participation in the World Cup? Hiway voiced his concerns. It is uncertain, but it is indeed a possibility. With the World Cup approaching this summer, any injury poses a significant blow to a player. Let us hope for Inzaghi's swift recovery. Capello mused as he observed Huang Kevin returning to the right flank, eager to engage. The fluidity of his positioning rendered it challenging for defenders to contend with him. Capello signaled to Emerson, who nodded in understanding and, alongside Nedved, surged toward Huang Kevin. Huang Kevin deftly sidestepped and advanced, while Kaka, under pressure, made an unusual back pass that fell behind Huang Kevin. With a swift turn, Huang Kevin evaded Nedved's challenge. Emerson charged in from behind Huang Kevin. The latter took a step forward with his right foot, executing a turn with a Cruyff turn. Emerson hastily shifted right, attempting to block Huang Kevin's path. With a deft flick of his left foot, Huang Kevin nudged the ball forward with his right, accelerating past the sideline. Kaka maintained a cautious distance from Huang Kevin, ever prepared to offer support. As Chiellini approached, Huang Kevin gestured to Kaka, prompting him to accelerate forward. Huang Kevin executed a rapid bicycle kick, nudging the ball half a meter ahead. Realizing he had not managed to shake off his opponent, he was fortunate that Pirlo arrived to provide support. Huang Kevin turned and delivered a back pass, then sprinted ahead. Pirlo, with a deft twist, lofted the ball toward the right side of the penalty area. Kaka's sprint drew the attention of defenders, leaving Shevchenko in a comparatively favorable position. However, the pass was rather tight, landing directly before Shiva. As he moved, Shevchenko inadvertently kicked the ball toward the opposing team. Cannavaro, who was preparing to challenge Shevchenko, was caught off guard and failed to react in time, inadvertently kicking the ball toward the center. The ball ricocheted off Kaka's foot, bouncing toward the edge of the penalty area. Kaka hastily accelerated, extending his foot for a backheel flick. However, he lost his balance and fell before Cannavaro. Shevchenko noticed Huang Kevin's rapid advance down the left flank and quickly nudged the ball away from Kaka's foot toward the left side. Huang Kevin surged forward again, skillfully maneuvering past Vieira. Zabina's swift recovery seemed poised to engage in a closing defense with Thuram. Huang Kevin nudged the ball into the penalty area with his left foot, propelling himself through the narrow gap between the two defenders. Although he successfully entered the penalty area, Huang Kevin was met with a collision, causing him to stumble and inadvertently push the ball forward. Huang Kevin could only grit his teeth and charge forward. Buffon was already waiting there. As Huang reacquired the ball, he found it impossible to halt his momentum, swiftly sweeping the ball to the left. Just then, Buffon lunged with a sliding tackle. Huang deftly stepped over Buffon's outstretched foot and, without pausing to adjust, turned to unleash a powerful shot, sending the ball into the unguarded net. Goal! Kevin! The once silent Alpine Stadium erupted with the frenzied cheers of Milan supporters. In the live broadcast room, Cruyff began to sprint in excitement. Kevin! Goal! The iconic Kevin goal. Kevin initiated the attack from the right flank, passed back, then surged forward, skillfully dribbling past four defenders, including Buffon, to find the back of the net. Each encounter with Vieira was fraught with peril, as he navigated past opponents with audacity. Kevin truly displayed remarkable skill and boldness, treating Juventus's defense as if it were merely a training ground. Facing their primary rivals, Kevin proclaimed in his own way that the Serie A championship belonged to Milan. After the goal, Huang opened his arms and embraced the rushing Shevchenko and Toni, while Kaka, unable to squeeze through his teammates, wore a look of resigned frustration. In a distinguished team, competition was omnipresent. The young workers from St. Paul finally grasped the hardships faced by laborers in the bustling city. It was indeed a fierce struggle. Even celebrating felt like a contest for space. Fortunately, Kaka's salary was decent, enabling him to afford a home in Milan, thus avoiding the fate of returning to his hometown empty-handed after years of toil. As both teams returned to the center circle for the kickoff, the morale of the Juventus players was visibly diminished. A scoreline of 14 was undeniably shameful. Although the past 2 seasons had seen an increase in humiliation, it remained difficult for the players to acclimatize. Sparse, empty seats began to appear in the stands, as fans could hardly bear to witness further punishment. Inbu sighed, his expression a complex mixture as he regarded Huang Kevin. Inbu was proud of his prowess, yet he was not devoid of reason. From his childhood to his time at Ajax and now, he had never encountered anyone who could rival Huang Kevin. Capello had advised him to shoot more frequently and learn from Van Basten to enhance his skills. Following this advice, Inbu had indeed increased his goal tally. He wished to point at Huang Kevin and ask Capello, "How can I watch footage of him?" After the restart, Inbu played a quick back pass before sprinting forward. Vieira carried the ball upfield and once again sent a direct pass to Inbu. As Inbu received the ball near the midfield, he found himself under pressure from Gattuso. Gattuso's tenacity in tackling was unparalleled. Despite Inbu's attempts to maneuver past Gattuso with successive feints, Gattuso resolutely thwarted his progress. Unable to find an opening, Inbu executed a clever no-look pass to the right, where Mutu picked up the ball and continued his advance forward. Inbu called for the ball, but Mutu chose to ignore him completely. Mutu deftly flicked the ball to evade Pirlo, but before he could dribble, Shevchenko intercepted with a well-timed tackle. Upon rising, Shevchenko seized the ball and advanced towards the center. He briefly glanced up and executed a long pass, though it paled in comparison to Pirlo's finesse, being slightly overthrown. Kaka and Vieira surged towards the ball almost simultaneously, but Kaka's speed gave him the edge. With determination, Vieira threw himself to the ground, sliding to redirect the ball towards the right flank. Huang Kevin chased after it, but before he could turn, Emerson pressed him from behind. Reminiscent of their previous encounter, Huang Kevin deftly flicked the ball and turned, only to find Chiellini closing in. He quickly controlled the ball and took a couple of steps towards the center, shifting the play to the left side, eager to avoid a 2-on-1 situation, especially with space available near his teammates. Shevchenko leapt and headed the ball towards Gattuso, who charged forward, eager to find an opportunity to pass to Kaka. However, noticing Vieira closely marking Kaka and realizing he was unopposed, Gattuso's frustration boiled over, prompting him to carry the ball forward himself. Approaching the edge of the penalty area, he saw Thuram tightly marking Toni, compelling Gattuso to switch the play once more. Receiving the ball, Shevchenko skillfully nudged it behind him, accelerating past Zabina and into the penalty area, only for Thuram to intercept with a timely clearance out of bounds. Both coaches are preparing to make substitutions, one commentator noted. Stam seemed to be running awkwardly, likely indicating an injury and signaling for a change. Goodness, Juventus has 3 players warming up. Are they really going all out? Another remarked. But they can't, as using all 3 substitution slots at once could leave them vulnerable if another issue arises. Capello instructed Blasi to return to the bench, while he accompanied Del Piero and Camoranesi to the sidelines, detailing, "When you enter, focus solely on marking Kevin, allowing Del Piero to attack down the left flank. I mean it. Follow him wherever he goes, understood?" "Yes, coach." Camoranesi nodded in agreement, inwardly sighing. He had struggled to contain Huang Kevin in previous encounters. If given a choice, he would prefer not to face him again. Yet, with Muta's lackluster performance, failing to pass, being dispossessed during his attempts to dribble, and showing little effort in tracking back or defending, the coach's decision to substitute was hardly surprising. Standing alongside Del Piero, Camoranesi prepared himself for his moment on the field. Meanwhile, Gattuso threw in from the sideline. Shevchenko, who had ventured down the left flank without finding an opportunity, turned back to pass. Gattuso received the ball on the right, adjusted his position, and deftly curled a pass. The quality of the cross was mediocre, lacking height, allowing Thuram to rush forward and head it clear. Vieira seized the ball immediately, deftly controlling it, and, seizing an opportunity, delivered a quick pass. However, Gattuso and Pirlo failed to communicate effectively. They both hesitated, allowing Mutu, advancing into the center, to opportunistically claim the ball. Standing at the edge of the penalty area, Inbu called for the ball once again. Mutu exhibited a reluctance to pass, compelling Inbu to drift wide and relinquish the central position, which stirred a modicum of dissatisfaction within him. As Kaladza advanced to defend, Mutu feigned with a shoulder shimmy, only to perceive that Kaladza had not shifted his weight, thereby opting to distribute the ball to Inbu. The moment Inbu seized the ball, he accelerated towards the byline, pivoting to deliver a cross with his substantial right foot, bearing the number 46. Mutu surged into the penalty area, leaping but failing to make contact with the ball, which subsequently soared to the right flank, where it was dispatched out of play by Stam. Chaos ensued within the penalty box. Mutu leapt early, yet he was facing away from Nesta, arching backward as he jumped, leveraging his weight against Nesta, causing him to topple. The crux of the matter is that Mutu maintained his footing without falling. Upon landing, he stepped back, inadvertently treading on Nesta's hand, before vaulting over him, provoking Nesta's ire. Nesta, not one to possess a gentle temperament, retaliated while sprawled on the ground, delivering 2 kicks to Mutu, nearly inciting a brawl, which Dida intervened to quell. The confrontation was averted, yet both Nesta and Mutu received yellow cards. Substitution. Costacurta replaced Stam, clearly indicating that Milan was devoid of viable options for fullbacks. Stam was merely a makeshift right back. With his injury, there was no one else to fill the void, unlike the left flank where Maldini was injured, yet had Shevchenko. Mutu and Nedved exited the field. Nedved had expended considerable energy today, so his substitution was warranted to introduce fresh legs to challenge the Milan defense. Camoranesi was likely assigned to shadow Huang Kevin, as Capello had previously deployed him to mark Huang in their encounters with Milan. Humor permeated the discussions online. Camoranesi is tasked with marking Huang Kevin, and each time he attempts it, the results have been disastrous. If he continues to shadow Huang today, Juventus may suffer a severe defeat. In past matches against Juventus, Huang Kevin has recorded 3 goals and 3 assists, 4 goals and 2 assists, 2 goals and 3 assists, and 1 goal and 4 assists, all while Camoranesi was defending him. If he is to mark Huang again, it could lead to an unprecedented scoreline. Is Camoranesi an undercover agent? Perhaps. No wonder Huang Kevin evades doping tests. Therein lies the issue. Your reasoning seems a tad unjust. Camoranesi is clearly being scapegoated. When Huang Kevin is in form, he leaves no room for Juventus, regardless of who marks him. Indeed, Huang Kevin appears particularly inclined to thrive against Juventus. I am curious about Huang Kevin's playing style. Many share this curiosity. My father remarked that he plays reminiscent of Romario, though I perceive him more akin to Denilson. Come on, if Denilson were that remarkable, Real Betis would have soared to greater heights long ago. Huang Kevin's prowess on the field is indeed formidable. Today may well witness yet another massacre. I lack the enthusiasm to predict the scoreline, but I am keen to wager on when Huang Kevin will feign injury. I sense it will be soon. With 2 goals and 2 assists, he ought to exit the field shortly. The only uncertainty lies in who will become the victim. If Bertato inadvertently injures Huang Kevin, he may become public enemy number 1 in Italy. Yet, it is not as dire as it seems. Previously, Bertotto had a run-in with Huang Kevin and promptly sought lucrative offers in Turkey. Perhaps it is a case of fortune emerging from misfortune? Indeed, I have never earned a high salary in my life, but once I injured Huang Kevin, I could immediately go to Turkey to earn a fortune. Materazzi is quite the character. After injuring Huang Kevin, he faced criticism from Italians for an entire season, yet Huang Kevin forgave him, only to have Materazzi boast about him afterward. Truly, he holds no grudges. To be fair, Materazzi's actions were intentional, and Huang Kevin's ability to forgive him demonstrates remarkable generosity. Damn, why is the atmosphere in the forum so charged today? Anyone mentioning Huang Kevin without including this guy will be treated as a spy. Why not just create a forum dedicated to Huang Kevin? Is it too much to call him by name in the Huang Kevin forum? Great idea. I'll go ahead and create a forum titled Huang Kevin. Camoranesi rushed to Huang Kevin as he entered the field. Huang Kevin smiled at Camoranesi, nearly causing him to lose his composure. The courage he had mustered prior to entering the field quickly dissipated. Chiellini threw the ball in from the sidelines in Milan's attacking zone. Gattuso charged forward, pushing past Pirlo, and immediately passed the ball laterally to Pirlo. Vieira surged towards Pirlo, who quickly redistributed the ball to Gattuso. After receiving the ball, Gattuso drove forward. Spotting Emerson in his path, he executed a long-distance ground pass to the left. Just as he sent the ball away, Emerson collided with him, igniting a fierce confrontation. Gattuso sprang up like an enraged bull, seeking Emerson. Players from both sides rushed over to restrain their teammates. Gattuso believes Emerson made a stomping motion. Indeed, replay analysis confirms that Emerson did step on Gattuso, but it's hard to determine definitively. Gattuso collided with Emerson, who might have inadvertently lifted his foot. Honestly, I've been blowing on a coin lately. Ancelotti tossed the coin into the air and caught it with his hand. Upon seeing the inscription, he turned around. Before he could speak, Seedorf promptly removed his jacket and sprinted to the sidelines to warm up, his movements impressively practiced. On the field, Juventus launched another offensive. After receiving the ball on the left, Pirlo swiftly advanced. Costacurta stood his ground, wary. The 32-year-old veteran, along with the 39-year-old veteran Baresi, two former starters now reduced to substitutes, faced off once more. Back in their youth at Milan's academy, Costacurta was tall and slender, standing at 181 meters and weighing only 50 kilograms. Coaches often suggested he join the local basketball team, and this led to Baresi becoming Costacurta's nickname. Even now, fans continue to refer to him by that name. The nickname remains unchanged, but the once frail youth now sports graying temples. Unable to break through decisively, Pirlo struck the ball with his left foot to the right and attempted to drive it into the penalty area with a deft touch. Costacurta successfully intercepted the ball. Beautiful. Costacurta has intercepted the ball. Nesta launches a long pass to initiate a counterattack. In the 7 Gold live stream, Crudeli excitedly shouted again. Kaka and Kevin switch positions once more. With Gattuso passing to Kaka, Kaka swiftly initiated an attack down the right flank. He surged towards the penalty area and delivered a pass. Kevin, inside the box, executed a delicate lob shot, and what a splendid goal it was. His side-footed lob successfully soared over Buffon's head and nestled into the net. Fortunately, Kevin is ineligible for the World Cup. Otherwise, even Buffon would be left trembling at the sight of him. Romario. Suddenly, it dawned on me, Romario. In the second half, Kevin mirrored the playing style of Romario, who had similarly scored goals of this nature. This is a testament to Kevin's prowess. When he desires, he can emulate the playing style of any football star. In today's match, he seamlessly transitioned from dazzling dribbles to explosive bursts reminiscent of Romario, effortlessly switching between two distinct styles of play. Now, all I hope for is the emergence of a formidable opponent. Otherwise, Kevin may grow weary of a sport that lacks challenge. After completing a hat trick, Huang Kevin raised his right index finger skyward. The stadium fell into an eerie silence. What a breathtaking performance. Previously, when it was suggested that someone could toy with Buffon, even the Milan fans found it hard to believe. Yet today they witnessed it. As a substitution loomed, Huang Kevin approached the sidelines, displaying little emotional fluctuation. The Alp Stadium awoke from its silence. Milan supporters rose to their feet in applause. Unusually, their enthusiasm spread like wildfire, culminating in a standing ovation throughout the arena. Juventus fans joined their Rossoneri counterparts, standing to honor Huang Kevin with their applause. Huang Kevin appeared momentarily astonished, but quickly gathered himself, raising his arms high and applauding the stands in gratitude for all that the fans had done. The players from both teams looked on, filled with indescribable envy. 5 times. Huang Kevin has faced Juventus 5 times in succession, each time exhibiting extraordinary skill. Conquering the Del Alps Stadium with his own 2 feet. He truly deserves such accolades. He passionately remarked, Huang Kevin is, in essence, a living epic. Perhaps it is through enduring countless adversities that he has maintained humility in victory and resilience in defeat. His demeanor is tranquil as a placid lake despite the thunderous achievements of 5 goals and a hat trick. To paraphrase Maupassant, life cannot be as splendid as one imagines. Yet neither can it be as dire. The human capacity for both fragility and strength surpasses one's own expectations. Sometimes a fragile word can bring forth tears, while at other times, one finds the fortitude to persist against all odds. Injury is akin to a twin of talent. Huang Kevin's life revolves around the triangle of the pitch, his home, and the hospital, yet he has never surrendered. Time and again, he has risen from injury, returned to the beloved green field, and claimed championship after championship, attaining the pinnacle of individual honor, the Ballon d'Or. As the saying goes, heaven helps those who help themselves. If one can return to the pitch from a profound coma, what reason do we have to give up? If even spinal injuries can heal within a month, what grounds do we have not to believe in miracles? Applause serves not only as affirmation of Huang Kevin's performance, but also as a tribute to the indomitable spirit of those who conquer adversity. As long as one does not surrender, miracles in life will manifest. In this moment, let us remember the wise words. As heaven maintains vigor through movement, a gentleman should constantly strive for self-improvement. Huang Kevin exchanged a high five with Seedorf before accepting the towel handed to him by Ancelotti and returning to the bench. Inzaghi, with a distressed expression, inquired, if I hadn't exited the field, would I have had a chance to score? Then why did you leave the field? Huang Kevin retorted. Isn't it your fault? Inzaghi replied. Indeed, indeed. Huang Kevin reclined against the back of his chair, covering his face with the towel and ignoring Inzaghi's further grumbling. Both teams were unable to capitalize on their opportunities, and the final score remained at 15. As the final whistle blew, Inbu swiftly approached the Milan bench. Huang Kevin, ready to welcome his teammates, sensed trouble brewing. The demanding figure had overlooked Messi, and now had his sights set on him. Huang. Perhaps he should send Kaka out as a shield? Swap jerseys? Inbu said, removing his shirt and offering it to Huang Kevin. Huang Kevin thought to himself, why even ask when you've already undressed? If he were to refuse, would he not be remembered for a lifetime? He hastily removed his jersey and handed it to Inbu, who nodded in satisfaction, saying, you are formidable. However, I shall strive for victory next time. Then do your best. Huang Kevin replied. It was uncertain whether the demanding figure had conceded or simply lacked refinement, as he stated he would strive for victory rather than guarantee it. Such a lack of gravitas was quite disconcerting to Huang Kevin. Kevin, go attend the press conference. Tassadi said, patting Huang Kevin on the shoulder. If you do not appear soon, the reporters will tear Carlo apart. Understood, Huang Kevin replied, waving to the stands before turning towards the player tunnel and heading to the press room. It made sense, since his return from injury and unconsciousness. He had only participated in one interview, carefully sidestepping discussions about his prior injury. It was likely that fans and journalists were both quite curious. After all, the fans had fervently prayed for him, and they surely wished to hear his thoughts. Huang Kevin had no reservations about expressing his gratitude. As he entered the press room, he was met with an unusual sight, reporters maintaining an uncommon silence. Neither coach on stage acknowledged the other, creating a notably tense atmosphere. Huang Kevin cautiously approached Ancelotti, striving to minimize his presence, but there was no escaping the gaze of the crowd. Numerous journalists eagerly snapped photographs. With a sigh, he recognized that he was like a firefly in the night. No matter how hard he tried to remain inconspicuous, he simply could not. Moments later, the press conference commenced, and a reporter quickly inquired about Capello's actions at the outset. Capello's smile appeared somewhat forced. After a brief pause, he remarked, that is to commemorate a friend of mine, a devoted fan of Juventus. You lie? Ancelotti shouted, slamming the table. You are clearly casting spells. This is sorcery, and you intend to harm Kevin. Do not speak nonsense. How could this possibly be sorcery? Capello chuckled, responding, to accuse someone without evidence is exceedingly rude. After all these years, you truly have made no progress. Huh. Ancelotti retorted with a cold laugh. I have encountered that sorcerer. He enjoys peddling sacred relics and magical powders. Do you still wish to deny it? You are overthinking this. That is the ashes of my friend, Capello said, pulling a handkerchief from his jacket pocket to wipe his forehead. I have already instructed my assistant coach to collect some of the powder you used. Are you still going to be obstinate? Ancelotti stood, pointing at Capello and exclaiming, there is only one truth. You wish to use sorcery to harm Kevin. The impact of his words struck Capello like a thunderbolt, leaving his face pale. He braced himself against the table, rising awkwardly and stammering, I am not feeling well. No sooner had he spoken than he hastily exited the press conference, leaving in a fluster. Huang Kevin nodded quietly, impressed by Ancelotti's prowess. Toni had clearly not approached the Juventus coaching bench to collect anything. Ancelotti was merely playing a trick on Capello. The master of mysticism had bewildered the novice in the art. Huang Kevin harbored doubts. Ancelotti had previously stated that becoming a coach allowed him to understand Capello's decision to place him on the bench. This old fellow certainly held a grudge and had seized the opportunity to strike Capello a decisive blow. Carlo, could you elaborate on sorcery? A reporter inquired with interest. It is an evil curse passed down from Asia. The magical powder, composed of animal bone powder and other materials, is cast to induce dizziness and weakness in the target from close range, Ancelotti stated with utmost seriousness. Is that true? Who knows? I have merely heard of it. Ancelotti replied with a proud grin. Did he truly need to disclose the prevention of such curses? How would you assess today's match? Another reporter pressed. The team performed admirably. After our victory, we have left Juventus far behind, which is of great significance to us. Could you tell us about the equipment you brought today? What is its purpose? It's a secret. Ancelotti raised an eyebrow, glaring humorously with his mismatched eyes. Secrets make a man more manly. The reporters felt a chill down their spines. Ancelotti seemed unusually exuberant today. If this continued, there would surely be headlines. Yet, with limited time for the press conference, they had to reluctantly abandon their pursuit of Ancelotti's revelations. He was far too loquacious today. Who knew if they could extract anything useful? Time was not on their side. One reporter rose to introduce himself, saying, I am Lee Duke from the Daily Mail. Kevin, could you describe the sensation during your injury? Were you able to hear the outside world and perceive your surroundings? Indeed, I am aware of everything, yet find myself unable to open my eyes. Barbara often kneels by my bedside in tears, while Ricardo and my other teammates visit, discussing matters concerning the team. At that moment, a singular thought consumed me, to awaken swiftly and return to the pitch, and so I did, Kevin Huang remarked with a smile. Wow, that's truly remarkable. Whose efforts do you believe contributed most significantly to your return to the field? Another journalist inquired. Without a doubt, it is Barbara. Aside from her, Ricardo, my teammates, the coaches, and the fans, all those who care for me. Their support has been invaluable. I extend my gratitude to the Serie A fans for everything they have done during this time. Their actions have been commendable. And I also thank the Juventus fans for their applause today. They have made us feel the warmth of love and human compassion, imparting the understanding that football is far more than just a sport. Another question arose. Milan's current situation appears promising. Do you think they can defend their double crown? I am not one to speak falsely. Milan boasts a significant lead in Serie A, making the possibility of defending our title quite high. However, in the Champions League, we will face Arsenal, an outstanding team with one of the finest coaches, Wenger. They have formidable players like Henry, Pires, Ljungberg, Bergkamp, and Van Persie, making them a challenging adversary, Kevin Huang responded. During the previous Champions League match against Werder Bremen, you suffered a horrific foul due to your overly flamboyant dribbling, nearly losing your life. Why do you continue to employ such tricks today? The reporter pressed. Kevin Huang flashed a radiant smile, revealing his white teeth, and replied, I am renowned for my artistry on the pitch. I will not cease performing the very actions that have shaped my career. The fans wish to see me play with flair. I am obliged to delight those who support me, much like Garrincha. All right, this press conference shall conclude. Ancelotti stated as he rose. Kevin has just recovered and has played extensively. He now requires rest. Once aboard the bus, Toni exclaimed with excitement. Pelé is here today to watch the match, and he will be returning to Milan with us tonight. The players on the bus were evidently already aware of the news. Explaining their exuberance, Kevin Huang felt an unsettling premonition and quickly asked, Are you referring to the Brazilian Pelé? Indeed, it is the King Pelé, Toni replied excitedly. He has shown his support for you in the newspapers before. His presence today is certainly to watch you play. Kevin, you have quite the reputation. Kevin Huang could only nod tearfully. Yes, he certainly had a significant reputation. Pelé was impressive, but he wished he could keep his mouth shut. Kevin Huang feared that this false curse might become a reality. Kevin, over here, Kaka waved, clearing his backpack. Kevin Huang took a seat, and Kaka continued with enthusiasm. Kevin, Pelé is here. That is truly Pelé. Yes, it is Pelé, Kevin Huang acknowledged. In Brazil, every child dreams of becoming Pelé, Kaka continued, still brimming with excitement. Completely oblivious to Kevin Huang's emotional state. Hee. Huang Kevin chuckled softly, falling into silence. It is not merely Brazilians. Countless individuals around the globe aspire to emulate Pelé. His life serves as the quintessential archetype for a superstar. At the tender age of 17, he claimed the World Cup. By 18, he was a global sensation. At 19, he fulfilled his military service, playing 103 matches for 5 different teams and netting an astonishing 123 goals in a single year. In 1960, Pelé scored 33 goals in 30 matches, leading Santos to reclaim the São Paulo State League title. The following year, his efficiency soared to an astounding 47 goals in 26 State League matches. Owing to his brilliance, Santos embarked on a 16-year tour, receiving invitations to compete internationally. As every team yearned to defeat the club possessed by the king of football. When Reagan introduced himself to Pelé, he noted that Pelé need not introduce himself, for he was universally recognized. During Santos' visit to Congo amidst an internal conflict, a 2-day ceasefire was enacted solely to witness Pelé in action. In 1970, Pelé returned to the national team, leading Brazil to become the first nation to secure 3 World Cup titles, earning the right to permanently retain the Jules Rimet Trophy, the only World Cup trophy that could be preserved indefinitely. The subsequent World Cup, the FIFA World Cup trophy, abolished the rule allowing for permanent retention after 3 victories. The footballing world shall never witness another Pelé. His legend was forged by the confluence of his era and his own indomitable spirit. A few minutes later, Pelé boarded the bus in Milan. Dressed in a sleek gray suit, the legendary player greeted the Milan squad with a flamboyant wave, exclaiming, "Greetings, European champions. Accept this homage from the world champions." The atmosphere aboard the bus erupted into a fervor, transforming the once serene vehicle into a bustling marketplace. The star players of Milan could no longer remain seated, rising to shake hands and greet Pelé. As Pelé approached closer, Huang Kevin felt a tingling sensation at the back of his neck. There was no escaping this encounter. Pelé was indeed making his way towards him. Given Pelé's prior support, Huang Kevin felt an obligation to express his gratitude. Yet, he was apprehensive about Pelé's impending words, uncertain whether the system could withstand the weight of Pelé's eloquence. Indeed, Pelé settled beside Inzaghi and turned to Kaka, saying, "Ricardo, your performance has been outstanding. You have inspired many to embrace the Brazilian team." "Thank you," Kaka replied, bashfully ruffling his hair. Even the most illustrious stars feel a sense of unease when confronted by their idols. Inzaghi, seated next to Pelé, gently tapped him and inquired, "Pelé, now that I am older, what do you believe I should pursue after retirement?" Pelé turned with a smile and replied, "Inzaghi, I know you. You possess a sharpness akin to that of a cheetah, capable of identifying your prey and striking with lethal precision. A player like you, adept at seizing opportunities, should undoubtedly become a coach. You are destined to be an exceptional one. That is truly wonderful." Inzaghi beamed with delight. If Pelé deemed him fit to coach, it was undoubtedly a validation of his potential. Football, indeed, could not do without Filippo. Inzaghi has already begun to envision the scenario of leading his team to victory in the Champions League. "Ricardo, shall we switch places?" asked Pelé, casting a glance at Kaka. "Ah, certainly," Kaka responded promptly, vacating his seat. Huang Kevin silently rolled his eyes, realizing he could not escape this. He could only hope that Pelé would refrain from bestowing blessings upon him. "Kevin, although this is our first meeting, I feel as if we have known each other for ages. Apart from in the mirror, I have never encountered a more outstanding young man than you," Pelé said with a warm smile. The remark bore a hint of narcissism, but Pelé possessed the merit to back it up. Compared to the likes of King and Pelé, others paled in comparison. "Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Pelé," Huang Kevin replied with a grin. "There is no need for such formality. You may call me Edson," Pelé suggested. "No, I shall continue to call you Pelé," Huang Kevin insisted with a bit of trepidation. There was no need for such familiarity. He pondered how life would proceed if Pele decided to call him up for no reason. Very well, you may address me as you wish, Pele chuckled, explaining. The nickname Pele signifies a nuisance. Those kids I played with, who could not match my skills, bestowed that name upon me. Even after I became a professional player, they still called me that, and I eventually grew accustomed to it. True strength can alter everything. Even a derogatory nickname can transform into a badge of honor. Huang Kevin remarked with a smile. You are absolutely correct, Pele nodded, stating, I observed your matches and sensed your intelligence. Now I am even more convinced that you are an exceptionally wise player. Huang Kevin mused that if he substituted player with injured, it would be more accurate. Pele only witnessed his relentless efforts on the field, but was unaware of the dedication required for recovery. Without a modicum of wisdom, he wouldn't even secure Milan's first contract. I truly admire your playing style, and hope you remain true to yourself. Which style do you refer to? Huang Kevin inquired. The Brazilian style. When you and Kaka play together, it resembles the legendary partnership of Zico and Garrincha, or Maradona and Caniggia. And what about you? Huang Kevin queried with a smile. Who does Pele partner with? Pele requires no partner. The legendary player proclaimed with authority. Huang Kevin found this amusing. While Pele was indeed impressive, his teammates were no less remarkable. Such a statement bordered on boasting. Huang Kevin suspected Pele was intentionally jesting. The old master was undeniably entertaining. The two engaged in delightful conversation, allowing Huang Kevin to forget the earlier misfortunes. That evening, the team arranged a dinner with Pele, and everyone was filled with joy. Pele, slightly inebriated, draped his arm over Huang Kevin's shoulder and proclaimed, when your heart is filled with love, you can steadfastly walk your path. I understand as you do. The feeling of donning the same jersey every day and the wisdom in rejecting numerous prestigious clubs. I, like you, am aware that nothing compares to the beauty of home. Congratulations on your splendid career in Milan. Alas, stories like ours, devoted to a single club for so long, are becoming increasingly rare in the world of football. And I hold you in high esteem. Alas, it seemed he could not escape after all. On the way home, the old butler chauffeured him, while Huang Kevin fastened his seatbelt tightly, gripping the overhead handle with fervor, continuously urging the butler to drive slowly. Albert observed a bicycle passing by and glanced at the speedometer, perplexed as to how one could possibly go any slower. Huang Kevin pondered whether he should seek assistance from Ancelotti to break the curse imposed by Pele. Yet, upon further reflection, he decided against it. The formidable duo of Ancelotti and Pele, who could say whose influence might prove more potent? Gazing out at the scenery through the car window, Huang Kevin sighed. Recognizing the myriad challenges permeating the world of football, each day presented its own trials. Upon returning home, feeling restless, he persuaded the young lady to join him for a workout. Ultimately, she grew too fatigued and fell asleep. After a night of insufficient rest, Huang Kevin rose early. The young lady had already prepared breakfast and, handing him the newspaper with a smile, remarked, Look, Pele has praised you. Huang Kevin picked up the paper. The Turin Sports Daily had seized the opportunity to interview Pele, who had stated in the article, Kevin is an exceptionally talented player. Watching his matches brings joy and happiness. I watch every single one. I am his devoted fan. Since my retirement, he has emerged as the finest player in football. He has received the Ballon d'Or. But I assure you, this will not be the last time. After reading, Huang Kevin exhaled in relief, realizing the significance of the praise was merely about the Ballon d'Or. So what if he didn't win it in the future? In comparison to the safety of life, the Ballon d'Or was inconsequential. Shortly after the young lady departed, Huang Kevin received a call from Pele. The legendary player was preparing to visit his home alongside Kaka. Huang Kevin, with tears in his eyes, consented once more. There was no escaping it, so they might as well come. Having already been cursed, what was one more instance to fear? When the doorbell rang, Huang Kevin opened the door to an unexpected guest. Mr. Chen? Haha, Huang, my dear brother, do not fault me for dropping by uninvited. Mr. Chen entered with a broad smile, presenting Huang Kevin with a bag of gifts, saying, whether in Italy or domestically, one must bring a gift when visiting. So I brought you something. All right, please come in, Huang Kevin replied. Although Mr. Chen had not formally invited himself as a guest, it was only polite to allow him entry. After all, he and Kaka received substantial endorsement fees from Mr. Chen's company each year. Once seated in the living room, Huang Kevin inquired, Mr. Chen, Wasn't it said that if I have a creative idea for the next advertisement, I could handle the filming myself? Huang possessed a keen eye for photography. While he was not well versed in videography, the two fields shared some commonalities, especially for that trivial advertisement, Legend, which required little more than the ability to hold a camera. Huang Kevin took the reins personally, directing Kaka without the need for a grand crew to complicate matters. I'm here in Europe for research and thought I would stop by to see you, Mr. Chun said with a smile. I'm only a little over 10 years your senior, so feel free to call me Brother Chun. All right, Brother Chun, Huang Kevin replied, beaming with delight. Since you wish to be a brother, so be it. As the saying goes, it is better to arrive fortuitously than early. Today, the opportunity presents itself to you. That Huang fellow has already utilized the skill from Bailey. And as for you, Chun, you shall not escape either. Huang Kevin broached the subject of the paralysis ring, to which President Chun readily agreed. Such game data is merely a line of code for a network company. Unless it is widely disseminated, it holds little consequence. After approximately half an hour, the old steward Albert ushered Bailey and Kaka into the room. President Chun, suddenly invigorated, rose to his feet and eagerly approached Bailey, exclaiming, "Greetings. I have long admired you." Huang Kevin introduced Bailey, stating, "This is the owner of a game company from our country, quite wealthy on a global scale." Bailey responded with a smile and a nod. After engaging in conversation for a while, President Chun insisted on taking a photograph with Bailey. The two conversed joyfully with Huang Kevin acting as translator. Huang Kevin felt a twinge of anxiety. It seemed that Bailey was only utilizing his skills on that Huang fellow. Fortunately, Bailey did not disappoint Huang Kevin. As he was leaving, Bailey patted President Chun on the shoulder and offered his well wishes. "I hope your game continues to flourish." As the three, Huang Kevin, Kaka, and President Chun, returned from the security check, President Chun suggested, "How about we shoot the advertisement today?" Since they were already in Europe, it would be quite interesting to see a superstar filming an ad. "That sounds good. I just came up with some lines for the advertisement." Huang Kevin nodded in agreement. "Chun, what do you think about doing something grand? With the World Cup this year, legends should join the trend, don't you think?" "Oh, what do you mean?" President Chun seemed intrigued. "Let us invite the stars from both Milan teams to shoot the advertisement. Once it airs, the impact will surely be remarkable. Look at those brands selling drinks and shoes. They always enlist numerous stars for their ads." Huang Kevin elaborated, growing increasingly animated. He recalled the stunning Adidas advertisement featuring Brazil and Portugal, thinking how impressive it would be to plan a Legends ad filled with major stars. That might be excessive, President Chun hesitated. Though he was already quite affluent and his company formidable, the prevailing attitude among parents in their country viewed gaming as a menace. And students venturing into internet cafes often faced repercussions, prompting the gaming industry to remain relatively discreet at this time. Chun, as a prominent figure, why not make a bold move? Imagine when Materazzi arrives to storm the castle and Maldini stands guard with his weapon, while the players from the Milan teams vie for the sabacc. Given the number of domestic Serie A fans, wouldn't that surely double Legends revenue? Even if it's not that exaggerated, growth is certainly assured. Huang Kevin gestured excitedly. President Chun appeared thoroughly engaged, declaring, "All right. I'll make a call to discuss this with them." The idea of Milan players engaged in a street battle with weapons was exhilarating to contemplate. Kevin. Kaka gazed at Huang Kevin, hesitating for a moment before finally speaking. "This time, could you arrange for me a commendable role? Preferably one with an inspirational storyline and a touch of charisma?" "All right," Huang Kevin replied with a smile, albeit somewhat exasperated in his heart. It was clear he was merely trying to earn a little extra on the side for General Chun. Just a while ago, Kaka had been reluctant. Yet now he seemed deeply absorbed in the idea. Perhaps he ought to create a legendary version of Parasite for him. No wonder directors dread the demands of major stars. Even a simple request can leave screenwriters in a quandary. Fortunately, Huang himself had penned numerous scripts in the past, allowing him to conjure a few suitable scenarios without much effort. Thus he was unperturbed by Kaka's demands. Yet, this endeavor required considerable mental exertion. Huang was not only drafting scripts, but also liaising with Inter Milan stars, wholeheartedly assisting General Chun. When it came time to siphon off endorsement fees from Inter, it wouldn't be deemed excessive. After all, he and the young lady had a multitude of employees to support, and they couldn't afford to overlook any opportunity for profit. "Kevin, shall we return to play some games?" Kaka inquired. "No, I'm taking you to see a play," Huang Kevin replied with a sly grin. "A play?" "Yes, indeed." Huang had just contacted Inzaghi, who had arranged to meet the young pregnant woman in question. Today they would ascertain whether Inzaghi was indeed the unfortunate one in this scenario. If the child turned out to be Inzaghi's, it would be quite lovely, as he often envied the children of his brother's family. Having one of his own would spare him from perpetually borrowing accounts to play. If not, then that woman ought to distance herself. After waiting for nearly an hour, Inzaghi finally arrived. Apologies for the delay, I had to pick her up. This is Milanello, Inzaghi said, shifting awkwardly. Hello, Kevin, Kaka, I am Milanello, Filippo's girlfriend. The young woman introduced herself with grace. At that moment, Huang Kevin immediately sensed a superficial charm about her. A simple introduction had already been accompanied by 2 flirtatious glances. Before seeing her in person, Huang had doubted whether the child was Inzaghi's. However, observing her demeanor, he felt increasingly confident that it was unlikely. She was certainly attractive enough for Inzaghi to take notice. Very well, let us proceed, Huang Kevin stated, as he and Kaka climbed into Inzaghi's car. Filippo, what opera are we going to see? Milanello inquired. Are we actually planning to see an opera? Kaka curiously asked Huang Kevin. Yes, indeed, Huang nodded, inwardly critiquing Inzaghi's flimsy excuse. Upon arriving at the private hospital, the young woman immediately sensed something was amiss. Bodyguards were already awaiting her arrival, escorting her for a blood draw. Kaka, too, recognized the oddity of the situation and asked, what is happening here? The girl claims the child is Filippo's. But Filippo is skeptical, hence the need for a DNA test, Huang Kevin explained as they walked. How long will it take to get the results? Inzaghi asked, visibly anxious. The doctor informed me it would take just over an hour, so do not worry. Kevin Huang smiled and spoke. At this moment, he refrained from jesting with Inzaghi. A few individuals entered the hospital. After approximately 20 minutes, a girl named Milanello emerged. Her hair was in disarray as she looked sternly at Inzaghi and proclaimed, kidnapping others is a crime. Firstly, this is not kidnapping, Kevin Huang replied, raising 2 fingers and shaking them lightly. Fraud is the real crime. I did not, the girl retorted defiantly, her neck craned in protest. We'll find out soon enough, Kevin Huang said, crossing his legs nonchalantly. Today's events were my idea, if the child is Filippo's. I will apologize to you. Humph. The girl sat down on the bench in the corridor. Could there be a misunderstanding? Kaka asked quietly. Don't worry, if it comes to it. I'll just apologize, Kevin Huang replied indifferently. He had already concluded that the woman was attempting to scam them, with DNA testing already conducted. Her audacity to remain was rather impressive, earning her a modicum of respect from Kevin Huang. Once the test results were revealed, could she possibly turn the tide? Around 4 p.m., the doctor emerged with the results. What's the verdict? Inzaghi eagerly rushed forward and grasped the doctor's hand. I'm sorry. You are not the biological father of that child, the doctor stated. Inzaghi exhaled in relief, yet wore a look of disappointment. Kevin Huang embraced Inzaghi's shoulders and said, do not be disheartened. You will have your own children one day. Receiving the results is better than raising someone else's child in uncertainty. Let us go, Kaka said as he stood up, not wishing to linger in the hospital. Let us leave. No, you cannot leave. Milanello suddenly rushed forward from the bench, grabbing Inzaghi and crying. The child is his. You are all frauds and scoundrels. Bodyguard Neo swiftly intervened to separate Milanello. Kevin Huang led Inzaghi and Kaka away. As they descended the stairs, Inzaghi hesitated and asked, could there have been a mistake? She seemed so heartbroken. Don't be foolish, Kevin Huang said, patting Inzaghi's shoulder. When I lost my meal card in college, I was quite upset too. President Chen's efficiency was commendable. That evening, upon returning home, Kevin Huang received a phone call from President Chen. They had reached a consensus and were preparing for a significant endeavor. That night, he discussed the matter with the young lady. The remaining task of persuading the players from Inter Milan and AC Milan to sign business contracts would require her involvement. Ultimately, the profit was secondary. Kevin Huang simply felt that gathering so many star athletes for an advertisement would be quite entertaining. On March 21st, Kevin Huang called Ancelotti to request a leave of absence, citing not injury, but general discomfort. Ancelotti granted the leave. After ending the call, Ancelotti sat at his desk in a stupor, eventually retrieving his notebook to record. The will is an energy field created by human desire. In ancient times, deities may have been mere mortals who ascended to divinity through the accumulation of willpower. As it stands, a method allowing Kevin to fully harness the power of desire remains elusive. For now, he can only rely on this force to shield him from harm, albeit with certain side effects. After utilizing a greater amount of this energy, he experiences a state of physical weakness. He is uncertain whether divine beings are indeed created in such a manner. The nature and effects of this power of desire are also beyond Ancelotti's comprehension. Upon completing his thoughts, Ancelotti exhaled deeply. The pursuit of truth is still fraught with thorns. He brewed himself a cup of coffee and resumed his writing and sketching. Even Capello has begun to delve into the arcane arts. In this precarious football landscape, to emerge as an exceptional coach, he must acquire a wealth of knowledge. On March 25th, AC Milan hosted Fiorentina. Huang Kevin was still in a state of recuperation. He escorted Mr. Chun, who was vacationing in Italy, to the San Siro stadium, ensuring he was settled in the box before waiting in the players' tunnel. Although he would not be participating today, during his previous unconsciousness, Milan fans had expressed deep concern for him, and it was only fitting for him to make an appearance at home. Before the warm-up, Huang Kevin stepped onto the pitch from the players' tunnel, prompting a thunderous ovation from nearly 80,000 fans. Kevin. The atmosphere was palpably exhilarating. Even Mr. Chun in the box felt a surge of bravado. A true man must embody such spirit. The Milan players also rose to the occasion, with Shevchenko, Kaka, and Gattuso each scoring, leading to a decisive 3-0 victory over Fiorentina. Later, Huang Kevin introduced Mr. Chun to the Milan players, facilitating a photo session and fostering connections. He hoped to entice Mr. Chun into investing in his aspirations. Huang Kevin harbored a dream of conducting business with others' money, reaping profits for himself while leaving losses to others. Though this may sound implausible, he found inspiration in observing wealthy individuals from his homeland investing abroad. Wasn't the Metropolitano Stadium built at the expense of old Huang? Those who flaunted their power back home often found themselves at the mercy of foreign markets. The more Huang Kevin pondered, the more exhilarated he became. While capitalists in his country profited by exploiting the masses, he envisioned creating a grand bubble abroad, attracting investments, and subsequently capitalizing on those very investors. In due course, he would return home to foster job creation. Wouldn't this establish a perfect closed loop? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Mr. Chun's significance began to diminish. Upon returning home, Huang Kevin immediately opened his computer and began typing. He created a new document, with document 1 designated for a script meant for Galliani, to be arranged once the telephone scandal erupted. Seated before the screen, Huang Kevin's pen danced across the page, ideas flowing effortlessly, and he soon produced several thousand words of a business plan. The finer details could be fleshed out later by the young lady. The primary focus was to enhance the powerful presentation for his return home next week. In a decade or so, when wealth begins to flow outward from the country, affluent individuals will undoubtedly seek lucrative investment opportunities. Huang Kevin is convinced that these individuals will be more inclined to trust their compatriots, especially a powerful and renowned one. Capital manipulation is deceptively simple. Ensnaring investors is remarkably easy. Even if they desire to pursue legal action, they would find themselves powerless. Upon completing his writing, Huang Kevin found himself amused, realizing that he, Huang, was indeed a commercial prodigy. It is true that clever individuals always manage to amass great fortunes. The following day, just after 10 in the morning, Huang Kevin arrived at the filming location. Director Chun had already gathered the crew there. Although it was not necessary to summon a large entourage, the sudden escalation of the event compelled Chun to call in a few associates for reassurance, even arranging for someone from Milan to come on a business trip with just a phone call. "Hello, Marco," Huang Kevin greeted Materazzi warmly. "Good day, Kevin." Materazzi replied with a smile. "Is everyone here? Have you all perused the script?" asked Maldini, clapping his hands. "Indeed, we have. Rest assured, I am finally about to act. Perhaps I shall become a superstar after my retirement. I suggest you first take a look in the mirror. It's quite unfair that Marco is the lead. Earning 100,000 euros for just 2 hours of filming is not too much to ask," Zanetti reminded them. "We're merely jesting," Cordoba chimed in. "For a player like him, whose commercial value is not particularly high, 100,000 euros in advertising revenue is quite substantial. I have annotated the lines in Italian phonetics for you. You've all memorized them, right?" "Affirmative." "Very well, let us commence." Huang Kevin nodded, increasingly admiring the young lady's acumen. Initially, He had intended to negotiate endorsement deals with Inter Milan, but he was promptly rebuffed by her. The young lady approached Maratti, persuading him that this was an excellent opportunity to enhance the influence of the Milanese clubs in China. This rationale successfully swayed Maratti, leading to a collaborative endorsement with both Inter and Milan. Otherwise, if approached individually, Shengda might not have been willing to invest such a sum, given the minimal acting required. They opted for a single-take filming method. After 2 trial runs, the results were promising, and they proceeded to the official shoot. A couple more takes later, they wrapped up. The final product turned out well. The only drawback was the players' inadequate command of Chinese, as the script necessitated dialogue in the language. Ultimately, Shengda's staff provided voiceovers for the principal actors on-site, culminating in the screening of the final piece. In the scene, Materazzi and Gattuso brandished props, cornering Kaka. Materazzi laughed heartily, saying, "Kid, this place is reserved for us. Who allowed you to come here and fight monsters?" Gattuso menacingly brandished his weapon, his expression alone conveying a fierce intensity. Seizing the moment, Kaka delivered a powerful header squarely to Materazzi's chest, sending him sprawling to the ground. Kaka swiftly made his escape, colliding with Maldini and Zanetti, who were leading a group of players. Upon seeing Kaka, the 2 men, along with their companions, knelt on one knee and, with a gesture of respect, proclaimed, "We pay homage to the Lord of the city. The 3-year period has come to an end. We warmly welcome the return of the City Lord." "Welcome back, City Lord," Materazzi and Gattuso exclaimed in astonishment. "You are actually the Dragon King, the Lord of Shabak?" The scene shifted. 2 teams of players stood together. Maldini and Zanetti spoke in unison. "Greetings, Daza. I am here to assess your skills. I have achieved 4 kills against your kind. In this new version of the game where ships have not yet been salvaged, we need to experience it thoroughly, just like a festive game. We shall gather at Shabak tonight at 8. Do not miss it." The next day, Huang Kevin joined the entire Milan squad on their journey to London. Upon arriving in London, Inzaghi was still grumbling about his role. He had expected to shine in front of the players from both teams, but instead found himself kneeling before Kaka alongside the captains. Frustrated by his missed opportunity for glory, Inzaghi incessantly lamented the situation. After dinner, Huang Kevin decisively locked the door to his room with Kaka. Otherwise, an early night would be impossible. Inzaghi, not being a starter, was unbothered. But Huang and Kaka were left to endure the consequences. On the following day, March 28th, Huang Kevin used his immunity card upon waking. In the afternoon, the entire team boarded a bus to Highbury Stadium. During the pre-match press conference, Wenger spoke with a grave expression. "Milan is the largest club in Europe. Defeating them is indeed a formidable challenge. We must be filled with fighting spirit and ambition. Never should we entertain the thought of being unable to outplay Milan. That is utterly unacceptable. We must create ample opportunities at home and ensure our progression for those who have always believed in us." Ancelotti did not feel at ease either. Addressing the reporters, he stated, "As we arrive in London, we need to play like a team that believes in advancement. This is the crux of our preparation for this match. What tactics will we employ? I cannot disclose that just yet, but I can assure you it will be a strategy that showcases our ambition." In truth, Ancelotti had no particularly effective solutions. The team was shorthanded, and facing the offensively potent Arsenal, he could not guarantee that Milan would score faster than they conceded. Reaching the Champions League semi-finals, there were no easy opponents left. Although Arsenal's unbeaten season had passed 2 years prior, Wenger's team remained among the elite in Europe for their attacking prowess. No team dared to underestimate Arsenal. In the locker room, having changed into his kit, Huang Kevin gazed at his full expectation value and opted to draw a card. "The Morning Love, Yi Lianshin 0151. We are invincible." Huang Kevin proceeded with the card draw. "Ding. You have obtained a single match experience card for the 1997 to 1998 UEFA Champions League semi-final between Monaco and Juventus, featuring Thierry Henry." A thunderous realization struck Huang Kevin, as if a magnetic voice echoed. As the train of time slowly passed the Emirates Stadium, the 32-year-old Henry stood there, his tender gaze reflecting the shadow of his 22-year-old self. Huang Kevin had not drawn the 22-year-old Henry. However, Huang Kevin has drawn the 20-year-old Henry. At the age of 20, Henry was still playing as a winger. His technique had not yet matured as it would later, but his speed and explosiveness were undoubtedly exceptional. With his skill enhancements and the competitive experience of Huang, Kevin believed that even today, he could outplay his opponents. Henry favored movement along the left flank, complemented by the finesse of Pirlo, the king of the left wing, and the long-range incursions of Kaka. As the match concluded, Huang had already contemplated what to say during the interview. Henry? He protects the ball like I do. During warm-ups, Huang consciously attempted to emulate Henry's style of play. Though Henry had his own playing habits and preferred flamboyant dribbling, explosive players often achieved optimal results through more straightforward maneuvers. Pirlo's pass was slightly too ambitious. As Huang chased it down, he felt something was amiss. He brought the ball back to continue warming up. Suddenly, he realized that the 20-year-old Henry, enhanced by skills, was reminiscent of the legendary Mbappé, the player and sporting director of Paris Saint-Germain. Pirlo's long pass was perfectly suited for a dog retrieving a frisbee strategy. Damn. Huang felt that if he retired without becoming a coach, it would be a loss for the world of football. With any player, he could immediately devise relevant tactics. Even Ferguson or Wenger would not surpass him by much, would they? Andre, Huang said as he walked towards the player tunnel. Today you can try to exploit their defense from behind. I'll work on breaking through with my explosiveness, or you can simply feed the ball into the penalty area. The defense on Fabregas's side is relatively weaker. Leave it to me. Pirlo nodded in agreement. Hey, dear fans, I trust you are eagerly anticipating the commencement of the match. Milan versus Arsenal. This is a spectacular clash akin to a meteor colliding with the earth. Previously, Huang Kevin stated in an interview that his football is artistic, a sentiment acknowledged by Wenger, whose Arsenal is renowned for playing the most aesthetically pleasing football in Europe. Indeed, today marks a confrontation between individual artistry and collective artistry. It's not that Huang's play is solitary. However, Milan's offense is not solely dependent on him, and in terms of visual appeal, they may fall short compared to Arsenal. Milan's Pirlo delivers a long pass, with Kaka receiving the ball and threading it through for the forward to score. If it were Arsenal, the ball would likely travel from the back, with continuous passing, culminating in a few coordinated touches within the small box before finding the back of the net. Both methods result in a goal, yet Arsenal's teamwork is more visually captivating. Ha ha ha. Ancelotti is once again assembling his equipment on the sidelines, and the entire world is curious about the purpose of his apparatus. Indeed, it is said that the Sun newspaper has offered a substantial reward in hopes of uncovering the truth. Ancelotti's equipment has become as intriguing as the suspense surrounding the goal line incident in the 1966 World Cup clash between England and Germany, turning into an event that fans yearn to unravel. Both teams have entered the field, and it is time to return to the match. Today, both sides are experiencing some injuries. Key defenders Maldini, Cafu, and Stam are absent, which has undoubtedly placed additional pressure on Milan. Now, let us introduce the players. Kevin seems to have miscalibrated this time, as he shakes his head and retreats. The 20-year-old Henry's footwork is lacking in finesse. Although he possesses remarkable ball control and can score spectacular goals, his shooting consistency pales in comparison to that of the king of Highbury on the opposing team. Kevin has begun to contemplate how to better utilize Henry's abilities. On the sidelines, Wenger breathes a sigh of relief. He has reviewed countless match videos of Kevin, a player he greatly admires. However, facing Kevin as an adversary is a tormenting experience. Fortunately, this time, the shot did not go as intended. Observing his team execute fluid counterattacks, Wenger allows a smile to grace his face. Henry, in possession of the ball in the attacking third, finds himself closely marked by Pirlo. He turns and delivers a back pass to the advancing Fabregas. Fabregas swiftly plays a lateral pass before continuing his run. Henry then sends a diagonal ball to the center, executing a wall pass with Fabregas. With a decisive touch just outside the penalty area, Fabregas plays a sharp through ball. The ball travels with remarkable speed, and as Henry races to receive it, the linesman raises his flag. Henry is offside, comes the declaration. Henry prefers to initiate his runs from the left flank, often positioning himself in an offside stance during set plays to confound his opponents. However, Nesta and Costacurta displayed remarkable synergy, advancing simultaneously and ensuring that Henry fell into the offside trap. The clash between world-class forwards and defenders is indeed captivating. Nesta and Costacurta, without any verbal communication, exhibit such instinctive understanding. Perhaps this is what it means to possess an unspoken connection among elite defenders. Henry walks back with his head down, lost in thought. After a high five, Costacurta and Nesta begin to surge forward. Dida advances and plays the ball forward. Nesta receives and immediately delivers a direct pass to Pirlo. Without lifting his head, Pirlo delicately chips the ball, but upon glancing up, he regrets his choice, as the pass was directed to the left flank, where Kevin is surrounded by defenders. Both Henry and Fabregas position themselves near Kevin, waiting in anticipation. As the ball crosses the halfway line and sails toward the left, the entire crowd leans forward, eager to witness the ensuing action. In the instant the ball descends, all three players spring into motion. Kevin and Henry jostle forward, with Henry's shoulder colliding with Kevin's. Upon spotting Fabregas to his right, Kevin instinctively shifts his body to the right, misinterpreting Kevin's movement as a potential collision. Fabregas instinctively takes a step back. In that fleeting moment as Kevin sidesteps, he unleashes a powerful strike with his left foot, firmly grounding it on the turf and successfully evading Henry's shoulder. The two Arsenal players fail to encircle him, yet the ball still drifts toward the position Kevin had occupied moments before. Huang Kevin had barely taken 2 steps when he turned back and flicked the ball behind him with a deft touch. The sphere soared over his head as he quickly pivoted and surged forward once more. Lauren raced toward the ball from the edge of the penalty area, yet it was evident that Henry possessed the swifter pace. Huang Kevin seized the opportunity and intercepted the pass ahead of him. In the fleeting moment of the ball's descent, he skillfully flicked it forward with his left foot, propelling himself onward to execute another deft touch. With just 2 quick steps and another flick of his left foot, he surged toward the left flank of the penalty area. The stands at Highbury erupted in a collective gasp, for they had witnessed such a spectacle before. Their elation surged when their forward toyed with the opposing defense, yet the transition from being the jester to the jilted was decidedly disheartening. Lauren attempted to poke the ball away twice, but failed to match Huang Kevin's rhythm. As they reached the left side of the penalty area, Huang Kevin deftly directed the ball across the box, catching sight of Touré charging toward him. Entering the penalty area, Huang Kevin elevated the ball with his left foot. After retracting his left foot, he swiftly adjusted his balance, using his left leg as a pivot, and unleashed a powerful strike with his right foot. Reminiscent of Zidane's legendary volley, the ball soared with tremendous force, hurtling toward the near post. Lament, positioned nearby, leaped into the air, but the ball's velocity surpassed him. He only felt a gust of wind as the sphere slipped past above his head and into the net. Kevin! 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 The away fans erupted with heart-wrenching cries. Kevin! Kevin! Kevin goal! The Kevin who returned to the pitch is reveling in the beauty of football. Today, his style of play mirrors that of Arsenal's captain, as he clearly seeks to vanquish Arsenal utilizing their own flair. Who else? Who else in the realm of football? No player can match Kevin's effortless grace. In one match, he was a samba dancer. In the next, he transformed into a Gallic striker. In the world of football, reaching the zenith of one's style is a hallmark of elite players. Yet for Kevin, he can emulate any player he desires with finesse. He is the god of football. The commentary by Credelli grew increasingly extravagant, yet few Italian fans voiced complaints, for the veteran commentator spoke truths. To play well in one's own style is a remarkable achievement. But Huang Kevin's ability to mimic the styles of numerous football stars while achieving excellent results is extraordinary. This goal sent shockwaves through both Arsenal fans and players alike. The sudden appearance of a Henry, a king of Highbury, was a bitter pill for any Arsenal supporter to swallow. From near the center circle, Henry gazed into the distance, seeing the reflection of his 20-year-old self. Following his goal, Huang Kevin fully embraced the moment, extending his arms as he sprinted toward the away fan section, culminating in a near slide knee celebration. Many players in football favor the slide knee, but none are as recognizable as Henry's signature move. As Henry slid to his knees, his neck elongated in a striking manner. Similarly, Huang Kevin bowed his head before executing a slide, stretching his neck forward in a near-perfect imitation of Henry's iconic celebration. This display reignited the fervor within the stadium, with Milan fans erupting in jubilant cheers, while Arsenal supporters began to voice their anger. As he rose, Huang Kevin smirked. He merely wished to savor the experience of embodying Henry, with no intention of provoking Arsenal fans. Were these supporters truly so easily riled? Kevin, you're amazing, echoed from the away section. Pirlo was the first to give a thumbs up. Who says Milan lacks greats? Wow, Huang Kevin is something else. Unbelievable, today. Huang Kevin truly is Henry. Let us not just call him Henry. How about O. Henry? He once wrote that our ultimate selves are not determined by the paths we choose, but by our hearts. Huang Kevin seems to wish for a lack of humanity. So it's no surprise Arsenal fans berate him. Literary prowess, my friend. I can only say, wow, Huang Kevin is quite the character. Online, he is Huang Kevin. Offline, he is the Emperor Kevin, right? Just the other day, a guy went on a business trip to Milan and asked a colleague to film him. He boasted about teaching Huang a lesson, yet when he saw Huang Kevin emerge from Milanello, he nearly bowed to him, and the footage ended up online. Huh. That guy had me in stitches. He didn't just nearly bow. When Kaka stopped for a signature, he was so starstruck he could barely stand. Honestly, Huang Kevin has achieved quite a bit. The 23-year-old Ballon d'Or winner is the first from Asia. It's only natural to be starstruck. These folks act like they've seen their father when they spot a minor celebrity. Huang Kevin is renowned globally. Isn't he more impressive than a minor star? Damn. I want to coddle Huang Kevin. If he has got guts, let him come find me. I'm Li Huan. It's you again? Last time you mentioned running naked, did you? You've mistaken me for someone else. That was Li Huan. Stop pretending, Li Huan. Your mother wants you to put on a shirt and come home for dinner. You're truly mischievous. Karaz laughed heartily. Are you intentionally teasing the Arsenal fans? No, I'm not. Don't say such things, Huang Kevin replied with a smile, shaking his head. Regardless, he must maintain his persona. After all, he, Huang, is the noblest being on the pitch. How could he provoke rival fans? He merely felt a fleeting impulse to immerse himself in the essence of Henry. Furthermore, what connection does Henry's slide have with him? Even if Huang were at fault, could Arsenal fans not bear a fraction of the blame? Huang Kevin jogged back to the front, standing in the center circle as the game was about to resume. Henry regarded Huang Kevin with a gaze full of complexity. With a swift kick, the game commenced, and Henry darted forward. As Arsenal organized at the back, he couldn't help but glance back toward the left flank, where Huang lay in wait. As I observe, Huang Kevin is also positioned on the left flank. Meanwhile, Henry glances at himself, standing similarly on the left, awaiting an offensive opportunity. He touches his forehead, realizing why this feels so familiar. Gilberto Silva encounters pressure and passes the ball horizontally. The advancing Flamini receives the ball and takes a couple of swift steps forward. As Gattuso approaches, Flamini deftly flicks the ball forward with a precise pass. Reyes receives the ball and skillfully separates it from the defender. Costa Curta exchanges a knowing glance with Nesta, who then rushes forward to assist Pirlo in defense. With a sharp sound, Reyes indeed delivers a direct pass to Henry. Henry accelerates, charging forward with the ball, while Nesta retreats, reluctant to engage. This is a duel between two world-class players, not merely a test of skill, but also a psychological battle. As Henry decelerates, he employs a series of delicate steps, subtly maneuvering the ball. Nesta remains cautious, aware that Henry might suddenly burst into action. He retreats to the edge of the penalty area. Suddenly, Nesta lunges forward, extending his left foot. Intuitively, Henry redirects the ball with his right foot, veering towards the center instead of opting for a frontal breakthrough. The covering Colazzo rushes back towards his side. Henry takes a few lateral steps, and with a gentle nudge of his long legs, clad in white socks, he deftly taps the ball towards the right flank. Yambali swiftly intercepts before Shevchenko, receiving the ball without pausing and passing it to the advancing Fabregas. Upon receiving the ball, Fabregas uses his right foot to draw Colazzo in, then swiftly delivers a direct pass to Henry, who is positioned nearby. In motion, Henry pivots and sends a diagonal back pass. Fabregas receives the ball and accelerates into the penalty area from the edge. After a few strides, he adjusts and prepares to shoot with his right foot. With a resounding thud, Dida, stationed at the near post, reacts with remarkable speed, swiftly diving to deflect the ball out of bounds. Wow, what a shot. Heh. I mentioned earlier that Arsenal's coordination in and around the penalty area is exceptionally intricate. Even surrounded by defenders, Henry and Fabregas dare to collaborate. Indeed, when it comes to interplay within the small penalty area, Arsenal is undoubtedly among the elite in European football. Arsenal's attacks resemble works of art, where every detail is aesthetically pleasing. Their players consistently manage to pass the ball, engaging in continuous exchanges while seldom resorting to back passes. As they initiate an attack, they maintain a fluid interplay, exploiting defensive gaps with rapid exchanges just outside the penalty area. When Arsenal is on the offensive, both the ball and the players are in constant motion, creating a mesmerizing flow. Arsenal's corner kick, Reyes steps up. Today, both teams boast an impressive array of options for set pieces. Whether it's Milan or Arsenal, they can effortlessly call upon 5 proficient set-piece takers, showcasing the remarkable technical prowess of their players. Yes, Reyes sprints towards the center, but Toure sends the ball soaring high. Goal kick. Costacurta, however, seems to have lost a step due to age. He jumps a fraction too late. After all, at 39 years of age, it is quite remarkable that Costacurta can still maintain such a level of performance, yet the decline in physical condition is an inevitable reality. Huang Kevin observed the Arsenal players as they retreated, particularly focusing on Fabregas. Having entered the upper echelons of the sport at a young age, he subsequently achieved remarkable statistics. Boasting a double 19 record, Huang Kevin began to comprehend Peak's actions. A peak Fabregas indeed ranks among the world's elite midfielders. Even teams like the legendary Dream Team yearned for a top-tier Fabregas. The notion of acclimatization issues was unforeseen prior to the transfer. The incompatibility with Xavi, coupled with changes in Barcelona's management, led to a tragic outcome. Had Fabregas remained at Arsenal, his accomplishments would undeniably have surpassed those attained through the transfer. Huang Kevin shook his head, expressing his disinterest in the prospect of transferring. A transfer signifies risk. Each move is akin to a gamble. Pirlo received the ball and promptly passed it to Huang Kevin. With the inside of his right foot, Huang Kevin pushed the ball forward, while Henry turned. And together they pursued the ball. Even an uninjured Henry lacked the explosive power of Thierry Henry. As both players pivoted simultaneously, Huang Kevin had already gained half a step on Henry in their sprint. After a few strides beyond the halfway line, Henry trailed by more than a meter. Fabregas surged towards Huang Kevin, executing a sliding tackle. Huang Kevin narrowly evaded the challenge, albeit feeling the brush of Fabregas' boot. Regaining his balance, he directed the ball towards the center with the inside of his foot and quickly advanced. Kaka received the ball and suddenly accelerated. Gilberto Silva turned to make a tackle. Kaka controlled the ball, pivoting and sending it towards the left flank. Huang Kevin sprinted to receive the ball, confronting Lauren on the left side of the penalty area. Both players moved cautiously, but Huang Kevin unleashed a sudden burst of speed, leaving the wary Lauren behind. Dribbling down the left, Huang Kevin executed a backheel pass, threading the ball into the penalty area. Both Toni and Toure were evidently taken aback by Huang Kevin's unexpected pass. As they tangled in the box, the ball deflected off Toure's foot and rolled towards the baseline. Lament rushed in, using the instep of his foot to control the ball before gathering it into his arms. Lament, now that is a world-class goalkeeper, remarked Coach Zhang with a grin. You cannot handle a back pass with your hands. It must first touch your foot. Toure's was an unintentional back pass, allowing him to use his hands, yet Lament opted to control it with his foot first. By paying attention to details during practice, he avoids mistakes at crucial moments. Indeed, Coach Zhang is correct. Huang Kevin's backheel pass was quite unexpected. Toni likely anticipated Huang Kevin to enter the box before making a run, not realizing Huang Kevin would pass directly. I trust the fans have noticed that Huang Kevin is emulating Henry's style of play today. That backheel pass was a signature move of Henry when faced with defenders. Henry stands at 1.88 meters, while Huang Kevin is at 1.87 meters. Both possess long legs, making it challenging to distinguish between them when only their lower halves are visible. Haha. Huang Kevin stated in the post-match press conference that he would persist with his artistry to entertain the fans. I wonder what Arsenal supporters think. For my part, I find it quite amusing. Is this not a genuine imitation of the Monkey King? Arsenal fans, observing them is rather exasperating. Arsenal's legendary captain, Tony Adams, sat in the stands, grimacing as he watched the match. After years of playing, he had never encountered such a situation. When you are engaged in a serious Champions League knockout match, and an opponent on the field seems to be playing for fun, mimicking the style of his teammates as if it were merely a friendly match, it creates a stark contrast with the life-and-death intensity of a Champions League encounter. It felt quite infuriating, as if the stakes you were fighting for were of no consequence to them. The most critical aspect is that, even while playing casually, this individual remains one of the best players on the pitch. What does this signify? It indicates that even without serious effort, he possesses top-tier talent when he truly focuses. No one can stop him. Adams felt fortunate to have been born earlier. Otherwise, facing such an opponent, his performance would not have surpassed that of Lauren and Toure. No defender wishes to confront an adversary with an unpredictable playing style. The misunderstandings arising from this information disparity only grow larger. The ever-changing Huang Kevin can only employ one style at a time, yet everyone assumes he can effortlessly switch between styles. Naturally, the two scenarios cannot be compared. Arsenal reorganized their attack into the final third, as Hleb received the ball and moved left, seeking out Henry. Pirlo quickly surged forward to apply pressure. Costacurta paired with Pirlo, forcing Hleb towards the sideline. Hleb feinted twice, then turned to reclaim the ball near the touchline, swiftly flicking the ball with his right foot. He then made a rapid back pass into the area. Henry, with his back to goal, laid the ball back to Reyes. Reyes promptly delivered it to the advancing Fabregas. Fabregas paused momentarily, deceiving Gattuso into shifting a step. He then accelerated past Gattuso, both players running in tandem. After a few strides, Fabregas, now poised, swung his arm and struck the ball fiercely with his right foot. Bang! Neither Nesta nor Henry could make contact with the ball, which soared towards the edge of the small box, bouncing off the ground. Dida misjudged the situation and dived too early. The rebounded ball slipped past his arm and into the net. Cesc. The genius brought back from Spain by the coach. Oh, Cesc, destined to become our captain. Our Cesc Fabregas. The Arsenal fans jubilantly sang the praises of Fabregas. Fabregas, what a player. A stunning strike from over 35 meters. The 18-year-old prodigy Fabregas has scored a world-class goal. Yet another rising superstar in football, a testament to Wenger and Arsenal's latest triumph. It is noteworthy that Fabregas is 5 years younger than Huang Kevin, who is already 23 years old. Yet, in terms of their professional careers, Fabregas has made an earlier mark. In October 2003, Fabregas made his debut for Arsenal's first team, while Huang Kevin first represented Milan in September 2004, nearly a year later. Indeed, despite his youth, Fabregas displays a remarkable maturity in his gameplay, having become an indispensable mainstay for the prestigious Arsenal at just 18 years of age. As the game resumed, Huang Kevin felt a strong inclination towards coaching. He had just remarked on Fabregas's prowess. Wasn't he impressive? Surely he must have scored. With such keen insight, he could easily transition into a top-tier scout if coaching does not pan out. Upon the restart, Huang Kevin executed a back pass before sprinting towards the left flank, with Fabregas and Ljungberg lingering nearby. Cesc, how about joining Milan? Huang Kevin inquired while waiting for the ball. Fabregas was momentarily taken aback. As the ball arrived, Huang Kevin deftly directed it behind Fabregas with his right foot and dashed forward at an acute angle. Fool! Ljungberg scolded as he pursued him. Gilberto Silva quickly advanced towards Huang Kevin. With a swift flick of his right foot, Huang Kevin passed to Kaka, who, without hesitation, sent the ball rolling past Gilberto Silva towards the left flank, engaging in a wall pass with Huang Kevin. Once again in possession, Huang Kevin accelerated down the left side. Lauren shadowed his movements. With a rapid stroke of his right foot, he skimmed over the ball, using the outside of his left foot to nudge it further ahead, surging towards the baseline between himself and Lauren, penetrating the penalty area. As Touré closed in, Huang Kevin, unable to find a passing route, horizontally dragged the ball with his right foot and, without adjusting, aimed for the far corner with a quick flick. The ball rolled swiftly, ultimately crossing the goal line just before the far post. Next time, you'll score for sure, Toni remarked as he patted Huang Kevin on the shoulder. Huang Kevin smiled and shook his head, acknowledging that the angle had been too tight. Hey, even if you emulate Henry, you are not Henry. Henry is truly one of a kind. Do you understand, you softy? Don't assume that scoring first guarantees victory. We, Arsenal, are invincible. Hearing the Arsenal fans, Huang Kevin raised his thumb towards the stands. In the 39th minute, Arsenal initiated another offensive maneuver. Flamini received the ball and promptly advanced, facing Gattuso's pressure. Before making a swift horizontal pass, Gilberto Silva took possession, pivoting to feed it to Fabregas. Fabregas seized the opportunity, charging into Milan's half. Huang Kevin pursued him closely. After crossing the halfway line, Fabregas delivered a direct pass to Hleb. Hleb, carrying the ball to the wing, awaited Fabregas's arrival before returning the pass. Pirlo intercepted the ball just in time, turning to advance it forward. Huang Kevin controlled the ball with the inside of his foot, pivoting and surging ahead. Fabregas, now in pursuit, and Huang Kevin momentarily exchanged roles between offense and defense as they crossed the halfway line, with Gilberto Silva closing in. Huang Kevin, after decelerating, controlled the ball with his left foot before accelerating once more towards the center. Gilberto Silva followed closely, yet Huang Kevin maintained his pace, deftly maneuvering past an opponent with his right foot. Cesc Fabregas, having retreated to his half, attempted a sliding tackle from the flank. In motion, Huang Kevin lightly nudged the ball with his right foot to the left, evading Fabregas's challenge with a shift in rhythm, and surged towards the Arsenal penalty area. Toni positioned himself for support, while Shevchenko roamed behind the opposing defense. Lauren and Touré adjusted their positions laterally, ready to obstruct Huang Kevin just outside the box. As he approached Kolo Touré, Huang feigned with his shoulder, deftly flicking the ball with his left foot. Then quickly shifting back to his right foot to redirect the ball to the left, advancing into the penalty area. Touré, having adjusted his center of gravity, collided with Senderos. The fans at Highbury held their breath as Huang Kevin charged into the box. Flamini, in pursuit, immediately signaled for offside. Both Shevchenko and Toni were indeed in offside positions. However, Huang had no intention of passing. He took quick, delicate steps into the small box. Lament had moved to block the near post. Suddenly, without any warning, Huang planted his right foot, and with the inside of his left foot, he struck the ball at an angle. The ball sailed past Lament, heading straight for the far corner of the net. The hearts of Arsenal fans followed the ball's trajectory, ultimately plunging into despair as it crossed the line. Toni and Shevchenko rushed towards Huang Kevin at once. He ducked under Toni's arm, hands clasped behind his ears, and jubilantly sprinted around the pitch. Clad in white, akin to fresh snow, his eyes sparkled like distant stars. The silence of Arsenal fans starkly contrasted with the fervor of a small section of visiting supporters. Commentators from over 200 countries and regions joined in the chorus, shouting, "Kevin! Kevin!" A quintessential Kevin goal. After chasing back several meters, he seized the ball to initiate a counterattack, using the simplest methods of direction changes and rhythm shifts to penetrate Arsenal's entire defense. Ultimately placing the ball in the net guarded by Lament, exclaimed Credelli at the 7 Gold live broadcast with rapid fervor. Lament, Kahn, and Wies, the 2 generations of German goalkeepers, are mere background figures before Kevin. The long-standing rivalry between Lament and Kahn over who should be the national team's goalkeeper could perhaps be settled by who concedes fewer goals against Kevin. Of course, this goal cannot be blamed on Lament. Even top-tier goalkeepers like Kahn and Buffon would find themselves powerless against Kevin. Lament has performed admirably to reach this point. Arsenal may require a sequence of 10 players to maneuver the ball into the opponent's net, but in Milan, we simply need to let Dida kick off and find Kevin. Wenger observed the animated gestures of Ancelotti, shaking his head in resignation. While he held a greater appreciation for team play, the explosive talent of a superstar could instantaneously alter the dynamics of the match. Wenger believed that his tactics were on par with Ancelotti's. However, the abundance of star players at AC Milan was overwhelming. Returning to the center circle, Huang Kevin was unexpectedly met with a smile from Henry, to which he responded with a grin. Perhaps this is what camaraderie among elite players feels like. Frankly, were it not for Arsenal's financial constraints, Huang Kevin would have considered transferring there to recuperate. His artistic synergy with Wenger's formation could have been explosive, perhaps even leading to an unbeaten streak of 50 matches. Alas, Arsenal could not afford the requisite fee. Ultimately, it was a misplaced investment. As Arsenal resumed play, Pleb advanced with the ball. His movements were not particularly flamboyant. Yet his feints and quick half-step combinations were remarkably effective. The former Bundesliga dribbling king was a quintessential example of using rhythm to outmaneuver opponents, earning him the moniker of the Belarusian Ronaldinho, with the ball seemingly glued to his feet. Shevchenko and Toni pressed forward to challenge him, but Hleb executed a sudden direct pass between the 2 defenders. Henry received the ball and, while being closely marked by Gattuso, cleverly flicked it back with his heel after shouldering Gattuso off. Reyes, sprinting back, intercepted the ball and delivered a swift pass to Flamini. Flamini promptly laid it off, allowing Gilberto Silva to let the ball pass through his legs. The moment Fabregas received the ball, Huang Kevin surged forward. In terms of defense, Huang Kevin possessed a modicum of experience. He understood that intercepting an attacking player was a formidable task, yet he could easily disrupt with his speed. As Huang Kevin bolted forward, Fabregas nudged the ball with his right foot, anticipating Huang's movement, before accelerating with a deft touch. Huang Kevin broke through from the right, pivoting explosively. At just 20 years old, Henry's most distinguishing traits were his speed and explosive power, attributes that would be astonishingly high in a video game. Clad in black trousers and socks, Huang Kevin's long legs moved with remarkable frequency. By the time Fabregas had yet to cross the halfway line, Huang Kevin had already surged past him from the side, startling Fabregas into a swift retreat, with arms swinging and right foot lifted for a pass. Just as Huang Kevin was about to challenge, Fabregas executed a hurried long pass. Even so, the ball's trajectory was impressively reliable. This long pass carried the hallmark of Fabregas at his peak, reaching the front line after crossing the halfway mark. Pleb and Pirlo engaged in a tug-of-war as they raced towards the ball. With unsteady footing, Pleb chose to leap and, using his chest, directed the ball to the left. Henry, with his back to the play, extended his right foot to juggle the ball. As Gattuso rushed in, Henry, after a couple of bounces, struck the ball over his head, sending it toward Milan's penalty area. Reyes charged in to seize the ball, taking small, quick steps while waiting for Costacurta to make a move. However, Costacurta, with his wealth of experience, slid in, and despite Reyes's two shoulder feints and deceptive footwork, he could not coax Costacurta into action. Feeling uncertain, Reyes delivered a lateral pass to the advancing Henry. As Henry surged forward, he deftly maneuvered the ball with his left foot, allowing it to strike his right foot. In a swift motion, he executed a back heel with his left foot. Continuing his charge toward the penalty area, Relj sprinted to intercept the ball, raising his right foot to deliver a powerful strike. With a resounding thump, the ball transformed into a rainbow arc, sailing toward the penalty box. Nesta turned, pressing against Henry, as both players surged toward the 6-yard box. In that fleeting moment when the ball descended, they both extended their feet simultaneously. Nesta failed to make contact, and under his influence, Henry misfired, sending the ball directly into Dida's embrace. Following Dida's clearance, the referees signaled the end of the first half. "The coordination of Arsenal is genuinely exquisite," remarked one commentator. Indeed, both teams showcased splendid offensive plays in the first half, with Milan temporarily leading thanks to Huang Kevin's brace, another replied. The score of 2-1 still offers a chance for a comeback, yet the two away goals are a bitter pill for Arsenal to advance to the semi-finals. They must maximize their scoring at home. Director Zhang, have you noticed that apart from Huang Kevin, Milan's attacking line has been rather average today? One could argue otherwise. Primarily, Pirlo has been frequently launching long balls to the left flank, while Huang Kevin has taken it upon himself to penetrate the box and shoot, thus limiting opportunities for other attacking players. True, Huang Kevin's attempts on goal today have significantly increased. He is genuinely embodying the essence of Henry, forming a formidable trident alongside Toni and Shevchenko. Regardless, Milan is in the lead, and Huang Kevin's more direct approach to dribbling has certainly posed considerable challenges for Arsenal's defense. In the discussion forums, many were raving about Huang Kevin's goals. Huang Kevin's 2 goals today were absolutely stunning, especially the first one. It feels as though he has surpassed Henry. As an Arsenal fan, though reluctant to admit it, I concur. Huang Kevin's first goal is among the most spectacular I've witnessed in the Champions League. Indeed, Huang Kevin possesses extraordinary talent. He plays with remarkable freedom, even surpassing muscle memory. His execution was truly phenomenal. Many players may adopt different styles, but when charging toward the box in critical moments, they often revert to their most familiar techniques. Huang Kevin, however, has essentially transformed himself into Henry. Henry approached Huang Kevin to converse. Can you guess what he said? Did he say you protect the ball like Henry? Ha ha ha. Lee has already clarified. Why are you still on that? Who knows if it's true? Whether he said it or not, the newspapers will spin it regardless. Mate, that's a fair point. Though today, Henry seemed a mere imitation before Huang Kevin. Milan's Henry was evidently more formidable in the first half. Should Huang Kevin then adopt the name Huang Henry? Upon returning to the locker room, Kaka inquired curiously, "Kevin, what did Henry say to you?" "He mentioned that my style of play is quite impressive," Huang Kevin replied with a shrug. Previously, Pele had expressed similar sentiments. Indeed, these elite players exude confidence. Come on, Arsenal. The Gunners sing, "You shall not take a single point from Arsenal. April will be our season of triumph, and the champions of England shall become heroes." Goals are hard-fought yet swift. The Gunners elevate Arsenal into the ranks of title contenders, their red and white jerseys showcasing their exceptional prowess. Go Arsenal! The heartfelt rendition of the Arsenal anthem, adapted from the popular song Hot Stuff, resonates deeply with the crowd. Its simple yet powerful lyrics combined with an infectious rhythm evoking a strong sense of camaraderie. Amidst the chorus of thousands, the Arsenal players are rejuvenated as they return to the field. However, mere minutes later, Arsenal suffers a setback. In the 48th minute, Reyes, while in possession, falls to the ground without contact, injuring his thigh muscle. Van Persie enters the fray. The young Van Persie replaces Reyes. Wenger has repeatedly proclaimed him as Bergkamp's successor, intended to play as a second striker. Yet, with Pires still sidelined and Reyes injured, Van Persie must now assume a position on the wing. Kevin Huang observes that the Arsenal bench still boasts Alexander Song, leaving only Nasri, who did not transfer to the Premier League, to complete the lineup. The North London quartet possesses formidable talent. Otherwise, they would not have transitioned to other elite clubs. During their prime, Van Persie and Fabregas were among the finest in football. Had Arsenal managed to retain their players, they might have truly contended for the Champions League title. Alas, such hypotheticals remain mere fantasies. Milan relinquished possession back to Arsenal, who organized a midfield play. Van Persie received the ball on the left flank. Gattuso pressured him, forcing Van Persie towards the sidelines. With a deft flick, Van Persie turned to shield the ball, seeking an opportunity when he skillfully backheeled the ball into the center. Flamini, making a forward run, received the ball and quickly passed it centrally before retreating to defend. As Hleb collected the ball, he executed a quick feint, prompting Pirlo to follow his movement. Hleb then performed another quick touch and burst past Pirlo, carrying the ball diagonally towards the right flank. In a moment of brilliance, he delivered a discreet lateral pass into the center. Henry, positioned just outside the penalty area, controlled the ball with the inside of his foot, twisting to aim for the upper right corner of the goal with a delicate chip. Dida leapt to intercept, but fortunately, the ball grazed the crossbar and went out of play. Henry's strike was quite clever. Henry insists on showcasing his originality, refusing to let Kevin Huang outshine him. Jean, I wonder if you feel the same. Every time I watch Arsenal play, I'm struck by their players' technical prowess. It must be quite a challenge to meld so many talents together. Indeed, yet Van Persie tends to hold on to the ball a bit too long. This young player, only 22, is a year younger than Kevin Huang. While his footwork is commendable, sometimes his flair is excessive compared to Bergkamp and Henry, causing him to squander opportunities. Moments later, Pirlo launched a long pass to the left flank, where Huang leapt to head the ball back into the center. Kaka, receiving the ball, swiftly maneuvered past Gilberto Silva, delivering a precise lob into the penalty area. Shevchenko initiated a powerful run, leaving Senderos behind as he surged towards the byline to seize the ball, executing a right-footed shot from a tight angle that struck the side netting. Lehmann received the ball tossed by the ball boy, placed it on the ground, and launched a long kick into the forward field. Arsenal's formation advanced as Hleb swiftly maneuvered through the midfield, distributing the ball to Ljungberg. Positioned at the edge of the penalty area, Ljungberg delivered a high-quality curling cross. Henry extended his left foot between Nesta and Kaladza, guiding the ball into the net. Henry has equalized. The speed of Arsenal's counterattack was impressive. From Lehmann's long pass to Hleb's reception and Ljungberg's cross to Henry's goal, the entire sequence unfolded in precisely 9 seconds. Milan's formation was pushed too far forward. Kaladza made an error in defense. He is more suited for a fullback position. As I mentioned at the outset, Milan's defensive lineup is compromised with 3 key players injured. The real test lies ahead. Recently, Costacurta has played numerous matches, and I noted that he struggled to keep pace when tracking back. It's quite a burden to expect a 39-year-old defender to last the entire match. Milan is making a substitution. Seedorf is replacing Shevchenko. Wenger, celebrating on the sidelines, observed Milan's change and crossed his arms in contemplation. The impact of Shevchenko was formidable, and his substitution would undoubtedly diminish their attacking threat. However, Milan's offensive strategy had predominantly emanated from the left flank, with Kaka serving as the secondary attacking point in the center. Deploying 2 forwards up front seemed somewhat wasteful. Introducing an additional midfielder would effectively bolster their central presence. This alteration could pose challenges for Arsenal, yet Wenger found himself powerless to intervene. He certainly could not impede the opposition's substitutions. After a moment of reflection, Wenger decided to wait and see. Milan resumed play. Toni played the ball back to Kaka, who promptly directed it to Huang Kevin. Upon receiving the ball, Huang Kevin noticed that Gilberto Silva had shifted to his side. He initially assumed Wenger intended for Fabregas to remain alongside him, but ultimately, he could not resist the urge to switch positions. With Ljungberg nearby and Gilberto Silva pressing close, Huang Kevin refrained from continuing his dribble, turning to execute a back pass to his own half. Pirlo received the ball and sent it to the right flank. where Seedorf broke through and immediately threaded a pass into the center. Kaka, receiving the ball, accelerated and forcefully bypassed Fabregas. The atmosphere at Highbury was charged with discontent. Kaka's dribbling instilled fear among Arsenal fans. In an instant, Kaka had surged to the edge of the penalty area. Senderos hesitated to engage, and Kaka unleashed a powerful long-range shot. Lehmann leapt and deflected the ball out of bounds. Seedorf rushed towards the corner flag, preparing to take the corner kick. As he saw the ball boy toss the ball into play, Flamini stepped forward to control it, but stumbled before Seedorf. Seedorf, bewildered, quickly raised his hands, indicating that he had not touched Flamini. He was perplexed, pondering the nature of trust between individuals, wondering why he was being accused of simulation. Arsenal players hurried over to check on the situation. Observing Flamini's struggle, he hastily gestured to the sidelines. Wenger, with a grim expression, signaled for Clichy to warm up. Arsenal has been quite plagued by injuries lately, remarked one observer. Indeed, but today Arsenal has been particularly unfortunate. Both players suffered muscle strains without any contact. And Wenger has already exhausted 2 substitutions without making tactical adjustments. After Shevchenko's departure, both Milan and Arsenal adopted a 4-2-3-1 formation. Yet Milan's setup is not a prototypical 4-2-3-1. Gattuso and Seedorf are players with extensive coverage, often drifting into other areas. Precisely, Pirlo occupies the center, while Gattuso effectively positions himself on the right. Ancelotti's substitution of Seedorf seems intended to bolster their defense while addressing the current inadequacy of Costacurta's assist capabilities. However, there is some overlap between Seedorf and Gattuso's positions. Seedorf feels less comfortable on the right than on the left. There's no alternative. Huang Kevin prefers the left flank. As Milan's primary attacking outlet today, Ancelotti must ensure Huang Kevin is afforded some comfort. Seedorf sprinted forward to take a corner kick, but Huang Kevin leapt and missed, allowing Senderos to clear the ball from the penalty area. Fabregas seized the ball at the edge of the penalty area and executed a long pass. Arsenal's counterattack. Henry dashed behind Costacurta to receive the ball. Henry penetrated the penalty area and deftly slotted the ball into the far corner. Arsenal swiftly counterattacked, scoring again to take a 3-2 lead over Milan. Milan's defensive line is in disarray. Watching Henry sprint across the field, Huang Kevin felt perplexed. Both Southgate and Solskjaer had conceded goals following substitutions. Solskjaer even squandered the UEFA Cup title. How was it that Wenger's substitutions not only avoided conceding, but resulted in a goal? It seemed a paradox that substitutions during corner kicks invariably led to conceding goals. Yet the specific player responsible was unpredictable. As the crowd at Highbury erupted in jubilation, they sang a makeshift chant. There is only one Henry in the world, and he is Thierry Henry. Premier League fans are particularly adept at this repetitive, celebratory style. Clearly, Arsenal supporters, witnessing their team take the lead, were taunting Huang Kevin. Wenger, looking pained, approached the sidelines and summoned Fabregas, advising, "Instruct them to recover thoroughly. We will counterattack." "Understood, boss," Fabregas reluctantly replied with a nod. Wenger sighed inwardly, contemplating that Cesc was still quite young. Was Milan an ordinary team? They are capable of dismantling Juventus and Bayern Munich. Based on his extensive viewing of Milan's match footage, Wenger was certain Huang Kevin particularly favored retaliating with both feet. The moment they took the lead, the fans began to provoke. Should Huang Kevin step up against Juventus? Arsenal might not even need to play the second leg. That young lad Fabregas still harbored ambitions of competing with them. Youthful exuberance often blinds one to the gravity of the situation. After the restart, Milan attempted several offensives, yet none bore fruit. Wenger utilized his final substitution, bringing on Diaby for Ljungberg. Diaby's specialized defense posed considerable difficulty for Huang Kevin. Today, Huang frequently attempted sudden bursts of speed to outmaneuver his opponents, resulting in significant physical exertion. Coupled with Arsenal's comprehensive retrieval of possession, he found it challenging to seize optimal opportunities. In the 87th minute, Ancelotti substituted Inzaghi for Gattuso, adopting a desperate yet hopeful approach. Even in defeat, with 2 away goals secured, Milan did not suffer excessively. Returning to their home ground, they still held a promising chance of advancing. Furthermore, despite assertions of Arsenal's flamboyant attacking style, they resorted to a defensive counterattack against Milan. Ancelotti let out a cold huff, subtly conveying his disdain for Wenger. On the pitch, Kaka found himself ensnared in the center, passing to the left flank. Huang Kevin attempted a forceful breakthrough but was thwarted by Lauren, while Diaby, in pursuit, executed a sliding tackle that sent the ball flying. And Touré cleared it towards Milan's half. 5 minutes of stoppage time. Milan's time is running out. Indeed, Diaby's energy has certainly troubled Huang Kevin. Huang's physical exertion has been immense. He found himself at the sidelines, retching from overexertion. Yes, Huang has performed admirably today. Yet the rapid pace of the match necessitated frequent defensive efforts, amplifying his fatigue. Milan surged forward once more. Seedorf unleashed a long-range shot from 40 meters. What a strike! Is this merely luck? Milan seems to have limited opportunities today. Pirlo delivers a long pass. Toni positioned himself at the edge of the penalty area, using his back to shield Touré and Senderos, expertly redirecting a header to the advancing Seedorf. Seedorf, from the right side of the penalty area, passed to Kaka, who was abruptly halted by his Brazilian compatriot Gilberto Silva. Following the issuance of a yellow card, a free kick was awarded. Kevin, it's your turn, Pirlo stated, relinquishing his position. The free kick at the edge of the penalty area required no screen. Huang nodded and approached the ball. Henry possessed a remarkable free kick, and with his teammates' trust, Huang would not decline. He picked up the ball, meticulously wiped it with the inside of his shirt, then placed it at the foul spot. Aligning it with purpose, taking several deep breaths to steady himself, he adjusted his physical state. Hush, hush, hush. The sounds of disapproval echoed throughout Highbury, as Arsenal fans endeavored to disrupt Huang's concentration. Undeterred, Huang stepped back behind the ball, closing his eyes to maintain focus. Countless fans before their screens anxiously watched the close-up of Huang's face. Upon the referee's whistle, Huang began his run-up, positioned slightly to the left of the goal. Lament prepared to dive right. With a decisive strike, Huang's left foot connected with the ball. The Arsenal players forming the wall leapt in unison, only to realize something was amiss. Touré's eyes widened in surprise as the ball did not soar through the air, it rolled low, gliding beneath the wall directly towards the right side of the goal. As the goalkeeper Lehmann prepared for a side dive, the ball had already entered his line of sight. However, convinced that the ball would soar over the wall of players, he failed to anticipate the possibility of a rolling shot. Lehmann's reaction was a fraction too slow. By the time he made his dive, the ball had already reached the 6-yard box. Before he could even touch the ground, the ball had crossed the goal line and nestled into the net. Arsenal fans behind the goal closed their eyes in despair. Ultimately, victory eluded them. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling the end of the match. Oh! Huang Kevin turned, shedding his jersey and wildly celebrating as he sprinted across Highbury, releasing his exhilaration. On the pitch, Milan players and substitutes who had rushed onto the field pursued Huang Kevin's footsteps fervently. In the stands, Milan supporters shouted passionately, pouring their voices into the atmosphere without reservation. In the commentary booth, Cruyff delivered an enthusiastic commentary. An equalizer. An equalizer. An equalizer. A hat-trick. Kevin has once again performed a hat-trick. In the final moments, Kevin withstood the pressure, deceiving the entire Arsenal team with a clever rolling shot. Arsenal managed to avoid defeat today, but when the second leg arrives at San Siro, their fortune may not hold. What a pity, with Maldini, Cafu, and Stam absent. Kevin was compelled to defend, unable to fully unleash his attacking prowess. Arsenal fans may still believe they are on par with Milan, easily defeating Juventus and Bayern Munich. Let them revel in that illusion for a few days. Shall we swap jerseys? Henry asked, extending his shirt. Huang Kevin exchanged jerseys with Henry, though he couldn't help but grumble. Why ask after handing it over? Those rascals always prefer to act first and seek forgiveness later. If he had refused the exchange, it might have bred resentment. Yet, of course, Huang Kevin would never deny Henry. After all, should he find himself working in Catalonia, they would be colleagues. It was better to cultivate a friendly bond in advance. Fabregas also approached Kaka, inquiring, "Shall we swap jerseys?" As Kaka draped Fabregas's shirt over himself, he prepared to hand his own over, only for Fabregas to suddenly stumble and fall. Everyone was taken aback. What was going on? Huang Kevin rushed over to assist Fabregas. This was beyond mere camaraderie. He remembered Fabregas had a beautiful daughter. As Huang Kevin helped him up, Fabregas looked at his slippery hands and cursed. Damn, who spat? Huang Kevin immediately released Fabregas's arm. Though he bore no residue, he found the situation distasteful. Kaka, holding the jersey, was at a loss. He certainly couldn't offer his jersey to Fabregas to wipe his hands. Huang Kevin took the jersey from Kaka, smiling as he said, "Why not just put it on him?" Fabregas readily opened his arms, ensuring his hands wouldn't touch Kaka's jersey. Now, that was indeed a rather polite fellow. The atmosphere at the post-match press conference was remarkably harmonious. After adjusting the microphone height, Wenger smiled and remarked, "Today's match was splendid. A tactical showdown of the highest caliber in Europe. I gained a great deal from this encounter. You often inquire whether Maradona or Pelé is superior. I refrain from making such comparisons. However, when it comes to the finest current player, I would unequivocally say that we faced him today. Kevin is undoubtedly the most exceptional player among the active roster. He can execute any maneuver with both feet, emulate anyone's playing style, and effortlessly send the ball into the net. Given such an opponent, a draw is a commendable outcome, and I am quite pleased with the team's performance." Cesc, Thierry, and Salusha, along with the entire squad, contributed to securing this draw. Arsenal remains the only team in this season's Champions League that has not succumbed to Milan. I have praised the lads, allowing them a day of joy before returning to focus, as we have another challenging match to contend with in Italy. Henry playfully winked and smiled, stating, "Milan is one of the best teams in Europe, and today's result is quite satisfactory. I scored 2 goals, while Kevin netted 3. His performance was slightly more outstanding today. Yet, in imitating my style of play, it is clear that Henry triumphed, as there were 5 goals reminiscent of my own." The journalists shared in the smiles, acknowledging the captivating nature of the Arsenal versus Milan match. As sports reporters, they felt it was indeed a remarkable game. Nevertheless, such amicable relations were not what they sought to report. How could they craft their stories with both sides in such harmony? Their gaze shifted towards Ancelotti. "Arsenal's playing style is exquisite. I admire them greatly. They can defeat any adversary with their dazzling football. The next leg at San Siro will be a stern test for the Milan players, and I shall remind them to be prepared." For the fans, witnessing a clash between 2 high-caliber teams is certainly a delight. "I will caution my players against selling their complimentary tickets," Ancelotti declared with enthusiasm. He spoke the truth in jest. During home matches, players and club staff receive a certain allocation of complimentary tickets to share with friends and family. However, some players have been known to sell these tickets. Numerous athletes have been caught by the media for selling their complimentary tickets, and even some prominent stars have been implicated. The match between Milan and Arsenal, even with a capacity nearing 80,000 at San Siro, would likely not satisfy the demand of the fans. Journalists who failed to extract news from Ancelotti turned their attention to Huang Kevin. A reporter from the Daily Mail was quick to ask, "Kevin, how would you evaluate Arsenal?" "They are formidable. They possess superstars like Thierry Henry and Dennis Bergkamp, alongside many outstanding young talents. They are truly remarkable. Arsenal plays the most aesthetically pleasing football in Europe. And when I don't have a match, I often watch them on television," Huang Kevin responded with a smile. This was no mere flattery. Wenger's Arsenal indeed plays in a manner that is visually delightful. "Will you transfer to the Premier League in the future, perhaps to play for Arsenal or Manchester United?" Huang Kevin responded, "No one can predict the future. However, I am a Milan player, and I have a substantial contract with Milan. I prefer not to discuss other teams, as that would lack respect for Milan." "Kevin, could you elaborate on your imitation of Henry and the significance of his celebratory gesture?" another reporter inquired. "I apologize if Arsenal fans felt offended. In truth, I was merely enjoying the game. I imitated Henry's style as a tribute to a great player, and I emulated his celebration to better appreciate his emotions," Huang Kevin replied with a smile. Henry then took the microphone and stated, "I assure you he had no intention of provoking the fans. They are simply too sensitive. Kevin is a fine young man." After a reminder from Ancelotti, Huang Kevin said, "This will be the last question. We need to return for some rest. Kevin, who do you think will win the World Cup?" Huang Kevin chuckled and shrugged. "Here we have 1 Italian, 2 Frenchmen, and 1 Chinese. The Chinese team did not qualify for the finals. So I speculate that the World Cup final will be between France and Italy. As for who will win, you will find out at the conclusion of the match." Well, that concludes today's press conference. Wenger, Henry, and Ancelotti were pleased with Huang Kevin's statements. Even for the continental powerhouses, reaching the World Cup final is a commendable achievement. Naturally, they took his words lightly, viewing them as mere pleasantries reflecting Huang Kevin's high emotional intelligence. When the Milan team returned to their hotel, it was nearly 11 p.m. Whether they would return to Milan that night or remain in the visiting city depended entirely on the tightness of the schedule, the players' preferences, and the local security situation. In less favorable away venues, They typically departed immediately after the match, regardless of the hour. In a bustling metropolis like London, they could afford to linger for an extra night, allowing for a leisurely exploration the following day before returning in the afternoon or evening. The chosen Grove Hotel in Milan was quite satisfactory. The hotel management had graciously extended the restaurant's operating hours for the players' convenience. Otherwise, they would have had to rely on room service post-match. The hotel was also in proximity to the filming location of Harry Potter. Kaka planned to take a nap and visit the site the next day, as he had expended considerable energy during the match. Huang Kevin invited Kaka and several teammates to join him for dinner. "Thanks to you, we avoided a loss in the away match," Pirlo remarked after swallowing a piece of steak. "Don't say such foolish things, Andrea. Scoring has never been the endeavor of a single individual. A team always requires someone to score, someone to assist, and someone to defend," Huang Kevin replied with a smile. "Kevin is right. Each individual's role is distinct," Kalaza added. Chewing his food, he wholeheartedly agreed with Huang Kevin's sentiments, appreciating him as a teammate who often invited others to dine and displayed a sense of responsibility. Such camaraderie made interactions exceedingly pleasant. Much like the earlier discussions about Milan featuring Matthias in the newspapers, individuals who wield their prowess to belittle their teammates are rather detestable. A few gathered for dinner, sharing a brief moment over drinks and light conversation. As they prepared to return to their rooms, they were intercepted by a group of pleasantly surprised female fans. "Could you grant us your autographs?" one young woman eagerly inquired. "Of course," Huang Kevin responded with a smile, never one to deny the requests of female admirers. The fans quickly encircled Kaka and Huang Kevin, while Kalaza and Pirlo exchanged wry smiles, turning to wave and say, "You all carry on. If there are evening activities, we suggest you find another floor to avoid disturbing our rest." Huang Kevin raised a middle finger playfully from afar. Pirlo, the notorious charmer, pretended to be an innocent youth. After appeasing the fans, Huang Kevin and Kaka readied themselves to retire. A strikingly beautiful young woman posed a question. "Kevin, do you support women's rights?" Huang Kevin's heart skipped a beat. This was precisely what he dreaded. The fervor surrounding such movements in Europe, while not as extreme as in the past, was nonetheless more rapid than in Asia. He wished to remain uninvolved. Once entangled, it is nearly impossible to extricate oneself. As individuals might expect his influence to bolster their causes, any minor issue could prompt demands for his opinion. Moreover, one's fervor might not keep pace with theirs, and one could still find oneself in the fray. Look at J.K. Rowling, who found herself at odds with the young wizards. Thus, Huang Kevin truly loathed such inquiries. After a moment of contemplation, he forced a smile and replied, "Certainly. And what is your perspective on the lack of women's rights in your country? I have heard that even roads are named after men. Why can't there be mother roads? There are many similar terms like guild that clearly exhibit gender discrimination. Are you French?" Huang Kevin inquired. "Yes, does it matter?" "Not at all," Huang Kevin thought to himself. "No wonder. France's notion of freedom has become exceedingly lax, leading to a situation where many French men choose not to marry, with over 60% of newborns being illegitimate. Need it be any clearer?" "Kevin, answer my question." The young woman pressed, visibly unsatisfied. "I believe you should first condemn the beacon of freedom," Huang Kevin responded earnestly, "when America dropped the atomic bomb on Hiroshima. Shouldn't you ask why they didn't drop another on Kyoto?" This line of questioning dampened Huang Kevin's spirits significantly. Upon returning to Milan, he felt residual unease. It was all too perilous. These were merely ordinary fans. Had they been reporters, it would have been far more challenging to extricate himself. Huang Kevin had already faced similar inquiries multiple times, given his considerable influence among players. After some reflection, he resolved to address this issue once and for all. Much like the deaf old woman in the courtyard of affection, he would adopt selective deafness. "What you say, what you ask, I choose not to hear. I shall feign ignorance." Huang Kevin also intends to experience a moment of hearing impairment during the match. To vanquish magic, one must wield magic as well. However, it remains uncertain which opponent will become the fortunate catalyst for his hearing impairment. Should no one provoke him, Huang Kevin might feel too embarrassed to theatrically fall, thus resorting to a tactic of void detection, inadvertently colliding with the post instead. After spending an entire day immersed in games, he exhausted the young lady by evening. It was then that Huang Kevin realized it was already April. Initially, he intended to check the store's refresh. Upon opening it, he discovered he had completely forgotten about his prior interception. Huang Kevin scrutinized the notifications. Ding. Intercepted Puyol to grant Fabregas his first jersey. Ding. Intercepted Peak to grant Fabregas his first jersey. Skill activation successful. Characteristic successfully copied. Characteristic. Peak's insight. When facing Ronaldo, you can effortlessly see through all his feints. Truly, Peak is remarkable. Even his characteristics are so astute. Huang Kevin clicked his tongue. While this characteristic is not detrimental, its applicability is somewhat limited. It is inherently challenging for him to encounter Ronaldo, having faced him only 4 or 6 times in his entire Champions League career, which is already considerable. Furthermore, as an attacking player, Huang Kevin would not specifically defend against Ronaldo. Thus, even though this characteristic is positive, it merely serves as a supplementary advantage. The reward, albeit minimal, is better than none. Next, Huang Kevin turned his attention to the store refresh for April. Template, Stanley Matthews, 10,000 destiny points. Dennis Law, 10,000 points. Aslan, 2,000 points. Skills, diving mastery, 2,000 points. Beer blowing mastery, 100 points. Items, 24-hour injury immunity card, 20 points. Special items, Gatsa S swim trunks, 500 points. Based on the patterns of the store refresh, Huang Kevin had deduced that, aside from those extraordinary templates, 10,000 points was the upper limit. Moreover, the system evidently aligns more closely with reality. Akin to evaluations, attacking players receive higher ratings. It may also be due to Huang Kevin's position, as acquiring attacking players tends to be more costly. Both Stanley Matthews and Dennis Law are commendable choices. Stanley Matthews, hailed by Pelé as the man who taught us to play football, won the Ballon d'Or at the age of 41, was named England's Footballer of the Year at 48, and retired at 50. After his retirement, he spent 25 years traveling across all 5 continents, always elucidating football theories in the most straightforward manner, never resorting to obscurity. Regardless of whether in footballing powerhouses or developing nations, he demonstrated personally, undeterred by his age. Stanley Matthews exemplifies the ideal of virtue and artistry in football. As for Dennis Law, he is somewhat more renowned than Stanley Matthews. While one may struggle to name specific individuals, most football fans have heard of Manchester United's Holy Trinity. Dennis Law is indeed one of them. Once a darling of the theatre of dreams, he was the first Ballon d'Or recipient in Manchester United's history and, towards the twilight of his career, transferred to Manchester City, inadvertently sending Manchester United to relegation. Huang Kevin could only watch helplessly as his 44.90 fate points dwindled. The beer mastery skill proved to be of little utility, more suited for minor internet celebrities. While flop mastery appeared to be quite practical, Huang was reluctant to invest in it due to its exorbitant cost. Ultimately, he spent a mere 20 points to acquire an immunity card. Upon waking, Huang joined his team on their journey to an away match. It had been quite some time since he had sustained an injury, with no significant games on the horizon in early April. This match against Cagliari presented a perfect opportunity to mitigate his excessively high injury probability. Cagliari was situated over 1,000 kilometers from Milan. The entire Milan squad had little preparation time as they departed for the Stadio Via del Mare. The match against Cagliari was scheduled for 2 p.m., aimed at reducing injury risks. Naturally, Huang would not employ the immunity card. During the changing of clothes, Huang opted to draw a card. Ding! You have obtained the experience card for the match between Brescia and Milan featuring Mario Balotelli from the 2019-2020 Serie A season. During warm-ups, Cagliari fans joined Milan supporters in exuberant cheers. Huang clapped towards the stands, expressing his gratitude for the away fan support during his previous unconscious state. The Cagliari fans responded with equal enthusiasm. There are 2 types of fans who maintain a positive mindset as the season draws to a close. One group supports a team that harbors no ambitions, neither vying for European competition nor fearing relegation. In such instances, fans enjoy the game and may even cheer for the opponent's remarkable performances, as the outcome bears little consequence. The other group consists of teams languishing at the bottom, ensuring that the first type of team remains safe from relegation. Such is the case with Cagliari today. By April, they had accumulated just over 10 points. Even if they were to win every remaining match, their survival in Serie A hinged on their opponent's blunders, an outcome with a probability scarcely greater than the Earth's imminent demise. Cagliari's relegation was all but certain. Their fans had previously expressed their frustrations but had now come to terms with reality. relinquishing any hope. With no expectations. Disappointment was a foreign concept. Consequently, Cagliari supporters responded to Huang with fervor, even more so than the Milan fans. Were it not for their skin color, one might mistake them for fervent supporters from China rallying behind Huang. Typically, Cagliari's attendance hovers around 8,000, yet the Ettore Giardini Stadium was filled to its 32,000 capacity today, underscoring that Cagliari fans had come primarily to witness Milan play. The club's executives were also pleased, as ticket revenue is vital for smaller teams. Even in the event of relegation, additional income could facilitate the acquisition of several players in Serie B, preserving hopes of returning to Serie A. They would eagerly welcome the opportunity to face the northern powerhouses each week. In online forums, Huang's rising prominence sparked intense discussions. Huang Kevin truly has it made. I find myself enviously shedding tears. Readers often claim that foreigners are exceptionally intelligent. However, upon closer inspection, it appears they may not surpass me. Previously, I encountered a report that extolled Huang Kevin to the heavens, dubbing him the last knight, a paragon of beauty in the world. I'm mused that while Huang Kevin may be commendable, such hyperbole seemed excessive. Indeed, I too stumbled upon that article, and it nearly induced me to regurgitate my late-night meal. The exaggeration was utterly outrageous, leading me to suspect monetary incentives behind it. Is that truly the case? Foreign journalists are generally more impartial. Indeed, many foreign correspondents do bravely report the truth, embodying the essence of journalistic integrity. Do not be deceived. During my studies abroad, I transitioned into a newsroom post-graduation, and they too have been known to disseminate false news. Your perspective reeks of envy. While we should certainly eschew the negative aspects of foreign cultures, we must also acknowledge their strengths. I have witnessed foreign journalists report on political scandals, only to face dire consequences. At that moment, Huang Kevin was engaged in a match. Otherwise, he would certainly inform them that foreign journalists can be rather unscrupulous. Recently, public relations expenses have escalated, and should this continue, Huang Kevin is prepared to expose those scoundrels. Even if AC Milan foots the bill, it does not warrant reckless spending. Ultimately, all of that will inevitably come back to haunt them. When the opportunity arises, Huang Kevin will undoubtedly have a word with those unscrupulous reporters. After warming up, Huang Kevin promptly addressed Inzaghi, "I will pass the ball to you." Inzaghi, although the objective was achieved, felt a lingering dissatisfaction. When prompted to articulate this discomfort, Inzaghi found himself at a loss for words. He simply sensed an unusual unease today. Resolving to communicate more swiftly next time, he aimed to prompt Kevin for a pass. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the referee signaled the commencement of the match. Inzaghi initiated the play by passing to Massimo Amoruso, who immediately returned the ball to Rui Costa. The veteran Costa continued the exchange, as Milan organized their attack from the back line. Today, Milan has practically fielded an entirely new lineup. The return of Maldini serves to regain his form, while Amoruso, having joined Milan this season, has only participated in one match, leaving many puzzled by this transfer. Vogel passed back to Jankulovski, who evidently knew precisely whom to seek. Upon receiving the ball, he surged forward and delivered it to Huang Kevin. Huang Kevin appears to be in fine form today. His speed rivals that of the match against Arsenal. Remarkably, he managed to push past Disma, an occurrence quite rare in Huang Kevin's gameplay. Indeed, Huang Kevin typically shies away from physical confrontations. Another fried ball. Though it seems Huang Kevin's finesse has not returned to its former glory, indicating he may still be recovering. Marco Cassetti charged in to defend, and astonishingly, Huang Kevin utilized his explosive power and physique to force his way into the penalty area. With a deft pass, Huang Kevin assisted Inzaghi, who seized the opportunity to score. Huang Kevin. Words fail to encapsulate his brilliance. Huang Kevin's early assist to Inzaghi granted Milan the upper hand in the match. Inzaghi was filled with excitement as he rushed over and leaped onto Huang Kevin's back, causing both of them to tumble to the ground. Unfortunately, Huang Kevin sustained an injury. He couldn't help but curse when he realized how absurd the situation was. This injury was not due to a physical confrontation, nor was it a result of a strain or the re-emergence of an old injury. He was injured by his own teammate. Such incidents do occur, typically during active play. But for Huang Kevin to be hurt during a celebration by a teammate was utterly ridiculous. Huang Kevin was knocked down by Inzaghi. He had braced himself with his hands to cushion the fall, yet his nose still collided with the grass. At that moment, He felt a sharp sting in his nose. And when he lifted his head, he saw Inzaghi, equally sprawled on the turf, looking horrified. Inzaghi quickly scrambled away, retreating a meter in fright. Once he regained his composure, he hurried to Huang Kaiwen's side, asking, "Are you all right, mate?" "I truly didn't mean to do that." "I'm fine," Huang Kaiwen replied, covering his nose with a muffled voice. His nose throbbed painfully, and tears began to flow as he spoke. The team doctors rushed over to tend to his injury. Inzaghi wore an expression of distress. Feeling a pang of guilt, Ancelotti, turning halfway around, noticed Seedorf warming up on the sidelines and chose not to speak further. "It hurts," Huang Kaiwen protested to Nani. "You've likely bruised your nasal bone, with a risk of fracture. It's best not to push through it," Gianluca Nani advised. "All right, I'll come off," Huang Kaiwen nodded in agreement. His nose was particularly sore, and he felt quite uncomfortable. Leaning on Nani's arm, he made his way to the sidelines, exchanging high-fives with Seedorf as he was substituted. Then joined Kaka, who was waiting on the bench. It was not a serious injury. A checkup in Milan would suffice. Conveniently, the scheduled flight was right after the match concluded. "Kaiwen, are you all right?" Kaka asked with concern. Seeing Huang Kaiwen's bloodied face had startled him. "I'm not sure." Huang Kaiwen shook his head. "It should be nothing serious." Gattuso, looking exasperated, remarked, "If you're injured, how are we supposed to face Arsenal? Isn't the match at the end of the month?" Huang Kaiwen asked, surprised. Gattuso was even more speechless, realizing that Huang did not even know when the second leg was to be played. "It's in a few days, not at the end of the month. By then, we will already be in the semifinals," Kaka interjected. Huang Kaiwen chuckled, scratching the back of his head to mask his embarrassment. He had sensed something peculiar in Wenger's comments during the press conference, when Wenger mentioned getting Arsenal players excited for a day before preparing to face a tough match in Italy. Huang had assumed that a renowned manager like Wenger would require ample time to prepare, only to realize that there was a short interval between the two matches. Even during his time as a fan, Huang had never made such a mistake. It simply illustrated how his role had shifted. Unlike Kaka and Gattuso, who were players needing to remember the schedule, Huang, as an injured player, occupied an entirely different profession, making it understandable to confuse match dates. Recognizing his mistake, Huang Kaiwen breathed a sigh of relief. He believed that the second round would not be until the end of the month. So he chose to appear today to minimize his chances of injury. It seems that fortune is on his side today. A nasal injury, even if fractured, should not hinder his performance. Well, perhaps he might require a mask. Huang Kaiwen thought it prudent to request the young lady to craft him a more stylish mask. There is justification for sporting an accessory on the field. It must be exquisite enough to match his stature. He certainly did not wish for it to resemble that of Ballon, which would render him akin to an actor from a Japanese drama. Nevertheless, Huang Kaiwen mused that even if his mask were as unattractive as Ballon's, his handsome features would create a markedly different impression. Perhaps it might even spark a trend among the youth for masked appearances. At times, being excessively handsome can indeed be a burden. Huang Kaiwen contemplated simply procuring a mask that entirely obscured his face, akin to the legendary Lanling Wang, thus ensuring that some would not overlook his skills due to his looks. During halftime, as he returned to the locker room, Huang Kaiwen noticed that his nose no longer pained him. Shortly into the second half, Axel Konen from the opposing team scored a goal, leveling the score. Without Huang Kaiwen, Milan truly falters, primarily due to the numerous rotations today. Aside from Pirlo, Dida, and Maldini, there are no regular starters. Inzaghi likely wishes to make an example of you. But he has a point. Toni has seen more playtime this season. Toni has scored quite a few, yet Inzaghi's efficiency is remarkable. He grows more formidable with age. Did you see Inzaghi score after Huang Kaiwen left the field? A significant portion of Inzaghi's goals this season has been assisted by Huang Kaiwen. I feel I could score as well. Huang Kaiwen's passing is truly exceptional. Bro, does boasting make you invincible? You always think you could do it. Yet you can't even control the ball on the field. Enough bickering. Did you see how awkward Huey was today, cursing unintentionally and constantly changing the subject? He was overly excited. He can't be benched, can he? I actually enjoy his commentary. He shouldn't be. But isn't Huang Kaiwen only 22? Yes. Wasn't it mentioned that Huang Kaiwen's birthday is on May 20th? Previously, Coach Zhang and the others clearly miscalculated. Huang Kaiwen was born on May 20th, 1983. So he won't turn 23 until the end of May. Damn, no wonder I don't like Huang Kaiwen. Even his birthday is bothersome. Last year, when the song Online Lover became popular, My girlfriend kept mentioning 520, insisting I be romantic. I wanted to ask her if red romance counts as romance. Huang, don't think we won't recognize you just because you changed your profile picture. You're Li Huan from Nanda, right? You despise Huang Kevin because last time you boasted, you nearly ended up streaking. Ha ha ha, is that Huang? Is there anyone in the group who doesn't know Huang? I'm from Tianjin. When I have time, I should visit Huang and share a meal together. Huang, you're a sophomore in the literature department, right? I recall the buns at the entrance of Nanda are quite delicious. Are you attempting to treat Huang to a meal? You just want to force him into streaking. You lot are utterly wicked. Ha ha. Ah, laughter. That's all you seem to know. Why can't you grasp the essence? Our dear Huan is a student at a prestigious university. And he even has a girlfriend. What about you? In the forum, no one mentioned Huan anymore. The discussion shifted back to football. Ultimately, neither side managed to score again. And the match ended with a 1-1 draw at Chivo's home ground against Milan. After the game, the entire Milan team flew back to their city. Upon examination, the prognosis was neither good nor bad. He had a nasal fracture, but fortunately, it was non-displaced. Such an injury could heal with proper rest. However, Huang Kevin required physical activity, which conflicted with the need for rest. Thus, as he had anticipated, he would need a protective mask and a follow-up examination at the hospital after exercising. Inzaghi, who accompanied him, felt a deep sense of guilt. Huang Kevin reassured him, saying, "It's all right. I frequently get injured. Perhaps it was destined for me to get hurt that day. If it weren't for you, I might have been struck by an opposing player and suffered hearing loss. Stop comforting me. I am an adult," Inzaghi replied with a forced smile. "I'm merely speaking the truth. You don't seem to believe me," Huang Kevin remarked, observing Inzaghi's troubled expression. "How about this? Treat me to a meal, and we can put this matter behind us." "Kevin, is there anything else I can assist you with?" Inzaghi inquired. It felt rather simplistic to merely treat a friend to dinner for causing an injury. "Since you are sincerely asking," Huang Kevin suddenly recalled something, raising an eyebrow and saying, "I shall graciously allow you to atone for your mistake. You can do it this way." Upon hearing Huang Kevin's words, Inzaghi's eyes sparkled. That's our Kevin. Always one to steal the spotlight. Predictably, the next morning, Huang Kevin's peculiar injury made headlines in various newspapers. The young lady, glancing at the Gazzetta dello Sport, remarked, "Perhaps we should send Inzaghi away. He caused your injury." "Why are you so obsessed with sending Inzaghi away?" Huang Kevin replied. "Never mind. It wasn't intentional," he reassured her. "Very well." The young lady nodded reluctantly, declaring, "I've already arranged for a custom protective mask for you." "That's splendid," Huang Kevin responded with a smile. "I have reviewed the design, and it looks quite promising. You should have it before the match against Arsenal." "That's fantastic." Huang Kevin nodded in agreement. Who says Italians lack efficiency? Indeed, when money is involved, everything can be negotiated. Customizing a mask to fit his head perfectly and look appealing would only take a few days. On April 5th, Arsenal faced Milan in an away match. Milan's fans were well prepared, with numerous supporter groups ready with giant banners. Ticket prices soared to unprecedented heights. The Gazzetta dello Sport reported that many fans were renting out their season tickets. Season tickets included entry to league and domestic cup matches. However, tickets for European competitions had to be purchased separately. Yet, season ticket holders were granted priority for European match tickets, ensuring that each holder could secure one. In competitions of this caliber, it is quite challenging for the entire family to watch together. Huang Kevin had early on utilized the injury immunity card. When the team was changing outfits, Ancelotti inquired, "Has anyone seen Kevin and Filippo? They were just here. Perhaps they went to the restroom?" Martini suggested. "Don't be ridiculous. Does that rascal Filippo fear that we might be offended by his foul odor?" Pirlo scoffed. Inzaghi had a peculiar habit. He would relieve himself before matches, and it was notably pungent. Later, Pirlo mentioned Inzaghi's habit in his autobiography. Everyone found it hard to believe that Inzaghi could be so courteous, considering how long he had subjected them to his stench. Could Kevin have been duped by Filippo? Kaka asked with a look of concern. "That guy has no sense of boundaries when joking." "It's certainly possible." Martino nodded in agreement. At the San Siro Stadium, the fans had mostly settled in. The Milan supporters were busy organizing banners and flags, eager to present them to the world before the match began. At that moment, the stadium speakers began to blare a vibrant and electrifying dance tune. Flamenco. Lively, passionate, fast-paced. It was Loa. Several young ladies donned in flowing red skirts gracefully entered the scene, their layered ruffles swaying to the rhythm. The Arsenal fans, having traveled from afar, were thoroughly entertained, thinking that the Italians were rather hospitable, preparing some entertainment to stave off their boredom. Just then, Zorro rode in on his steed, elevating the atmosphere to new heights. As the camera zoomed in, the fans watching on television were the first to realize that Zorro's feet were indeed on the ground, as the horse possessed only 2 legs. Director Zhang, "This horse looks somewhat familiar," Duan Xian remarked uncertainly. "Haha, you are not mistaken. It's a bamboo horse." Who would have thought that today we would witness a touch of Chinese culture before the match? Director Zhang chuckled. Milan truly has a thoughtful touch, even arranging a pre-match performance. Am I mistaken, or does this Zorro appear somewhat familiar? Initially, the players from both teams were preparing to warm up. Upon witnessing this spectacle, they paused at the sidelines to enjoy the show. "Look, he's wearing soccer shoes," Shevchenko pointed out. The Milan players glanced over, and indeed, Zorro was clad in soccer shoes. To their astonishment, even Zorro's horse wore soccer shoes. A suspicion arose among them. Could it be those 2 fellows? As the dance approached its conclusion, Zorro dismounted and strolled over to the dancing maidens. 2 lovely young ladies seized his sleeves and gave a vigorous tug. With a rip, the Milan number 10, donned in the iconic red and black striped jersey, made a dazzling entrance. "Kevin! Kevin! Kevin!" The fans at the San Siro erupted in fervent cheers. Huang Kevin removed his hat, placed it over his heart, and offered a slight bow to the surrounding stands, intensifying the fervor of the San Siro atmosphere. The Arsenal fans couldn't help but admire the flamboyant entrance. While the quality of play remained to be seen, it was evident that Milan's Kevin was indeed remarkable. Without a doubt, Kevin is poised to grace the front page once again. He waved to the sidelines and approached the stands, placing a black beanie atop the head of a young fan. All eyes were on Kevin, in stark contrast to the players. Observing that Zorro's horse seemed intent on fleeing the player tunnel, Pirlo swiftly positioned himself to block its path. Several Milan players clumsily tore away the costume, revealing none other than Inzaghi. Covering his face, Inzaghi exclaimed, "It's not me. I'm not Filippo." How humiliating it was to play a horse. Had it not been for injuring Kevin, Inzaghi would never have consented to such a role. "What on earth is going on, Filippo?" Shevchenko inquired with curiosity. "Oh, it's nothing. That young lad Kevin just wanted to steal the spotlight. It's typical of youth." As the elder statesman of the team, "I naturally indulge the aspirations of younger players," Inzaghi replied with utmost seriousness. "Surely it's guilt over injuring Kevin that compelled you to don the horse costume. Otherwise, you'd be vying for the limelight yourself." Pirlo unceremoniously exposed Inzaghi. "Filippo, do enlighten us. How did Kevin's outfit tear so easily?" It was pre-slit. With Velcro sewn inside, a simple pull, and it comes apart." Inzaghi began to elaborate. "I even procured this horse costume from Chinatown. And those ladies are from the Scala Ballet. Didn't they dance beautifully? I even bribed the DJ at San Siro. I believe having a friend like Filippo Inzaghi is your greatest fortune." Come, let us warm up. I don't want to converse with the substitutes. Playing poorly is contagious. Damn, I've been wondering why I keep making mistakes on the field." Inzaghi stood there, the target of the team's jests, on the verge of tears, silently vowing to make those rascals pay for it one day. "Kevin, your entrance was incredibly cool," Kaka greeted with a smile, admiring Kevin's mask, which he found quite appealing. "Haha, it was all right," Kevin responded with a grin. The sudden appearance with the mask felt rather odd. Even though it was due to an injury, it still seemed somewhat abrupt. Thus, Kevin decided to make a grand entrance, embodying Zorro with a touch of romanticism. The 2 laughed as they returned to midfield, where teammates gathered around. No matter how grown men may appear, within each lies a youthful dream of heroism. Who could resist the allure of becoming Zorro? How splendid! Yet, it would be even more impressive if we could replace Filippo with a real horse. Gattuso remarked with a hint of envy. Perhaps next time, Kevin chuckled. He had indeed contemplated riding a real horse, but Kevin lacked the skill. Riding wasn't as effortless as depicted on television. Although he possessed an injury immunity card, he feared the embarrassment of poor horsemanship. Being dragged along by the horse would be utterly humiliating. If things spiraled out of control, he could inadvertently harm others. Thus, Huang Kevin opted for Inzaghi. Should an opportunity arise to acquire the equestrian mastery card, he would seize the chance to flaunt his prowess. "All right, let us warm up." Malatini waved his hand to disperse his teammates, then remarked with a bemused expression, "I suppose Chris will be asking me for a pony to take home. You certainly know how to stir up trouble. Or perhaps you could first break his leg." Huang Kevin winked in jest. Go away, go away. Malatini retorted, somewhat irked. As they prepared for warm-up, Huang Kevin glanced at his full 100 expectation value and opted to draw a card. Ding. You have obtained the experience card for the match between Tottenham Hotspur and Stoke City in the 16th round of the 2017-18 Premier League, featuring Son Heung-min. Wow, it's Son. Son Heung-min. This truly aligns perfectly with my needs. Huang Kevin couldn't help but wonder if it was due to wearing a mask that he had drawn Son. Son had also played with a mask during his injury. In terms of skill, there was no doubt, at his peak, Son Heung-min possessed the capability to be a mainstay in a top-tier team, although his performance could sometimes be inconsistent. His technical finesse was slightly lacking, and his ball control did not quite measure up to that of Brazil's elite players like Neymar. In other respects, Son Heung-min had no significant flaws. He possessed solid footwork, commendable speed, and a notable ability to shoot while on the move, albeit requiring space to thrive. In counterattacks, Son was exceptionally formidable. Huang Kevin suspected that he and Kaka could potentially dismantle Arsenal's defense today. Arsenal was equally swift in counterattacks, making it a fitting matchup to compare their countering speeds. After the warm-up, they returned to the players' tunnel. The atmosphere among the players was amiable. They were all technically gifted players, and there had been no unpleasantness in the previous match. Huang Kevin exchanged greetings with Henry, while Kaka engaged in quiet conversation with Fabregas. Both sides were casually chatting with familiar opponents. The players from both teams are entering the field behind the referee. Wow, look at the stands. AC Milan fans have certainly come prepared, showcasing banners with the AC Milan name and 7 UEFA Champions League trophies. Clearly, the fans harbor ambitions of seeing their team successfully defend their title this season, aiming to become the first team to do so since the format change. The banner depicts the celebrations from last season's Champions League victory, aptly reflecting the fans' expectations. AC Milan possesses that strength. Huang Kevin is currently in excellent form, and Kaka is also in a period of resurgence. As long as there are no major injuries, AC Milan need not fear any opponent. Indeed, the players' return is beneficial. Arsenal will encounter a defensive line that is entirely different from the first leg. They will undoubtedly need to adjust to the playing habits of AC Milan's defenders during their offensive plays. Moreover, in the first leg, AC Milan secured 3 away goals, which alleviates any pressure. Ancelotti has shifted from a 4-4-2 formation to a 4-2-3-1 today, which reflects his strategy. The score remains the same. You must attack, while I await the opportunity to counter. Otherwise, you risk elimination due to away goals. Let us examine the return pass that sent England home. I wonder if Huang Kevin can redeem himself today. Has Huang Kevin placed a bet? If he wagered on AC Milan losing, he might face a ban if discovered. Surely not. Would a top league player still dare to gamble? The top leagues are rife with scandals. The English football scene has been exposed numerous times, while Serie A seems comparatively better. Speaking of English football, I recall Arsenal legend Paul Merson. Whether he gambles, I cannot say, but I know he enjoys betting. After other leagues concluded, his gambling addiction flared, and he unwisely bet on unfamiliar table tennis, resulting in a loss of 160,000. He must have bet on the Chinese team losing. Had he bet on them winning, even with lower odds, he shouldn't have incurred a loss, right? This is precisely why one should avoid gambling. Once entangled, there is seldom a happy ending. It is highly addictive. Those who lose seek to recover, and those who win yearn for more victories, ultimately leading to a return of funds to others. It is said that Paul Merson lost several £1,000,000. Putting aside Paul Merson, I wonder if Huang Kevin has placed a bet? He should not, as he is aware of significant principles despite his minor indiscretions. I merely wish to inquire what other misdeeds Huang Kevin has committed, aside from attempting to undermine others, feigning injury, and living off others' efforts. Must we malign him? Perhaps he is not so bad after all. Huang Kevin stood with his hands on his hips, his head bowed in resignation. The match had just begun, and he was not entirely acquainted with Son Heung-min's technical prowess. After being pressured by Young Belly, he mishandled the return pass, sending it into the penalty area. Had it not been for the own goal assist, Huang Kevin would have been compelled to applaud. That pass was exquisite. A curling ball from the flank into the box. Such beauty in a pass is rare, even for top playmakers. It was akin to a reverse De Bruyne. Such a magnificent assist, had it not been for the opponents, could have graced the newspapers. Huang Kevin scratched his head, feeling a swirl of emotions. Kevin, don't dwell on it. The match has only just begun, and we have ample time, Maldini consoled him as he ran down the right flank. Exactly, it wasn't intentional. Kaka quickly added, "Don't worry, we will equalize soon. Perhaps you will score yourself," Kaladza confidently remarked. "All right, when I score, make sure to coordinate with me." Huang Kevin replied with a smile. "That's the spirit. Just don't let it weigh on you," Kaladza encouraged, patting Huang Kevin on the shoulder. Huang Kevin shook his head and jogged back. He felt a momentary discomfort, but it would soon pass. His primary concern was not to undermine the efforts of his teammates, nor jeopardize his bonus. More importantly, the influence of role models loomed large. When he saw others struggling even more, he was immediately filled with renewed hope. Gerrard returned the ball 3 times, even costing Liverpool a title, yet he continues to thrive. With this thought in mind, the incident involving Huang, who inadvertently contributed to the team's goal concession, scarcely qualifies as a significant matter. Moreover, there were other moments, such as Lukaku's crucial save and Karius's double strike. With numerous matches played, occasional mistakes are indeed forgivable. Huang returned to the midfield with a light jog. Following the restart, he exhibited a newfound caution. While advancing down the left flank, he moved with deliberate care. Ancelotti's brow furrowed as he observed Huang's play. It was evident that Huang's footwork had noticeably diminished compared to earlier. Given Ancelotti's familiarity with Huang, he expected him to handle the ball with ease. His explosiveness had also waned since the previous encounter against Arsenal. What could be the cause? Ancelotti rubbed his chin, utterly perplexed. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the black protective mask Huang wore, and he slapped his arm in realization. "I understand now. That mask has disrupted the magnetic field of willpower. I should have foreseen this. The mask is impairing Kevin's performance. We must equip it with a receiving device to mitigate its impact on Kevin's play." Ancelotti turned to retrieve radar equipment from the substitutes bench and switched it off. There was interference present today. The force of willpower seemed to be adversely affecting Kevin's capabilities. Ancelotti found the concept of willpower to be fascinating, and his insatiable curiosity compelled him to fully comprehend the nature of this force. Mauro Tassati wore a look of resignation, feeling that Ancelotti's updates were coming too rapidly for him to keep pace. The footballing world had transformed since his own playing days. Even aspiring to be an assistant coach had become a daunting endeavor. On the pitch, Huang once again seized the ball. "Kevin! Kevin! Kevin!" The San Siro erupted in cheers, chanting Huang's name. The AC Milan supporters are rallying behind Huang, fearing that the earlier own goal assist might affect his mindset. It shouldn't, as Huang is a player with a strong mentality. He could score even against a goalkeeper and won't be swayed by a mere own goal assist. Huang initiated a counterattack, displaying remarkable speed as he surged past Gilberto Silva. Today, Wenger had positioned Silva on the right side intentionally to counter Huang's advances. Huang dribbled towards Ebu, who seemed to have found his form after the African Cup. He had missed the previous match due to injury, but was back today, only to be thwarted by Ambrosini. With the ball being deflected out of play, Ancelotti's choice of a 4-2-3-1 formation is precisely for this reason. Ambrosini and Gattuso are tasked with guarding the right flank against Henry and Pires, providing additional protection to the defense. Ashley Cole, having just returned from injury, has not been particularly active today. Similarly, Maldini is not as present as usual. He typically ventures forward with enthusiasm, yet he has been scarcely seen in midfield today. After taking the lead, Arsenal has evidently shifted to a counter-attacking strategy, with Fabregas refraining from advancing. This attack originated from a long pass. Indeed, AC Milan possesses formidable offensive capabilities, rendering both teams cautious in their pursuit of a slender lead. Ashley Cole advanced into the offensive zone and, with a vigorous run-up, launched the ball into the penalty area. Thierry Henry, seizing the opportune moment, lifted his foot, allowing the ball to settle beneath him before deftly controlling it. As Nesta pressed forward, Henry deftly maneuvered the ball from the center toward the flanks. After a couple of strides, Henry executed a sudden backheel shot from a concealed angle. Dida, stationed at the near post, was caught unawares as the ball swiftly rolled past him and out of play along the right sideline. Nearby Milan supporters were left in a cold sweat. Henry's south attempt was perilously close to becoming a goal. This is precisely why many regard Henry as the quintessential striker. Beyond his exceptional speed and explosive power, his shooting prowess is undeniably impressive. From a distance, he adeptly assesses the goalkeeper's positioning, opting for delicate chips, lofted shots, or powerful strikes. Inside the penalty area, He typically dazzles the goalkeeper before directing the ball into the far corner. Furthermore, his instinctive shooting ability poses a significant threat in front of goal. As the game resumed, Huang Kevin noted Arsenal's thorough defensive setup, which greatly limited his options. Although Son Heung-min could break through, he required ample space to do so. With Arsenal players densely packed in their own half, he struggled to make an impact. 30 minutes into the match, Ancelotti seized a stoppage in play to summon Stam to the sidelines, instructing him, "We must offer Arsenal some opportunities. Only then can we initiate counterattacks." "What do you mean?" Stam inquired, uncertain. "Provide them with attacking chances. Disrupt their offensive flow from your defensive line." "Do you understand?" Ancelotti articulated. "I comprehend," Stam replied, quietly returning to relay the coach's intentions. Currently, Arsenal had merely 2 or 3 players forward. To encourage their advance, pressure must be applied while simultaneously avoiding immediate interceptions, allowing other Arsenal players to push forward for support. However, permitting the opponent to possess the ball in their defensive zone is fraught with peril. Ancelotti's strategy can be deemed audacious. Upon conveying Ancelotti's plan, the Milan defense showed little reaction, buoyed by their self-assuredness in their abilities. They believed that even allowing Arsenal players to control the ball in their backline would not result in a loss of possession. This approach is characteristic of teams willing to forego ball control. In the 35th minute, Fabregas advanced past the halfway line, delivering a precise pass to Pires. After combining with Hleb, Pires executed a through ball into the penalty area. Dida intervened, claiming the ball before Henry could capitalize. Moments later, Henry received a pass from Hleb and unleashed a long-range shot from the edge of the arc, which Dida deflected out for a corner. Arsenal gathered a significant number of players for this corner kick. After a run-up, Pires delivered the corner, and Kaladza, out-muscling Ebu, flicked it on. Huang Kevin, positioned at the edge of the penalty area, received the ball and swiftly turned to advance. Fabregas was still adjusting his position, seeking an opportunity, while Huang Kevin had already accelerated past him. Gilberto Silva charged towards Huang Kevin. With the ball at his feet, Huang Kevin deftly maneuvered, evading his opponent and surging across the halfway line. In front of him stood 3 defenders, while Kaka had moved to the left flank to provide support. As Sandro rushed in, Huang Kevin deftly nudged the ball forward and accelerated past him, leaving Touré and Ashley Cole trailing behind. The 2 Arsenal defenders exerted every ounce of effort but still failed to catch up. As Huang Kevin entered the penalty area, Lament rushed out from the 6-yard box. Just as Lament dove to tackle, Huang Kevin executed a delicate chip with the inside of his right foot, the ball elegantly soaring over Lament and into the far corner of the net. Kevin! The passion of the Rossoneri erupted as they equalized after falling behind. Kevin scores. Once again, he dazzles with a breathtaking solo run, receiving the ball near the Milan penalty area, weaving past several defenders, and sprinting 70 meters to find the back of the Arsenal net. 11. The aggregate score is 4-4, and the advantage has returned to Milan. After inadvertently assisting Henry with an own goal, Kevin brilliantly equalized the score. You can always count on Kevin. Even deities may falter. Yet Kevin finds a way to reclaim victory. Ancelotti jubilantly embraced Tassadi, bouncing with excitement. After the celebration, Ancelotti began to murmur to himself, "I knew it was an issue with the mask. Now that we've halted collecting wishes, it won't interfere with Kevin's performance." With the aggregate score equalized, Arsenal's tactical approach became disordered. Burdened by the weight of away goals, the Arsenal players were acutely aware that they needed to score to progress. Upon the restart, they swiftly began to organize an attack. Arsenal's offense was executed with remarkable speed. Hleb, under pressure, executed a backheel pass, allowing Fabregas to receive the ball and charge past the halfway line. Fabregas and Ashley Cole executed a wall pass to bypass Gattuso. A quick subsequent pass followed. Ambrosini, with his back to the play, successfully intercepted the ball. Pirlo quickly pursued and launched a long pass. Huang Kevin, running down the left flank, deftly directed the ball with his shoulder. Ebu, hesitant to challenge, retreated cautiously, with only Gilberto Silva trailing behind Huang Kevin. Moments later, Huang Kevin had surged into the attacking left flank. Observing the vacant space within the penalty area, he suddenly accelerated, skillfully maneuvering past Touré, who attempted to block a long-range shot. Huang Kevin then turned, unleashing a curling shot from 28 meters out, igniting the San Siro once again. The trajectory of the ball was not particularly pronounced, yet it proved sufficient, as it sailed past Senderos and nestled inside the right post. Riemann, caught unprepared, leapt in an attempt to intercept, but the ball had already slipped over his outstretched arms and into the net. Kevin, a brace for him, yet again a counterattack. And once more it is Kevin. 5 goals in 2 rounds. He has decisively vanquished Arsenal with his own 2 feet. Today, Kevin has pierced Arsenal's defense twice with his right foot. I have previously expressed my suspicion that he is, in fact, a right-footed player, with his left foot merely a ruse to confound adversaries. Perhaps I am correct, perhaps not, but it matters little. In the world of football, we have the golden left foot and the golden right foot, yet Kevin possesses golden feet. To target Kevin based on his dominant foot is but a folly. Huang Kevin turned, only to have Kaka rush toward him. Before he could leap onto Huang Kevin, Kaka halted abruptly, stopping before him. Huang Kevin broke into a smile, realizing Kaka was wary of injuring him like Inzaghi had. Huang Kevin promptly vaulted onto Kaka's back, who steadied his legs with both hands. And together they charged toward the south stand. Wenger sighed inwardly and returned to the coaching bench. In life, there are always realms beyond your reach. However, if within your grasp, you exert your utmost effort, there is no room for regret. Arsenal played commendably, yet AC Milan was simply stronger. Although the match had another half to play, scoring 2 goals at AC Milan's home ground was an exceedingly daunting task. He felt momentarily disheartened, but by half-time, Wenger would adjust and present himself before the players with renewed vigor. Knowing the hardships, yet still striving to overcome them, is the mindset of a true victor. At halftime, the score stood at AC Milan 2, Arsenal 1, as they led into the break. Huang Kevin, beaming, entered the locker room amidst his teammates' jubilant company. Kevin, there's a bit of a complication today. Your mask may interfere with your will. We can only resort to primitive methods to ensure your safety, Ancelotti remarked, handing him a familiar black cloth bag. Huang Kevin's smile quickly faded. His teammates reveled in the mischief. Maldini seemed particularly amused. Huang Kevin took the item and quipped, "Paolo has been injury-prone lately. I suspect he is under someone's curse." Indeed, Ancelotti clapped his hands, suddenly enlightened. "Paolo, it appears you two could use some assistance." "No need, boss," Maldini replied with a grimace. "Do not be shy. Is there anyone else who feels out of sorts?" Ancelotti rummaged through his pockets and produced a collection of black cloth packages. Heaven knows how his trousers could hold so much. The Milan players dispersed in a flurry, leaving only Huang Kevin and Maldini as the unfortunate recipients. Thankfully, it wasn't something meant for ingestion. Rather, a black powder was applied to the soles of their shoes. As halftime drew to a close, Ancelotti cautioned, "Arsenal is a tough opponent. We must focus on defense in the second half, aiming to resolve the match in the most economical manner." "Understood, boss." "Got it. Rest assured, coach," Wenger remarked as the second half commenced, substituting Van Persie for Ljungberg. However, this change bore little fruit. In the 62nd minute, Ancelotti replaced Kaka with Seedorf, further fortifying the defense. Gattuso and Seedorf effectively covered a vast area, successfully thwarting Arsenal's attempts to maneuver and create opportunities near the penalty area. Ancelotti's substitutions were astutely strategic. A few minutes later, Huang Kevin was also replaced. Given the inefficacy of the amplification device, Ancelotti felt a tinge of unease. As Huang exited the field, applause resonated from the Milan supporters. Upon returning to the bench, he engaged in conversation with Kaka about the game, lamenting, "The legendary quest has become increasingly tedious." While it did not affect his endorsement fees, finding an alternative pastime proved challenging. On the pitch, Arsenal continued their offensive, yet it was Milan that seized the first opportunity once again. In the 81st minute, Milan garnered a corner kick through a counterattack. Nesta's attempt to score was thwarted by a defender, but amidst the chaos, Gattuso managed to nudge the ball into the net. This goal decisively secured the victory. Although Pires scored a long-range shot before the final whistle, Arsenal's total aggregate score of 6-5 sealed their fate for elimination. Inzaghi wished to celebrate, but the fatigue weighed on everyone, prompting them to head home. Later that evening, after a refreshing shower, Huang Kevin reclined in bed when the young lady inquired, "My dear, do you recall the young player you mentioned?" "Who?" Huang Kevin responded. "Balotelli." "Oh, right, I remember," he affirmed, nodding vigorously. How could he forget a task that had consumed half a season? For Huang, not earning was tantamount to losing. Taking on a task that drained so much emotion without completion equated to significant losses. You mentioned he had talent, which is why I signed him, she continued. What do you mean by you signed him? Huang Kevin straightened, perplexed. The team and players under Messina do not possess professional contracts. In Italy, young players are prohibited from signing professional contracts, and even youth contracts expire at the season's end, she explained. What then? Huang Kevin asked, sensing that her expression hinted at success. It's somewhat intricate, the young lady pondered momentarily before elaborating. The boy does not yet possess Italian citizenship, and his agent is his brother. I initially provided his brother with a sum to secure the boy's commitment. Subsequently, I spent money to obtain a dual nationality certificate for him, proving his Argentine and Italian heritage. With his brother's assistance, we acquired 50% ownership of the player through a registered agency in Argentina, thus transforming the contract with Messina into a usage contract. Even if they wish to renew, they must obtain our consent. Though the young lady articulated it simply, Huang Kevin grasped the underlying complexities. It was evident that having connections greatly facilitated matters. Huang Kevin inquired, wouldn't it be the same to have Milan sign him afterward? Not at all. The Milan club belongs to my father, while the financial company is ours. Huang Kevin exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. I appreciate your practical outlook on life. I had a brief conversation with that young man, and I sensed there might be some issues with his character. Once he gains prominence, we could seize the opportunity to sell him to Murati, and our agency could profit handsomely from our shared ownership. But what if Inter doesn't want him? Huang Kevin inquired curiously. While Murati favored forwards and Balotelli possessed talent, the uncertainties were numerous. Balotelli's future transfer to Milan had already altered his fate, and Huang Kevin could not guarantee that the young prodigy would flourish. Not by him. The young lady scoffed. If they choose not to, it won't be up to him. I'll contact several clubs to compete for that lad, and then let the newspapers proclaim him as the 10-year guarantee for Italy's attacking line, perfectly suited for Inter Milan. I refuse to believe Murati will remain indifferent. Huang Kevin nodded, thinking to himself that Murati had unfortunate luck to know her. After their previous dealings, he had become fixated on that bit of oil money. Good morning, sir. Albert, impeccably dressed in a suit, bowed as he addressed Huang Kevin. Rubbing his eyes, Huang Kevin felt an ominous premonition. Every time the old steward displayed such enthusiasm, something was bound to happen. He felt a sense of weariness, though he had weathered many storms and possessed considerable resilience. The combination of a steward and a coach, two individuals with far greater disruptive capabilities than his own, constituted the greatest stumbling block in his life. At times, Huang Kevin contemplated sending Albert back to his hometown in Lorraine to monitor the movements of the Third Reich, simply to avoid his presence here. Albert was to Huang Kevin what Inzaghi was to Barbara. However, the old steward retained some usefulness, executing tasks with remarkable efficiency and handling all manner of dirty work. Huang Kevin felt that Albert was underappreciated in his role. If he ventured into the world, he would undoubtedly gain the recognition of a superior and lead others to the moon. Moreover, the young lady had considerable trust in Albert, so for the time being, things would remain as they were. With a beaming smile, the old steward quickly approached Huang Kevin, presenting something. A package has arrived from your compatriots. Just open it. Huang Kevin replied with a hint of exasperation. There had been an overwhelming number of gifts, and he had grown indifferent to them. He had received numerous items such as the Wei Wu Qinghong, the Yuchong sword, and the He Shi Bai. Most were from students abroad, merely teasing him, and he took them lightly, treating them as playful antics. It is said to be 3 national treasures from your country, the old steward fawned as he opened the box. Upon seeing the contents, Huang Kevin's eyes widened in shock. Who on earth informed you that the Yada no Kagami, the Tengu sword, and the Yada no Magatama were our national treasures? Who claimed kinship with them? In a panic, Huang Kevin dashed upstairs, rushed into his bedroom, and immediately grabbed his phone to call the police. Previously, while watching Approaching Science, the most one would encounter was a narrative about falling ill due to a radioactive component. Huang Kevin harbored concerns regarding the intentions of the Japanese, considering his status as a symbol of Chinese football. What if they harbored malevolent schemes? Although certain Japanese television stations were quite flattering towards him, Huang Kevin remained skeptical. What if it turned out to be a trap? In a flurry of thoughts, he recalled his possession of the Golden Prison Award, which assured him that neither he nor those around him would face any criminal threats. With a sigh of relief, he promptly contacted the director he had met previously to inform him that there was no need for police intervention. His suspicion was not unwarranted. He had penned a book where the protagonist, a scientist, was relentlessly pursued by agents of a rival entity. Fortunately, the protagonist was not only a scientist, but also a superhero, thus evading their sinister plots. One particular scene involved the rival sending a package containing radioactive materials, which explained why Huang Kevin felt an unsettling familiarity with the situation. After some contemplation, he emerged from his bedroom and, upon descending the stairs, chuckled. The Japanese are not my compatriots. Please do not confuse the two. Understood, my lord. And what about these 3 national treasures? They are yours. Thank you, my lord. Albert graciously accepted his gifts and exited the living room. Huang Kevin opened the refrigerator and poured himself a glass of chilled orange juice, downing it in one go, which somewhat alleviated his anxiety. His life was fundamentally simple, yet it was often disrupted by such incidents. The day had taken a turn for the worse since Albert's arrival. After finishing a late breakfast, Huang Kevin called Kaka, who arrived promptly at his residence. Shall we venture to the new district? Kaka inquired eagerly. That sounds good. The newly opened area, right? However, we must start anew, Huang Kevin replied. Not an issue. We can always endorse it again next year, Kaka said nonchalantly. Very well then. The two settled before the computer and began creating new characters. When Kaka noticed Huang Kevin had chosen the name Finzaghi, he curiously asked, why that name? Because when it comes time to showcase one's gear, one is bound to face criticism. It's better to choose a name that belongs to someone else. Huang Kevin responded with a smile. Kevin, you are truly clever, Kaka exclaimed, inputting the name Apurlo. They exchanged smiles, feeling that the new names were quite fitting. The duo, embodying the essence of Inzaghi and Pirlo, had a profound yet understated recognition in China, where football fans often dispersed their allegiances among various clubs, with Milan supporters being the most likely to appreciate these two legends. However, with the emergence of these characters, Huang Kevin sensed that for many years to come, discussions across platforms, be it Tianya, Tieba, Hupu, or Xiaohongshu, would inevitably mention the illustrious duo when reminiscing about the early days of gaming. This inadvertently served as a promotional nod to them, and not charging a fee for it was a testament to camaraderie. As Huang Kevin and Kaka joyfully battled scarecrows outside the novice village, Huang Kevin's phone rang. Upon receiving a call, Huang Kevin inexplicably felt a twinge of guilt. Hello, Filippo. What is the matter? He inquired. On the other end, Inzaghi replied. Shall we go out for a bit of fun? Forget it. We're in the midst of a game, Kaka interjected. No worries, it won't take long. Let's meet up later. I'll come to pick you both up. Inzaghi said swiftly before ending the call. Perhaps we should join him for some entertainment. Filippo always loses bets. We might as well indulge his wishes, Huang Kevin suggested. Fine. Kaka reluctantly nodded, though he yearned to level up and master the assassination sword technique. That evening, after exchanging pleasantries with the young lady, Inzaghi arrived in a flurry before they had even dined. Let us go out for a meal. Upon entering, Inzaghi eagerly pulled Huang Kevin and Kaka along. Huang Kevin shrugged at the young lady, saying, Well, we're off. Have fun, she said with a smile, waving them goodbye. Once the trio exited, the young lady stood by the window, lost in thought. By the way, there's a Gucci fashion show recently. Many supermodels have come to town, Inzaghi said excitedly while driving. No thanks, Filippo. I'm not particularly fond of models, Huang Kevin replied, exasperated. I have a girlfriend. Kaka raised his hand in reminder. Hey, you two youngsters, since you've come out with me, there's no escaping now. You should experience the adult world, Inzaghi enthused. Later, after we find some lovely ladies, we'll call that scoundrel Andre to make him envious. As long as you're happy, Huang Kevin chuckled, recognizing Inzaghi's intense fixation. If he didn't win at least once, it seemed he might develop a complex. After enjoying a lavish meal with Inzaghi, the trio made their way to a nightclub. Inzaghi led them through a side door, slipping a bouncer €1, allowing them to bypass the line and enter directly. Take notes, kids, he declared proudly. Huang Kevin and Kaka exchanged bemused glances. Let him revel in his moment, they thought. Soon, Inzaghi returned with several young ladies in tow, and Kaka and Huang Kevin greeted them with smiles. They had resolved not to overshadow Inzaghi tonight. The young women, noticing Kaka and Huang Kevin's disinterest in engaging, shifted their attention to Inzaghi. He bantered with them, regaling tales. When I was young, my family was quite poor. I used to hang out on the streets with a friend, my good buddy Ian Wan, and Steelman's real name is Kevin, which is why I get along with you so well. It feels like I'm with an old friend. Kaka, following the lady's lead, remarked in awe, "Wow, is that so?" Huang Kevin feigned ignorance, pretending not to hear. "I simply wish to hear what Inzaghi has to say." Inzaghi continued with a nostalgic expression. "Inwan's father is Russian. He is a formidable fighter, a steel man with extraordinary feet. He can strike with both feet, and his talent surpasses mine. His shooting power is immense. And he is a resilient individual, which is why we call him the Steel Man." "Is that so? Then why didn't Kevin play football?" Kaka inquired with curiosity. "Aside from our Kevin, I can't recall another player named Kevin." "Because the following is crucial," Inzaghi replied with a pained expression. "The Steel Man is an exceptional forward, destined to surpass Batistuta, and his speed is akin to that of a beast. No one could hinder him." At that time, he had already joined the Piacenza youth team, recognized as the most promising young talent there. The coach held the Steel Man in high regard. "He was our golden boy." "And then what happened?" a young woman asked eagerly. "Then, some individuals bullied Inwan and me. Though Inwan could fight, those thugs were from Sicily," Inzaghi recounted. And everyone could sense the impending tragedy. He continued, his expression still heavy with sorrow. "When the Steel Man returned from training and discovered Inwan and me were being beaten, he took us to settle the score. We engaged in a fierce brawl. It was neither a victory nor a defeat, but the other side was also quite injured. On our way home, Inwan and I lived on the same street, while the Steel Man lived farther away. We parted ways, and shortly after, I heard gunfire. By the time Inwan and I rushed over, we found the Steel Man lying in a pool of blood." "Oh my heavens!" Kaka exclaimed, his eyes reddening as he covered his mouth and pressed for answers. "Were those bastards apprehended?" "No," Inzaghi sighed and shook his head. "Now that I am wealthy from playing football, I have been searching for those scoundrels, but they seem to have vanished, perhaps dead or fled abroad." "I never expected you to have such an experience," the tallest girl said as she embraced Inzaghi's head, offering comfort. "It seems you cannot be alone today. Come back with us." Inzaghi winked at Huang Kevin and Kaka before leaving with the girls. "Kevin, I can't believe Filippo has endured such things. These incidents happen in some parts of Brazil as well. After all these years, Filippo must miss the Steel Man dearly," Kaka remarked, his eyes still glistening. "Ricardo, he's fabricating stories," Huang Kevin replied, exasperated. "Is that true?" Kaka questioned skeptically. "It sounds reminiscent of Macbeth. When you have the time, rent the tape. It's the plot of the American film Street Boys," Huang Kevin said, looking at Kaka with disbelief. "This fellow is easily deceived." Kaka, who had not been drinking, raised a glass from the table and downed it in one go, muttering angrily, "Damn Filippo. I feel so heartbroken. This is utterly outrageous. Let's forget about it, Ricardo. We should head back," Huang Kevin suggested. Inzaghi's tale, from the very first line about being impoverished, was a fabrication. Those girls were merely flattering Inzaghi, the football star. After all, even if they play together, one must find an excuse, mustn't they? Among the 8 individuals seated in the booth earlier, only one person believed. Who that individual is, Huang Kevin preferred not to disclose, in consideration of the child's dignity. The following day, during team training, Kaka, noticing Inzaghi's grim expression, inquired, "Why must one deceive?" "What deception?" Inzaghi questioned. "The story you told yesterday," Huang Kevin reminded him. Inzaghi widened his eyes at Kaka and asked, "You didn't actually believe it, did you?" I certainly did not," Kaka stammered, asserting, "I merely feel that deceiving is inappropriate." "Very well, be more astute next time," Inzaghi said, draping an arm over Kaka's shoulder. "Who would still believe such tales? Besides, you didn't believe it, nor did those girls, and neither did Kevin. If no one believes, how can it still be considered deception?" Kaka responded, "Forget it, Ricardo." Huang Kevin advised, "Perhaps you should let it go." Reluctantly, Kaka shrugged, shaking off Inzaghi's arm. Inzaghi, with a look of exasperation, turned to Huang Kevin, who could only shrug back, expressing his inability to assist. After all, it was Inzaghi who had deceived a child's feelings. Had he not feared a dispute between Kaka and Inzaghi, Huang Kevin might have skipped training altogether. However, since he was already there, he decided to spend the day at the gym and concoct an excuse to take leave the next day. At noon, after lunch with the team, Huang Kevin sought to slip away. He knocked and entered Ancelotti's office, where he found Ancelotti, donned in goggles, busily wielding a welding torch. "Kevin, you've arrived," Ancelotti exclaimed, setting aside his tools with enthusiasm. "Yes, I'm feeling a bit unwell and would like to request a leave of absence," Huang Kevin stated. "Then you should head home. Return when you're feeling better, Ancelotti replied, his attention absorbed in a book. What I am working on now, if executed well, can ensure your body is no longer plagued by injuries. Huang Kevin mused. So, you are selling medical equipment? Very well, I shall take my leave now, he said. Once outside the office, Huang Kevin quickened his pace, fearing that if he lingered even a moment longer, Ancelotti might compel him to test the equipment. It was because of Ancelotti that he had refrained from visiting the team for several days. On April 9th, during the home match against Chievo, he had watched from home. Huang Kevin even posted a photo on Facebook of his bandaged arm, captioned, "Injured hand, but legs are mobile, still able to train." Many Milan fans expressed their sympathy and advised him to take care of his injury. During an interview, Zanetti remarked, "Kevin is a fine young man. We have filmed advertisements together. There is no issue between him and Marco. His injury is indeed regrettable. Kevin's absence will certainly dull the vibrancy of the derby." When Huang Kevin read the report, he felt an inexplicable oddity wash over him. Zanetti's words seemed to carry a modicum of sincerity, albeit not in excess. Yet, despite this, Huang Kevin did not wish to disappoint Zanetti. Thus, he resolved to make his return on the day of the Milan derby, intending to surprise Zanetti. April 14th, the day of the Milan derby. On the journey to the team in the vehicle belonging to the young lady, Huang Kevin reclined the passenger seat and rested for a while. Throughout the return to the team, he maintained a notably low profile. Ancelotti was taken aback by Huang Kevin's return, expressing his delight. "Wonderful. Kevin, your presence will certainly ease our burden. How are you feeling? Will you be starting today?" "It should be fine," Huang Kevin replied with a smile, casting an apologetic glance towards Seedorf, knowing that this brother would once again be relegated to the bench. "That's splendid. I shall revise the starting lineup before the match," giving Manik a little surprise. Ancelotti remarked with a sly grin. Huang Kevin silently gave a thumbs up. Aware that Ancelotti had employed this tactic several times before, surely no one would fall for it again. Due to it being a home match, the entire Milan squad arrived early at San Siro. During the changing of clothes, the recently recovered Cafu leaped onto the table and proclaimed, "Let's show Inter and the Argentinians a thing or two today." The atmosphere in the locker room became quite fervent. It's amusing how the Milanese rivals each rely heavily on players from Brazil and Argentina, respectively, given the deep-seated rivalry between the two nations. This truly exemplifies the notion of bitter enemies in their choices of players. Among the frequently featured players were Kaka, Cafu, Dida, and Shevchenko, all hailing from Brazil. And they cheered in unison, honoring their camaraderie. Having not scratched a lottery ticket in a while, Huang Kevin discreetly took out a scratch-off card and swiftly scratched it, mindful of his teammates' potential reactions. Upon revealing the second prize, he understood he had done well. After such a lengthy period of drawing, he had nearly grasped the connection between his daily luck and the template card. When fortune smiled upon him, the scratch-off yielded grand prizes, often featuring football legends and Ballon d'Or winners. The second prize was already commendable, as the drawn templates were at least of first-rate players, possibly indicating a stellar season ahead. After utilizing the immunity card, he observed his full 100 expectation points and chose to draw a prize. Ding! You have obtained the experience card for the match between River Plate and Boca Juniors in the 11th round of the Argentine Autumn League for the 1999-2000 season, featuring Pablo Aimar. What? It was the player nicknamed the Clown, Aimar, who happens to be Messi's idol. Notably, he is an Argentine, and such players tend to thrive at Inter Milan. Huang Kevin felt that aligning with the enemy today might actually enhance his performance. Aimar is indeed a formidable player, heralded as the successor to Maradona upon his debut. His playing style bears many similarities to that of another heir to Maradona, Messi. Overall, this was a commendable template. It seemed today would afford Inter's barbecue crew a taste of the Argentine Civil War experience. As he prepared to warm up for the match, Huang Kevin felt as though he were a saint. Previously, he had adopted the style of Brazilian players, garnering recognition from numerous Brazilian legends. Yet this approach had significantly hurt the sentiments of the Argentine people. In the interest of fostering peace and stability in South America, and to be mindful of the sensitive hearts of the Argentine populace, Huang Kevin resolved to emulate Maradona's playing style today, aiming to fulfill the expectations of the Argentine supporters. Even Zanetti expressed a desire to see him on the field, which could be deemed a collective wish. Huang Kevin marveled at his own charisma, which had even captivated the opposing captain. Just then, players from Inter Milan exited the locker room. Materazzi, upon spotting Huang Kevin, instinctively greeted him, saying, "Good afternoon." "Good afternoon, Marco," replied Huang Kevin. Materazzi nodded and proceeded forward, while Zanetti waved at Huang Kevin. But after taking a few steps, they abruptly halted, turning back to gaze at Huang Kevin in disbelief. "No, this cannot be," Zanetti exclaimed, his eyes wide in astonishment. "Weren't you injured, Kevin?" "Yes, but I have fully recovered," Huang Kevin responded with a smile. "I was uncertain about participating today, but seeing your well wishes, I felt I couldn't let you down, so I returned." Zanetti and Materazzi exchanged glances, pondering if it was too late to retract their blessings. They were not fools. They had come to realize they had been tricked once again. After both teams warmed up, the interplayers began discussing the situation. "I didn't expect Ancelotti to be so cunning. He employed similar tactics during the Champions League. Benitez fell for it then. Damn, that shrewd fellow, always concocting schemes off the field. Enough of that. The coach had already prepared us with strategies to counter Kevin." Zanetti interjected. Previously, Manini had them practice against Huang Kevin, which he had deemed somewhat excessive. Now, it appeared those preparations would indeed be put to use. "I believe even with practice, it will be quite challenging to contain him," Cambiasso remarked. "Regardless, we must attempt to defend. The coach has made arrangements. And now it depends on us. Let's give it our all," Zanetti advised with a serious expression. "Let us go." In the stands of San Siro Stadium, fans had unfurled banners early. This season, Milan still harbored hopes of clinching both the league title and the Champions League. It was already mid-April, and in just over a month, both tournaments would reach their conclusion. Everyone at Rossoneri awaited Milan to become the first team to defend their title since the reform. That would be an immense honor, even if their number of Champions League titles did not match that of Real Madrid. Being the first to defend after the reform would allow them to stand alongside Los Blancos. Huang Kevin's form today appears quite promising. Indeed, during warm-ups, his performance has been impressive. He effortlessly dribbled past Nesta, Maldini, Cafu, and Gattuso in tight spaces. It reminds me of someone. Maradona? Or perhaps the young Messi from Barcelona? Huang Jianxiang joined in the laughter, shaking his head as he remarked. Wenger had previously stated that Huang Kevin's greatest strength lies in his ability to effortlessly alter his playing style. Defenders find it nearly impossible to predict Huang Kevin's habits on the field. Even Maldini has expressed uncertainty regarding the manner in which Huang Kevin would dribble past an opponent. With the match yet to commence, it is indeed challenging to ascertain the style Huang Kevin will adopt. During the warm-up period, he displayed an abundance of technical maneuvers, executing elegant dribbling techniques with an effortless grace that is truly captivating. Huang Kevin asserts that his football is an art form, and rightly so. Even if one does not support Milan, as long as one appreciates the sport, watching Huang Kevin play is undeniably a pleasure. The players have returned to the tunnel, preparing to take the field. The coaches followed the players onto the pitch. When Mancini and Ancelotti shook hands, the grip was firm. And given the recent news regarding Huang Kevin's injury, it is clear why Mancini was in a foul mood today. Ancelotti is quite adept at creating a smokescreen. I suspect no one will believe Huang Kevin will miss any crucial matches again. As the handshake concluded, Ancelotti returned to the coaching bench to assemble his equipment. While he was not on the field moments ago, none of the Milan players managed to evade the protocol. Each player received a signal receptor sticker affixed to their backs. And Huang Kevin even received a headband containing a receiver. Previously, Huang Kevin had alerted Ancelotti to the recurring injury issues with Maldini. Ancelotti reflected on his own shortcomings regarding the care of other players, which led to today's preparations. Tassati assisted Ancelotti in the assembly. Under their diligent efforts, the Type 2 will enhancement device was quickly put together. Upon pressing the switch, the radar began to rotate, emitting a buzzing sound. Ancelotti nodded in satisfaction, stating, "I sought the assistance of a professor from Milan University, who helped me design the current prototype. What is its purpose?" Tassati inquired cautiously. The new device, in addition to the radar, now featured an apparatus resembling a gear shift. The primary function is to monitor on-field performance, allowing us to adjust the amplification of willpower in a more scientific manner by categorizing it into several levels. Some things are not necessarily better in greater quantities. Akin to how the human body requires vitamins, willpower is essential, yet moderation is key. Precise control can better assist players in enhancing their performance while ensuring they do not sustain injuries or suffer from the burden of excessive willpower absorption, Ancelotti explained, crossing his arms. His words were in Italian. Tassadi understood, but the overall context eluded him, leading him to merely nod in agreement with Ancelotti's perspective. Milan University is aiding me in the miniaturization of this equipment, so once completed, we won't need to assemble it on-site for every match. Isn't that impressive? Ancelotti asked with a smile. Indeed, quite impressive. Tassadi nodded vigorously. Both teams are entering the field to conduct a coin toss. The subsequent discussion revolves around the Milan Derby, which evokes a sense akin to the South American qualifiers. Indeed, it bears a resemblance, as Mancini seems to ponder whether an Argentine defense might foster better synergy. Since Huang Kevin's arrival in Milan, Inter Milan has yet to secure a victory. Perhaps deploying an Argentine defense with 3 players could yield superior results. It is plausible, considering Solari's commendable performance since his transfer to Inter. We shall observe today if he can shoulder the responsibility of orchestrating the attack. The referee, De Santis, has signaled the commencement of the match, with Milan initiating the kickoff. Shevchenko starts with a swift back pass. Adriano and Figo charge forward right from the outset. Stankovic zeroes in on Huang Kevin, who is stationed on the right flank, specifically tasked with countering Milan's left side. Huang Kevin, accustomed to such treatment, refrains from excessive running to conserve energy for the second half. With his defensive teammates returning, there is no necessity for him to exhaust himself with relentless sprints. Maldini retrieves the ball from the back and, without hesitation, delivers a lofted pass to the left flank. Huang Kevin pivots and accelerates, bursting into action. Although Stankovic is prepared and anticipates the pass, he is a fraction slow to react. After crossing the halfway line alongside Huang Kevin, Stankovic finds himself trailing just over a meter behind, unable to close the gap. Cambiaso, without a moment's hesitation, rushes towards the flank and executes a sliding tackle. Huang Kevin deftly nudges the ball forward a few meters, leaping over Cambiaso. The latter, having intended to delay the play, expresses no surprise at the outcome. As he rises, Stankovic has already caught up, prompting Cambiaso to grit his teeth and join the chase. Santon, unprepared, is met with Huang Kevin's renewed acceleration along the touchline. The 3 Inter players can only pursue from behind. Stankovic, feeling fatigued, lowers his center of gravity and attempts another sliding tackle. Huang Kevin once again pushes the ball forward, gracefully maneuvering his right leg over Stankovic's, accelerating towards the byline. Upon reaching the byline, as he turns to retrieve the ball, Zanetti approaches. Huang Kevin flicks the ball with his right foot, but is impeded by Zanetti, momentarily stumbling before regaining his balance. He swiftly dodges Cambiaso's challenge and accelerates diagonally into the penalty area. Samuel and Materazzi retreat to defend just outside the small box, wary of Huang Kevin's potential direct advance. With Huang Kevin positioned beside Zanetti, he skillfully executes a concealed back pass. Kaka, at the edge of the penalty arc, unleashes a powerful shot, only for the ball to deflect off Materazzi and out for a corner. Alas, this opportunity has been squandered. Kevin Huang's breakthrough was truly magnificent. Right from the start, it was noted that his warm-up dribbles bore a striking resemblance to those of Maradona. If Maradona were to witness the match in person, he might well believe he were watching himself on the field. Interestingly, Pelé had previously remarked that Kevin played in a manner akin to him, but it is likely that after today, he will refrain from such claims. As Kevin approached the corner flag once more, excitement was palpable. Globally, football enthusiasts eagerly anticipated several developments: when Kevin might sustain an injury, when he would make a comeback, the style in which he would play, and lastly, how he would execute a corner kick. Currently, these speculations are being assigned odds by William Hill, a company seemingly at odds with Kevin, determined to recover their losses. This season, AC Milan has showcased exceptional tactical corner plays, prompting the Cologne Sports University to introduce a specialized course on psychological strategies and teamwork in football set pieces. The butterfly effect of Milan's strategies has ultimately stirred both England and Germany. After a run-up from the small box, Kevin used the inside of his right foot to nudge the ball. Javier Zanetti dashed towards Andrea Pirlo near the corner flag, but the ball sailed along the baseline straight into the penalty area. Shevchenko, Toni, and Kaka erupted simultaneously from the edge of the small box, their movements drawing the Inter defenders back, while Cafu, stationed at the right post, swiftly surged towards the center. On the left side of the penalty area, Serginho received the ball and promptly returned it to Kevin. Now near the left baseline, Kevin executed a back pass triangle towards the center of the penalty area. Cafu received the ball, pivoted, and unleashed a left-footed shot. The ball rocketed towards the left side of the goal. Both teams' players and the goalkeeper had positioned themselves slightly closer to the center. Cesar barely had time to react before the ball crossed the goal line and crashed into the net. The Milan fans behind the goal erupted in jubilant celebration, which quickly spread throughout the San Siro stadium. Krudel excitedly exclaimed, "Goal!" Another tactical corner. Cafu scored with a long-range shot through a corner play, showcasing a textbook performance by Milan's players in the inter-penalty area. Kevin's creativity knows no bounds. This particular collaboration was simply exquisite. Initially, Pirlo lingered near the corner flag, drawing Zanetti and other inter-players' attention, who presumed Kevin would either pass directly to the goal or to Pirlo. In reality, Pirlo was merely a decoy, an attention grabber. Kevin passed to Shevchenko near the baseline, who immediately returned it. Simultaneously, several Milan attackers stationed at the edge of the small box surged towards the goal, drawing away the defenders. Cafu, lying in wait at the right post, advanced into the center, perfectly positioned to receive Kevin's return pass, effortlessly sending the ball into the internet with a well-placed long-range shot. This goal was not merely a matter of skill. It was a testament to Milan's superior tactical acumen. During an interview, Pirlo clearly stated that all the corner kick tactics devised by Milan were conceived by Kevin, emphasizing that it was Kevin's intellect that assisted his teammates in scoring a goal. Even without his magical feat, Kevin can still outsmart opponents with his mind. Coaches in the football world should consider visiting Kevin's university. They might discover remarkable solutions akin to his. After the goal, Cafu did not forget his teammates, simply spreading his arms wide to await their celebration. Huang Kevin jogged over to join in the festivities. Ancelotti looked on with a smile at the unfolding scene, coolly crossing his arms and saying to Tassati, "Mauro, increase the power." Mauro Tassati dashed to the coaching bench, squatted down, engaged the gear with his right hand, pressed the clutch with his left, and ceremoniously announced, "Amplification device, third gear, activate." "Kevin, your tactics are superb," Pirlo remarked with a smile as he walked back. "It's nothing extraordinary," Huang Kevin replied with a chuckle, seemingly indifferent. His main inspiration stemmed from Southgate's set-piece strategies. At that time, England's set-piece attacks were notably layered, with both primary and secondary scoring threats, which could easily lead opponents to make mistakes, thereby securing a goal. "Don't be modest. You truly deserve the title of a great author," Gattuso chimed in. "Indeed, university students are impressive. I might consider trying to get into college later," he added. "I suggest you take a look in the mirror. Should you enter university, people would think you are the security guard," Pirlo quipped unexpectedly. Gattuso lunged forward, pinching Pirlo's head under his armpit. Pirlo struggled, exclaiming, "I might be sick. Let go, it stinks." Gattuso remained silent, secretly applying more pressure. As they returned to the center circle for the kickoff, the inter-players felt quite disheartened. Previously, Zanetti had won the coin toss, allowing them to choose the side, which was a significant advantage. Kicking off at 2 p.m. meant they could minimize the impact of the sun. The team that chose second would have to face the sun during their attacking phase, thus increasing the winning probability for the team that chose first. However, the first corner kick resulted in a goal, somewhat dampening Inter's morale. Upon resuming play, Solari immediately passed the ball to Figo on the left flank. Gattuso charged forward to press him. Figo found it difficult to maneuver, as Gattuso clung to him like a stubborn adhesive. Nevertheless, in order to allow Stankovic to limit Huang Kevin on the right flank, he had no choice but to face Gattuso on the left. Figo's physical prowess had diminished somewhat, yet his awareness and footwork remained sharp. As Gattuso approached, Figo deftly nudged the ball with his left foot to the right side, and as Gattuso followed suit, Figo quickly delivered a horizontal pass back to the left. Seizing the moment when Gattuso failed to close in again, Figo pushed the ball forward slightly with his left foot and accelerated past Gattuso. The former Ballon d'Or winner was proving, in this manner, that he had not yet aged to a point where he could no longer keep up. Upon advancing into the attacking third, Cafu had already surged forward. Figo executed a swift horizontal pass, diagonally advancing from the left side. Solari received the ball in the middle, immediately marked by Pirlo, forcing him to turn and shield it. Realizing opportunities were scarce, Solari opted for a back pass to the advancing Zanetti. Zanetti miscontrolled the first touch, sending the ball several meters away. He accelerated to reclaim it and unleashed a powerful long-range shot. The strike was impressive in both force and quality, but unfortunately veered off, sailing past the left post and out of play. "What a shot from 38 meters out," Zanetti Some fans might be wondering why Zanetti looks different from before. In fact, there are two Zanettis at Inter Milan, Javier Zanetti, an Argentine playing as a right-back today, and this Zanetti, who is Christian Zanetti, an Italian international playing as a left midfielder. Indeed, the two are entirely unrelated, differing in appearance, merely sharing a similar name that can easily lead to confusion due to translation nuances. The match resumed. Mancini observed as Huang Kevin surged through midfield, dribbling his way into the center before delivering a precise through ball, nearly causing Mancini's heart to skip a beat. Though his hands were tucked into his trousers, anyone peering through the fabric would see that the Inter coach was far from composed. His clenched fists trembled with anxiety. That rotund figure, Ancelotti, was once again playing mind games with him. Despite being prepared, Mancini still harbored a flicker of hope that Kevin might not play. The shift from a 4-4-2 formation to a 4-5-1 was a tactical move to counter Huang Kevin, and it appeared to be necessary after all. Football, it seemed, was merciless. Showing no inclination to grant even a semblance of miracle to the Argentine contingent of Inter. Just moments ago, the players had joked about celebrating a victory with a barbecue. Yet now they faced the grim reality that merely avoiding defeat would be a commendable outcome. As the match progressed, Huang Kevin became increasingly adept at exploiting Aymar's technical prowess. Dazzling with his footwork, his close control allowed him to navigate tight spaces, occasionally showcasing masterful skills like the elusive nutmeg or other dazzling maneuvers, presenting a display of genius to the global audience. In the 34th minute, a corner for Inter was delivered into the penalty area, only to be cleared by Maldini. Shevchenko spotted Huang Kevin in the backfield and sent a direct pass his way. With legs flying and rhythm impeccable, Huang Kevin deftly nudged the ball forward, gliding past Cambiaso's sliding challenge. His footwork was so rapid that he could effectively navigate opponents simply by the frequency of his touches. As he crossed the halfway line, Huang Kevin's feet danced in a flurry, and he struck the ball towards the center with his left foot, propelling himself forward once more. Zanetti, fixated on Huang Kevin, struggled to find an opening to make a play. Seeing the situation unfold, Kaka drifted to the left flank, while Shevchenko surged forward on the right. Zanetti, faced with Huang Kevin's relentless movement, prepared to seize an opportunity to strike, yet found himself ensnared in the same predicament as his namesake. Huang Kevin's rapid footwork made it perilous to attempt a challenge without risking a foul. As he approached the penalty area, Zanetti realized the time for hesitation had passed. Just as Huang Kevin delivered a precise through ball to the right flank, he was brought down by Zanetti. Shevchenko, receiving the ball on the right side of the penalty area, deftly controlled it with his left foot, pivoting to unleash a shot without giving the defenders a moment to react. The ball rocketed towards the near corner like a cannonball. Cesar opted for a dive but remained grounded. Upon realizing it was a low shot, he understood the gravity of the situation. The Inter goalkeeper, suspended in air, could do little more than watch as the ball rolled ominously towards the corner. This was the cruelest moment for a goalkeeper. Bang! The ball struck the outer post and went out of play. Cesar finally exhaled in relief. It had been perilously close. Rising promptly, Cesar did not seek the ball from the ball boy, but instead shouted to his teammates ahead, "Can you please pay attention and not let him break through so easily?" Zanetti silently rolled his eyes, unable to suppress his frustration. Today, Huang Kevin bore an uncanny resemblance to the young Maradona he had seen on television. Maradona, the deity of Argentina. Who could possibly defend against a god? Nevertheless, the captain Zanetti rallied himself, clapping and urging, "Focus on defense. Do not allow him one-on-one opportunities. We need to prioritize the right flank while also covering the center." Seeing Gattuso and Cafu exchange glances in the forward line, it felt somewhat condescending. As Inter resumed their attack, Gattuso and Cafu pressed forward with fervor, pushing into midfield, leaving Figo with no choice but to retreat the ball, completely oblivious to the state of Milan's right flank. Zanetti seized the moment, delivering a long pass forward. Solari, receiving the ball on his chest, turned and sent it back to the left side. Cafu, positioned higher up, surged forward. Figo seized the ball and charged into the penalty area from the left wing. Just as he passed the ball, Nesta intervened, deflecting it out for a corner. The second corner of the first half. There have been relatively few today, and we're already in stoppage time for the second goal. Indeed, both sides have been quite direct in their attacks, and the two Brazilian goalkeepers have performed admirably, making no mistakes on the line and denying the opposition opportunities. which has consequently led to a lack of corners. Solari approaches the left corner flag. Let's observe this corner. After his run-up, Solari delivers to the center, Dida. A splendid save as Dida rushes out to clear the ball from the penalty area. Oh, the referee has blown the whistle. A penalty? The referee pointed to the 12-yard mark. Berdisso fell in the box. Shevchenko did extend his arm during the challenge, but he was merely attempting to intercept Berdisso, who lunged forward. Surely that can't be a penalty. It appears not to be a penalty. This should be deemed a misjudgment, a theatrical fall. Milan's players, visibly agitated, approach the referee for clarification, but he urges them to disperse. This penalty could significantly affect the players' mentality. They must not dwell on it too much, or it could impact the remainder of the match. Adriano stands at the 12-yard mark. Let us witness this penalty. Adriano, after a determined run-up, struck the ball fiercely with his left foot, aiming for the left side of the goal. With a resounding thud, Dida dove instinctively to the side. Although he correctly anticipated the direction, he was unable to prevent the ball from piercing the lower right corner of the goal. The speed was simply too great. The score was now 1-1, as Inter Milan equalized. Following the goal, Ade sprinted to the sidelines, embracing the substitutes in celebration. The San Siro erupted in a cacophony of boos. Huang Kevin consoled Shevchenko, stating, regardless of whether it was a penalty or not, we can reclaim our lead. It wasn't a penalty, it was a dive. Shevchenko retorted, I'm aware it was a dive, but it's already happened. You need to adjust your mindset. Huang Kevin urged. Indeed, Maldini chimed in, wrapping an arm around Shevchenko in reassurance. Being angry won't change the situation. Just calm down. We will surely have another opportunity to score. The online forums were rife with outrage. Damn, did the referee take a bribe? This is infuriating. It was clearly not a penalty. It seems they don't want Milan to win. I suspect Juventus might have paid off the referee. Milan is leading the standings. And if they can thwart Milan's victory, Juventus still has a shot at the title. Who knows? It's genuinely frustrating to watch. Rest assured, based on nearly 2 seasons of observation, Huang Kevin is about to explode with brilliance. Indeed, he tends to shine during crucial moments. Let us drop that nickname today. Milan was unjustly awarded a penalty, and you still hesitate to call him Huang Kevin? Why bother? I'm not worried at all. When Huang Kevin dribbles, it's as if Maradona himself is at play. My only concern is that Inter Milan might resort to foul play if they can't hold on. Don't worry, brother, when victory isn't assured for Milan, Huang Kevin won't get injured. Almost as if to validate the words of the online commentators. In the 3rd minute of stoppage time, Huang Kevin, while in possession of the ball, was harshly brought down by Zanetti. Yet, in the next moment, he rose from the turf unaided. He intercepted his rushing teammates, saying, I'm fine, don't get too worked up. Be careful, Kaka warned, gesturing toward the Inter players. Zanetti approached to reassure Kaka with a few words. As play resumed, the referee blew the whistle for halftime. The fans in the San Siro sang in unison, rallying behind their players. Ancelotti, wearing a warm smile, greeted each departing player, expressing gratitude. Many Milan players were taken aback. Typically, only Huang Kevin received such treatment. With even Kaka often relegated to the background, Ancelotti usually only handed towels and water bottles to Huang Kevin. Today, however, they all enjoyed a moment of appreciation. The Milan players, previously agitated by the penalty decision, walked into the tunnel with smiles on their faces, eager to show respect to their coach. Maldini shook his head, observing his oblivious teammates, unaware they were merely pawns in a larger experiment. The scientists on television seemed to care for lab rats more than their own families. If possible, he would prefer the coach not to be present at this moment. However, it is fortunate that he missed the previous coach's alchemical phase. Otherwise, Martin would have been inclined to resist vehemently. Who knows if consuming such concoctions would lead to complications. Currently, wearing a mere sticker on his body brings a slight discomfort, prompting him to incessantly scratch his arm. With a sigh, Martin reflected on the coach's qualities, noting that while he possesses commendable attributes, his ideas often veer towards the avant-garde. He wondered when such days would come to an end. Turning his gaze, he noticed the headband on Huang Kevin's head, which alleviated his spirits somewhat. Upon returning to the locker room, the players gathered in small clusters, shedding their socks and shoes to relax, while some who perspired profusely opted for an entirely fresh set of footwear and socks. A few even took care of their physiological needs, though the odor was less than pleasant. Nevertheless, everyone had grown accustomed to it. Amidst this, They continued to eat and drink, replenishing their energy and hydration. Ancelotti, with a notebook in hand, diligently inquired about each player's feelings, swiftly jotting down their responses. In moments of excitement, he would raise his eyebrows and mutter to himself. The expansion of his sample size evidently proved advantageous for his research. Huang Kevin cheerfully declined the master's assistance, engaging in a conversation with Kaka about their gaming experiences. Just days prior, Huang had defeated a monster and acquired a rare golden bracelet, leaving Kaka still exhilarated. Transitioning to a new zone, Kaka no longer mentioned requesting equipment from the developers. Cheating in games severely undermines the sense of achievement, while the initial thrill of exploiting glitches may be pleasurable. The subsequent lack of satisfaction from obtaining equipment diminishes the gaming experience. For Huang Kevin, playing football had somewhat lost its joy. He envied those players who expressed deep emotions on the pitch, crying and laughing, experiencing such intense feelings. He, on the other hand, consistently emerged victorious, oblivious to the concept of revenge, as he had no need for it. At that moment, Inzaghi stepped into the center of the locker room, though his presence went largely unnoticed. "Attention, everyone!" Inzaghi clapped his hands, yet the effect was minimal as conversations continued. Observing this, Inzaghi pressed on. "Today marks the Milan derby. The most significant day. Losing this match would leave both the fans and us unable to hold our heads high for a long time. Even a draw would be unacceptable." Several teammates glanced up, surprised by Inzaghi's fervor. Huang Kevin and Kaka ceased their chatter, eager to hear what Inzaghi had to say. Had he taken something unusual today? "It's merely a draw. How could we afford to be complacent? We are the reigning champions, while they are just Inter Milan. Shouldn't we strive to perform even better against such a team?" Inzaghi passionately raised his arms, declaring, "In the first half, we allowed them opportunities, which led to that penalty. Therefore, in the second half, we must focus on defense while intensifying our offense, demonstrating our fighting spirit to the fans and showcasing our strength to the world. Forza! Forza!" Despite being astonished by Inzaghi's fervent display, Huang Kevin, ever the amiable figure, joined in the fervent cheers, raising his arms high. Ancelotti nodded, sensing the morale was palpable. This moment, the advantage lay with me. Inzaghi, brimming with enthusiasm, bounced around, rallying everyone to shout, "We must score more goals. More goals. Let us send those rascals away in tears." Inzaghi continued his fervent exhortation. "In tears. We shall win every championship. Champions, we are champions." His teammates echoed his fervent cries. "We shall substitute a forward in the second half," Inzaghi proclaimed with an intense expression, raising his arms high. Some teammates, caught off guard, joined in, shouting, "Substitute a forward." Huang Kevin quickly stifled a laugh. Shevchenko and Toni chimed in as well. How would this conclude? Inzaghi, undeterred, swiftly approached Ancelotti and declared, "Did you see that? This is the people's voice. If you do not wish to be hanged in Milan Square, you should heed the call and substitute a forward." Ancelotti glanced toward Nesta, who seemed contemplative, and inquired, "Is that possible?" "It should not be," Huang Kevin affirmed. "Bloody hell." Gattuso squeezed the words out from between clenched teeth. "If you have the time, you might as well help me call for the team doctor." Team doctor. Realizing the situation, Huang Kevin hastily waved toward the sidelines. The game resumed as Ancelotti shouted, and the Milan team doctor rushed onto the field. Oh dear, this could be serious. Indeed, both players and coaches were momentarily stunned. Just look at the replay of the Milan medical team's expressions. They were caught off guard, forgetting to enter the field. The location of this injury is rather unusual. Gattuso may not be able to continue, while Seedorf has been warming up on the sidelines for quite some time and should be ready to come on. I've noticed Seedorf is quite astute when it comes to substitutions. He begins warming up the moment a teammate is injured. Seedorf is indeed a player adept at seizing opportunities. Milan is substituting Seedorf for Gattuso, while Zanetti receives a yellow card for a foul. Huang Kevin approached Zanetti, saying, "You might want to remind them that such fouls are unacceptable." "Yes, I will certainly remind them," Zanetti replied, his face displaying clear frustration. As footballers, they would rather sustain a head injury than one to their lower body. After all, playing primarily relies on the lower half. This was a form of nuclear deterrence. Huang Kevin felt a sense of relief, as Cambiasso was playing on the right today. Had Zanetti been there, he might have hesitated to leap for the ball. Milan's defense slowly organized for the restart. The online community also expressed their frustration. Damn, while listening to Coach Shang's commentary earlier, I was still confused between Zanetti and Zanetti. Now I finally remembered. It's the one who specializes in kicking the balls. Brother, you nailed it. You immediately grasped the essence, while I was left feeling exasperated. Inter has been somewhat lacking in sportsmanship today. Having earned so much money from football, what is the point if one jeopardizes their life? You're impressive. All your efforts focused on the lower half, right? Essentially, one need not necessarily be born, nor must one live, nor must one struggle for a lifetime. Goodness. Your perspective is truly elevated. Gentlemen, have you not noticed that Huang Kevin's hairpin today seems rather awkward? For heaven's sake, that's not a hairpin, it's a headband. Primarily to secure the hair and prevent it from obstructing his vision. Perhaps Huang Kevin should consider donning a chastity belt to safeguard against any unwelcome impacts. In the 58th minute, Inter Milan made the first substitution, with Martins replacing Solari as Mancini shifted to a 4-4-2 formation. Huang Kevin could hardly suppress a smile. At times, he found himself perplexed by the thoughts of these coaches. Transitioning from a lone striker to a duo undoubtedly aimed to bolster the attack. Yet Solari's performance had been rather mediocre in that regard. Nonetheless, Solari had contributed significantly to the defensive efforts. With his departure, the pressure on Huang significantly diminished. Mancini truly seemed to regard Huang with a measure of indifference. Pirlo initiated the play from the back, immediately passing laterally. Shevchenko promptly executed a diagonal long pass to the right flank. Both Seedorf and Cafu positioned themselves relatively forward, momentarily deferring to each other, resulting in neither securing the ball, which rolled out of bounds. Berdisso advanced to throw in the ball, and Figo, upon receiving it, swiftly turned and executed a wide-ranging pass, accurately locating Stankovic on the right. Shevchenko pressured Stankovic, causing him to fall. Foul. A free kick on the right flank. This position carries a certain level of threat. Milan must exercise caution. An indirect free kick. Delivered, Stankovic strikes directly into the penalty area. Cambiasso surges toward the goal, heading the ball in. It's a goal. Cambiasso scored in front of Dida. Wait, that's a handball. Dida and the Milan players protested vehemently. Through slow-motion replays, it became abundantly clear that Cambiasso had extended his arm during the header, directing the ball into the net. The referee points to the center circle. The goal stands. This is a clear misjudgment. In the quarterfinals of the 1986 World Cup, Maradona scored with his hand, a goal that aided Argentina in eliminating England 2-1. Today, in the Milan derby, yet another Argentine player replicated Maradona's hand of God. The match is rife with controversy and drama. The Argentine players of Inter Milan have emerged as pivotal figures. In the first half, Berdisso's theatrical fall earned a penalty, while in the second half, Cambiasso mirrored the hand of God. Today, as controversies are decidedly unfavorable for Milan, with Milan trailing 1-2 at home. De Santis's decisions have favored Inter, provoking an intense reaction from the San Siro crowd. Huang Kevin and Maldini approached the stands, urging the fans to remain calm, especially those situated behind the goal. They were acutely aware that the ball had been hand-played by Cambiasso. The agitated Milan supporters began hurling objects onto the pitch. As Huang attempted to mediate, he found himself at a loss between laughter and tears. While the Milan fans pelted the field with debris, they sensibly refrained from tossing fireworks. Else Dida might have succumbed to post-traumatic stress. The match was interrupted for nearly 5 minutes before it could resume. After the kickoff in Milan, the team continued to methodically organize their play, with just over 30 minutes remaining in the match, an ample yet finite amount of time. However, haste was not an option. Following Inter Milan's lead, their formation gradually retreated. In such moments, urgency proved futile. Huang Kevin did not seek to engage in the organizational efforts, as Stankovic lingered nearby, rendering the creation of confrontations unnecessary. Receiving and passing the ball became increasingly laborious with an opponent closely shadowing him. Meanwhile, numerous gamblers in front of their screens were vociferously urging Huang Kevin to take action, wishing they could leap through the television to tug at his jersey, imploring him to charge forward. They believed that betting on Milan was a short-term investment with substantial returns. Should Milan fail to secure victory today, they would undoubtedly hastily join the ranks of the Black Kevin Brigade. In the 77th minute, Huang Kevin received the ball on the left flank and swiftly delivered a diagonal pass to Kaka in the center. Kaka, dribbling forward, faced the double pressure of Cambiasso and Zanetti. Instinctively glancing left without finding a teammate, he, in a moment of panic, resorted to a backheel pass. Subsequently, Kaka's eyes widened in astonishment as he noticed Huang Kevin surging up the right flank, accompanied by Cafu and Seedorf. Milan's right side launched a collective offensive. Berdisso was momentarily taken aback as 3 Milan players charged forward all at once. In front of the penalty area, Shevchenko and Toni were making runs, pulling defenders away, leaving Berdisso no choice but to act quickly. With determination, he lunged toward Huang Kevin with a sliding tackle. Huang Kevin skillfully nudged the ball forward, leaping over Berdisso's challenge. As he noticed Materazzi racing toward the ball, Huang accelerated, arriving just in time to turn and lean against Materazzi, executing a deft back pass to Cafu on the right. Cafu, quick to react, sent a horizontal pass toward the front of the goal. Shevchenko, positioned perfectly, executed a sliding shot that easily found its way into the net. Beautiful. Shevchenko has leveled the score. Goal. This time, Huang Kevin made a diagonal run from the left to receive the ball on the right, rapidly initiating the attack. Together with Cafu and Seedorf, their advance thoroughly disrupted Inter Milan's defense. Toni and Shevchenko in front of the penalty area severely distracted the attention of Inter's backline. Huang Kevin bypassed Berdisso to enter the penalty area. Observe the speed of his footwork. Materazzi and Huang Kevin raced toward the ball, with Huang's legwork noticeably quicker, perhaps even twice as fast as Materazzi's. Consequently, Huang outpaced him, executed a turn, and backpassed to Cafu, who then delivered the ball to Shevchenko for the goal. Well, perhaps it's not quite double, but Huang's leg speed today is indeed remarkable. He's fast on ordinary days, but today he's even quicker. Sometimes it's hard to keep up. Absolutely, it's astonishing. Watching Huang Kevin play always brings a refreshing experience. Now the score stands at 2-2, which is certainly favorable for the fans. After Inter Milan took the lead, they have been retreating, and now it remains to be seen how Mancini will choose to proceed, whether he aims for 3 points or is content with 1. There's no need to look further. Mancini has made a substitution, bringing Mihajlovic on for Zanetti. This change is somewhat perplexing. Could it be that he intends to deploy a player without a card to bolster defense, while simultaneously aiming for a long-pass counterattack? The attacking midfielder can be repositioned, so a defender should also be able to advance. Mihajlovic has played as a defensive midfielder for the Serbian national team. Perhaps his introduction in this role today will yield favorable results. After Inter Milan resumed play, they exhibited no urgency in their attack, indicating that Mancini was relatively content with the scoreline of 2-2. Huang Kevin, who had been subdued in the first half, began to frequently touch the ball. Stankovic followed suit, occasionally joining the offensive, though his stamina had significantly waned. As Huang Kevin received the ball on the left flank, he unleashed a burst of speed, effortlessly outpacing Stankovic by 2 strides. Within 2 steps, Stankovic found himself a meter behind. Huang Kevin surged past the halfway line, his feet dancing with astonishing agility. Cambiasso leaned forward, maintaining a low center of gravity, and matched Huang Kevin's pace. Just a few strides into the run, Cambiasso sensed he might be outstripped by Huang Kevin, prompting him to extend his arm in an attempt to impede Huang Kevin's speed. Undeterred, Huang Kevin skillfully maneuvered the ball, executing a right-footed pullback that drew Cambiasso into a spin, before quickly pivoting to send a pass to the center. Kaka received the ball, accelerating past Mihajlovic, and made a diagonal pass that sliced between Samuel and Zanetti. The moment Huang Kevin seized the ball, Zanetti turned, reaching out to grab him, but failing to make contact. Huang Kevin deftly kept the ball moving closer to the goal line, twisting his body to flick the ball from behind his left leg. As the ball sped away, Zanetti's desperate sliding tackle arrived, just a fraction too late. He turned to watch the ball, and a second later, with wide eyes, he witnessed it soar past Cesar, striking the inside of the post and ricocheting into the net. "Kevin, my God!" exclaimed Crudelli in the broadcast booth, clutching his head and shouting, "My God, Kevin scores." Kevin netted a shot from an acute angle on the left, a feat unmatched by the likes of Baston, Carlos, Djorkaeff, or Elbier. Watching Kevin play continuously shatters my understanding of the game. Perhaps only the sky could limit him. Yet, should he ever ascend to the heavens, I would not be surprised. He is, after all, a miracle. Toni crouched before Huang Kevin, and before he could explain, he hoisted Huang Kevin's legs onto his shoulders and charged toward the southern stand. The entire Milan team followed suit to celebrate. Kevin! The San Siro reverberated with thunderous applause. Huang Kevin raised his arms towards the stands, igniting the fervor of the fans. As the joyous interaction unfolded between players and supporters, Huang Kevin felt a newfound sense of connection. Upon turning his head, he beheld an exquisite piece from Victoria's Secret. The stands erupted with a chorus of whistles. A youthful female fan shouted to Huang Kevin, "My phone number is inside. Remember to call me." Huang Kevin was rendered speechless and hastily descended from Toni's neck, discarding the item that would surely embarrass the fans. He approached the coaching bench in search of assistance. "Hey, you rascal, are you planning to visit the female fan after the match?" Inzaghi called out sarcastically from the sidelines. In a moment of spontaneity, Huang Kevin tossed the object at Inzaghi's face and turned to sprint towards the center circle. The online forums buzzed with envy. "That female fan is stunning. I've noticed that Italian girls are more attractive than those in the Premier League. Isn't that obvious? Rooney's partner is the archetypal British girl. Quite unattractive, but she suits him. Rooney may not be handsome, but his prowess on the field is undeniable. He charges in like a bull. Damn it. How can Huang Kevin captivate so many young women? To be fair, Huang Kevin is rather handsome. According to a recent survey by the Gazzetta dello Sport, he has surpassed Kaka, Inzaghi, and Maldini, becoming the most desired man among the girls of Milan. What a beauty. But Huang Kevin is lacking. Just look at his goal attempts in 90 minutes. I initially didn't want to criticize Huang Kevin, but his life is just too enviable. Exceptional at football, excelling in studies. Coming from a good family, having a charming girlfriend, and good looks. Why does he get to have it all? Oh, how I wish to experience a day in Huang Kevin's shoes, to see how delightful his life truly is. The joy of the wealthy is beyond imagination. Do not envy. Although Huang Kevin enjoys fame and fortune, he has also lost his worries. Life is a balance of gains and losses. Damn, your words only deepen my gloom. On the sidelines, the referee had raised the stoppage time board, due to fan disruptions and player injuries. The stoppage time in the second half extended to a remarkable 14 minutes. Ancelotti, uncharacteristically, rushed to the fourth official, exclaiming, "Is there any precedent for such absurd stoppage time? 14 minutes is enough for me to attend a post-match press conference." The fourth official merely smiled in silence. After a few more complaints, Ancelotti returned to the coaching area, squatting down with his left hand on the clutch and his right hand shifting the gears to the maximum. Did they think Milan would lose today? Dream on. Mancini immediately made another substitution, bringing on Keely Gonzalez for Stankovic to further bolster the attack. Inter Milan was unwilling to accept a one-goal defeat away from home. The introduction of fresh legs invigorated Inter's offensive momentum. In the 95th minute, Keely Gonzalez utilized his speed to forcefully break past Huang Kevin on the right flank, crossing the halfway line and sending a high ball into the penalty area, but Maldini was quick to head it away. Moments later, it was again Keely Gonzalez. This time, he took the ball and sprinted directly towards the left flank, with Huang Kevin closely trailing behind him. Figo and Keely Gonzalez executed a series of wall passes, swiftly advancing the ball into the forward area. In his final delivery, Figo mishit the ball, sending it to Cafu's feet. A misstep. Milan has a counterattack opportunity. Cafu found Kevin with a precise pass. Surrounded by three Inter players, Kevin surged forward, carrying the ball across the halfway line. Mihajlovic rushed in to defend, but Kevin deftly altered his pace, evading Mihajlovic. Accelerating beside Materazzi, Kevin executed a stunning maneuver as Caesar advanced. He skillfully bypassed Caesar and pushed the ball into the empty net. Kevin goal. Kevin weaved past five players to score, effectively sealing the match. Cambiaso netted a goal with his hand, mirroring Maradona's hand of God from the 1986 World Cup, while Kevin promptly replicated Maradona's legendary goal as a retort. Kevin possesses the ability to dismantle any obstacles with his feet. Today's referee attempted to aid Inter Milan in snatching our victory, but they overlooked one crucial fact. Kevin would not allow it. Kevin deliberately scored in such a manner, clearly retaliating against them. The atmosphere at San Siro had reached a fever pitch, with the fans' cheers resonating throughout the stadium. Ancelotti bounced with Tasso, who excitedly exclaimed, "It truly worked. It really worked. This is willpower, undoubtedly. Of course, Mauro. Why else would I be the head coach, and you the assistant coach?" Ancelotti replied, equally exhilarated. After the excitement subsided, Ancelotti approached the bench and told Inzaghi, "Did you not wish to enter the field? You may now replace Kevin." Inzaghi removed his jacket and stood up, walking alongside Ancelotti to the sidelines. Secretly, he extended his middle finger behind Ancelotti's back. Huang Kevin applauded the stands continuously, making his way to the sidelines where he embraced Inzaghi before exiting the field. Ancelotti, unfazed, wrapped his arms around the sweat-drenched Huang Kevin as they returned. Huang Kevin pointed at a burst of flames near the coaching area and inquired, "Is that your machine?" Ancelotti turned to look under the coaching bench and let out a lament, "My willpower amplifier number 2. Ultimately, Milan triumphed over Inter Milan with a score of 4-2 at home, concluding a match rife with controversy. However, this encounter was destined to spark considerable discussion. That very evening, Maradona shared his thoughts on the match, stating to the host, "Kevin's goal resembles mine, but he still falls a bit short, even in my absence. The number 10 remains mine, but the defense is now significantly tighter than before," the television host remarked. Maradona shot him a glare, diverting the topic, contemplating not accepting future invitations from their network. The following morning, Pelé expressed his views on Maradona's remarks. "Maradona is indeed remarkable, yet he pales in comparison to Kevin, who is the second-best number 10 player in the world, following myself. I watched the Milan derby, and Kevin remains the finest player on this planet. However, he has abandoned his signature dazzling dribbling, which is a grave error. He is squandering his talent. I hope Kevin rectifies this promptly and continues to conquer the world with his samba steps." Subsequently, the discourse shifted to a comparison of Brazilian football and Argentine style, leading to a theoretical debate between the two legendary players. This left Huang Kevin anxious at home, playing video games for several days, fearing he might be cornered by reporters who would surely bombard him with questions. On April 22nd, Milan was set to face Messina away. While at home, Huang Kevin informed everyone he would return that day. By around 6 p.m., the victorious Milan team, having won 13 matches, landed at Malpensa Airport. Kaka, alongside his teammates, exited the aircraft and spotted Huang Kevin standing there with his girlfriend, Beatrice, who had a large cake on a nearby cart. The atmosphere at Malpensa Airport was ignited with fireworks, and the Milan players, having been informed in advance, began to sing a birthday song. "Toni auguri a te. Toni auguri a te." Thinking everyone had forgotten his birthday, Kaka's eyes welled up with tears as he exclaimed, "Kevin." That evening, the entire team celebrated Kaka's birthday together. Kaka and his girlfriend returned home in sweet harmony, leaving Huang Kevin to speculate that Kaka might break his vows. The chase between a girl and a boy is like a veil. Beatrice's proactive demeanor would surely test Kaka's resolve. The following day, Huang Kevin rose early, eager to catch up on any gossip regarding Kaka. However, when he picked up the newspaper, he was utterly stunned. The meticulously ironed paper, infused with a faint scent of ink, bore news that nearly caused Huang Kevin's heart to explode. The Gazzetta dello Sport had exposed the telephone scandal, a revelation that had come a month earlier than anticipated. Such significant news is never a spur-of-the-moment decision by a newspaper. They likely initiated investigations long before, or perhaps had received evidence, strategically waiting for the opportune moment to trouble the involved parties. The Gazzetta published several excerpts from the 2004 Torino public prosecutor's recordings of Maggi's phone conversations. Some dialogues were shocking, revealing Maggi openly issuing orders to the then Serie A referee designator, Paolucci, and personally appointing referees for Juventus matches. Rumors had circulated regarding Juventus's manipulation of referees, but this confirmed their culpability. Certain matches were evidently questionable, with some officiating decisions being outrageously absurd, which only fueled the surrounding speculation. Nevertheless, Huang Kevin had no time to indulge in the spectacle. The telephone scandal was bound to unravel further consequences, with Juventus exposed. It would not be long before AC Milan faced scrutiny as well. The premature revelation of this matter disrupted Huang Kevin's plans. Although the early disclosure by half a month merely seemed a matter of timing, it coincided with the crucial final phase of the season. Such an early exposure would inevitably influence every aspect of the AC Milan players' performance. With the club's future shrouded in uncertainty, how could the players focus on their game? This situation would undeniably affect the team's on-field performance. Frustrated, Huang Kevin knew he had to take action. Restlessly, he ascended the stairs and was reminded upon seeing the young lady, deeply ensconced in slumber, that he had let the previous day's conflict escalate too intensely. As a result, she had not risen for work today. Perhaps it was best to allow her to replenish her rest. Descending to the living room, Huang Kevin settled onto the sofa, flicking through channels on the television with a remote control, unable to decide what to watch. Lost in thought, He fumbled with the remote for over an hour until a sudden jolt made him pause. To his astonishment, he found himself watching an interview with President Bay on the screen. During an interview with their own station, Yeli 5, President Bay solemnly stated, "Juventus has seriously violated the spirit of fair competition. Their manipulation of referees shows a complete lack of moral integrity. Maggi is destroying Italian football, and stringent penalties must be imposed to prevent such occurrences in the future. Serie A, as the finest league in the world, must uphold a fair and just competitive environment to ensure fans' passion for the league remains intact. Nobody enjoys witnessing a match where the outcome is predetermined. Manipulating games severely harms the emotions of the fans." Huang Kevin thought to himself, how ironic. Even the flutter of a butterfly's wings could not alter President Bay's eagerness to attack a drowning man. President Bay seemed oblivious to the fact that AC Milan's own hands were not clean. None of the northern trio were innocent. Now, to emerge and criticize Juventus was merely inviting a backlash. In a matter of days, AC Milan's misdeeds would inevitably come to light. Their audacity in manipulating referees had garnered too many witnesses. Avoiding exposure would be exceedingly difficult. Has the matter finally been exposed? The young lady inquired as she leaned against Huang Kevin's shoulder. Indeed, he nodded. You've awakened. Why are you not the least bit surprised? Didn't you mention this to me before? What shall we do now? She softly asked. This afternoon, you should hold a press conference for the team. Speaking sincerely about how AC Milan will conduct a self-examination, while also welcoming media scrutiny and inviting the prosecutor's office to investigate the issues within the Milan hierarchy. Since the truth cannot be suppressed, it is best to approach this candidly, considering you are not involved. It would be appropriate to temporarily relieve Galliani of his duties as club vice president and issue a statement expressing gratitude for his contributions since 1986. If it becomes clear that he was not implicated in the referee manipulation scandal, the club will certainly apologize and offer compensation, trusting that he will understand the club's actions during this challenging time. Shouldn't we consult my father? The young lady hesitated. Without consulting him. Look at him joyfully criticizing Juventus on television, completely oblivious to the gravity of the situation. You should respond first to demonstrate your crisis management capabilities. Meanwhile, let the Gazzetta dello Sport collaborate to apply pressure, inciting fan organizations to protest. He has always claimed he would hand the club over to you. Now is the perfect moment, Huang Kevin remarked. He was finally on the verge of upgrading from the COO's boyfriend to the chairman's boyfriend. Such a golden opportunity, if squandered, would warrant repercussions. Barbara ascended to the presidency of AC Milan. In a way, Huang had become the de facto president of AC Milan. Soon enough, he could choose to play alongside whomever he wished. He envisioned inviting a few skilled gamers to Milan to join him and Kaka in their virtual escapades. All right, I understand. The young lady nodded. She then inquired, what about Galliani's sycophants, Meani, Miani, and Baldini? All of them should be dismissed. Once Milan's involvement is exposed, you must tearfully apologize on television, Huang Kevin instructed. I comprehend. When Milan is unveiled, I will sincerely apologize to fans worldwide and urge the Football Association to impose severe penalties on AC Milan. Then, we shall have the newspapers report on our sincerity. Advocating for leniency, the young lady responded with a smile. Huang Kevin gave a thumbs up, impressed by her rapid strategic thinking, indicative of her study of the art of war and the 36 stratagems. The young lady's clarity of thought was increasingly evident as she paced through the living room. Now, I will have a familiar reporter shift all blame onto Galliani, exaggerating the narrative as much as possible. In the end, even the fans will doubt that Milan committed such offenses. Instead, they will believe that Juventus orchestrated this to divert attention and will sympathize with AC Milan. Wow. Huang Kevin's eyes widened in astonishment, realizing she had mastered the art of manipulating public opinion. Isn't this a bit too lenient for Galliani? With such groundwork laid, when his misdeeds come to light, the Italian public might perceive him as innocent, she continued. I have an idea. Let him escape to America for a while. Eventually, we can reroute his flight to Iraq, sending him off as a mercenary to contribute to the freedom of the Third World. Let's not go that far, Huang Kevin sighed, rubbing his temples. He's getting on in years. He deserves some recognition for his hardships. Perhaps we could just have him sign a clandestine contract, unbeknownst to him, committing to a long-term deal where he plays the role of Milan's mascot at every home game. My dear, you are too soft-hearted. He even considered terminating his contract with you, yet you are willing to offer him a job, the young lady said, visibly touched. I can't bear to see others suffer. Huang Kevin shrugged. He was uncertain whether being a mascot would be a desirable position. The young lady is a decisive individual. After discussing the forthcoming actions, she promptly applied her makeup and headed to the team. In the afternoon, a press conference was convened at San Siro. On television, Barbara's demeanor appeared rather lackluster. A facade achieved through her makeup. Addressing the journalists, Barbara stated, "The Italian football scene has never been a bastion of integrity. As far back as 80 years ago, there was the Alemanni bribery case. AC Milan, during a relegation phase, even deliberately sold gold differentials to Lazio. Previously, the Milan club was embroiled in financial misconduct alongside Inter Milan. Thus, I find it challenging to believe the club's stance on this matter. As one of the finest clubs in the world and the most successful in Serie A, we bear a responsibility towards Italian football and fans worldwide. As the chief operating officer of the club, I have communicated with the majority of the club's senior management. After our discussions, we have decided to temporarily relieve Vice President Galliani and several officials of their duties, and we welcome anyone to report on AC Milan. Should it be determined that AC Milan has engaged in manipulating referees and matches, we are prepared to accept any penalties." Watching the live broadcast, Huang Kevin exclaimed at her audacity. Even at this juncture, the young lady did not hesitate to implicate Inter Milan. The scandals surrounding Inter Milan over the years far exceed those of AC Milan. Maratti's numerous dubious activities have tarnished their public image. When both Milan and Inter are mentioned, it is instinctive for everyone to perceive Inter's issues as more significant. Fans may reason that if AC Milan could manipulate matches, how could Inter Milan, with its history of fake passports, fraudulent accounts, illegal surveillance, and curses cast on opposing players, remain unscathed? It can be said that from the moment of self-exposure, AC Milan's future has gradually become clearer, with Galliani bearing the brunt of the blame internally, and the notorious Maggi of Juventus as the principal antagonist externally. Milan now shares the burden with its neighbor Inter. What appeared to be a perilous scandal has seemingly been predetermined. Huang Kevin would not be surprised if the penalties faced by AC Milan were milder than in previous instances. After all, sanctions are quite flexible and depend on public sentiment in Italy. As long as the majority of fans sympathize with AC Milan, the eventual penalties will undoubtedly be significantly reduced. The young lady's early declaration indeed proves to be a masterstroke. Unfortunately, President Berlusconi holds a different view. That evening, Barbara was summoned home, and it is likely that the father-daughter conversation was not particularly pleasant. However, Huang Kevin felt no concern. What transpires next will unequivocally demonstrate Barbara's managerial brilliance, as all her preparations serve to bolster the young lady's standing in inheritance matters. On April 24th, Huang Kevin rose early once more to peruse the newspapers. To his astonishment, agents of Juventus players were already seeking new homes for their clients. The Gazzetta dello Sport even speculated that the elusive Milan serial killer, who had yet to be apprehended, might be a former high-ranking official of AC Milan, with descriptions provided that nearly pointed directly at Galliani. The Tuttosport reported that Galliani may have profited over €100 million from AC Milan's transfers in the past 2 decades, extracting club agency fees and agent kickbacks through his influence in South America and Eastern Europe. The Roma newspaper claimed that Galliani, in collaboration with betting companies, has manipulated the outcomes of over 500 matches, amassing more than $2 billion, all of which is securely deposited in Swiss banks. Huang Kevin nearly burst into laughter. If there were a deranged killer within AC Milan, it would surely be someone from the medical team. The notion of influence in South America and Eastern Europe is utter nonsense. Those regions are the bastions of local interests. Juan Fierra is a local kingpin in South America, having had a hand in the transfers of Brazilian players, including Kaka to Milan. Fierra also held half ownership in Robinho's transfer to Real Madrid in the summer of 2005. Eastern Europe is no different. In the false document case involving Modric, the local boss Mamek ensured that players departing for matches had to share their wages with him, making it nearly impossible to leave Croatia without his consent. What clout does Galliani possess to extract commissions from such unscrupulous figures? The exaggerations in these newspapers are remarkable. If they wrote too truthfully, it would eventually be used against AC Milan. The more outrageous the claims, the easier it becomes to dismiss the club's issues. Huang Kevin could only say that the lady has performed even better than he anticipated. Her growth has indeed skyrocketed. On that afternoon, Milanello was swarmed by reporters from around the globe, and the players and staff had been instructed to remain silent. Seeing the throngs at the training base from the television, Huang Kevin realized his previous concerns were not unfounded. His teammates were undoubtedly affected by the situation, even with the Champions League semi-final first leg approaching tomorrow. Nevertheless, he decided not to return to the team. After all, he possessed only one immunity card, with one more next month. It would suffice to play in the Champions League semi-final second leg and the final. The current home ground felt perilous, and he could easily be cornered by reporters upon arrival. On April 25th, the day of the Champions League semi-final first leg, newspapers inundated the public with reports of the resignation of the president of the Italian Football Federation, Carlo Tavecchio, and vice president, Messina. Prosecutors from Turin, Rome, and 2 other locations began to investigate, prompted by Barbara's continuous statements. The 3 northern powerhouses were now under scrutiny. Huang Kevin sensed that matters were about to spiral out of control. During the evening match, he did not dare to attend the home game. At the pre-match press conference, Ancelotti basked in the limelight, fielding questions directed at him. He could only respond, "I do not know if Shevchenko, Kevin, or Kaka will transfer. They are still AC Milan players, and that is what matters." Recently, Kevin has not been feeling well, which is why he could not participate today. The process is nearly complete. Rossi was urgently appointed as the interim president of the Italian Football Federation. Maggi, Gilardino, and Roberto Bottega, the triumvirate of Juventus, alongside the vice president of the Italian Football Federation, Messina, have been at the center of a scandal involving match manipulation. This conspiracy, which included several referees, notably the Milan Derby referee De Santis, orchestrated the selection of officiating crews and controlled the outcomes of numerous matches. Clubs such as Milan, Fiorentina, and Lazio were also implicated. Additionally, there were issues concerning the fraudulent transfer dealings involving Buffon and others, as well as Maggi and his son leveraging their connections to assist various teams in the transfer market, thereby manipulating the domestic transfer landscape. Ultimately, several Juventus players became embroiled in a betting scandal. Thereafter, no new developments emerged, leaving the focus on how the prosecutors would penalize the implicated clubs. This time, Huang Kevin had proactively ensured that Barbara was well prepared for public relations with both the prosecutors and the media, while AC Milan may not entirely evade repercussions. Their penalties would likely be mitigated. On April 30th, AC Milan achieved a 2-0 victory against Livorno at home, providing a much-needed boost to the fans. Post-match, the San Siro echoed with chants of Huang Kevin's name. He shared a photo on social media with the caption "Fotsra." The atmosphere among fans and teammates was tense. Huang Kevin felt compelled to step forward and embrace his responsibilities as a representative of the team. Later that night, as he lay in bed, he awaited the system refresh for May. The update revealed Fontaine, 10,000 destiny points. Maradona, 10,000 points. Pele, 10,000 points. Ochoa, 3,000 points. Skills: Master of Fried Balls, 3,000 points. Master of Oratory, 100 points. Items: 24-hour injury immunity card, 20 points. Special item: Ancelotti's treasure bag, 500 points. Huang Kevin glanced at the screen. Fontaine, who scored 13 goals in a single World Cup. Maradona, who achieved legendary status during the Falklands War. Pele, a 3-time World Cup winner, and a charming figure. The refresh was quite strategic. This marked the second appearance of the Pele template, alleviating Huang Kevin's concern that missing a player's template would deny future opportunities to acquire it. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that Ancelotti's treasure bag could also be obtained. His curiosity about the potential magical items within was piqued, though he remained cautious, having never been fond of gambling. He was reluctant to expend 500 destiny points merely to satisfy his curiosity. Observing his 470 destiny points, Huang Kevin spent 120 points to acquire Master of Oratory and the immunity card. The skill of oratory slightly enhanced his speaking abilities and logical reasoning, while significantly amplifying the emotional impact of his speeches. One could never underestimate the formidable presence of an art student's oratory. Huang Kevin nodded in approval. It exceeded his expectations. The Master of Oratory skill would not only serve him in everyday life, but also prove advantageous in motivating his teammates during matches. He felt that the 100 destiny points for the skill was a worthwhile investment. The timing of this new skill was impeccable. As the world was eager to know his stance, Huang Kevin prepared to step into the limelight, ready to accept interviews and make a statement. Under the dual enhancement of mastery of public speaking and mastery of acting, how could one expect Huang to not achieve legendary status? On May 2nd, Huang Kevin deliberately had the young lady position him at the entrance of Milanello for an interview. Kevin, it is said that you are preparing to play in Barcelona. Is that true? Galliani is involved in match fixing. Do you think AC Milan might face relegation? Will you stay? What are your thoughts on the exposure of Galliani's crimes? It is rumored that Galliani intended to terminate your contract while you were in a coma. Do you believe his actions were rather inhumane? Buffon has been implicated in match fixing. Do you have anything to say about that? Huang Kevin cleared his throat, his expression shifting as he gradually lost his smile, adopting a serious demeanor with resolute eyes. Football is a sacred sport. The essence of competitive athletics lies in the pursuit of speed, strength, fairness, and justice. The reason why football has ascended to the status of the world's foremost sport is not only due to its high competitiveness and spectator appeal, but also because countless players and football professionals have dedicated their efforts and entire careers to create the present state of football. Match fixing, whether emotionally or rationally, is something I cannot accept, especially with AC Milan embroiled in it, which fills both me and the entire team with anger. We are burdened with disgraceful accusations that undermine our efforts. Therefore, I hope a thorough investigation will clarify the roles played by those involved in match fixing and the Milan executives. I urge the Italian Football Federation to handle this matter with the seriousness it deserves to restore the integrity of Italian football. What about Galliani's intention to terminate your contract? A reporter inquired. At that time, I was in a coma. His thoughts, as the club's vice president, were entirely normal. Personally, I felt quite saddened. But Galliani's actions were for the sake of AC Milan and all its fans. I bear no grudges against him for this. Huang Kevin managed to smile. Many reporters observed his expression, feeling he was indeed magnanimous, even defending Galliani at such a time. Regarding the Juventus players involved in match fixing, I prefer not to comment, as UEFA and the Italian Football Federation already have relevant regulations. After concluding his remarks, Huang Kevin prepared to enter Milanello. A reporter called out from behind, "Kevin, you still haven't said whether you will leave AC Milan." To my knowledge, some AC Milan players are preparing to transfer. If there is one person loyal to AC Milan, it is I, Huang Kevin replied without looking back, walking straight into the training facility, where Milan's security swiftly intervened to block the fervent reporters. Although this phrase is a famous quote from Van Persie, it was soon contradicted and became a source of humor. Yet, Huang Kevin felt no issue with stating it. After all, the young lady would soon become the owner of the club, even the president. AC Milan was akin to his home. Why not stay home and recover? It would be foolish to play in Catalonia. Upon Huang Kevin's appearance, the Milan players were filled with surprise. "I thought you wouldn't return to the team," smiled Maldini. "How could it be? I feel that you need me, so I have returned," Huang Kevin remarked with a smile, giving a thumbs up. "Is your health all right?" asked Maldini. Huang replied, "My stomach issue is merely a minor ailment. As long as I take care, it will be fine." "That's great to hear. Our chances of winning have significantly increased," he responded. "Fantastic. With Kevin back, we will undoubtedly face no challenges in Spain. Welcome back to the team, mate." The atmosphere within the squad had been rather bleak over the past couple of days, and Ancelotti had felt a twinge of concern. However, upon seeing Huang Kevin return, the team's morale surged, bringing relief to Ancelotti. Moreover, he had prepared a secret weapon, even if the opponents managed to secure a 2-goal lead in the first leg. What of it? With Kevin's presence on the field and the support from the fans, Ancelotti felt confident of victory. In the afternoon, the entire Milan squad flew to Villarreal. Upon disembarking, they were met with frenzied adulation. The journalists were even more fervent than the fans. Due to Huang Kevin's declaration, "If there is one person loyal to AC Milan, it is I," some reporters inferred additional meanings, suggesting that many players were contemplating departures. Consequently, European sports journalists swarmed around the Milan team, eager to fabricate a story. That evening, the teammates read Huang Kevin's words in the news, casting him disapproving glares. Huang Kevin laughed heartily, saying, "I wasn't thinking too deeply. I just wanted to convey my intention to remain with the team. Rest assured, I understand your sentiment." Maldini patted Huang Kevin on the shoulder, having faith in his character. "But that has brought us some trouble. Kevin must treat us." Pirlo jested. "No problem. If we secure a victory tomorrow and return to Milan, I will cover the expenses." Huang boasted, thumping his chest. The atmosphere in the conference room became lively, with no one holding any grudge against Huang Kevin. No one believed he had intentionally suggested that his teammates were planning to leave. On May 3rd, the entire Milan team visited the El Madrigal Stadium. Huang Kevin had always thought the name of Villarreal's home ground was beautifully evocative, infused with a romantic essence. The Milan players exchanged a few words about the name of the stadium. If we were to host the Champions League final here and win, I could propose on the spot, Kaka said dreamily. Don't be foolish, Inzaghi interjected. Marriage is the grave of life. You are still so young and need not erect your tombstone so early. Don't listen to his nonsense, Gattuso chimed in as a seasoned voice. Returning home each day to see your wife and children provides immense motivation. I know that after retirement, I won't earn as much, but ensuring they live well is essential for maintaining my passion for football. You are a wonderful father and husband, Huang Kevin smiled. Indeed, Gattuso replied, a hint of pride in his tone. Now then, Martini clapped his hands and said, the current situation at the club is quite dire. Our fans and families are deeply concerned due to recent events. We must deliver a performance that reassures those who love us, demonstrating that we remain resolute and undeterred by external distractions. Regardless of what transpires at the end of the season, that is a matter for the future. For now, our sole focus must be on the game, giving our utmost to turn the tide, reach the finals, and seize the championship. Let us seize the championship. The entire team echoed in unison. Huang Kevin, having utilized the injury immunity card, glanced at his maximum expectation value of 100 and chose to draw a card. Ding. Obtained the experience card for the match between Manchester United and Tottenham Hotspur in the 2021-2022 Premier League season, featuring Van de Beek. A loud buzz echoed in Huang Kevin's mind. What the hell? He thought. Had he finally been duped? His luck had been remarkably favorable lately, and he had envisioned himself on a victorious spree in Las Vegas this summer. Today, however, Van de Beek had bestowed upon him a significant challenge. Milan was currently trailing with an aggregate score of 0-2. This truly felt like a misfortune compounding upon another, just when things were critical. He received a hot potato of a player. Not even his mentor, Tung Zi, could salvage Van de Beek's situation. As a Dutch player, Van de Beek possessed a solid foundation in the fundamentals of the game, exhibiting no significant weaknesses. His early career involved receiving the ball and executing tight turns without needing to adjust his shots. Having begun as a defensive midfielder, he flourished with protection from teammates, leveraging his commendable passing skills and vision to establish himself. Following the arrival of De Jong, he transitioned to an attacking midfield role, demonstrating keen forward movement and achieving commendable statistics. However, it became increasingly evident that Van de Beek had notable weaknesses. His dribbling was not particularly strong, relying heavily on teammates to draw defensive pressure. Most of the time, he would simply pass the ball, showcasing decent passing ability, which also indicated a reluctance to hold onto the ball. His attempts to dribble past opponents were exceedingly rare. After joining Manchester United, the situation worsened. The ball felt like a hot potato to him. In terms of defense, his positional awareness was adequate, and his tackles were occasionally effective. But he primarily relied on positioning and lacked defensive techniques, often resorting to fouling in the attacking third. He was a quintessential supporting player, even during his peak performance periods. He required substantial tactical freedom and support from teammates, along with high demands for off-the-ball movement. This was particularly intriguing, as numerous prestigious clubs had sought Van de Beek's talents. Huang Kevin had taken the time to understand his characteristics, which alleviated some of his despair. He realized that Huang Qian in Milan did not possess the same rapid tempo of attack and defense as the Premier League, thus offering Van de Beek a degree of opportunity to shine. Moreover, Van de Beek's ball control was exceptional, allowing him to reliably secure the ball with minimal effort. This could be considered a notable strength. After changing his attire, Huang Kevin approached Pirlo and whispered, I haven't fully recovered and am hesitant to run. If you pass to me, please don't send it too far ahead. Van de Beek's lack of speed meant that a forward pass from Pirlo could easily result in a missed opportunity. Upon hearing Huang Kevin's words, Pirlo widened his eyes and inquired, You haven't fully recovered? Just communicate with your head and adjust your posture to maintain ease and stability. This skill is top tier, even on a global scale. That's good to hear, as long as you're uninjured. AC Milan truly cannot afford to be without Huang Kevin in the current situation. The telephone scandal has erupted, and Huang Kevin's assertions are entirely accurate. AC Milan possesses sufficient strength and should not require assistance from referees. With this predicament, it is only natural for the players to be anxious about how many matches may have been compromised. Thus, it is not an exaggeration to say that AC Milan is in a state of unrest. I read in the newspapers that it is all Galliani's fault. That bald-headed man seems to have quite a few criminal behaviors. Indeed, it's all bloody Galliani's fault. Returning to the players' tunnel, each Milan player received a wristband. Huang Kevin received 2. Ancelotti, smiling, remarked, "Based on your feedback, I have now integrated the receiving device into the wristband, eliminating the issue of it being uncomfortable against the skin." Huang Kevin nodded and donned it immediately. There was little to explain to the coach. The more one spoke, the more one risked miscommunication. Prolonged discussions could lead to Ancelotti drawing upon his extensive knowledge of willpower to persuade you. Hence, it was far better to heed Ancelotti's instructions without debate. The players emerged alongside the referee team. After shaking hands with Pellegrini, Ancelotti promptly handed his backpack to assistant coach Tosatti, saying, "That fellow is South American. I have specific protective incantations in my notes targeting South American curses. You should cast the spell first, so we are prepared for any mischief while I assemble the third device." Mauro Tosatti nodded and diligently studied each step from Ancelotti's notes. Ancelotti crouched in the crevice between the coaching bench and the awning, secretly assembling his clandestine weapon. With the assistance of Milan University, Ancelotti fused a Tesla coil, ultimately achieving visualization of willpower. Gazing at the brilliant arc of electricity, Ancelotti felt a surge of satisfaction. If this continued, it would not be long before he could render Kevin an immortal being. Ancelotti has begun assembling his machinery once more. Today Ancelotti's device has undergone yet another transformation. The director clearly knows what the fans are curious about, deliberately zooming in. My, what is this contraption? It is unclear, but it appears to be remarkably high-tech. Fans around the world are quite intrigued by the function of Ancelotti's device. Regardless, we cannot speculate. It is better to wait for media exposure and see how both sides perform in the World Cup. There is an abundance of talent in Brazil. Many outstanding players miss out on national team selection, leading them to choose to join other national squads. Alright, the head referee Nikolai Ivanov has blown the whistle to signal the commencement of the match. After Milan kicked off, Inzaghi passed back, and Kaka, as usual, directed the ball to the left flank. The moment Huang Kevin received the ball, Senna charged forward. Huang Kevin did not dare to linger on the ball. He turned and executed a precise back pass, effectively showcasing Van de Beek's characteristic of having the ball feel hot to the touch. Messina may be regarded as the most pivotal element for Spain in the upcoming 2 tournaments. While Spain boasts an abundance of organizers and attacking players, it lacks a defensive midfielder. Messina, as a defensive player, perfectly fills the void left by Albert. To penetrate Messina, the most effective approach is to utilize speed. Van de Beek's lack of pace proves to be quite troublesome. Huang Kevin understands that he must seek a way out. Pirlo's long pass reaches the left flank, and Huang Kevin, with a steady touch, halts the ball without waiting for Messina to approach, promptly passing it to the center for Kaka. Upon receiving the ball past midfield, Kaka encounters the double marking of Soren and Hasek. The duo provides no opportunity for Kaka to accelerate, forcing him to turn back and pass to Cafu, who is making himself available. Observing Huang Kevin lurking near the penalty area, Cafu, despite the presence of defenders, opts for a long pass to the left flank. Huang Kevin skillfully controls the ball and immediately returns the pass. Shevchenko, receiving the ball, deftly sends an across with his left foot. Juan Pena anticipates and leaps to head the ball out of the penalty area. Kaka, upon receiving the ball in the right side of the penalty area, is collided with by Soren, resulting in AC Milan earning a free kick. Pirlo gestures to Huang Kevin, who approaches and whispers, "I'll initiate the play. You take the kick." "All right," Pirlo replies nonchalantly, yet he cannot shake off his concerns. Huang Kevin, known for his ability to take free kicks with the outside of his foot from the left flank, surprisingly decides against it today. Nevertheless, Huang Kevin insists on taking the field, and Pirlo chooses to trust him. A player who has consistently aided Milan in clinching championships during critical moments is always deserving of trust. Pirlo positions himself just behind the left side of the ball, while Huang Kevin stands directly behind it. Logically, Huang Kevin's positioning for a right-sided free kick is less than ideal. However, for a player capable of striking with the outside of both feet, discussing positioning seems almost absurd. Damn it, Don't obstruct my view. Move a little to the left. To the left. Careful by the wall. They must keep up when they run. Mariano Barbosa, the Argentine goalkeeper, anxiously directs his teammates on their positioning. For any goalkeeper facing AC Milan, dead ball situations are the most daunting. Whether from corners or free kicks, AC Milan offers an overwhelming array of options. This causes Barbosa considerable anxiety. Once he concludes directing his teammates, Huang Kevin begins his run, advancing from the right side of the ball. With a thud, Pirlo's right foot strikes beneath the ball, sending it soaring over Messina's head and towards the left side of the goal, where Barbosa dives to save. But the ball is claimed by Shevchenko. Xavi Vinta pursues Shevchenko as he exits the penalty area. Shevchenko, with a series of feints, manages to shake off Vinta by half a step. Aware that opportunities are fleeting, Shevchenko, without turning, delivers a lateral pass with the outside of his foot. As the ball travels, it takes a bounce, bouncing and skipping towards the center. Huang Kevin, with his back to the play, allows the ball to bounce off his foot and fly to his right. Huang Kevin reacts swiftly. With his left foot firmly planted, he pivoted gracefully, extending his right foot to strike the ball. The resounding thud echoed as the ball soared past Kiko Alvarez, who instinctively ducked and sidestepped, narrowly evading the projectile that whizzed over his shoulder. Barbosa had exerted his utmost effort, accurately predicting the trajectory despite the impediment to his vision. Regrettably, his miscalculation of height proved fatal as the ball slipped through his arms and nestled into the net. Kevin. Inzaghi immediately turned to cradle Huang Kevin's head, exclaiming, "You little rascal, what a goal! Are you truly the king of the pitch?" Inzaghi's fervor was palpable, spitting words of excitement at Huang Kevin. Shevchenko, Kaka, and Shevchenko rushed forth, enveloping Huang Kevin in a jubilant embrace. Kevin goal. The moment he returned to the team, I knew we were destined for the finals. Within just 7 minutes of the match, Kevin delivered a spectacular strike, an exquisite side volley. I can hardly determine if it qualifies as a volley, for after his shot, he lifted his left foot with such finesse, showcasing his remarkable flexibility and creativity in this goal. Krudel echoed Huang Kevin's previous declaration. If there is one person loyal to Milan, it is I. In a land abundant with artists, our finest is a foreigner. May Kevin remain with Milan forever. Poised to inherit the captaincy from Maldini, eventually retiring within the team, at which point Milan could follow Napoli's lead in retiring the number 10 jersey. At last, breaking free from the throng, Huang Kevin exchanged a high-five with Kaka as they made their way back. The director captured a close-up, showcasing Huang Kevin's spirited demeanor, while Kaka beamed with a gentle smile. Female fans erupted in cheers. In terms of sheer charisma, AC Milan had decisively taken the lead. Upon returning to the center circle, Huang Kevin remained acutely aware. He did not believe this single goal would alter the course of the match. During the opening phase, he had discerned the inadequacy of Van de Beek. Thus, to contribute more to the team, Huang Kevin resolved to adjust his playing style. As Villarreal initiated the kickoff, Huang Kevin surged forward. Fran, unwilling to take chances, promptly passed back. Riquelme, confident in his exceptional technique, attempted to bypass Huang Kevin head-on. Without a hint of hesitation, Huang Kevin launched into a swift and fierce tackle, sending the ball careening away from Riquelme's feet. Beautiful. When Milan finds itself in a deficit, you can always rely on Kevin. Kevin is substantiating his declaration through action. He is willing to sacrifice everything for Milan's triumph. Seeing Huang Kevin pressurizing, his teammates followed suit. Joining the charge, Shevchenko sprinted ahead in pursuit of the ball, prompting Huang Kevin to cease his chase. Senna was likely tasked with marking him, so he opted to harass Riquelme instead. Huang Kevin sought a one-on-one exchange, yet he pondered whether Riquelme would reciprocate. The Milan players commenced their pressing strategy. Villarreal was compelled to accelerate their passing, instantly raising the tempo of the match. Huang Kevin observed and thought, this is indeed a fortuitous development. Van de Beek executed a pass with remarkable finesse, perfectly suited for the fast-paced game that allowed him to weave through and exchange passes. Identifying the optimal way to engage with Van de Beek, Huang Kevin intensified his pressing efforts. Whenever Riquelme received the ball, Huang Kevin would surge forward to harass him, indeed influencing Riquelme's performance. As Riquelme skillfully dribbled past Huang Kevin, Gattuso would seize the moment to extend his leg. Even if he couldn't intercept the ball, he would remain closely tethered to Riquelme. After being bypassed, Huang Kevin would charge forward again to press, causing Riquelme considerable annoyance. In the 22nd minute, Riquelme deftly maneuvered past Huang Kevin, while Gattuso decisively closed in. Riquelme, with a deft touch of his right foot, advanced past with his left. Huang Kevin collided with Riquelme, who was not one to tolerate such aggression. Rising, Riquelme pushed Huang Kevin in the chest. Surprised by this unexpected turn of events, Huang Kevin instinctively fell backward. Regrettably, today's update will be slightly delayed, likely after midnight, as I have some matters to attend to this evening. The identity of Kaka, the Ballon d'Or winner, could no longer be concealed. "You scoundrel!" Kaka charged forward with remarkable speed, with the other Milan players responding swiftly as well. Villarreal players, however, were a beat behind, as Riquelme found himself encircled by the Milan squad. The Milan players are visibly agitated but managing to restrain themselves. A standoff has formed in midfield. Riquelme's retaliatory foul was unwarranted. Huang Kevin's foul was directed at the ball, occurring in the attacking half, and the referee issued a card. Riquelme receives a red card. There is no doubt about the red card. Riquelme's push on Huang Kevin involved contact with his face, thus leaving no room for dispute. Villarreal will now have to contend with 10 men, making their task considerably more challenging. Huang Kevin grasped Pirlo's hand as he stood. The melodious strains of the stadium echoed with boos and jeers. Huang Kevin playfully waved to the stands, inciting even greater fervor among the Villarreal supporters. These fans are quite amusing. When Senna marked him closely, they remained silent. Yet, when Huang Kevin pressed Riquelme, without provocation, simply executing a normal challenge, Riquelme turned to shield the ball and was fouled, resulting in a card for his retaliation. How could they not bear it? If it weren't for the slight shortcomings of today's experience card, Huang Kevin would have relished the opportunity to showcase some provocative dribbling at the stadium. Nonetheless, the straight red card was an unexpected delight. Riquelme is truly formidable, possessing both dribbling finesse and physical prowess, coupled with a remarkable ability to score and assist. With Riquelme's departure, the difficulty of this match was significantly reduced. On the sidelines, Ancelotti wore a grave expression, but a closer inspection revealed a slight smile at the corners of his mouth. In this duel between the sorcerer and the engineer, it was he who ultimately triumphed. Pellegrini, possessing a civil engineering degree, is thus referred to as the engineer. The imaginative engineer, Pellegrini, endeavored to soothe Riquelme with a few words. Observing the growing headache on the field as the team's core of attack and defense was substituted, uncertain of how to adjust, Pellegrini recalled the tactics he had constructed at Villarreal, where the central area held great significance, but the flanks were equally vital. Early on, teams reliant on star players often faltered when their marquee athletes were in poor form. Pellegrini had gleaned some lessons from this. The tactical layers he established at Villarreal were intricate. Sorin and Senna, while tasked with defensive responsibilities, also contributed offensively, and the two fullbacks would surge forward to assist, creating a numerical advantage in midfield that enabled a multidimensional attack. Defensively, the collaboration of Senna, Sorin, and the holding midfielder, Josko, established a well-balanced approach. Nevertheless, Riquelme's individual prowess was not to be underestimated. He possessed the ability to draw opposing defenders with his dribbling, exhibited remarkable creativity in passing, and demonstrated formidable shooting skills in critical moments. His absence was profoundly felt, even if Pellegrini wished to avoid reliance on star players. He could not deny that Riquelme was the pivotal element of the team. After a brief period of contemplation, Pellegrini reached a decision: defense. Retain the aggregate advantage. With 30 minutes played, Pellegrini seized the opportunity to summon Senna to the sidelines and instructed the team to fall back. As long as they could maintain the 2-1 aggregate score, they would still advance to the final. If executed properly, the defensive strategy could yield commendable results. Villarreal's defenders possessed considerable coverage. Riquelme's minimal involvement in defensive duties meant that his substitution did not significantly impact their defense. Following their retreat, Milan surged forward, pressing against Villarreal's goal. Huang Kevin, moving in the front line, noted the opponent's formation, loose on the outside but tightly packed within. With their defense concentrated just outside the penalty area, Milan struggled to find significant opportunities, often resorting to long-range shots from outside the box. 4 minutes of stoppage time were announced. In the 47th minute, Kaka unleashed a long-range shot from the edge of the penalty area, only to be blocked by Alvarez. Villarreal launched a swift counterattack. With most Milan players committed to the offense, Villarreal faced little resistance during their break. Gattuso intentionally fouled in midfield, aiming to disrupt the counter. Sorin released the ball just before being brought down, and the referee, adhering to the principle of advantage, refrained from blowing the whistle. Senna advanced down the right flank, while Huang Kevin and Maldini raced back to the halfway line. Even though Van de Beek had average speed, Huang Kevin proved quicker than the frequently injured Maldini. On Villarreal's side, Senna delivered a curving pass. Fran intentionally paused, allowing the ball to circle past him to the left, where Franco awaited. "You press, I'll cover them," Stam barked, aware of the precarious 3-on-2 situation at the back. They were now outnumbered 2-3, and in such circumstances, hesitation was not an option. Decisive action was imperative. Cafu charged forward, striking the ball with intent. As Franco evaded the ball, Cafu prepared to strike once more. While Franco deftly maneuvered into the penalty area, Dida had already positioned himself to confront Franco, ready to make an immediate save. Suddenly, Franco executed a delicate lob, sending the ball swiftly towards the right side of the penalty box. Dida, filled with trepidation, turned to see Senna sprinting into position on the right flank. In the next moment, Dida's eyes widened in alarm. Huang Kevin, fearing he might miss the opportunity, leaped sideways within the small box to block the shot. The ball struck Huang Kevin and continued its trajectory towards the goal, poised to cross the line alongside him. In a remarkable display of agility, Huang Kevin, while airborne, executed a bicycle kick to clear the ball, sending it high above the crossbar. Kevin, with 2 consecutive clearances in the penalty area, Kevin sprinted back 80 meters to thwart Villarreal's goal. "I truly find myself at a loss for words." It seems necessary to critique Milan's defenders for allowing the team to descend into such precarious circumstances, necessitating Kevin's extensive retreat for the clearance. Thank goodness for Kevin, otherwise, Milan would have conceded yet another goal. Dida hurriedly assisted Huang Kevin, who had collided with the net. "Brother, I owe you one," Stam said, still shaken. "Just a trivial matter," Huang Kevin replied, brushing off the grass clippings from his attire. Wow, that clearance by Huang Kevin was simply magnificent. The seamless execution, from the airborne block to the subsequent bicycle kick, one must acknowledge Huang Kevin's impressive flexibility. That goal earlier was striking, and this clearance was indeed spectacular. Huang Kevin seems to have an uncanny ability to seize the moment to showcase his talent. The key is, he genuinely possesses such skill. Enough said. The posters of Huang Kevin are selling remarkably well outside our school, even surpassing those of Tianla and Guoxi. High schoolers should hurry back to sleep. Selling posters outside school? Why not mention how the stall can also provide discounts? Ha ha, I adored the toys from the stalls outside my school when I was in elementary. Me too. Just the other day, I passed by and specifically bought 10 yuan worth, fake Nike wristbands for 2 yuan a pair, along with some gummy candies to enjoy while playing. I still have one piece stuck on my ceiling at home. Wow, please stop. I'm feeling nauseous. Did you all notice that Milan's entire team is wearing wristbands today? I did. Is there a story behind it? Not sure. Villarreal's corner was cleared by Dida, who sent the ball out of the penalty area. The referee blew the halftime whistle. As they walked back, Huang Kevin overheard his teammates discussing the wristbands, claiming they were more comfortable than the stickers from the previous match. Huang Kevin sighed inwardly, thinking they were far too easily pleased. Mr. Liu once remarked, "The Chinese tend to prefer moderation and compromise. For instance, if you say, 'This room is too dark, we need a window here,' everyone will oppose it. But if you suggest tearing off the roof, they would agree to the window." Upon reflection, it appears that foreigners can be quite similar as well. Huang Kevin began to suspect that Ancelotti was intentionally employing a strategy of retreat to advance. The intelligence of Huang Kevin overshadowed that of the AC Milan players. Upon returning to the locker room, everyone expressed their gratitude towards him once more. "Brother, we owe you one. If that last shot had gone in, we would have had a much tougher time." Kevin is incredible. Huang Kevin smiled and waved his hand, positioning himself at the center of the locker room. He, too, wished to experience the effects of his eloquence. As a player of AC Milan, it is only natural for me to clear the ball in crucial moments. Football is not merely about attackers neglecting defense, nor defenders entirely avoiding offensive play. If defenders do not venture forward, that ball would not have been so perilous, would it? Huang Kevin inquired with a smile. The defenders wore expressions of embarrassment. Indeed, whenever AC Milan attacked, the defenders were far more active than the midfielders. Thus, My concern for defense during Paul and the others' offensive plays is a responsibility I bear. I have often heard a popular saying in European sports, I am for everyone, and everyone is for me. In a team, it is not sufficient for each individual to merely fulfill their specific duties. One must also think about supporting others, making runs forward, and assisting teammates. Only then can we achieve greater success. AC Milan is a united club, though we may not vocalize that motto. It is reflected in our every action and word. This embodies our great quality. A great team requires great achievements. Let us strive in the second half, push through to the finals, and become the first team to defend the Champions League title since its reform. Huang Kevin raised his arm and shouted, I am for everyone, and everyone is for me. I am for everyone, and everyone is for me. I am for everyone, and everyone is for me. I am for everyone, and everyone is for me. Seeing the fervent expressions of his teammates, Huang Kevin nodded and sat next to Kaka. He thought to himself how fortunate he was to have been well educated by his parents, possessing a righteous worldview, a benevolent heart, and a kind spirit. Were it not for his commendable oratory skills further enhanced by his eloquence, he would surely have become a master of mischief, perhaps even labeled a criminal against humanity a century hence. After a 15-minute break, the AC Milan players strode out of the locker room with formidable momentum, completely disregarding the jeers from the home crowd. Their morale soared, palpable as if it were a tangible force. On the other side, prior to the resumption of play, Villarreal made a substitution. Roger Garcia replaced Ariabarino. The winger has swapped for a full-back, presumably continuing as a wing-back. Indeed, Pellegrini seems intent on bolstering the team's counterattack capabilities. Replacing Franco with Hector Font strengthens the midfield's depth, particularly as Huang Kevin is positioned on the left, facing off against the right winger, Javier Venta. Consequently, the pressure on Villarreal's left flank is not as pronounced. The purpose of these substitutions is quite clear. Pellegrini is indeed a remarkable coach. Since taking the helm at Villarreal, he has led the team to the semi-finals, an achievement previously unfathomable for a small city with a population of only 50,000. The match resumed, and Villarreal continued to prioritize defense. After Riquelme left the field, they resolved to rely on the 2 goals they scored in the first leg to advance to the finals. Over 20 minutes into the second half, Milan still failed to score. Ancelotti, growing anxious, inquired of Toni, do you think Kevin is experiencing some issues today? Toni pondered for a moment before responding. It seems Kevin has only made 2 breakthroughs today, and he's passed the ball immediately after each one, which is quite unlike him. However, that last flick was still quite impressive. Why is that? Ancelotti stroked his chin, pacing along the sideline. Moments later, he clapped his right hand against his left and exclaimed, I've figured it out. The willpower must be circulating from his hands throughout his body, affecting Kevin's performance. What? Toni looked at Ancelotti in bewilderment. His hands. Ancelotti gestured towards his arms. Last time, the willpower flowed from head to toe, encompassing the entire body. But now, as it's received through his hands, once it reaches his chest, it surely wants to ascend, leading to an overload in his upper body and consequently impairing Kevin's lower body performance. Is that so? Toni asked, puzzled. Indeed, that is precisely it. Spotting a stoppage in play, Ancelotti waved to call Huang Kevin to the sidelines, instructing, Kevin, take off one of your wristbands. Huang Kevin removed a wristband and tossed it directly to Ancelotti before swiftly returning to the pitch. Toni queried, will that suffice? Absolutely, I'm certain of it. Next time, we should embed the chip in the shoelaces or collaborate with sponsors to develop willpower-enhancing footwear. Ancelotti exclaimed, thrilled by his own idea. Toni nodded, striving to remember Ancelotti's words. Had he known this much during his playing days, he might have already become a superstar. Upon returning to the field, Huang Kevin's style remained unchanged. He received the ball and quickly passed it to Kaka in the center. Kaka, positioned just outside the penalty area, noticed Huang Kevin unmarked beside him and promptly played a lateral pass to the left. Seeing no defenders in front of him, Huang Kevin decided to take a chance. He deftly nudged the ball towards the center with his left foot, accelerating rapidly. He dashed a couple of steps down the left flank, positioned himself, aimed for the far corner of the goal, and struck the ball with his right foot. The shot, already decent from Van de Beek's distance, was enhanced by Huang Kevin's power. As he struck the ball, Huang Kevin sensed the opportunity. The ball sailed over Juan Pena's head, arcing beautifully towards the right side of the goal. Barbosa leaped in an effort to intercept, stretching his arms, but his jump lacked the necessary height. The ball ultimately found its way into the net, grazing the intersection of the crossbar and post. Huang Kevin. A goal. In an unexpected turn of events, Huang Kevin unleashed a powerful strike with his right foot, executing a signature arc that sent the ball soaring into the far corner of the net. Earlier in the match, Huang had attempted a similar long-range shot, and Villarreal had clearly underestimated him. Huang had been relatively quiet in terms of shooting throughout the game, with Villarreal's defenders focused on intercepting his passes. Yet, when the opportunity arose, he seized it without hesitation. The score was now 2-2, leveling the aggregate. But Villarreal found themselves a player short. The scales of victory now tipped in favor of Milan, with only one substitution remaining, placing significant pressure on Pellegrini to make crucial adjustments. The dilemma of offense versus defense loomed large. I believe Pellegrini should take a risk with a substitution, otherwise, as the match drags into extra time, the disadvantage of being a player down will become increasingly pronounced. On the sidelines, Tassati widened his eyes in astonishment, watching an exuberant Ancelotti. After a moment of shock, he remarked, "Carlo, you were absolutely right. Kevin just removed one arm guard, and immediately he scores." "Indeed," Ancelotti replied, a hint of pride in his tone as he elucidated to his assistant. By shedding one arm guard, his energy radiates from one side, preventing the opposing forces from colliding upwards with both hands. The performance of the other players corroborates this theory. Indeed, Mauro Tassati fervently nodded, already eager to jot down notes upon returning home. Observing the scoreboard showing 0-2 with a time of 79:23, Pellegrini called upon Jose Mari, realizing he could not afford to delay until extra time. Thus, he prepared to substitute in a forward to inject some urgency into the attack. 2 minutes later, Villarreal utilized their final substitution. Transitioning back to a dual forward setup, Villarreal launched a furious offensive, while Milan remained composed, stabilizing their formation and playing methodically. In the 84th minute, Sorin received the ball and delivered a long pass. Jose Mari, positioned just outside the penalty area, nodded the ball to Fran, who struck it on the volley before it could hit the ground. The shot deflected off Maldini and was swiftly cleared by Pirlo. In the 89th minute, Villarreal's offense surged once more. Senna, on the right flank, skillfully passed to Roger Garcia, a winger with ample energy after his second-half introduction. He outpaced Gattuso along the left sideline, taking advantage of Cafu's momentary lapse in concentration, which allowed Garcia to deftly maneuver past him. Garcia, feeling triumphant, was suddenly thwarted as a leg extended to poke the ball away from him. Cafu regained possession on the right and quickly passed laterally, setting up Huang Kevin. Upon receiving the ball, Huang spotted Kaka's position and executed a precise through ball to Kaka, who surged into the opponent's half. Sorin pursued Kaka closely. As they crossed the halfway line, a vast expanse lay before them, with Villarreal's offensive line pressing high and leaving few defenders behind. Alvarez retreated, seeking the right moment to intercept, but Kaka accelerated, successfully breaking through and charging into the penalty area. Barbosa rushed out from the small box, aiming a flying tackle at Kaka, who deftly tapped the ball forward with his right foot. The ball rolled past Barbosa towards the far corner, ultimately striking the inside of the net. A stunning finish. The commentary from 7 Gold's live stream erupted as Cladelli once again showcased his exuberance in the broadcast. Goal. Kevin initiated a counterattack from the back, while Kaka embarked on a long run, scoring Milan's 3rd goal of the match, bringing the aggregate score to 2-3, propelling Milan into the finals once more. The synergy between Kevin and Kaka demonstrated to the world that Milan was impervious to the referee's influence. Galliani's schemes were in vain. Even after trailing 0-2 in the first leg, Milan managed to recover. The Champions League final awaits. Milan is here. The Emperor has arrived in loyal Paris today, where Kaka's signature move captivated many female fans at the Song and Dance Stadium. Kevin could only reflect on the disparity in aesthetic appreciation between the East and West. Despite his own handsomeness, Kaka stood as an equal in Europe. The thought of returning to Asia crossed his mind, yet he hesitated, suspecting that the fans there might favor Kaka even more. As the match resumed, Villarreal's midfielder initiated the play. However, barely had Fran completed a back pass when the referee blew the final whistle. Milan's substitutes rushed onto the field, exuberantly unleashing their joy. From trailing 0-2 in the first leg to defeating their opponents with a 3-2 aggregate, their emotions fluctuated like a thrilling roller coaster. After days of anticipation, The outcome was finally revealed. Every Milan supporter reveled in joyous laughter. Even Kevin found himself swept up in their enthusiasm. As he approached the away supporters' stand to express his gratitude, Kevin stepped forward, raised his arms, and shouted a short, spirited cheer. Ah! When he lifted his arms once more. His teammates and some fans followed suit, and soon the entire away section resonated with their collective shout. Ah! The powerful exclamation echoed through the night sky of Villarreal. Fans, initially preparing to turn off their televisions and retire for the night, were suddenly filled with goosebumps at the electrifying scene. Many spectators felt that this formidable AC Milan was invincible, standing united like an undefeated army. At the post-match press conference, Pellegrini expressed his disappointment, stating, "Today's match did not unfold as we had envisioned. Such is the nature of football. You prepare, yet you can only do so much. After that, you must remain hopeful. But one can never predict what will transpire on the pitch next. Following our elimination, we will redirect our focus to the league." "Do you have any comments regarding Riquelme's red card?" a journalist inquired. "I have nothing more to say. I must now console the disappointed players. My apologies," Pellegrini remarked as he rose to leave. The reporters promptly turned to Ancelotti, inquiring, "Mr. Ancelotti, could you elaborate on the function of your device?" Ancelotti raised an eyebrow, a mysterious smile gracing his lips as he replied, "That is unrelated to the match. Today, I shall only address questions pertinent to the game." "And how do you perceive today's match?" "The match was remarkable. I often say that victory belongs to everyone. Yet today, Kevin saved the day with 2 goals, 1 assist, and a crucial goal line clearance. Kevin has done it all. He is our hero, and he determined the outcome of the match. Kevin's goals were splendid. But he seemed to struggle with dribbling today. Is there an issue with his physical condition?" Ancelotti shook his head, stating, "Kevin has no physical issues. He can choose his preferred style of play. At AC Milan, Kevin enjoys absolute freedom, and I believe everyone can comprehend this. Whether he dribbles or not is entirely his choice. What matters is that Kevin has aided the team in achieving victory." Ancelotti continued his eloquent discourse. The reporters, unable to contain their curiosity, sought to interview Huang Kevin directly. "Kevin, could you explain why your playing style has changed today?" Huang Kevin replied with a smile. "Villarreal is a team with distinct characteristics. I needed to assist my teammates defensively. If it leads to victory, I am willing to play any position, even that of a goalkeeper." The journalist chuckled in response, as many players have made similar statements. However, Huang Kevin had indeed played as a goalkeeper and saved for penalty kicks. To this day, football programs worldwide often recount that thrilling Champions League final. In the realm of football, no makeshift goalkeeper can compare to Huang Kevin. "Can you comment on Riquelme's red card?" "Of course. Roman Riquelme possesses immense talent, and I intentionally defended against him. The foul in the attacking third was a tactical necessity. He failed to manage his emotions," Huang Kevin said with a smile. "Did you ever consider deliberately getting him sent off?" A reporter pressed sharply. "Not at all," Huang Kevin continued. "Football should be more straightforward. I prefer to compete against my opponents, minimizing extraneous factors. I would never intentionally provoke an adversary." After addressing a few more questions, Huang Kevin and Ancelotti exited to rejoin their teammates. The Milan squad would return to Milan today, as no one wished to spend the night in Spain. Upon boarding the plane, Huang Kevin immediately checked the system. Notification: snatched the 2016 European Championship. Iceland's Hermansen celebrates with a Viking roar. Notification: snatched the 2016 European Championship. Iceland's Salverson celebrates with a Viking roar. Notification: snatched the 2016 European Championship. Iceland's Sigurdsson successfully activates Viking roar skill, successfully replicating characteristics. Huang Kevin was taken aback. Even a celebration could be seized. Is it because the Viking war cry is too renowned? The last time it was about the jersey as well. I ought to seize the opportunity to experiment more. Characteristic: the central sniper, Sigurdsson, slightly enhances the power and curvature of long-range shots, significantly increasing the accuracy of long-range attempts from the midfield. Astonishing. Huang Kevin himself could not have anticipated this. A casual celebration yielded such remarkable rewards. It was worth his effort of covering over 13,000 meters at the Love Song Stadium. This is the finest characteristic emerging recently, aside from intercepting Ronaldinho. "Kevin, care to play a game?" Kaka inquired, producing a gaming console. "Ah, sure," Huang Kevin responded, retrieving his gaming device to connect with Kaka. The flight back to Milan would take just over 2 hours. Playing a game for a while would be perfect. The following day, May 4th, began as an ordinary morning. However, in light of the latest developments in the phone scandal, trepidation gripped everyone in Serie A. Borelli, the deputy director of the Italian Football Association's investigation office, explicitly stated that Juventus and AC Milan bore the primary responsibility in this Italian football scandal, while Lazio and Fiorentina's culpability was comparatively lesser. 2 days later, on May 6th, the Italian Football Association announced the penalties imposed on the four clubs. Juventus was relegated to the bottom of the league this season. They would commence the new season in Serie B, facing a 9-point deduction and an 80,000 fine. Former club general manager Maggi and former chairman Garotto were barred from participating in football-related matters for 5 years, receiving fines of 50,000 and 20,000, respectively. AC Milan retained their Serie A qualification for the upcoming season, but faced a 10-point deduction next season and a 25-point deduction this season. While Galliani and club official Maiani were prohibited from engaging in football-related activities for 3 years. Fiorentina was relegated to Serie B for the new season, facing a 12-point deduction. Lazio was also relegated to Serie B, starting with a 7-point deduction. In addition to several clubs, numerous referees were suspended. De Sanctis, who officiated the Milan derby, received a 4-year ban, along with several linesmen and former FIGC president and vice president, all barred from football-related activities for a specified duration. The penalties were quite nuanced. Juventus had no hopes left for this season. However, AC Milan currently stood at 90 points. After the 25-point deduction, they would have 65 points, equaling Internazionale's score, while Roma trailed with 63 points. The next 2 league matches would determine whether Milan or Inter could claim the Serie A title. As for Roma, their chances were minimal. Milan's final opponent would be Roma. Even if they triumphed over Milan, it would require Inter to falter for Roma to have any chance of seizing the title. Huang Kevin was aware. The actions of the young lady had indeed made an impact. He vividly recalled that during the first trial of the phone scandal, Milan had been docked 40 points. In the second trial, most teams had their penalties adjusted. Milan, however, would see their deductions lessened. The outcomes of AC Milan's last 2 matches would be of little consequence. Thus, the current situation indicated that the championship was essentially destined for Milan. It was merely the new FIGC officials who opted for such penalties to maintain suspense in Serie A, to avert a loss of intrigue. Huang Kevin speculated. The outcome of the second trial will undoubtedly be announced after the conclusion of Serie A. On May 7th, Milan narrowly triumphed over Parma with a score of 3-2. Thanks to goals from Kaka, Cafu, and Seedorf. Inter also secured a victory in this round, ensuring that the suspense surrounding the championship would persist until the final match day. Huang Kevin had anticipated this scenario. The Serie A investigation committee was deliberately creating suspense surrounding the second trial. Once the match concluded, Huang Kevin turned off the television and departed his home with Christian and Daniel, the 2 children from the Old Horse family. Adriana had been invited by Barbara for a beauty treatment, leaving Huang Kevin to look after the children. "Uncle Kevin, how about we go for ice cream?" proposed the eldest. Christian. "No, Uncle Kevin says players cannot eat ice cream," interjected the younger, Daniel, blocking their path. Huang Kevin's lips twitched. This was all Barbara's doing. She had misrepresented his discipline on television, and he wondered how many naive children had been misled. Sighing, he crouched in front of Daniel and said, "Sometimes, we must allow ourselves to relax. One cannot live life in such a serious manner all the time." "Then you all can eat." "I won't," Daniel replied, crossing his arms defiantly. "Fine, you can just watch," Huang Kevin said, somewhat amused by the stubbornness of the little rascal. He took the 2 children to the ice cream shop. Italian ice cream is referred to as GTO. There are many shops, and Italians love to indulge in it. Each is handmade, utilizing seasonal fruits, natural nuts, milk, and eggs, with the intriguing stipulation that no additional water is added during the preparation, aside from the moisture inherent in the ingredients. Interestingly, there are no set standards for how it is made. It entirely depends on the whim of the owner. Hence, there is a saying in Italy, "No 2 ice creams in the world are exactly alike." Huang Kevin was quite fond of this treat. "Can I have extra scoops?" Christian inquired eagerly. "You can have as many as you like," Huang Kevin replied. "Uncle Kevin, you're the best," Christian exclaimed with excitement. Seeing the joy on Christian's face, Huang Kevin felt a rare pang of guilt. The last time, he had felt somewhat embarrassed for having let the boy endure a stern reprimand from Paolo Maldini. It was not merely because this child was destined to become formidable that he wished to make amends. Sir, I would like a large one. Christian gestured animatedly, as if swimming in the air. How large do you want it, our future star? The kind shopkeeper asked, having recognized the trio. Some die-hard fans attend matches of the Milan Youth Academy, and he had recently witnessed Christian score a goal, eagerly anticipating the moment when Christian would don the number 3 jersey. A very large one. I want it to be huge, Christian declared excitedly. Very well. I shall prepare the largest one we have in the shop for you. The shopkeeper then turned to Huang Kevin and asked, And what about you, Kevin? A cone will suffice. I have no particular flavor preference, so please recommend something, Huang Kevin replied with a smile. Okay. The proprietor intentionally showcased his skills before the star players of the first team, his hands deftly performing intricate maneuvers. It was a sight to behold. Even young Kevin found it captivating. Indeed, mastering any craft to perfection unveils its secrets. As the owner continuously scooped ice cream into bowls, a delightful image gradually took shape. The eldest son was nearly tempted to leap over the counter and indulge immediately, while the second son displayed a similar expression, swallowing hard in anticipation. What child could possibly resist ice cream, especially when it is beautifully crafted and delicious homemade varieties? Before long, the owner presented the ice cream. Kevin's cone was quite elegant, while the eldest son was served an enormous banana boat, meticulously detailed, resembling something out of a cartoon, truly enchanting. The owner cheerfully remarked, Today, I extend a special privilege to you esteemed star players. Thank you. The eldest son politely responded, immediately grabbing a spoon to dig in. Noticing that the second son merely watched his brother eat without partaking, the owner inquired of Kevin, What is the matter with him? Don't mind him. That lad claims he wants to practice self-discipline for his future career, Kevin replied with a bemused smile. Wow, that is impressive. I truly admire your resolve. The owner commended the second son, giving him a thumbs up before stepping away to grant the guests some privacy. Kevin, savoring his cone, kept his gaze fixed on Daniel, who was visibly salivating yet remained steadfastly abstinent. Remarkably, the child had not even celebrated his 5th birthday yet, and already he exhibited such discipline. Kevin found himself somewhat in awe. Danny, I think you should help your brother out and have a taste, Kevin suggested with a mischievous grin. A mere taste doesn't count as eating. Really, Uncle Kevin? The second son asked, his face lighting up with surprise. Of course, Kevin assured him with fervor. With so much ice cream. Who knows if the owner put his heart into it? For your brother's safety, you should definitely taste it. All right then. I'll only taste it because you asked me to, Uncle Kevin, the second son replied, accepting the spoon. Yes, I requested you to taste it. Kevin encouraged with a nod. Daniel Martino cautiously scooped a bit of green ice cream into his mouth, and an instant smile spread across his face. Noticing Kevin's gaze upon him, the second son quickly composed himself and said, It seems fine. Then try some other flavors. We wouldn't want any surprises. Kevin continued to urge. The second son extended the spoon again, and soon, without further prompting from Kevin, he began to serve himself. The two brothers devoured an astonishing quantity of ice cream, even drinking the melted remnants. As they made their way back, the eldest son teased. Danny said he wouldn't eat, yet he consumed even more than I did. It was Uncle Kevin who asked me to help you taste. The second son retorted, looking up to defend himself. Indeed, it was I, Kevin chuckled, suppressing laughter. He relished the second son's serious demeanor. Today, Daniel has broken his vow, and Huang Kevin is in high spirits. At such a young age, he has become a top contender, only to face a dose of reality now, hasn't he? Huang Kevin contemplates that he should also nurture the second son, so that when the time comes, he can join in the stands, alleviating the occasional shortage of company. Upon returning home, Huang Kevin felt overwhelmed. Both children began to suffer from diarrhea, and after more than 2 hours of distress, Adriana arrived to pick up the kids. Huang Kevin quickly admitted his mistake, saying, They both had too much ice cream and are now unwell. I called the doctor and gave them some medication. You are too indulgent with them, Adriana chuckled. She took the matter lightly, as their families were well acquainted. It was merely a minor issue. Huang Kevin thought this incident was behind him. However, it wasn't long before Paolo Maldini called, seeking accountability. Kevin, why did you encourage Daniel to eat ice cream? Hey, Paolo. The signal here is poor. Let us discuss this in person. Huang Kevin promptly hung up the phone and disconnected the line. The second son had been rather disloyal, betraying him right after returning home. Sigh. The children of the old Ma family seemed to be getting worse by the day. Huang Kevin resolved that if he were to have children in the future, he would educate them well, instilling the principle that they must never betray their father. On May 14th, Huang Kevin continued to recuperate, yet he still made an appearance at the San Siro Stadium. Today marked the final clash between Milan and Roma. As the star of the team, Huang Kevin felt compelled to stand alongside his teammates, even in his injured state. That fellow Inzaghi didn't even make it to the squad. Inzaghi himself claimed that Ancelotti wanted him to conserve energy for the Champions League final, but Huang Kevin found that hard to believe. Not long after the match commenced, Huang Kevin's good friend Kaka scored with a long-range shot. However, in the 34th minute, Mexes equalized with a header. Many fans in the stands held radios, simultaneously tuning in to the Inter Milan match, as it was customary for the final round of each season for competitors to play at the same time. A few minutes later, a fan shouted, "Inter is leading, Adriano scored." A chorus of boos erupted from the nearby stands. For Milan to clinch the championship, they needed to match Inter's points in this round. In the event of equal points, Milan held an undeniable advantage in terms of head-to-head results, total goals, and goal difference. The real fear was that Milan might lose while Inter triumphed, thereby widening the gap in points, rendering any goal difference irrelevant. Yet, Huang Kevin felt no anxiety. Even if Milan were to lose today, the championship would still belong to them after the second trial's verdict. However, he chose not to voice this possibility, as he did not want to dampen the spirits of others watching the game. As the regular time of the second half concluded, the score remained 1-1, while Inter had taken a 2-1 lead. Some fans appeared pale with anxiety. Fortunately, someone stepped up at a crucial moment. In only his fourth appearance of the season, Amoroso scored a long-range goal in the 91st minute, securing the championship for Milan. Ultimately, Milan denied Roma any further opportunities and triumphed in their final league match. As the final whistle echoed, Huang Kevin received another system notification. However, before he could check it, Inzaghi pulled him onto the field. The San Siro erupted with thunderous cheers. "Kevin! Kevin! Kevin!" Inzaghi, with a look of exasperation, turned to Huang Kevin. Huang shrugged and embraced Inzaghi's shoulders as they walked towards their teammates. After receiving their medals, family members entered the pitch. Spotting Daniel being led by Paolo Maldini, Huang hurried to Gattuso's side, lifting Gattuso's daughter to diminish his own presence. Upon witnessing Huang's antics, Paolo Maldini chuckled and scolded him lightly, yet paid it no mind. After a night of celebration, everyone returned home to rest. For the greatest challenge of the season lay ahead. The following morning, the entire Milan squad boarded a private flight to Paris. On May 17th, just 3 days after Milan's championship victory, they were set to face Barcelona at the Stade de France. The ever-optimistic L'Equipe unveiled a headline at this moment, featuring a photograph of Huang Kevin standing in front of the goal during the Istanbul night, with the caption, "The Supreme Emperor has arrived in his faithful Paris today." The next morning, Huang Kevin was awakened by the noise. In France, both he and Kaka enjoyed considerable popularity, given that France housed many devoted followers of Milan. It could be said that this was half of Milan's home ground, though there were also plenty of other supporters residing in Paris. Early in the morning, a throng of fans and journalists gathered outside the hotel, the cacophony of voices compelling Huang to rise, regardless of his desire to remain in bed. With tousled hair, he stepped outside and spotted Kaka stealthily closing his room door. "Good morning, Ricardo," Huang called as he approached and patted Kaka on the shoulder. Kaka plopped down onto the ground, and upon seeing Huang, managed a smile, saying, "Kevin, I just came to check on Beatrice." "Ah, yes, I know," Huang replied with a smile and a nod. Under normal circumstances, he and Kaka would share a room. But the accommodation provided by the club for family members was on a different floor from the players. It was essentially a matter of whether one wished to submit their homework or seek an excuse to share a room with a teammate. Concerned for Barbara's safety, Huang naturally opted to stay in the young lady's room, which was adjacent to Kaka's girlfriend Beatrice's room. The previous night, while Huang was giving the young lady acupuncture, they heard a loud cry. "Ah, Ricardo, you're in the wrong position." This sent both Huang and the young lady into fits of laughter. With little inclination to continue their study of traditional Chinese medicine, they ended up watching an episode of Home Alone before drifting off to sleep. Huang Kevin was hoping to avoid encountering Kaka in the morning, fearing he might succumb to laughter. Little did he expect that the boy would be caught red-handed so early in the day. Let us go for a meal. We still have training today," Kaka said, his face flushed with embarrassment. Once, he had vowed to Huang Kevin that they would wait until their wedding night, yet he had faltered once more. Huang Kevin, wrapping his arm around Kaka's shoulder, reassured him, "Fear not. As long as one repents sincerely, God shall forgive you." "Is that true?" Kaka asked, his face lighting up with surprise. "What if I err again?" "Then you shall repent once more. God is magnanimous," replied Huang Kevin. By the time the two arrived at the restaurant, a number of teammates and their families were already dining. Gattuso was cradling his daughter, continuously feeding her, while Shevchenko engaged in conversation with Toni about the changes after his wife's pregnancy. After selecting their meals and finding a place to sit, Inzaghi eagerly approached Gattuso, mockingly declaring, "Mama, I will surely win. I will not lose, and I shall bring the trophy back to you." "You rascal." Gattuso sprang up, placing his daughter Gabrielle into Huang Kevin's arms before chasing after Inzaghi. Inzaghi was mimicking Gattuso's words from when he left home at the age of 12, during which the young Gattuso had cried, yet he indeed fulfilled his promise by bringing home trophies for his family. What was ostensibly a heartwarming tale of a young boy's growth became rather irksome when uttered by Inzaghi. "Hit him hard. Don't spare my feelings." Huang Kevin shouted playfully. "Sit over here, Kevin." Kaka beckoned to him. Huang Kevin took a seat between Kaka and Christian Maldini. "They certainly have a lot of energy," Paolo Maldini remarked, setting down his utensils to wipe his hands. "It isn't that they are energetic. Rather, your mindset is too antiquated," Huang Kevin retorted directly. "This season, I have been plagued by injuries, and I am beginning to wonder if I should consider retirement," Maldini said, not taking offense at Huang Kevin's words, shaking his head. "You can hold on for another 2 years, old man," Huang Kevin said with a smile, raising his glass of orange juice. "Uncle Kevin, are you my father?" Christian asked innocently, causing Huang Kevin to spray orange juice all over Paolo Maldini's face. "Cough, cough. Christian, what nonsense are you speaking? I was still in high school when you were born," Huang Kevin quickly clarified, raising his hand in explanation as the attention of the restaurant turned towards them. Paolo Maldini, his face darkened with annoyance, glanced between his eldest son and Huang Kevin. "But I think my father isn't as good as you," the young lad said, somewhat discontented. Huang Kevin thought to himself, "Who would want a child like you? Just because I take you out for fun, you suddenly wish to claim me as a father?" Quickly, he urged, "Paolo is strict with you for the sake of your future. But who knows what kind of future I desire? It is my future, not yours." The young lad replied, tilting his head defiantly. "Indeed, you make a valid point. However, in the world, nothing unfolds without challenges. Paul has provided you with an enviable life and afforded you a fine education, allowing you ample time to contemplate such absurd futures. Without education, you would have no future," Huang Kevin stated solemnly. Paul Maritini sighed in silence. Earlier that morning, the father and son had quarreled. "Never mind, Paul. I shall take him out to witness the real world. These children have been overly sheltered and often harbor unrealistic notions," Huang Kevin said, rising and taking the eldest son by the arm. "I appreciate your efforts." The team nodded in agreement, as Huang Kevin led the eldest son away. They soon heard the second son remark, "I also believe that Uncle Kevin plays football better and is more disciplined." Huang Kevin paused, nearly stumbling, and quickly quickened his pace to escort the eldest son away. Remaining any longer would surely provoke the team. With the Golden Prison Award characteristic, Huang Kevin feared no danger. Indeed, he and the eldest son gained considerable insight, even witnessing someone being pushed onto the subway tracks. If one could overlook the safety concerns and the unpleasant odors wafting from the alleys, Paris remained quite romantic. Upon their return, the eldest son ceased to discuss the future. Sometimes, the privileged are so well guarded that they develop impractical ideas. As the saying goes, if she is naive, show her the splendor of the world. If she has endured hardships, take her on a carousel ride. This wisdom applies equally to the children of affluence. Having lingered too long in their ivory towers, exposure to the world matures them. In the conference room of the Hilton Hotel, Professor Alfonso of Milan University was presenting his new device using a PowerPoint presentation. Ancelotti nodded in agreement. Truly, he was a distinguished professor. This was the device of his dreams. Tassati raised his hand to inquire, "Professor Alfonso, we have grasped the concept of the will-enhancing device, but what about the players' receiving devices? The effectiveness of the wristbands is rather lacking." Dressed in a beige-striped suit, Professor Alfonso smiled and replied, "We have resolved that issue. Your sponsors previously collaborated with us, and we successfully miniaturized the chip. The receiver will be installed in the soles of the shoes without compromising the player's performance. Excellent, Ancelotti nodded. This was the best solution. Kevin would also have a specially customized mask to prevent injury during the finals. In due time, both the shoes and the mask would create a seamless synergy from head to toe. Knock, knock. A club staff member entered and whispered to Ancelotti. He immediately rose to accompany them outside. Upon reaching the door, he saw the visitor and raised an eyebrow, approaching with warmth to shake hands. Welcome to my coaching staff. Cardinal Ancelotti. In the afternoon, Frank Rijkaard, Ronaldinho, and Puyol attended a press conference. Are you prepared for Milan? A reporter from the Telegraph stood up to inquire. Before Rijkaard could speak, Puyol brought the microphone closer and said, Recently, I engaged in a discussion with Casillas regarding the characteristics of Milan. The goalkeeper can offer various perspectives, which is quite beneficial. We have thoroughly analyzed Milan, and everyone in Barcelona is prepared. We shall strive with all our might to secure victory against them. Rijkaard nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed, we have made extensive preparations. The forthcoming match now relies on the players' performances. An Italian journalist inquired, Ronaldinho, do you have anything to say about Kevin, who triumphed over you in the Ballon d'Or? Ronaldinho flashed a bright smile, revealing his two prominent front teeth, and replied cheerfully, I enjoy watching Kevin play. His style closely resembles that of Brazilian players. The Ballon d'Or? It is also a victory for Brazilian football. I am well prepared for this final and eagerly anticipate facing Kevin. Of course, Milan boasts several Brazilian players, and competing against them will be a unique experience. I firmly believe that I, along with Barcelona, will emerge victorious. After addressing a few more questions, Rijkaard departed the press conference alongside the two players. His assistant approached him and said, Messi's father wishes to see you. Rijkaard responded, The boy is injured. What does his father want with me? He rubbed his temples. Aware that Messi had been performing well this season, but he knew that Jorge Messi was a rather difficult individual, and Rijkaard was reluctant to meet him. He claims to have ways to assist the team, the assistant replied. Very well, take me to him. Upon entering the meeting room, Rijkaard donned a smile and embraced Jorge Messi. Once seated, he asked, Jorge, what brings you here this time? I have arranged for some items to be brought from Argentina that may aid Barcelona, Jorge Messi said, retrieving a collection of objects from a black plastic bag and laying them on the table. Holy water, a statue of Our Lady of Lujan, a statue of Our Lady of Fatima, a statue of Our Lady of Schoenstatt, images of the Virgin Mary and Jesus, candles. These were all procured from the Lujan Cathedral. Thank you, Jorge, Rijkaard said sincerely. After all, whether it was one sheep or two, it was still hurting. More preparation is never a bad thing. Having dealt with Messi's father, Rijkaard proceeded to the presidential suite located above the hotel. He knocked twice on the door, which opened immediately. Not seeing anyone inside, he felt a tinge of apprehension and called out, Wizard Carlin, why do you not turn on the lights? I was meditating. Please enter and turn on the lights. Wizard Carlin replied. Upon seeing the gleam of the wizard's white teeth, Rijkaard let out a sigh of relief and stepped inside. Carlin, who had been summoned from his hometown of Suriname by Rijkaard's relatives, was reputed to be quite powerful. Rijkaard did not dare to be careless. He promptly entered and switched on the lights, sitting down on the sofa like a schoolboy. He pulled out his notebook and asked, Wizard Carlin, last time we spoke about the sorcery involving two toads. What is its effect? Milan versus Barcelona, a Champions League final. The events have stirred the hearts of countless individuals. On the morning of May 16th, just one day before the Champions League final, the Italian Football Federation announced the results of the second trial regarding the Calciopoli scandal. Juventus saw their points deduction reduced from 9 to 7, with their fine increased from 80,000 to 120,000. Maggi and Garotto, among others, remain barred from participating in football activities for 5 years. Milan's penalty for the new season was lessened from 10 points to 5, while their deduction for the 2005 to 2006 season was adjusted from 25 points to 18. Lazio and Fiorentina, fortunately, will not face relegation, although they will incur deductions of 30 and 11 points and 19 points respectively in the upcoming season, making their aspirations for European competition quite formidable. However, remaining in Serie A is a silver lining. Otherwise, they would face relegation alongside Juventus, where the competition in Serie B would be exceedingly fierce, risking a prolonged descent into obscurity if immediate promotion were not achieved. Milan's reduced penalty was anticipated by Huang Kevin. as the trajectory of the Calciopoli scandal had always suggested such an outcome. It remains uncertain whether this is a result of Berlusconi's influence. With extensive preparations made, and Barbara rallying public sentiment, it is reasonable that Milan's punishment was mitigated. The Italian Football Federation's investigative committee revealed the results at this juncture to ensure Milan's peace of mind ahead of the Champions League final. One can only remark on their deft maneuvering. Previously, to maintain suspense in the Serie A title race, they refrained from announcing the verdict. Now, for the sake of calming Milan's players before the final, they hastily disclosed the results. While this may benefit Italian football, the underlying sentiment feels discordant, as Huang Kevin finally comprehends why players often unite against their associations. Furthermore, more news continues to circulate. Barcelona and Milan are among the most prestigious clubs globally, with numerous legendary figures gracing their histories. Both teams boast a plethora of star-studded supporters. Currently, with a constellation of stars gathered in Paris. Some have even granted interviews to bolster their teams. Van Basten remarked in an interview with La Gazzetta dello Sport, Frank Rijkaard has done remarkably well at Barcelona. He is indeed a successful coach. However, this time, he faces an invincible adversary. The current Milan is significantly stronger than when we played, with nearly every member capable of being nominated for the Ballon d'Or. Several players possess the talent to secure it. It is unlikely we shall witness such a luxurious and formidable squad in the future. Similarly, Inzaghi, in an interview with Tuttosport, stated, "The Champions League final is exhilarating. Barcelona possesses great strength. Yet my personal experience assures me that Milan is invincible. If Barcelona wishes to compete with Milan, they require a healthy Ronaldo. Only he stands a chance against Kevin for the championship, while the rest are mere supporting characters in the match." Coincidentally, Del Piero echoed similar sentiments. On a television program, he expressed loyalty to Juventus and made it clear that he intends to remain with the club for the next season. When asked about the Champions League final, the illustrious Golden Boy remarked, "Italian football has recently encountered numerous challenges, and many harbor doubts about our capabilities. However, I wish to assert that Milan's strength is profound and unwavering. My teammates are among the finest defenders, yet they too find it difficult to contain Kevin. I do not believe that Barcelona's defense surpasses that of Juventus. If it comes down to an offensive showdown, is there any team capable of withstanding the formidable attacking trio of Kaka, Kevin, and Shevchenko?" The Roman newspaper, Illinois Romanista, disclosed on its front page, to ensure a distraction-free environment during the final, Ancelotti has specifically invited the Cardinal of the Milan Diocese to join the coaching staff. Marca commented, "Last season, Barcelona suffered a defeat against Milan. The outcome of the match will not alter simply because a season has passed, and they will ultimately return to Catalonia with their heads hung low, bearing silver medals." Cruyff, in his column for Sport, expressed, "Milan's last great triumph was crafted alongside Rijkaard and his Dutch compatriots. The superiority of Dutch football is acknowledged by fans worldwide, and Barcelona has magnificently propagated the Dutch football philosophy. With a Dutch coach at the helm, I find it inconceivable that this team could ever taste defeat." Upon returning to France to witness the final, Wenger stated during a television interview, "Milan will emerge victorious. Barcelona's football philosophy is commendable, but I have personally witnessed Milan's might. They possess a remarkable cohesiveness, along with an abundance of star players. While you labor to defend against Kevin, Kaka finds the net, Shevchenko scores, and Pirlo nets a direct free kick. Many of Milan's players have the ability to change the course of a match, a trait unmatched by any other team." The Sun reported on the Milan WAGs, stating on the front page, "The partners of Milan's players were seen shopping extravagantly on the Champs-Élysées yesterday, with an average expenditure that left many wondering who couldn't resist. Laughter erupted on the team bus. The local police were not particularly efficient, causing a delay of nearly 45 minutes before the Milan bus arrived at the Stade de France. Fortunately, they had accounted for extra time when leaving the hotel. Otherwise, Milan would have had no time for warm-ups today." Ancelotti entered the locker room with the equipment manager and announced, "Today, everyone has specially designated new boots. Kevin, has your mask arrived?" "Yes." Huang Kevin nodded in response. This was a strong request from Ancelotti, as the young lady also feared for his safety in the Champions League final, insisting he wear the mask. It must be said, the new mask is quite stylish. Seizing a moment of distraction from his teammates, Huang Kevin retrieved a scratch-off card, revealing a prize of 300,000, second place. Only then did he recall having previously intercepted the championship from Inter Milan. The interception of Inter Milan players Zanetti, Cambiaso, Adriano, and Martins, along with the unique, significant championship of Zé Maria, has successfully activated skills and replicated characteristics. Characteristics: Zé Maria's passing ability enhances the precision of right-footed crosses from the right flank. Characteristics: the acrobatic celebration of Martins, performed with closed eyes, significantly increases the success rate, making it easier to ignite the emotions of the fans. His physical flexibility and explosiveness have slightly improved. Huang Kevin felt a touch of disbelief. He had hoped to intercept Adriano, but it now seemed that players with fewer honors were more susceptible to being intercepted. Nonetheless, he felt fortunate that there were no negative traits. Huang Kevin was quite satisfied. Observing his full 100 expectation value, he chose to draw a lottery. Ding! Obtained a single-match experience card for the encounter between Manchester United and Arsenal in the 10th round of the 2012 to 2013 Premier League season, featuring Robin van Persie. Huang Kevin was taken aback. He had once quoted a famous saying from the other side, and never imagined he would actually draw Van Persie today. It was indeed the peak, Van Persie. Huang Kevin felt that this peak, Van Persie, was nothing short of a grand prize. The pinnacle of Van Persie could even contend for the title of the world's third-best player during that period. As a former winger, Van Persie possessed no technical shortcomings, and his shooting ability was extraordinarily impressive. His capacity for powerful strikes and first-time shots was truly at a world-class level. There was also a story between Van Persie and Barcelona. Just as Cruyff had remarked that Dutch talent was the key to the finals, let it be. Huang Kevin, alongside his teammates, emerged from the tunnel to prepare for warm-up. The Stade de France was immediately filled with a stark contrast of sounds. Cheers and boos intermingled. A collision of religion and politics. In the stands occupied by Barcelona fans, there were not only banners supporting the team, but also those advocating for Catalan independence. In the football arena, everyone could express their beliefs. What do you think football represents? It represents whatever you believe it to be. The significance of football always transcends the sport itself. The long-lost title was once again called out. St. Kevin, St. Kevin, St. Kevin. With each touch of the ball by Huang Kevin, the local fans reacted in unison. Pirlo's delicate pass found Huang Kevin, who struck the ball into the corner without stopping, sending it soaring past Dida's outstretched fingers. As Kaka made a run and delivered a short pass, Huang Kevin deftly controlled the ball with his toe, turned, and volleyed it into the net once more. Such a shooting accuracy was remarkable, even for Huang Kevin. Maldini called upon his defensive teammates to join in defending, allowing Huang Kevin, Kaka, and Pirlo to launch their attack. As Kaka sprinted down the field, he deftly distributed the ball to the right, where Pirlo, without a moment's hesitation, executed a long pass into the penalty area. Huang Kevin, with remarkable agility, executed a sublime volley, sending the ball soaring into the net once more. St. Kevin, St. Kevin, St. Kevin. The Stade de France erupted in thunderous applause. The black-striped jerseys could not dampen the fervent enthusiasm. Instead, the red gleamed even more vibrantly. In the front row, a young fan waved a makeshift Champions League trophy crafted from plastic with fervor. Some astute spectators recognized him as the little boy who inadvertently assisted Milan in scoring against Roma during a swift counterattack, now surprisingly a devoted Milan supporter. In stark contrast, silence enveloped the Barcelona side. The warming-up players glanced over to Milan's half, their faces etched with solemnity. The promising young talent, Lionel Messi, sidelined by injury, sat in the stands beside his father, Jorge, and the Argentine legend, Maradona. While Maradona dared not venture into Italy, he felt safe in France. "He is formidable," Messi remarked, his expression grave. "Indeed, those shots were quite powerful, reminiscent of my own," Maradona replied with a smile. Messi refrained from responding. Yet he understood that even the likes of Ronaldinho would struggle to replicate such shots, powerful, curved, and precise, especially executed as a volley without a preceding touch. Each encounter with Huang Kevin left Messi with an overwhelming sense of helplessness, akin to the feeling of triumph upon passing a challenging exam, only to discover that a roommate had effortlessly translated a classic text into 10 languages. What one takes pride in can seem as trivial as eating or drinking to another. In this world, some geniuses defy reason. The broadcast momentarily shifted to Maradona and Messi. This match felt like a global celebration, a contest of the legacies of two footballing powerhouses. Each legendary figure on the field had once been renowned during their playing days, and every star fan was illustrious in their respective domains. Furthermore, with neutral fans and football professionals in attendance, the Stade de France was filled with thousands of public figures. Notably, over 20 Hollywood stars were present, alongside race car drivers, musicians, singers, writers, and athletes from various sports. Young fans could find their pop idols in the stands, while middle-aged spectators could reminisce about early icons from both sides of the Taiwan Strait. Each individual could glimpse their youthful selves reflected in the crowd. As the players made their way back, the world eagerly anticipated the sumptuous feast of football that was about to unfold. Within the tunnel, every Milan player donned brand new cleats. The sponsor, Adidas, declared them a special edition for the Champions League final, with plans for release. Huang Kevin sported protective gear on his head, offering enhanced safety compared to previous masks, with a sleek black and transparent design that drew attention to the darker elements, elevating his appearance significantly. He felt quite pleased with this improved look, as Puyol's defensive maneuvers were indeed quite robust, and a bit of protection was advantageous. Even with the immunity card, only those who endure the pain truly comprehend it. Paolo Maldini strode ahead and patted the ball boy, who instinctively flinched and, in a childish voice, exclaimed, "I want Puyol." Laughter erupted in the corridor, and Maldini could only manage a wry smile, shaking his head. Not only had his two sons turned against him, but now even the ball boy showed him disdain. Puyol approached the young lad, hoping to shake his hand, but the boy abruptly withdrew, playfully placing his thumb against his nose and waving his small hand in mockery of Puyol. The Milan players erupted in amusement. After his antics, the boy eagerly high-fived Kevin Huang, who chuckled as he grasped the child's hand. This little one has a promising future. His talent for theatrics might lead him to greater success in the entertainment industry than in football. The players from both teams followed the referees back out of the tunnel, and the atmosphere at the Stade de France surged with excitement. Some local French fans had donned white shirts for a performance, yet it was the coaching staff that drew the most attention. Previously, the Sun newspaper had revealed that Cardinal Achille Ratti was among the Milan coaching team, while Rejoining had also sought assistance from his native Suriname. Rejoining and Ancelotti had once been teammates at Milan, but their reunion was less than cordial. Rejoining, clad in a gray suit, greeted Ancelotti with a smile, saying, "Long time no see, Carlo." "I prefer not to see you at all," Ancelotti replied coldly. Dressed in a black suit with a purple shirt, "Isn't there no need for such animosity between old friends?" Rejoining inquired. "You know exactly what happened," Ancelotti retorted, storming back to the coaching bench in a huff. Noticing movement from Rejoining's side, Ancelotti quickly called for Mauro Tassati and Professor Alfonso, who were mingling among the coaching staff, to begin their tasks. Tassati took Ancelotti's notes in search of materials, while Professor Alfonso assisted in assembling machine number 3. Cardinal Ratti shook his head in disapproval, tapping his chest a few times before retrieving an item entrusted to him by the Pope before his departure. Today, the responsibility weighed heavily upon him, as he aimed to spread the Lord's message to the world. Meanwhile, before Barcelona's coaching bench, Rejoining extracted 2 toads from a canister, murmuring incantations. The wizard Carlin poured bird's blood over a straw figure, hidden from the camera's view, prominently displaying a photograph of Kevin Huang on the scarecrow. The world was left in awe. The UEFA Champions League final had taken a surreal turn. In the forums, discussions erupted. "Whoa, I just saw that little figure had a photo of Kevin Huang on it. It seems so." Someone shared a screenshot, and the profile matches Kevin Huang. Rejoining is deviously crafty. It appears Ancelotti's assistant is up to something too, and with a cardinal on Milan's side, it should be fine, right? Damn. Europe truly is a chaotic spectacle. Kevin Huang, with his striking presence, had his large photograph displayed prominently in the stands. The opposing team had even hired someone specifically to counter him, and in every pre-match interview, he was mentioned as though he were the embodiment of Pirlo's long passes from the back, seamlessly connecting with Inzaghi, who would then assist Maldini with a deft diagonal pass. Without waiting for the defenders to close in, Maldini took an immediate shot, delivering a cross. Puyol, noticing that Huang was unmarked in the center, rushed toward him. But before he could reach, Huang had already executed a stunning volley. The shot was powerful and swift, leaving Valdez with little time to react. The ball struck the crossbar and flew out of play. What a start, an impressive display of strength. Someone exclaimed. If only Huang's shot had been a tad lower. Another remarked. Inzaghi furrowed his brow as he observed Huang and asked, "Have you been secretly practicing?" Huang tilted his head, puzzled. "Why do you say that? You've never shot like this before." "Never underestimate a striker's intuition," Inzaghi replied matter-of-factly. "Indeed, I have been practicing," Huang nodded in agreement. Inzaghi, surprised by Huang's keen development, expressed his frustration. "I knew it. You sly devil, keeping secrets from me. Otherwise, I could have offered you some advice." Huang chuckled and shook his head, knowing that Inzaghi's assistance would not be of much help. "That was a beautiful shot." As they walked back, Maldini gave a thumbs up. Although his previous pass had not landed perfectly, bouncing awkwardly in the penalty area, Huang still managed to produce a high-quality shot, which was quite impressive. Maldini felt no apprehension about the match. Ever since Huang had transferred to Milan, they had not lost a single final. "Everyone, pay attention," Puyol shouted. "It's only the beginning. We can't afford to concede a goal." Max and Van Bronckhorst exchanged wry smiles. The left flank had been crowded, so their defensive actions were understandable. But they had inadvertently left the center vulnerable, classic early game jitters. The two nodded at Puyol, who then jogged forward. Valdez initiated the play from the back, and Barcelona advanced with swift passes. Their style bore some resemblance to Arsenal's, whom Milan had faced previously, albeit Arsenal's attacks were faster and involved fewer back passes. Barcelona preferred to press forward collectively, maintaining possession in the opponent's half, resulting in a higher defensive line, with Puyol often stationed near the midfield. Upon receiving the ball, Deco immediately distributed it to Ronaldinho. As Ronaldinho spotted Huang before him, he grinned, his shoulders swaying as he executed deceptive footwork. With a slight flick of his right foot, he shifted the ball to his left, effortlessly maneuvering past Huang. The latter could only chase after him, feeling the weight of the challenge against such an adept opponent. Even as a defender, facing Ronaldinho one-on-one was a daunting task. Huang wished he could use his head to defend instead. The remarkable coordination of Ronaldinho's body is truly exceptional. His shoulders lead his movements, making it nearly impossible to predict his ball-handling techniques. Each time he outmaneuvers his opponents. The sight of his beaming smile prompts Kevin Huang to fantasize about delivering a punch. Upon returning to his own half, he witnesses Maldini execute a sliding tackle, sending the ball soaring away from Ronaldinho's feet. As Kevin rushes to claim the ball, Ronaldinho swiftly pivots and rolls, pinning the ball with his leg. "This should be mine." Ronaldinho grins, baring his teeth. Kevin, glancing down at his right foot, retorts, "I've got it too." "But it's still mine," Ronaldinho asserts, observing the referee's gesture. Kevin can only huff in resignation, conceding possession. It's preposterous that the ball is handed to Barcelona. A brief glance reveals that Barcelona's counterattack has been thwarted, and with teammates retreating to their half, the threat appears minimal. Deciding to jog into the opponent's half, he anticipates a counterattack opportunity. Deco initiates the play, and under pressure from Maldini, Ronaldinho passes back to Van Bommel. Positioned at midfield, Van Bommel unleashes a long diagonal pass. Eto'o, receiving the ball on the left, deftly nudges it with his right foot, quickly shifting to his left to burst down the line, sending it across from the baseline with his left foot. Thwack! The ball soars towards the edge of the penalty area, but Ronaldinho miscontrols it, allowing Nesta to poke it away. Pirlo on the left promptly supplies the ball to Maldini near the center line. Maldini glances up to assess the situation and unleashes a long pass with his left foot. Bang! The ball arcs gracefully towards Barcelona's penalty area. Kevin springs into action, dashing past Puyol. Both players hurtle toward the Barcelona goal. As Puyol sees Kevin enter the box, the ball begins its descent, and he exhales in relief. After all, the ball has the advantage. This scenario is challenging to handle. Yet, in the next instant, Barcelona's captain's eyes widen, and his mouth drops open. He watches as Kevin leaps into the air, his body fully extended, embodying an elegance that defies description. Soaring like a majestic bird or a fish leaping from the water, he lunges forward, powerfully meeting the ball. Bang! Puyol's gaze follows the ball's trajectory. He sees it heading towards the post, and relief washes over him. However, a quarter of a second later, despair envelopes the entire Barcelona squad. Though the ball initially headed towards the crossbar, it now begins to descend. Tracing a perfect arc, Valdez retreats twice, adjusting his position. Before he can leap, the ball slips through the gap between his head and the crossbar, crashing down onto the grass behind the goal. Boom! St. Kevin! St. Kevin! St. Kevin! Countless fans in the Stade de France leap from their seats, exuberantly raising their arms and shouting in ecstasy. That number 10, donned in white, never fails to deliver. In the frame, Pelé and Beckenbauer applaud with smiles, while Cruyff's expression is one of utter dismay. Kevin goal. Kevin once again scored a stunning goal. A harmonious blend of power, speed, and skill. His strike embodied the very essence of sports, encapsulating the true meaning of football. Kevin represents the ultimate beauty of competitive athletics. Perhaps UEFA should contemplate establishing an annual award for the best goal, aptly named the Kevin Award. The transition from Maldini's pass to Kevin's goal took a mere 3 seconds, while the counterattack initiated by Pirlo culminated in Kevin's strike in just 5 seconds. Such rapid counterattacks are insurmountable by any team in the world. We, Milan, are invincible. Following his goal, Huang Kevin made a beeline for the corner flag and executed a spectacular backflip. This visually striking celebration reignited the fervor of the entire Stade de France. The name echoed through the Parisian night sky. Upon landing, he was immediately enveloped by his teammates, dressed in a white jersey and a black mask. His expression was one of steely determination. Even amid the world's most handsome Milan players, he stood out distinctly. Both the goal and the celebration exuded sheer power. His physique and countenance were impeccable. In the stands, many female fans felt their cheeks flush, their muscles tensing, only to relax moments later as they hurriedly sought the restroom. Rijkaard turned to look at the wizard Carlin. When you spend money, it should yield results, should it not? Carlin replied in a thick Dutch accent, Do not rush. Do not rush. The victor is always the one who stands last, not necessarily the one who starts with the most enthusiasm. Rijkaard recalled a relative advising him to respect the wizard Carlin, suppressing his doubts with a sigh. Ancelotti cast a mocking glance at his former teammate. Oh, you're oblivious to the true nature of the curse, yet you wish to meddle with external factors. Tassadi regarded his former teammate with a sneer. You seem unaware of what a broken curse entails. Acoletti, with a sardonic smile, gazed at Rijkaard and recited, To know the Son of God is to grow into maturity, filled with the stature of Christ, so that we are no longer children, swayed by human cunning and deceitful schemes, tossed about by every wind of doctrine. The journalists noted the remarkably synchronized expressions of the three men, their smirks almost identical in angle and demeanor. Kaka, capturing the moment with his camera, immortalized it in time. After Barcelona resumed play, Ronaldinho sought out Huang Kevin yet again, as if it were his greatest delight. Kevin, visibly annoyed, glared at Ronaldinho. Is this never-ending? Though Huang Kevin is a paragon of sportsmanship, he momentarily set aside his principles in a crucial moment. Observing Ronaldinho's right foot flick the ball with a flourish, Kevin charged forward, aiming for Ronaldinho's foot. However, fate intervened, and he inadvertently struck the ball instead. Ronaldinho, regaining possession, quickly executed a bicycle kick, slipping past Kevin with ease. Watching Ronaldinho's retreating figure, Kevin couldn't help but marvel at his luck. Had his kick landed, it would have been Kevin paying the price. Ronaldinho advanced with remarkable speed, engaging in a wall pass with Deco as he reached the attacking zone. With a deft touch of his right foot, he maneuvered to the left, and with the outside of his right foot, he nudged the ball to the right, forcefully penetrating the space between Nesta and Maldini, entering the penalty area. Ronaldinho has entered the penalty box. This poses a threat. Tackle. Oh, Nesta, such audacity paired with skill. Despite being behind Ronaldinho in the box, he dares to make a tackle. What a splendid tackle. Truly deserving of being hailed as the best defender in the world. Edmilson has fallen to the ground. It appears he has sustained an injury while running. The Barcelona medical staff rushes onto the pitch, and the young Iniesta is warming up at the sidelines. Edmilson is carried off, and young Iniesta steps onto the field. Born in 1984, Andres Iniesta recently celebrated his 22nd birthday. He made his first appearance for Barcelona in the 2001-2002 season and has become a crucial player for the team, having played 46 matches last season and 49 matches across all competitions this season. Indeed, this young talent emerged from Barcelona's youth academy, showcasing exceptional technical skills and an excellent field vision, often identifying concealed passing lanes. While he may lack speed, his ball control is remarkably steady. Interestingly, he frequently employs the croquette in his dribbling, while Huang Kevin has recently refrained from using his signature moves. Huang Kevin has been utilizing the flick more often lately. He hasn't employed it today, and I find myself anticipating his attempt to use it against Ronaldinho. Coach Zhang, I noticed that Ronaldinho's positioning differs from the provided formation chart. Normally, it should be Julie and Huang Kevin in opposition. Correct. Heh. Ronaldinho is positioned on the right, seeking out Huang Kevin, while Eto'o often drifts to the left, which oddly places the smallest Julie in the center. Thus, Barcelona's front line exhibits great flexibility. One cannot solely rely on the formation chart. Alright, let us observe this corner kick. Van Bommel took the corner, and Nesta, outleaping Max, headed the ball clear of the penalty area. As Pirlo received the ball and turned, Julie executed a sliding tackle, leaving the ball behind. Deco rushed in and struck the ball with fervor. Bang! The ball shot into the penalty area like a bolt from a crossbow. Dida, positioned near the right post, leaped effortlessly to claim the ball. Deco's long-range shot was commendable in quality, albeit lacking in variety. Dida took a couple of steps to build momentum in the box and launched a hand throw. Huang Kevin, with his back to the play, controlled the ball with his chest. Upon turning, he was greeted by Ronaldinho's beaming smile. Huang Kevin swiftly used the outside of his right foot to flick the ball. Then with a deft touch of his toes, pulled it back. He promptly delivered the ball to Ronaldinho, who instinctively reached out with his foot as Huang Kevin struck it to the left, pushing forward to burst past Ronaldinho. Brilliant. Kevin provided Ronaldinho with an impromptu lesson, demonstrating what true Samba football embodies. He possesses sufficient prowess through the application of various techniques, such as the rinjatfa, along with a series of attributes and skills, including master of the cow's tail, king of the left flank, long-distance dash, and I haven't grown a brain. Huang Kaiwen's ball control rivals that of Ronaldinho. In other physical aspects, they experience mutual victories and defeats. As Huang Kaiwen seized the ball and advanced down the left flank, Van Bommel appeared oblivious to this fact. He charged at Huang Kaiwen with a reckless tackle. Huang Kaiwen swiftly pivoted, using his right foot to hook the ball before seamlessly switching to his left. Executing a deft Marseille, turned to evade Van Bommel's challenge. Upon witnessing Huang Kaiwen's dribbling, Oleg Raynom felt an impending sense of danger. Without waiting for Huang Kaiwen to approach, Raynom lowered his center of gravity and continuously adjusted his position, biding his time for an opportunity to intercept. However, Huang Kaiwen, having already assessed his teammates' positions, provided Raynom no chance. With a decisive motion, Huang Kaiwen swung his arm, striking the ball with the underside of his left foot. The ball arced gracefully from the left flank, soaring past Raynom and heading directly towards the goal area. Inzaghi and Puyol, entangled in a fierce contest, surged towards the small box, neither willing to yield an inch. Inzaghi had already predicted the ball's trajectory, recognizing this as a rare opportunity. Just as the ball descended in front of the small box, Inzaghi extended his left foot for a shot, but Puyol's slight delay still managed to disrupt Inzaghi's strike. Consequently, the attempt went high and over, landing in the stands. Rijkaard, observing the vigorous Huang Kaiwen, felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He turned once more to the wizard Carlin, who smiled and remarked, "The scale of victory is tipping in favor of Barcelona. You must patiently await a greater tilt." Rijkaard felt an urge to curse. "Damn it, you came here merely to tell me to wait patiently? I could buy a tape recorder that would be more useful. At least it would provide some entertainment." Unable to remain still, Rijkaard approached the sidelines, shouting to the players on the field, "Pass more. Use the ball to stretch their defense, and look for opportunities to deliver it into the box." To be honest, Rijkaard regretted bringing this soothsayer along. He had harbored such high hopes, yet had seen no tangible results. Indeed, one must rely on oneself. Glancing at the scoreboard, with 30 minutes elapsed, Rijkaard clenched his fists. In the 63rd Ballon d'Or, Barcelona initiated another offensive. Ronaldinho, with his shoulders swaying and hair cascading, moved with a rhythm that left defenders guessing his intentions. Suddenly, with a deft touch and a flick, he accelerated towards the center. Pirlo, in defense, opted for the most effective tactic, colliding directly with Ronaldinho. The fall interrupted the opponent's attack, prompting referee Higu to blow his whistle. Ronaldinho, grasping Pirlo's hand, laughed as he stood, awaiting the free kick. Deco approached to discuss the strategy, and after deliberation, they determined who would take the shot. Deco took a running start and struck the free kick, which sailed over the wall but veered off the right post, resulting in a goal kick for Milan. As the Barcelona players retreated, Huang Kaiwen was nearly driven to exasperation. Ronaldinho, with his flamboyant footwork, seemed to employ every trick in his arsenal, yet he was surpassed by his opponents several times. It was only after Huang Kevin managed to outmaneuver Ronaldinho once that the latter chose to retreat. There was a hint of fragility in such a display. In the defensive half, Pirlo received the ball and distributed it to the left flank. Huang Kevin, skillfully controlling the ball with the back of his foot, pivoted to face Juli, and with a deft touch, delivered the ball right in front of him. Juli, anticipating the move, refrained from extending his leg, prompting Huang Kevin to casually step on the ball and pull it back. As the ball returned to him, Huang Kevin unleashed a powerful strike from his calf, sending the ball swiftly along the sideline past Juli. With a low center of gravity, Huang Kevin surged past Juli, who, in a desperate attempt to catch him, grasped at thin air. Ahead, Van Bommel and Allegrinum had positioned themselves, prepared to defend against Huang Kevin. However, he showed no intention of entangling with them, deftly nudging the ball along the sideline before accelerating past the boundary. Reacting quickly, Allegrinum followed closely, while Van Bommel lagged slightly behind, both ready to counter Huang Kevin's potential inward cut. Drawing from a previous successful experience with Aymar, Huang Kevin deliberately quickened his footwork, causing both Van Bommel and Allegrinum to lower their centers of gravity, unable to find an opportunity to strike. Realizing that Juli had caught up behind him, Huang Kevin knew he could wait no longer. He swiftly transferred the ball from his left foot to his right, pushing it forward. Both Van Bommel and Allegrinum instinctively reached out, aware of Huang Kevin's impending fried ball move. Now was the moment. With a flick of his right foot, Huang Kevin sent the ball to the left, sprinting towards the goal line to receive it. As he twisted his body to deliver a cross, the ball sped swiftly, albeit too close to the goal. Valdez rushed forward, leaping to punch the ball away from Toni's head, clearing it from the penalty area. Max immediately turned and passed to Deco ahead. Deco, without pausing, deftly flicked the ball to Ronaldinho. With a chest touch, Ronaldinho brought the ball forward, his right foot beginning to dance across its surface. At the instant Gattuso lunged, Ronaldinho executed a fried ball, accelerating past him. Although Gattuso was quick to turn and chase, Ronaldinho spotted an opening and unleashed a concealed strike from his calf, propelling the ball swiftly between Stam and Nesta. Eto'o emerged from the left, seizing the ball just outside the penalty area, while Dida, rushing out, attempted a sliding tackle. As Eto'o leapt, he fell just at the edge of the penalty area. Juli, positioned at the right side of the small box, pushed the ball into the empty net. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling the goal was disallowed. A red card. It's a red card. Upon reviewing the slow-motion replay, the red card is indisputable. Eto'o had already leapt past, and Dida placed his hand on Eto'o's foot, causing him to fall. In the 37th minute of the first half, the tide of the match shifted dramatically, as Dida received another red card in the Champions League final. Last year, he became the first goalkeeper to receive a red card in a Champions League final, and today he successfully replicated that performance. It is likely that in the future, no goalkeeper will surpass Dida's record of receiving red cards in consecutive Champions League finals. The wizard Carlin placed his hand on Rijkaard's shoulder, his aged, dark face creased with laughter as he remarked, "You see, patience is indeed a virtue." "Yes, I am aware," Rijkaard replied, forcing a brave face despite the lingering doubts about Carlin's intentions. After all, it had been agreed that the focus would be on Milan's number 10. "Did you just inform me that the curse has shifted?" Carlin felt the envelope in his left pocket, then the one in his right, finding solace in their presence. Among the many sorcerers in Suriname, he was the only one who could grace a Chinese-operated newspaper, which contributed to his notoriety. Regardless of the outcome of today's Champions League final, Carlin was destined to emerge victorious. Goodness, Dida is off the pitch. Did he really just curse us? Is Barcelona no longer interested in winning? This script feels like Huang Kevin is once again gracing the goal as a divine being. I suspect Huang Kevin's true calling lies as a goalkeeper. The winger role is merely a facade. Damn it. I'm going to have to buy breakfast for a few kids for a month. Ha ha. Even Huang admits that Huang Kevin is formidable in goal. He didn't believe in Huang Kevin's free kicks, but upon seeing the AC Milan goalkeeper leave the pitch, Huang conceded defeat. It's utterly hilarious. Barcelona is in dire straits. Today's Champions League Best 11 has already confirmed the goalkeeper position. Look at the AC Milan players. They're all watching Huang Kevin. If Huang Kevin doesn't, he not. Even the backup goalkeeper dares not warm up. Huang Kevin felt a shiver run down his spine. If he were to guard the goal today, the trophy would surely slip away. Van Persie did not possess the skills to defend the net. "Kevin, are you playing goalkeeper?" Ancelotti inquired from the sidelines. Forget it. I won't play. Huang Kevin pointed to the mask on his head. Ancelotti slapped his own head, saying, I forgot about the mask. It will obstruct Kevin's vision. Never mind. You go on. Shevchenko, who had been warming up for quite some time, silently rolled his eyes at Ancelotti's words. After all, being treated as a backup is hardly a pleasant experience. For Carrick, the opportunity to play in a Champions League final was more frightening than exhilarating. Last season, he had been playing in Serie B with Perugia, and this season he had only represented AC Milan on 2 occasions, totaling a mere 136 minutes. Now, he was set to take the field in the Champions League final. Even though he had a decent psychological fortitude, he felt a twinge of apprehension. The stakes were high. One misstep could cost the team the coveted Champions League trophy, and the wrath of AC Milan fans could be unbearable. With a heavy heart, Carrick approached the sidelines, exchanged a high-five with the visibly disheartened Inzaghi, and jogged onto the pitch. Go for it, Maldini encouraged, patting Carrick on the shoulder as he walked along, offering encouragement to each teammate. This was the duty of a captain. Ronaldinho stood at the edge of the penalty area, preparing to take a free kick, glancing over to see Huang Kevin lying behind the wall. Ronaldinho, with his trademark smile, radiated joy at receiving recognition from his peers. In crucial moments, we must rely on Kevin, he remarked. Kevin exerts himself to the utmost in both offense and defense. Although Kevin did not take up the goalkeeper's position today, I have an inkling he will still be awarded the title of best player in this final. And Milan shall ultimately rejoice under Kevin's brilliance. As play resumed, Ronaldinho made a run and struck the ball, which ricocheted off the defensive wall. Pirlo quickly pivoted to deliver a short pass, igniting Milan's counterattack. Kaka has received the ball, someone announced. His pace is astonishing, with Toni beside him. Kaka lofts a pass to the left, but the referee has blown his whistle, indicating a foul by Toni on Puyol. This is infuriating. It is a blatant dive, as Puyol's theatrics have thwarted Milan's opportunity for a counter. Toni, feeling agitated, approached the referee, hastily explaining, he ran from behind me to in front. I made no contact. Nor did I deliberately collide with him. He fell on his own. It was a foul, a clear foul, Puyol insisted, edging closer to the referee. Several Barcelona players surrounded the official, pressing their case. Enough of this commotion, the head referee, Mr. Hoyge, said, his head aching from the cacophony of 2 languages. It is a foul, there is no doubt, and Barcelona will take the free kick. Let it go, mate, Kevin Huang said, pulling Toni back gently. They can only resort to such petty tactics. Toni cast a disdainful glance at Puyol and turned away. Barcelona resumed play from near the center line. Gattuso anticipated Van Bommel's passing trajectory, intercepting the ball from Deco's path. He promptly passed it to the left, where Maldini, situated near the halfway line, delivered it to Kevin Huang. The pass was somewhat lackluster, arriving just behind Kevin. As he received the ball and pivoted, he collided with Puyol. Unprepared, Kevin fell to the ground, while Puyol lost his balance and landed atop him. Both players found themselves in a rather awkward position. The Barcelona captain reached out, wrapping his arm around Kevin's neck, inquiring, "Are you all right?" Kevin felt a shiver run down his spine, scrambling to his feet. "You idiot!" Gattuso shouted, rushing towards them. "Calm down, mate," Kevin shouted, intercepting Gattuso. "Did he hit you on the sly?" Toni, having rushed over, glared at Puyol. "No, truly, he did not," Kevin replied, shaking his head. "Then why the dramatic reaction?" Gattuso asked, scrutinizing Kevin. "I assure you, I am fine," Kevin insisted, though he couldn't quite articulate the reason for his reaction, admitting it would be politically incorrect. "All right then, if anything arises, let us know." "Rest assured," Kevin nodded. Pirlo trotted to the center to resume play, passing the ball once more to Kaka on the left. As Huang Kevin observed the crowd before him, he pivoted and delivered a back pass to the illustrious Maldini. With a powerful swing of his arm, Maldini redirected the ball to the right flank, where Cafu seized it and accelerated, attempting to outpace Van Bronckhorst. Both players exhibited remarkable speed as they approached the byline. Cafu found himself unable to shake off his opponent and was compelled to cut and turn. Van Bronckhorst, having anticipated this move, deftly extended his foot and nudged the ball out of play. Cafu glanced at Huang Kevin, who promptly shook his head in disapproval, feeling exasperated with his teammates. The goalkeeper had exited the field, prompting requests for him to assume the role of keeper, and now with a throw-in, they expected him to execute it as well. Frustration welled within him. Did they truly rely solely on him? Perhaps he should simply manifest a multitude of shadow clones and execute a strategy of 11 number 10s. Sighing deeply, Huang Kevin lamented the inadequacies of his current teammates. Mature players ought to learn to take throw-ins themselves. Seeing Huang Kevin's disapproval, Cafu mistakenly interpreted it as a signal not to pass. Thus he sprinted and hurled the ball directly into the penalty area. The ball soared towards the center of the large box. Valdez, springing from his line, leapt high to clear the ball from danger. Van Bommel quickly received the ball and pivoted, sending it forward to Deco, who in turn swiftly relayed it onward to Ronaldinho. The Brazilian, receiving it in midfield, executed a rapid bicycle maneuver before nudging it ahead. However, upon realizing he could not evade Gattuso, Ronaldinho decelerated, deftly maneuvered around Gattuso's flank, and glanced toward the center, delivering an exquisite no-look pass into the area. Ronaldinho's no-look pass. Dangerous. Iniesta has entered the penalty area, Stam stretches out his leg, and Iniesta tumbles. The referee has awarded a penalty. Surely this is not a penalty? Iniesta writhed on the ground, clutching his leg within the Milan box. Though it appeared Stam had not made contact with him, Stam did not touch Iniesta. It was a theatrical fall. Milan players rushed to protest, with Toni receiving a yellow card for his fervent demeanor. Yet, the referee remained resolute, pointing to the penalty spot, and Barcelona was granted a penalty through this deception. In the first minute of stoppage time, Barcelona was awarded a penalty, with Eto'o standing at the spot. He took a run-up and scored, leveling the match at 1-1. The situation for Milan was precarious. They were down a player, and the penalty had diminished their morale. Milan's players needed to quickly compose themselves, or their performance in the ensuing minutes would be adversely affected. The game resumed from the center circle, with the Milan players carrying a palpable tension. Fortunately, a halftime respite was imminent, allowing for some much-needed adjustment. Toni initiated the play with a back pass to Kaka, who laid it off to Huang Kevin. As Huang Kevin received the ball, he was immediately pressured by a pursuing opponent, prompting him to swiftly return the pass. Maldini received it and played it across to Pirlo. Pirlo distributed it to Gattuso, who, under Deco's relentless pressure on the right flank, executed another back pass. Nesta collected the ball and smoothly returned it to the penalty area, while Kalazza prepared to launch a powerful clearance. As Eto'o surged forward to apply pressure, Karachi hastily adjusted his stance. However, his footwork was sluggish. Before Karachi could even touch the ball, Eto'o, having darted to the left side of the sphere, extended his right leg to deftly poke it, sending the ball swiftly and diagonally into the net. The jubilant Eto'o, having scored his second goal, raced towards the corner flag. A deafening silence enveloped both Milan and Barcelona supporters, as such a goal ought not to manifest in the pinnacle of global football. Moments later, the Catalans erupted in thunderous cheers. A goal is a goal, regardless of its nature. This strike brought them one step closer to the coveted Champions League trophy. In contrast, the despondent Milan fans ignited fireworks in the stands, with some even tossing them onto the pitch. Following the restart, for safety reasons, referee Haig blew the whistle for halftime. As the players trudged back, the Milan squad appeared utterly deflated. Ancelotti patted each one on the shoulder, leading the coaching staff to the rear. "Carlo, something feels amiss today. Doesn't he it?" Mauro Tassati quietly inquired of Ancelotti. "We've been duped." Ancelotti seethed. "Damn it. We thought that scoundrel was targeting Kevin, but in truth, he was aiming for Nelson." "Ah, I see now," Tassati exclaimed, wide-eyed in astonishment. "Indeed, he is a cunning fellow. Go retrieve the backpack. Don't rush out during the halftime break. Draw a hexagram in the locker room and place a team photo in the center. The incantation is on page 22. Understood." Tassati nodded earnestly. During their playing days, he had always sensed Rijkaard's cleverness. Damn it. Back in the locker room, Stam kicked the locker in frustration. The other teammates observed in silence, refraining from intervening. Rarely had the Milan locker room been so shrouded in low spirits. The reason was clear. The two conceded goals were utterly baffling. Whether it was a misjudged penalty or a grievous error from their goalkeeper, both were severely demoralizing. It was understandable that Milan felt disheartened after conceding 2 goals during stoppage time in the first half. Maldini surveyed the expressions of his teammates, wishing to speak up, yet found himself equally despondent. In such an atmosphere, offering words of encouragement seemed futile. When Ancelotti entered with the coaching staff, his anger flared upon witnessing the players' expressions. All blame seemed directed at Rijkaard. He wished to uplift the team's spirits, but was at a loss for words. Huang Kevin crushed the energy bar in his hand, discarding the wrapper with a sigh. It appeared that preserving the Champions League bonus would fall upon him. After all, the highest salary on the team was at stake. Since no one seems inclined to speak, allow me to say a few words, Huang Kevin announced as he stepped into the center of the locker room. With the first half concluded, we trail by 2 goals, both of which were rather inexplicable. It is only natural to feel disappointment and anger. We must vent these emotions. For this match is inherently unjust. In this world, fairness has always been a mere illusion. Those born on the 21st of the month have been endowed with every privilege. Having resided in grand houses since their earliest memories, savoring the finest cuisines, and donning luxurious attire. In stark contrast, those born on the 8th have often found themselves barefoot, running along the shores of fishing villages for countless years. This, indeed, reflects the harsh reality of our existence. Now, however, these 2 players find themselves united in the same team, both representing Milan, embodying the essence of perseverance and hard work. Yet today, the referee's decisions have been questionable. A victory seems only attainable through a miracle, Inzaghi muttered in dissatisfaction, still brooding over his premature substitution. Indeed, Filippo has articulated a crucial point regarding the misjudgments. Huang Kevin remarked as he paced around the locker room. Filippo stated that only a miracle could secure our win, and how right he is. For we are inherently skilled at conjuring miracles. Whether in the Champions League final or the European Super Cup, our victories have never come easily. Yet we ultimately claim the trophies. The fans and media have dubbed those matches miraculous, which only affirms that we are a team adept at creating such wonders. Maldini rose and clapped, affirming, Kevin is absolutely correct. Until the final whistle, we must never yield. We, the seasoned veterans, cannot solely rely on the younger players. Let us return to the field and treat today's match as if it were the last of our careers. Forza Milan! Forza Milan! The teammates responded with fervor. Their spirits lifted. Huang Kevin wiped the sweat from his brow. The challenges of playing football in this era were undeniably formidable. One must possess considerable skill to be deemed a pivotal player in the locker room. As he settled back onto the bench, he recalled the presence of Figo's pig's head. Once more, Huang Kevin stood in the center of the locker room, extending his hands as he declared, since everyone is in high spirits. Allow me to perform a little magic. Behold, I have nothing in my hands. Indeed, nothing at all. Pirlo chimed in, nodding. Now, witness the moment of wonder. Huang Kevin continued. One hand slipped into his jersey, retrieving the vacuum-sealed Figo's pig's head. All the Milan players widened their eyes in astonishment, initially believing Huang Kevin to be jesting, only to find him truly performing a spectacle. Kevin, how did you manage that? Maldini asked, astonished. Some things in this world are best left shrouded in mystery, Huang Kevin replied with a smile. In our country, pig's head symbolizes opulence, akin to trophies and medals. So come, everyone, indulge a little. The Milan players graciously obliged. Even those reluctant to partake ventured over to grab a piece. Karachi, who had faltered leading to a goal, and Kaka, Huang Kevin's closest ally, were particularly enthusiastic, continuously feasting at the table. Observing this, Huang Kevin sensed that Barcelona would have a challenging second half ahead. As they re-emerged from the player tunnel, the Rossoneri had adjusted their mindset, and the rousing Milan anthem once again reverberated throughout the Stade de France. The second half was just beginning. Barcelona swiftly orchestrated an offensive maneuver. Van Bronckhorst, in collaboration with Ronaldinho, surged into the attacking third before delivering a cross. Eto'o, seizing the opportunity ahead of Stam, executed a sliding shot within the small box. The ball was parried by Karadzic, landing just outside the penalty area, where Deco followed up with a shot that was again thwarted by Karadzic's raised hands. Stam, having charged into the box, promptly cleared the ball out of play. Fantastic. Karadzic has made a remarkable save. After his earlier blunder led to Milan conceding, he has adjusted his mindset, denying Barcelona's players on 2 close-range attempts. Deco took a corner from the left, but Stam headed it clear of the area. Pirlo distributed the ball to Cafu, who embarked on a rapid dribble down the right flank. Cafu, after crossing the halfway line, found himself in an open field. The Brazilian fullback consistently nudged the ball forward, accelerating to reclaim possession, a repetitive yet effective maneuver. He advanced to the right side of the penalty area, where he once again sped up, twisting to deliver another cross. The ball sailed over Van Bronckhorst's head, tracing an arc as it descended. Puyol's height provided a distinct advantage for this cross, grazing his hair as it fell to the left side of the arc's edge. Having surged to the front of the penalty area, Huang Kevin leapt with his left foot. After a brief feint with his right foot, he struck the ball with his left, executing an unconventional shot reminiscent of a Bundesliga logo maneuver. With a resounding thud, the ball rocketed towards the upper right corner of the goal, slipping past the outstretched fingertips of Valdez and into the net. Kevin scores. Milan. I only wish to support you. Kevin has once again netted a world-class goal. In critical moments, you can always rely on Milan's number 10. He is a superstar. The core, the embodiment of faith, everything Milan represents. Regardless of how skilled the Barcelona players may be, ultimately, football is a contest of technique. On the pitch, Kevin is akin to a deity, exclaimed Credali. The forum erupted in astonishment. Wow, Huang Kevin seems to only score world-class goals, doesn't he? That was exquisite. Valdez had no time to react. Both the power and angle were impeccable. I'm impressed. Did Huang Kevin perhaps save up his energy for a grand display? He seems to have rejuvenated after a period of rest, returning to the field as if he were on a high. By the way, just a reminder, taking drugs doesn't enhance football skills. Huang Kevin has an impeccable sense of timing. Both passes were not particularly comfortable. Yet he didn't even pause to control the ball before shooting. I am in awe. Today, Huang Kevin hasn't adjusted his shots. Has he been practicing something special? I suspect so. After Ubuchuan mastered the Kwaihua cannon, his speed noticeably improved. Enough talk. It's all Huang Kevin's fault. Just a moment ago, in my excitement, I mimicked Huang Kevin's move and ended up performing a split in the internet cafe, tearing my pants. I wasn't even wearing underwear. Hey, are you really going to help Huang complete his promise? Don't jinx it. Several non-mainstream players from the dance game have called me a rogue. Then why don't you go home and change your pants? Damn it, it cost me $6. I can't waste that after an all-nighter. Kaka stared in disbelief at Huang Kevin. Even after witnessing Huang's divine goals countless times, he remained profoundly astonished. As a celebratory striker, Toni rushed to Huang Kevin's side, embracing him tightly. This was a remnant of their previous competitions for celebration positions with teammates. Rijkaard had grown weary of the wizard Carlin and called for Larsen to warm up. Van Bommel still seemed ill-suited for Barcelona, his playing style clashing with the team's ethos. After the kickoff, Barcelona executed several passes, with Puyol receiving the ball near the halfway line and swiftly delivering it to Iniesta. Upon receiving the ball, Iniesta immediately played a diagonal pass to the left. Ronaldinho received the ball and executed a wall pass with Deco, charging towards the penalty area behind Gattuso. Approaching the edge of the penalty area, Ronaldinho controlled the ball, spun, and performed a Marseille turn. Just as he completed the move, Nesta cleanly intercepted the ball from Ronaldinho's feet. Beautiful. Had Nesta been a fraction quicker or slower with that tackle, it would have resulted in a penalty. Most defenders would have hesitated, but Nesta showed no doubt. Nesta is indeed remarkable in his tackling. Pirlo delivered a long pass forward. Toni headed the ball to Kaka, who, along with Huang Kevin, surged forward quickly. Toni couldn't keep up with their pace, haha. Indeed, Toni's speed is insufficient. As a heavy artillery piece, it is unreasonable to expect him to possess motorcycle-like speed. Hiway remarked. Kaka and Huang Kevin have reached the front line. Switching positions, Kaka denied the Barcelona players any opportunity to press and sent a cross from the left. Oh no, that cross was too far. Huang Kevin did his utmost. Yes, Huang Kevin's approach to the ball was quite imaginative. He realized he was a moment too late. Quickly turned sideways, leaped, and attempted a scorpion kick, but alas, he couldn't make contact with the ball. Otherwise, it would have been a goal. The camera then focused on Pelé, who was chatting and applauding with Beckenbauer, both legends of football clearly pleased with Huang Kevin's performance. But where had Cruyff, who had been seated beside them, gone? The director provided the answer. Surprisingly, Cruyff had switched seats to sit next to Maradona. The four most prominent legends in football were clearly divided. Maradona and Cruyff supported their old club Barcelona, while Beckenbauer and Pelé backed Milan. Barcelona made a substitution as veteran Larsen donned his kit. Henrik Larsson had played for Celtic before transferring to Barcelona, making 257 appearances and scoring 211 goals for the Scottish club. This seasoned Swedish veteran can operate as a second striker, winger, or midfielder, showcasing his wealth of experience. Huang Kevin applauded Kaka. In truth, the ball was slightly oversized. However, with a swift sprint, there remained an opportunity. The primary reason he failed to accelerate was due to Puyol's incessant harassment. The captain of Barcelona employs numerous gestures during his defensive maneuvers. He does not simply pull you down. Rather, Puyol extends his arm mainly to disrupt your speed. If you falter, he seizes the chance to extend his leg. Even if he cannot intercept, by positioning his leg ahead, he can force you to collide, thus thwarting the attack. Upon Larsson's entrance, Barcelona's offensive front underwent a transformation. Larsson primarily roamed the midfield and right flank, while Juliano ceded the right side to float in front of the penalty area. Eto'o continued to operate from both the left and central positions. The positioning in Barcelona's attack was exceedingly agile. What troubled Huang Kevin was Larsson's defensive approach. Larsson and Van Bommel exhibited entirely contrasting styles of defense. Van Bommel's defensive tactics were robust, albeit somewhat unscrupulous. Having shared drinks after last season, there was a semblance of camaraderie, and today Van Bommel's defense was relatively restrained. Conversely, Larsson was a different story. This seasoned veteran, having endured 4 leagues, adeptly employed subtle maneuvers that consistently eluded the referee's scrutiny. The increasingly vexed Huang Kevin began to long for Ronaldinho's sunny smile. In the 66th minute, Barcelona made another substitution, with Juliano Nobeli replacing Oleg Grino. The decision to replace a Brazilian fullback, who primarily focused on defense rather than forward thrust, was a clear indication of Rijkaard's intent. He wished to avoid dragging the match into extra time. The prospect of penalties loomed ominously. And who could predict whether Milan might fortuitously have a formidable presence at the goal, thwarting attempts consistently? Rijkaard was not inclined to suffer defeat in a manner akin to Liverpool. In the 69th minute, Kaka received another pass from Pirlo. The moment he touched the ball, a thunderous chorus of boos erupted from the stands occupied by Barcelona supporters. Even the Barcelona players were perplexed as to why their fans harbored such disdain for Kaka. Was it merely due to his formidable threat? Kaka accelerated past Deco with a forceful breakthrough. Despite Iniesta's relentless pursuit, he could not catch up to Kaka. Their speeds were simply not comparable. Casting a glance at Puyol's positioning, Max charged toward Kaka. Remaining in the penalty area would likely result in being outmaneuvered by the opponent's swift changes in direction. Thus, it was better to take the initiative. Max lunged forward, extending his right foot, successfully bringing down both Kaka and the ball. The Barcelona players swiftly reacted, encircling the referee from all directions. "Referee, that was a dive. A blatant dive. That is certainly not a free kick. They are intentionally seeking opportunities just outside the penalty area. He never commits fouls intentionally," Puyol pointed out, indicating Max. The referee, Haig, struggled to process the situation, as an experienced player accused a South American of playing cleanly. This was akin to America proclaiming its dedication to global peace. Huang Kevin, having lifted Kaka, approached to apply pressure. They could not allow Barcelona to prevail. Haig swiftly retrieved a yellow card from his pocket, brandishing it towards Max, and resolutely declared, "Free kick. No further discussion. Anyone who speaks shall receive a card." Deco, dissatisfied, muttered a protest. Haig promptly issued a yellow card to Deco. When the referee makes a decision, the fouling players must remain silent. These referees have been trained and are well acquainted with the vulgarities of various languages. Hiway remarked with a smile. This position is quite advantageous. Right side of the penalty area, roughly 25 meters from the goal. Both Huang Kevin and Pirlo are capable of taking the shot. Who will it be? I believe it should be Huang Kevin, came the response. As Pirlo arrived in the attacking zone, he leaned in close to Huang Kevin, whispering, "You take it. Your form today is excellent. And this position is more comfortable for a left foot." "All right." Huang Kevin nodded in agreement. Van Persie's free kick prowess was already commendable, and with an array of skill enhancements, Huang Kevin found no reason to relinquish the responsibility of taking the shot. For tasks within his capabilities, he never shied away, especially considering his annual salary of €6 million. After positioning the ball meticulously, Huang Kevin began to retreat. The referee gestured for him to take the kick. Huang Kevin pointed towards the Barcelona wall. Haig turned to see the Barcelona players collectively inching forward, almost encroaching upon him. Growing weary of the Barcelona players' antics, Haig waved his arms to usher them back, warning, "I am watching you. Anyone who moves forward shall receive a card." His patience was wearing thin from repeated confrontations. In truth, the line spray had already been invented. A Brazilian cosmetics entrepreneur, inspired by the complaints about players moving the wall during the 1999 Copa America final. had conceived the idea. However, it had yet to be adopted in mainstream European leagues. Before the advent of line spray, free kicks were a source of considerable frustration for referees. Players would often illicitly advance from the wall, while the kick-taker would push the ball forward, complicating the referee's oversight. Fortunately, Huang Kevin's high sportsmanship made things easier for Hage. After signaling, Hage watched as Pirlo lifted his right foot, feigning a run-up. Positioned just behind the ball, Huang Kevin sprang into action. Noticing Valdez positioned to the left, he remained resolute in his target. With 3 swift steps, Huang Kevin's left foot struck the ball with great force. The sound echoed like thunder as the ball sped through the gap in the wall, darting towards the left side of the goal. Upon seeing the ball's trajectory, Valdez instinctively leaped, straining to extend his arms in an effort to intercept it. Between his hands and the crossbar, there remained a mere 25 centimeters of space. The diameter of the football was approximately 22 centimeters. Upon leaping, Valdez afforded the ball only a minimal passage for its passage. The ball's velocity was astonishingly swift. Before Valdez had the chance to raise his gaze, he was met with the resounding thud of the ball striking the crossbar. The absence of the ball's touch at his fingertips filled Valdez with euphoric delight, leading him to believe it had soared past. As he prepared to raise his arms in triumphant exclamation to invigorate his teammates, he sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. Turning back, Valdez beheld the ball soaring high behind the goal line. Startled, he collapsed onto the grass. Kevin, goal. Kevin's direct free kick has once again propelled Milan into the lead. It has been stated by more than one coach that football is a game wherein 22 players sprint for 90 minutes, culminating in the victory of the team that Kevin represents. All schemes and machinations pale in comparison to absolute prowess. During his tenure at Milan, Rejoining seemingly underestimated this fact, presuming that victory was a given. Today, Kevin, with his golden left foot, imparted this lesson to Rejoining, and from this day forth, Rejoining shall undoubtedly possess a renewed understanding of football. Every spectator who witnessed Kevin's hat trick is fortunate. 1 year after the night in Istanbul, Kevin once again dominated the Champions League final. With merely 3 days remaining until Kevin's birthday, I wish to extend my early congratulations. I propose that the city of Milan designate Kevin's birthday as a public holiday, for on that day, a great player was born. Or we might simply call it Christmas Day. Italian fans watching the live broadcast on 7 Gold found it impossible to refute the fervent loyalty of Chiardelli, a staunch supporter of Milan. Although Kevin had not featured prominently, his decisive impact in critical matches was undeniable. They had never witnessed a player as impactful as Kevin. Due to the scandal surrounding the telephone gate, even Italians held little hope for their national team's prospects. Many Italian fans regarded this match as the final revelry before the onset of the new season. Kevin, who had executed a hat trick, reignited the atmosphere at the Stade de France with a somersault followed by a backflip. The fireworks in the stands seemed relentless. Fortunately, this time the Rossoneri had no intention of throwing fireworks onto the pitch. Ronaldinho wore a smile, albeit tinged with bitterness. After losing to Kevin in the Ballon d'Or voting, Ronaldinho believed it was due to Kevin's role as a winger that garnered him so many votes. However, during the live confrontation today, Ronaldinho felt the terrifying capacity of Kevin's shooting prowess. As the ball was about to be kicked from the center circle, the Barcelona players bore expressions of fatigue and mental exhaustion. With the opposing team's main goalkeeper sidelined, it should have been a considerable advantage. Yet the game increasingly felt amiss. Kevin, as always, was the silent yet pivotal figure. Kaka showcased an outstanding performance, and it was understandable, as he is indeed a significant contender for the Ballon d'Or. However, what on earth was up with that substitute goalkeeper? He clearly faltered in the first half, conceding a goal after an intense exchange, yet in the second half, he seemed to be in a different realm altogether, making several remarkable saves against high-caliber shots. Did he perhaps feel overly confident and let one slip by? Following the kickoff, Barcelona initiated their offensive strategy. Van Bronckhorst advanced down the left flank, delivering the ball to Deco's feet. Deco evaded Gattuso and executed a precise through pass. Ronaldinho, upon receiving the ball, embarked on a dazzling dribble into the penalty area, aiming for the far corner with a deft push shot. Positioned strategically, Kaka executed a remarkable split to deflect the ball out of bounds. Deco, after a brief run-up, sent the ball into the center of the small box. Kaka soared high, claiming the ball above Max's head, and initiated a counterattack with a throw-in. Standing at the sidelines with a cup of coffee, Ancelotti turned to his companion and remarked, "What's his story? I recall he didn't acquire new boots, did he?" "No, the sponsor only managed to provide this limited number. Aside from Kevin, who has a spare pair, the first-team players have no extra boots," Mauro Tassati replied. "Could it be that he is a prodigy?" Ancelotti raised an eyebrow, speaking to himself. Tassati thought to himself, what nonsense about genius. Kaka had been in Milan for a year. If he were truly a prodigy, he would have already displaced Dida to the bench. Moreover, if he were a genius, Milan wouldn't have signed him on a free transfer. In contrast, Tassati was more inclined to believe that Kaka's performance was related to his replacement of Dida. In the last final, Kevin, who had no prior goalkeeper training, had performed remarkably well when stepping in for Dida. This situation seemed quite similar. Kaka replaced Dida and immediately delivered a performance far surpassing previous efforts. Tassati felt as though he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. As time passed, Rejoining glanced once more at the soothsayer. He had done all he could. Barcelona still trailed, and he sensed that the team might require a touch of external assistance. Before Rejoining could speak, the soothsayer interjected, "Patience, patience." Rejoining nearly lost his composure and struck the old mystic. Yet, at that moment, cheers erupted from the stands. The Barcelona players on the field were exuberantly celebrating a goal. Rejoining, perplexed, turned to the soothsayer, questioning whether this old mystic had indeed made a difference. 33. Barcelona has equalized once again. In the 89th minute, the substitute Ballon scored a crucial goal, interestingly assisted by fellow substitute Larsen. Indeed, not only that. Iniesta delivered a pass from 20 meters out to the space behind Maldini, who was unable to keep up, allowing Larsen to receive the ball and set up Ballon for a quick shot. All three substitutions made by Barcelona have proven impactful. The current situation does not bode well for Milan. They are already down a player, with some athletes struggling to keep pace. If this drags into extra time, their disadvantage will only amplify. Rejoining gestured from the sidelines for his Barcelona players to retreat to their half and defend, indicating his determination to leverage their numerical advantage and physical superiority to wear down Milan. The most effective way to break the deadlock now was to score another goal, leaving Barcelona without the opportunity for extra time. However, finding the back of the net would not be an easy task, as time was running out for Milan. Ancelotti reminded his players of this reality. Even without his words, the top-tier Milan players were acutely aware of the precarious situation their team faced. Despite having two substitutes left, it could not compensate for the disparity in numbers. Upon the restart, all Barcelona players had returned to their half to defend. Gattuso, exhausted from running the entire match, received the ball but faltered, passing it directly to Eto'o, who turned and initiated a build-up from the back. Barcelona's ball control was among the finest in European football, making it a challenge to intercept the ball from their feet. Nonetheless, Milan players relentlessly pressed in the attacking third. Ballon delivered a diagonal pass to Larsen, who was immediately challenged by Huang Kevin. Larsen laid the ball off to the center, where Deco collected it and executed a long diagonal pass to Juli. Juli, advancing towards the Milan penalty area, faced pressure from Maldini and opted to shield the ball along the sideline to waste time. The stands at the Stade de France erupted with boos and jeers. Maldini managed to poke the ball away from Juli, sending it out of play. Juli fell to the ground, attempting to delay the game, but referee Higa warned him to get up quickly. Maldini swiftly threw the ball to Pirlo, who carried it over the halfway line only to be confronted by Eto'o. With a deft turn, Pirlo evaded the pressure and executed a beautiful lob pass to Toni. Toni, with his back to goal, used his head to flick the ball towards Kaka, who once again drifted wide, delivering a cross to Huang Kevin on the left flank. Kaka, without the chance to adjust, sent a chipped ball into the penalty area. However, his Brazilian compatriot Ballon aggressively tackled him down. On the ground, Kaka, like countless fans around the world, fixed his gaze intently on the penalty area. The pass was not perfectly executed, still slightly overhit. Huang Kevin sprinted past Puyol, who closely pursued him on the right side. As the ball bounced for the first time, Huang Kevin could not adjust his stride properly. He advanced a few more steps toward the goal line, but Puyol, trailing by 2 body lengths, attempted a sliding tackle to thwart Huang Kevin's shot. Adjusting his footwork, Huang Kevin pivoted and struck the ball with his right foot, sending it towards the goal line. The ball soared over Puyol and toward the left post. Valdez instinctively reached out, but could only graze the ball as it slipped through the narrow gap between him and the post, finding the back of the net. Boom. St. Kevin. St. Kevin. St. Kevin. Beep, beep, beep. The whistle of Haigu resonated alongside the jubilant cheers from the Stade de France. A dramatic finish. A dramatic finish. A dramatic finish. Kichin goal. Goal. In the midst of darkness within Italian football, it was Kevin who bravely emerged to defend the honor of the sport. With 4 remarkable goals, he decisively extinguished Barcelona's aspirations for the championship, leaving Rijkaard with no choice but to accept the silver medal after all his efforts. I believe he now comprehends the essence of football, though I have reiterated this many times. I shall say it once more. Football is a contest where 22 players run for 90 minutes, culminating in Kevin's triumph. As defending champions, we are the champions. Milan is the first team to successfully defend its title since the reformation of the Champions League. Champions, we are champions, exclaimed Crudeli as he dashed through the live broadcast. The coaching staff and substitutes of Milan surged onto the field in jubilation. Huang Kevin, having scored 4 goals, tore off his jersey and waved it in elation. The entire world was in a state of frenzy, continuing to pulse with excitement even after the final whistle. The night sky of Paris resonated with a voice. Belonging to the Red and Black Legion. We walk alongside heroes, upon the green fields and beneath the blue sky. You have earned another star. Sparkling between us as we sing in unison. Milan, Milan, we shall always support you. Milan, Milan, forever for you. Swap jerseys? Ronaldinho inquired with a smile, stopping Huang Kevin. Let us do it, replied Huang Kevin with a nod, casually handing over his jersey, having just removed it. I hope we get the chance to play together, Ronaldinho remarked. Let us hope it's not in prison, Huang Kevin quipped, raising an eyebrow like Ancelotti. Ronaldinho, not grasping the humor, could only chuckle, intending to later ask a Chinese acquaintance about the prison football joke. Seeing Ronaldinho's enduring smile, Huey couldn't help but say, in life, there will always be realms beyond your capabilities. However, if you exert your utmost effort within your reach, what regrets can you possibly harbor? The most glorious day of a person's life is not the day of achievement and fame, but the day one rises from despair and sorrow to bravely confront life's challenges. We extend this famous quote from Flaubert to Barcelona and Ronaldinho, hoping they will regain their courage and shine once more. Following a reminder from the staff, Huang Kevin, along with his teammates, tidied their appearance and stood at the sides of the tunnel, allowing Barcelona to ascend the stage for their awards. Milan fans observed the hurriedly departing Barcelona players, feeling as if they were reliving yesterday. The performances of Liverpool players in last year's final were hauntingly similar. As victors, the exhilaration was unparalleled. When it was AC Milan's turn to receive their accolades, the DJ at the Stade de France proclaimed, "Next up, the great emperor and his loyal AC Milan." The crowd erupted, chanting Huang Kevin's name. St. Kevin, St. Kevin, St. Kevin. A solitary player orchestrated a magnificent quadruple, ultimately sealing the victory with a last-minute goal against their adversaries. Today, Huang Kevin is truly deserving of all accolades. Though not as tumultuous as the night in Istanbul, the evening at the Stade de France revealed a team's fervent yearning for victory and a group of men's pursuit of honor, encapsulating the exquisite beauty inherent in football. Perseverance indeed brings forth miracles. Huang Kevin ascended the stage following Maldini. The award presenters today were rather numerous. I knew you were the future of Samba football, Pelé remarked with a smile as he shook hands with Huang Kevin. You are already a part of football history. My boy, Beckenbauer said, patting Huang Kevin on the shoulder. With a smile still gracing his face, Beckenbauer leaned in to whisper, let us have a chat sometime. Huang Kevin nodded softly, pondering what Beckenbauer wished to discuss. Ultimately, Platini took the medal and draped it around Huang Kevin's neck, winking at him. Huang Kevin thought to himself, this is precisely what he dreaded. Should any scandal involving Platini arise in the future, fans might mistakenly believe that he, Huang, succeeded solely due to Platini's influence. Hastily, Huang Kevin followed Maldini off the podium. Once all awards were presented, everyone posed in front of the arch commemorating the 2005 to 2006 UEFA Champions League victors. Come here. Stand at the front, Maldini called to Huang Kevin, who took his place at the center, lifting the Champions League trophy alongside Maldini as the crowd counted down. Let us congratulate AC Milan and Huang Kevin on winning the UEFA Champions League for the 2005 to 2006 season. Meanwhile, in the realm of football, AC Milan faced a setback in the first leg of the Champions League semi-final, losing 0-2 at home to Villarreal, prompting legendary goalkeeper Zoff to declare that Italian football was dead. Pessimism spread throughout the entire Italian peninsula. Yet, Huang Kevin emerged as a beacon of hope, scoring 2 goals and providing an assist in the second leg, leading AC Milan to the final. In the decisive match against a Barcelona team brimming with stars, Huang Kevin once again stepped up, particularly after Dida received a red card. For goals, a last-minute winner, at critical moments, Huang Kevin became the hero for AC Milan once more. AC Milan redeemed themselves. A true champion, in the face of dire circumstances and the trials of fate, possesses the strength to save themselves, embodying a resilient spirit and iron will that have coursed through the veins of AC Milan, deeply embedded in their very essence. Let us reflect, at this very moment. In Milan, Paris, Madrid, and the Hagia Sophia, countless Milan fans are undoubtedly rejoicing. Conversely, in Barcelona, Amsterdam, and the taverns by the river Llobregat, numerous Barcelona fans may feel a profound sense of sorrow. However, what brings immense solace to my heart is that at such a meaningful juncture in life, on this very evening, millions of fans before their televisions can experience and share this moment together. This is my happiness, and indeed, it is the happiness of us all. I am Hiwei, dear friends, farewell. Huang Kevin cradled Gattuso's daughter, Gabrielle, in one arm while holding his eldest son, Christian, by the hand, with the youngest, Daniel, trailing behind. Whenever a star player embraces a teammate's child with laughter, there are often 1 or 2 disappointed fathers in the background. However, upon reflection, the cause of such sentiments lies within themselves. They all relish celebrating with Huang Kevin, so it's hardly surprising that their children emulate him. Huang Kevin even contemplated opening a nursery affiliated with the Milan club, nurturing these little ones from a young age, perhaps envisioning them all playing 3 Kingdoms Kill in the stands together one day. Your daughter seems quite fond of Kevin, remarked Maldini, attempting to offer himself a modicum of solace after losing both sons. Who knows, that guy Kevin just has a way of charming the ladies, Gattuso shrugged. Aren't you worried she might grow up to have a crush on Uncle Kevin? Maldini teased, eager to exploit Gattuso's foul mood for his own amusement. He dares not. Gattuso replied fiercely, though it was unclear whether he referred to Huang Kevin or Gabrielle. Yet, as Gattuso pondered, the image of Huang Kevin calling him dad seemed rather amusing. Observing Gattuso's silly grin, Maldini felt a wave of dismay. The number of sane individuals in the team appeared to dwindle. Brother, is it because I spurred your fighting spirit by stepping down? Inzaghi sidled up to Huang Kevin, inquiring. Indeed, you are absolutely right, Huang Kevin nodded, wishing to avoid any lengthy discussion with Inzaghi. Satisfied with the response, Inzaghi took up the trophy and resumed his playful antics. Witnessing this scene, Maldini deemed Gattuso still somewhat normal. In the mixed zone, Inzaghi addressed reporters from various countries, stating, just now, Kevin mentioned that my stepping down ignited his fighting spirit. We are good brothers, the kind that share everything, even our underwear. That lad particularly loves to save money. At times, I seize the opportunity to give him a little cash. Our bond is that strong. As for Kevin's shooting, well, he learned it from me. He doesn't adjust his shots much, and neither do I. You must have noticed that. Kevin has learned quite well, both in positioning and timing. He is a genius. A quick learner, though he still needs to continue learning from me regarding offside traps. Kevin is a super genius, Nesta said, brushing his hair back while speaking to reporters. Playing alongside him is always reassuring. I can focus on defense while leaving the scoring to him. Of course, Kaka, Shevchenko, and Toni are also remarkable, but you see, Kevin is truly one of a kind, unique in every sense. Yet, Huang Kevin could not evade the doping test, accompanied by Karagak. Earlier, Platini had winked at him, suggesting an underlying connection, yet post-match, he was still subjected to the test. Indeed, one cannot trust these politicians at all. Huang Kevin resolved to. Upon returning to Milan, I shall anonymously submit a report to UEFA regarding the issue of racial discrimination. Why, after 2 consecutive years of Champions League finals, must he undergo a urine test? Such tests are indeed cumbersome. After running over 10,000 meters, the body is naturally dehydrated. Even if one replenishes fluids, it requires a minimum of half an hour for the body to metabolize and expel them. It is quite bothersome. Huang Kevin and Karachi are in adjacent stalls. Coincidentally, the timing of both is nearly the same. After Karachi concludes, He hears the proceedings in the next stall persist for over a minute before finishing. Upon exiting, he sees Huang Kevin and gives him a thumbs up. Truly, a formidable individual excels in every aspect. At the post-match press conference, the media room at the Stade de France is packed to the brim, a sea of bodies jostling for space. The fervor surrounding this Champions League final is unprecedented. Journalists from lesser-known media outlets struggle to find a place to sit. As Rijkaard and Ancelotti make their entrance, the reporters erupt like a chorus of 500 ducks. What are your thoughts on today's final? Why didn't Ronaldinho attend the press conference? There have been rumors about Barcelona's interest in Kevin. Does today solidify your resolve? Frank, there are allegations that a sorcerer you hired received money from the Surinamese Chinese. What is your response? Carlo, how did you persuade the Red Cardinal? AC Milan has become the first team to defend their title since the reform. What is the secret behind this achievement? Upon taking his seat, Rijkaard states, "The Champions League final is now behind us. I do not wish to dwell on it. We lost the final, yet Barcelona still claimed the league title. We are the best team in La Liga, and looking forward is the essence. Now, I am prepared to depart." Rijkaard exhibits no desire to participate in the post-match press conference, appearing merely to comply with UEFA regulations. After his statement, he leaves without hesitation. Ancelotti raises an eyebrow and smirks, thinking Rijkaard, his old teammate, has shown no growth, lacking grace even in defeat. Carlo, share your thoughts on the final, prompts a journalist. Ancelotti responds with a smile, a magnificent victory. Today's match fulfilled all my fantasies about football. Barcelona is a formidable opponent. The red card issued to our goalkeeper posed a significant challenge, yet we emerged victorious, which is why I cherish the sport. Is it the victory or the unpredictability of football that you cherish? Both. What coach does not relish winning? Replies Ancelotti. What transpired during halftime? Why did Karachi emerge after 15 minutes, performing like a top-tier goalkeeper? A reporter inquires. At halftime, the players were feeling quite low. The two conceded goals had dampened their spirits. Kevin stepped up, reminding them to fight like men. Ultimately, Kevin even performed a little magic, whether on the pitch or off. Kevin is a vital part of the team, one of its leaders. While I would love to emphasize that football is a team sport, today's match's greatest contributor was Kevin, Ancelotti affirms with a nod. Could you elaborate on that penalty? Ancelotti's expression was somewhat displeased as he exclaimed. The penalty was entirely fictitious. That young man attempted to seize the championship trophy in such a manner, but fortunately, he did not succeed. Nevertheless, he still managed to score a goal. Today's match was replete with theatrics. Our opponents were formidable, yet they fell like paper dolls at the slightest physical confrontation. In the second half, the referee finally saw through their ruse, allowing us to secure victory. Otherwise, the outcome of today's game would have been uncertain. Are you suggesting that the Barcelona players are all prone to simulation? Ancelotti vigorously nodded, stating, "Indeed. I assert that a truly strong team should triumph through skill rather than theatrics. I prefer not to speak ill of others. Yet some of Barcelona's playing habits are quite unsatisfactory. If Cruyff's definition of the Barcelona style aligns with this, I would question whether the Dutch football Cruyff speaks of is the same as I understand it. What are your thoughts regarding the transfer rumors surrounding Kevin?" Ancelotti confidently replied, "Kevin will not leave AC Milan. He is the team's leader and an integral part of Milan's history." Well, that concludes today's press conference. Ancelotti was eager to depart, as many legends were present, including his childhood idol. Interestingly, his idol was not an AC Milan player but the renowned Sandro Mazzola of Inter Milan. Mazzola and the Milan legend Rivera were, in essence, lifelong rivals. Their overlapping positions and jersey numbers led the Italian Football Federation to decide that each would play a half. Due to limited playing time, neither Mazzola nor Rivera could replicate their club performances on the national stage. However, Italy was quite strong at that time. Despite the two stars' underwhelming performances, the national team still clinched the 1968 European Championship and the runner-up position in the 1970 World Cup. Milan celebrated at the Hilton Hotel, inviting the legends present to join in the festivities. Even Barcelona's esteemed former players were welcome to partake in the celebration. Despite Huang Kevin's intentions to moderate his drinking, he still consumed a considerable amount of alcohol. As the protagonist of the soiree, there was no escaping this fate. Alas, it was unfortunate for the young lady, as those virtuous women do not condone drunken driving. The following afternoon, upon awakening, Huang Kevin was greeted by a plethora of system notifications. Upon receiving a series of notifications, Huang Kevin felt as if he had never engaged in such a prosperous endeavor in his life. Congratulations on successfully defending the Champions League. Abnormal status lifted. Vulnerability altered. Congratulations on successfully defending the Champions League. You have acquired the skill. High Priest. Congratulations on successfully defending the Champions League. You have acquired the skill. Team Heartthrob. Congratulations on successfully intercepting Barcelona player Puyol's Champions League title. Congratulations on successfully intercepting Barcelona player Ronaldinho's Champions League title. Congratulations on successfully intercepting Barcelona player Van Bommel's sole Champions League title. Skill activation successful. Characteristics successfully replicated. Congratulations on successfully intercepting Barcelona player Messi's first Champions League title. Skill activation successful. Characteristics successfully replicated. Congratulations on successfully intercepting Barcelona player Xavi's first Champions League title. Skill activation successful. Characteristics successfully replicated. Congratulations on successfully intercepting Barcelona player Iniesta's first Champions League title. Skill activation successful. Characteristics successfully replicated. As he pondered these notifications, Huang Kevin found himself bewildered by the implications of these newfound skills. The characteristic of Xavi, the magic of love in circles, enhanced his field vision, allowing him to spin in place and evade opponents with grace. Initially, Huang Kevin struggled to comprehend Van Bommel's skill, questioning whether it augmented his fighting ability. The notion of creating an umbrella without one seemed perplexing, as if the initiation of combat involved greeting the opponent's entire family with an umbrella. In contrast, Messi's characteristic was somewhat understandable, akin to growth-type ball sense. Compared to rigorous training, sipping tea seemed rather trivial. One could even become a king of the pitch while enjoying a game of cards in the stands. As he reflected on Iniesta's fried meatball master skill, he noted the disparity between it and the previously intercepted Ronaldinho's tail whip grandmaster. One was a master while the other was a grandmaster, indicating a clear hierarchy. Despite Iniesta's commendable dribbling ability, a significant gap remained between him and Ronaldinho. Upon closer inspection, Huang Kevin deemed Xavi's characteristic to be the most advantageous, particularly in terms of enhancing field vision. The enhancement of one's field vision is inherently challenging, as it is intricately linked to playing habits and even lifestyle choices. Altering habits that have been ingrained over a decade or two proves to be a formidable task. Players with exceptional vision can often uncover concealed passing routes. Moreover, this skill is complemented by the ability to execute a pivot to evade defenders expertly, rather than merely being a method of dribbling. This pivot serves as a technique to maintain ball control, particularly effective in the defensive third. In comparison to the prior success of Jose Maria's right-footed crosses, which came with numerous stipulations, the practicality of Xavi's pivot is undeniably superior. The gains from this interception are substantial, far exceeding the previous acquisition of Ronaldinho's Ballon d'Or. One need not even calculate Huang Kevin's contributions. A mere estimation of these skills and traits easily surpasses 5,000 destiny points. Presently, even the fried meatballs of Andrés Iniesta cannot rival Huang's prowess, as the younger Iniesta has yet to reach the zenith of his career. It is amusing to consider that. In the future, fans may remark that Iniesta's dribbling resembles that of Huang. Before Huang Kevin could further contemplate this, the system provided another notification. Ding. Successfully defending the Champions League, the ultimate version of the I.AM the King system will upgrade to I.AM the King Pro in 24 hours. The upgrade is expected to consume 2,160 hours. The announcement continued with enticing previews of the new version. 1. Additional methods for acquiring destiny points will be introduced. 2. A seasonal settlement feature will be added, determining rewards based on the number of matches and training sessions missed. Rewards will include functional items, player skills, traits, and destiny points. 3. New special templates will be introduced. 4. Revisions will be made to destiny tasks. 5. More features to look forward to. Having grown accustomed to system upgrades, Huang Kevin found the current developments quite promising. Anticipating an increase in destiny points, and relishing the fact that these upgrades required no intervention from him. After a brief morning routine, he made his way to the dining hall, where a lively commotion ensued. Kaka waved at him, exclaiming, "Paolo is competing against Luca. Come and see." Huang's expression turned slightly perplexed. He understood that Kaka referred to Luca Toni, yet in typical circumstances, Kaka's eldest son is also named Luca. Whenever he calls for Luca, Huang can't shake the feeling that Kaka is calling for his son. As Huang approached, he spotted Paolo Maldini and Toni positioned on either side of the dining table, surrounded by an array of ingredients, spices, and fruits, with hotel staff assisting. Inzaghi called out, "Milan's first fresh juice showdown, Paolo Maldini versus Luca Toni, begins now." "It's no big deal. I often cook," Toni replied with a smile. "You are challenging the fathers of 2 children," Maldini remarked, casually picking up slices of watermelon. Both players continuously added fruits and ingredients to the juicer. The process of juicing was straightforward. One simply stuffed the fruits in, secured the lid, and pressed the button, just as Maldini demonstrated. Toni always prepares juice by using only one type of fruit at a time, pouring it into a cup set aside for later use, and subsequently cleans the juicer. In contrast to the indistinct pink liquid produced by Martino, which combines all ingredients into a singular blend, Toni's method exhibits a distinct layering and an enhanced visual appeal. As the two began their promotional efforts, Kevin Huang decisively accepted the cup handed to him by Toni. Martino, in frustration, exclaimed, "You will regret this, Kevin. I am the Hokage Paolo." Kevin retorted without a second thought. "What are you talking about?" Martino inquired, puzzled. "Nothing," Kevin replied, shaking his head. It was evident that even the most subtle signals were lost on everyone. Life, indeed, felt as desolate as falling snow. Ultimately, the match concluded with Toni emerging victorious by a substantial margin. Martino, though dissatisfied, had little to say after several teammates who sampled his enigmatic concoction experienced digestive distress. The AC Milan players remained under the radar, boarding their flight back to Milan. Yet, the fervor surrounding the Champions League final was just beginning. Prior to the World Cup's commencement, the Champions League final stood as the most fervent topic in football. Significantly, this final boasted a high level of intrigue, rivaling the famed Istanbul night. On that memorable Istanbul night, Kevin Huang shone so brightly that other players seemed overshadowed. This time, the final at the Stade de France offered ample discussion points for both teams. Notably, Johan Cruyff's previous remarks regarding Barcelona and Dutch football had drawn considerable mockery. Chelsea manager Mourinho had specifically accepted an invitation from Sky Sports. Cruyff had previously criticized Chelsea's lackluster style of play, admonishing Mourinho for focusing solely on his position while neglecting the fans' sentiments and the intrinsic allure of football. He also asserted that for Mourinho to earn respect, he must first learn to respect others. Mourinho, not one to be easily intimidated, engaged in a war of words with Cruyff on multiple occasions, even suggesting he would teach Mourinho how to coach. True to his nature, Mourinho seized the opportunity to not coddle Cruyff. During the Sky Sports program, he unabashedly expressed his disdain, stating, "The world is never static. Some concepts that succeeded in the 70s or 90s are now outdated." Cruyff, in his advanced age, clings to the past, reminiscing about bygone times. His assessments of Barcelona and Dutch football are profoundly inaccurate. If he wishes to learn how to conquer teams with potent offensive capabilities, I would be more than willing to share my insights, and if Rijkaard is amenable, I could even invite him to listen in. The host was delighted by Mourinho's candid remarks. Since arriving in the Premier League, the Portuguese manager had clashed with several prominent coaches and legends, including Benitez, Wenger, and Cruyff, and even his relationship with Ferguson during this period was strained. Every journalist yearned for Mourinho to articulate his thoughts. The host posed the question, "Do you believe that if Cruyff were to coach Barcelona, they could defeat AC Milan?" "Absolutely not," Mourinho resolutely stated. "He is not even on par with Rijkaard. Some individuals, even before reaching the age of 60, can no longer keep pace with the evolution of football, while others, of a similar age, continue to lead their teams in the fiercely competitive Premier League." The host pressed on, "Who are the individuals you speak of? Who you believe them to be is entirely up to you," Mourinho replied, adjusting his posture. "What do you think is the key for AC Milan to defend their Champions League title?" "Kevin," Mourinho responded. Having observed the Champions League finals over the past 2 years, Kevin's performance has been outstanding. He is a player with a clear mindset. However, creating a cage to contain him is no simple task, as he comes from the left but can linger in the center, which complicates matters greatly. When Kevin is on the ball and facing you one-on-one, it's game over. I've advised my Chelsea players that when confronting Kevin, they must avoid one-on-one situations. A cage must be constructed around him. Do you believe Kevin is suited for Chelsea? Absolutely. With Kevin, Chelsea could win everything. He is a player who fits perfectly with Chelsea. If he were to play there, he would enjoy a significant tactical freedom. Interestingly, Wenger, who often engages in verbal sparring with Mourinho, returned to France after watching the final and praised Kevin in an interview with French media. He conveyed to reporters, "I have met Kevin several times. Off the pitch, he is quite reserved, like the boy next door. However, anyone who perceives him as ordinary is a fool. When facing AC Milan, we did everything we could. The players performed admirably, yet we were still eliminated. Kevin changed everything. My players employed every conceivable strategy. But there are certain players you simply cannot defend against. When facing such players, your team needs to allocate numerous individuals to target him, which inevitably provides his teammates with greater opportunities." Ferguson, upon seeing a photograph of Kevin polishing his shoes post-match in the newspaper, remarked to his assistant, Phelan, "Print this out and hang it in the Carrington locker room. Remind them that even the Ballon d'Or winner must remember who he is. Humility is an unwavering virtue." "I understand," Phelan nodded in agreement. After meeting with Pelé in Paris post-match, Ronaldinho commented in an interview with the São Paulo newspaper, "I have lost to Kevin several times. I want to be discouraged, but he is indeed remarkable. I feel we would get along well, and I hope for the opportunity to play together." Pelé added, "Kevin's style of play is exceptional. He is a true genius. Congratulations to him for winning the Champions League once more. Both he and I possess the ability to change the course of a game, so I pay tribute to his unique talent. Defending the Champions League title is a tremendous achievement." Zlatan Ibrahimovic, in an interview with Tuttosport, stated, "Zlatan has already proclaimed that only a healthy Ronaldo can contend with Kevin." Cardinal Akil Radi provocatively remarked, "Football is more perilous than I had anticipated. It is faith that has aided AC Milan in overcoming evil. I will reveal specific details when the opportunity arises." In the afternoon, the entire Milan team landed at Malpensa Airport. As the players emerged from the VIP passage, the hall erupted with thunderous cheers. The number of fans welcoming them at the airport was notably greater than usual. At first glance, there seemed to be no clear space to land. Fortunately, the Milan club had prepared adequately, hiring numerous security personnel, or else chaos could have ensued. Champions, Milan. Champions, Milan. Champions, Milan. When Huang Kevin appeared behind Dida, the atmosphere in the hall reached its zenith. "St. Kevin. Ah, Kevin, Kevin. Kevin, I love you. Kevin, don't leave. Milan cannot lose you." Huang Kevin, feeling a headache, turned to the young lady and asked, "Why do they keep asking me not to leave? There aren't any rumors about my transfer, are there?" "There are," she replied with a smile. "Al Nassr hopes you will play for them, if you agree. They'll offer you €100 million annually." "That much money?" Huang Kevin exclaimed in surprise. "Of course, they don't care about money. They wish to assert dominance over their Middle Eastern neighbors." "Forget it." Huang Kevin shook his head. After finally escaping the throng of fans, they returned home 2 hours later. Exhausted from the past 2 days, both Huang Kevin and the young lady fell asleep early. The next day, on the morning of May 19th, Huang Kevin was awakened by commotion. Peering out from the second-floor bedroom window, he noticed a sizable gathering of fans at the front door, holding banners predominantly urging him to stay. Quickly donning his Milan jersey, he opened the sliding door and stepped onto the balcony. "Kevin," he interacted with the fans, thumping his left chest. The enthusiastic gathering lasted nearly an hour before they finally dispersed. Gazing at the scene behind him, the young lady remarked with a smile, "It seems you are destined to spend your days in Milan. Isn't that a good thing?" Huang Kevin replied with a smile, wrapping his arms around her waist. Sensing the touch from behind, she widened her eyes in surprise, attempting to retreat. Yet, Huang Kevin's grip was not easily loosened. When they finally awoke, night had fallen. After dinner, the young lady made several calls to ensure that the celebration ceremony would be flawless. The following afternoon, the entire team gathered at San Siro. Once again, they embarked on a bus parade. Learning from the previous experience, they decided not to have the players carry the trophy. It would be displayed at the stadium during the celebration instead. Inzaghi expressed some dissatisfaction with this decision. "Stop complaining, Filippo. It took considerable effort to repair the last trophy," Maldini remarked. Inzaghi, looking displeased, responded, "Do you think I would make the same mistake twice?" "Huh." Pirlo snorted dismissively. Inzaghi playfully rushed over to tease him. Meanwhile, Huang Kevin conversed with Kaka at the rear of the bus, discussing plans for the upcoming holiday. The bus arrived at San Siro a bit earlier this time, as the main players wished to finish quickly and return home for some rest. "Kevin, is there a way for me to steal the spotlight as well?" Inzaghi inquired, sidling up to Huang Kevin as they awaited their entrance. Why don't you simply announce to the fans that you are fond of Buffon? Huang Kevin jested with a smile. Inzaghi raised his middle finger and replied, I'm not joking. We're all good brothers here. It can't just be you basking in the limelight. You have a point. Huang Kevin nodded in agreement. During their last encounter, he had played the role of left-winger quite well alongside Inzaghi. Since this fellow wanted to shine, he might as well offer him a suggestion. Huang Kevin whispered a few words into Inzaghi's ear, who widened his eyes and nodded vigorously in response. This year's celebration at San Siro is indeed grand, Zhang remarked with a smile. Since Huang Kevin joined AC Milan, the club has consecutively secured 5 significant championships. Indeed, the scale of today's festivities is remarkable. They've invited not only local Italian artists but also global music icons such as Mariah Carey, Madonna, the Backstreet Boys, and Jennifer Lopez. The cost alone could cover a player's transfer fee. It's quite extravagant. Hee. I see a banner in Chinese on the stands wishing Huang Kevin a happy 23rd birthday. It feels like the championship celebration is merely an added bonus. Huang Kevin has undeniably been the greatest contributor to AC Milan's triumph. It seems AC Milan is becoming increasingly professional in their celebrations. Wow, with all these fireworks. The night sky over Milan is illuminated. Yes, even if we aren't present, we can feel the atmosphere of San Siro through the screen. As one of Europe's premier clubs, AC Milan has finally become the first team to defend their title since the Champions League's restructuring. The camera cut to AC Milan captain Paolo Maldini's father, Cesare Maldini. 2 generations have awaited this day. Seeing his son enter with the Champions League trophy brought tears to his eyes. Paolo Maldini has transitioned from a young prospect to a seasoned veteran. At just 25 years old, during an appearance on Massimo De Luca's Tuesday interview show, he recounted how, due to his surname, he faced jealousy in his youth. His father even asked whether he preferred to join AC Milan or Inter Milan, and Paolo chose AC Milan. Now, he has proven that his choice was indeed the right one, and that his success is not merely a product of his lineage. His eldest son has already joined AC Milan's youth training camp. It won't be long before fans see a new number 3 gracing the San Siro. The discussions in the forum centered around Huang Kevin. Zhang truly possesses a keen insight, perceiving the essence of the situation. I too feel that today's championship celebration is somewhat secondary. What do you mean, buddy? I don't quite grasp your words. AC Milan's championship celebration is on May 20th, and Huang Kevin's birthday is also on May 20th. Isn't that obvious? Wow, Huang Kevin has quite the stature. Having a girlfriend who is the vice president of the club certainly has its perks. After the phone scandal, Galliani fled, and Barbara, Kevin Huang's girlfriend, assumed full control. I suspect it won't be long before Kevin Huang secures a new contract. I shed tears of envy. Having played only a little over 10 matches in a year while earning more than 60 million. 60 million indeed. If Kevin Huang renews his contract, his salary will undoubtedly increase, and media reports have indicated that his contract includes a substantial championship bonus. If only I had over 60 million. I would invest it all in an internet cafe membership. Here, if you top up 100, you receive 100 extra, with over 60 million. The owner might even grant $1 billion in internet fees. Incredible. I must say, as a finance student, I never anticipated such a high return on investment. At 6 in the evening, Milan players began to arrive in small groups. The temperature at San Siro was rising. As Kevin Huang entered alongside Kaka, several guest performers took to the stage and began singing the birthday song, with the entire crowd joining in. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Kevin. Happy birthday to you. The young lady and club staff wheeled in a massive cake into the San Siro stadium. Inzaghi, waiting in the player tunnel, glanced at the champagne in his left hand and the cigar in his right, feeling somewhat out of place. Kevin Huang was taken aback by the turn of events. He certainly did not intend to put Inzaghi in such a predicament. He quickly waved at Inzaghi in the tunnel. Being quick-witted, Inzaghi jogged out, placed the cigar in Kevin's mouth, and sprayed champagne all over him, causing the San Siro stadium to erupt in cheers once again. The celebration at San Siro ultimately concluded with Ancelotti's melodic voice. Ancelotti, a music enthusiast himself, possesses a considerable collection of CDs at home, and both he and his wife are licensed pilots. Previously, Cardia had even participated in a talent show. This family has a deep appreciation for the arts. That evening, they treated the entire team and guest performers to dinner, after which Kevin Huang and the young lady hurried home, primarily due to the attitude displayed by the formidable Madonna. Kevin felt compelled to return quickly. He did not wish to become just another stamp in her collection. Some might say drinking urine is merely bravado. But Madonna truly dares to do so. The young lady also felt a sense of trepidation. In any case, the ferocity of that lady offstage is no less formidable than her onstage prowess. Before retiring for the night, the young lady reminded him, "Tomorrow, you need to join a few others for a program." I hadn't heard about that before, Kevin Huang inquired. Due to the telephone scandal, the fans were exceedingly disappointed, yet you have now become a hero in Italian football. It is only fitting to offer them some comforting words, and subsequently, you raised the sponsorship fees, the young lady remarked. Including Valentino? Certainly, no one is exempt, she replied with a proud expression. You are now one of the most commercially valuable individuals on the planet. All right, Huang Kevin nodded, acknowledging his own exceptional worth, which had exceeded even his own expectations. The endorsement fees could indeed be increased once more. Additionally, a princess wishes to invite you and Ancelotti to discuss certain matters. I would advise against it, as that woman exhibits some peculiar tendencies, the young lady continued. What issues could arise? Huang Kevin inquired, perceiving no nobility in the European royal families. His previous encounters with aristocrats had revealed no significant differences. That woman claims to possess the ability to see angels and aspires to establish an angel school. Perhaps it is best to decline. Should the royal family really allow her to act so whimsically? Huang Kevin curiously asked. Such eccentricity differs greatly from the Vatican, resembling more a charlatan encountered by Ancelotti. Even the Norwegian royal family is reluctant to acknowledge her. After a moment's thought, Huang Kevin chuckled. She truly is a character. But I shall refrain from meeting her. Then it is best to retire early. We have a live broadcast tomorrow. Indeed, Huang Kevin replied with a smile, shaking his head. It seems we encounter all manner of situations. The following morning, Huang Kevin was awakened by the young lady. The two of them returned to the tailor to collect 2 sets of exquisite handcrafted suits. In the afternoon, they met with Kaka and Maldini, and together they proceeded to Canale 5 television station. Although it was billed as a live broadcast, it was, in fact, pre-recorded. Players rarely interacted with the media, and while the television station sought sensational news, they would not impose undue pressure on AC Milan's players, as they all reported to the same owner. Furthermore, Barbara had already established connections with several television stations, having placed numerous people in Canale 5, Italian 1, and Rete 4, all of which were under her influence. It would be easy for Milan players to be dismissed if they were to be made to appear foolish. After the host shook hands with the 3 players, the program officially commenced. Paolo, could you share your feelings following the title defense? The host directed his question at Maldini. It is marvelous. This moment is second only to my wedding day. I must admit, I am no longer a young lad, unable to sprint as I did in my 20s. At that time, I believed the championship was lost, but as last year demonstrated, you know the outcome. I can only say that the club's decision to play a friendly match in China was a brilliant one. And what of Kevin? The host inquired. He is here on a mission. Kevin requires no introduction. His actions speak volumes. Indeed, whenever a teammate falters and we jeopardize a match, it is Kevin who tirelessly rectifies our missteps. Throughout these 2 seasons, despite facing pivotal errors, Kevin has secured every championship trophy for us. My parents hold Kevin in high regard, as does my wife, and my children adore him as well. Everyone cherishes Kevin, who is not only an exceptional teammate, but also a steadfast friend. Does this imply that your personal rapport is quite strong? Asked Maldini, nodding in affirmation. Yes. Hasn't it been reported numerous times in the newspapers? When Adriana has matters to attend to, she can trust Kevin wholeheartedly with the children. The host then turned to Kaka, inquiring, we all know you share a close bond with Kevin. If you were to encapsulate him in a single word? I'm afraid I cannot, Kaka replied, blushing with a smile. It simply cannot be done. As Paolo mentioned, whether on or off the field, you can always place your trust in Kevin. Wow, it appears your admiration for Kevin is immense, the host exaggeratedly remarked. Because Kevin is inherently remarkable. He is the finest, the host declared, directing his gaze towards Huang Kevin. Do you concur? Fans worldwide assert that it was your individual prowess that led Milan to consecutive league titles, the Champions League, and a European Super Cup. Of course, Huang Kevin responded with a playful wink. I disagree. No one can win a championship alone. Football is not an individual endeavor. It is precisely our close-knit connection that has yielded Milan's current successes. Italian fans regard you and Milan as heroes of Italian football. Do you have any words to share? The host queried. Such accolades are exaggerated. Italian football will not decline. I previously stated in a post-match conference that Italy will reach the finals. Huang Kevin asserted. Is that so? So you support Italy in the World Cup, correct? The host probed. Absolutely, Huang Kevin replied earnestly. Although I cannot travel to Germany, I have many teammates who are Italian internationals, and I will naturally support them. Italy boasts numerous exceptional players, and I believe they will achieve remarkable results. Noticing Kaka's expression, Huang Kevin shot him a knowing glance, to which Kaka nodded in understanding. Kevin's remarks regarding playing in Italy were, in truth, a wish for both him and Brazil to secure the championship. Such a noble sentiment. However, fans seem to feel that the Italian national team may struggle to achieve remarkable results. I have encountered several acquaintances who express pessimism about the upcoming World Cup. The host observed. I do not wish for that, Huang Kevin countered, rising to position himself before the camera. I have previously conveyed to my teammates that the world is filled with miracles, and the realm of football is no exception. My presence here is, in itself, a miracle. The night in Istanbul was miraculous, as was the last-minute victory at the Stade de France. Yet, does the Italian team truly require a miracle? No. Huang Kevin proclaimed passionately to the camera, the Italian players I know are all formidable. What defines a strong player? A true champion. When confronted with peril and the thunderous roars of fate, does not falter. Instead, they seize destiny by the throat with unwavering resolve. A champion requires no one's pity. Nor do they indulge in self-pity. They alone hold the reins of their own fate. The room erupted in applause. Martino, moved, rose to embrace Kevin Huang, exclaiming, Kevin, your words resonate profoundly. We shall strive with all our might. The host, wiping a tear from the corner of his eye, added emotionally, I believe Kevin undoubtedly supports the Italian team. It is through his words that I have come to recognize my own errors. As an Italian fan, I will steadfastly support them from the sidelines. Thank you. After shaking hands with the host, both Martino and the host expressed their exhilaration. Upon leaving the studio, Martino and Kaka continued to commend Huang's earlier performance. Kevin smiled and nodded, satisfied with his own contribution. However, neither Kevin nor Martino nor Kaka fully grasped the profound impact of their television appearance. The Champions League final was, in the eyes of Italian fans, the last glorious chapter of Italian football. Kevin Huang and the Milan team epitomized the heroes of Italian football. His words, along with the host's and Martino's fervent expressions, reignited hope among Italian fans. As the national team from Milan flew to Germany, the Gazzetta dello Sport revisited past glories, declaring on the front page, after aiding Serie A teams to become the first to defend the Champions League title post-reform, Kevin has awakened the spirit of the entire Apennine Peninsula. He has shown us how shallow our previous pessimism was. Kevin is not merely a star of AC Milan. He is also a cherished friend to the Italian people, having made remarkable contributions to Italy and Italian football. Here, we advocate for the bestowal of the Grand Cross of the Order of the Star of Italy upon Kevin. Yet, when interviewed, Italian fans, while expressing their support for the national team, overwhelmingly endorsed the Gazzetta's perspective. On May 25th, 5 days after Kevin's birthday, he was awakened early by the young lady. What brings you up at such an hour? He inquired, rubbing his eyes. Get up, we are going to the Quirinal Palace. The young lady replied with a smile. Fully made up. Startled, Kevin sat up straight. The Quirinal Palace, originally the villa of Cardinal Ippolito, had transformed into a museum due to its extensive collection and now served as the official residence of the President of Italy. After hastily freshening up, Kevin opened his arms for the young lady to help him adjust his shirt and asked, Are you truly going to bestow an honor upon me? Absolutely. My father informed me yesterday. I have planned a surprise for you, and in December, you will also be named an honorary citizen of Milan, she playfully replied, winking. Is this due to your father's influence? Kevin cautiously inquired. It seems so, the young lady nodded. A sense of foreboding struck Kevin. As the old adage goes, when one bestows a gift, there must be a request in return. Previously, when Mr. Bay mentioned a talk, Kevin had dismissed it lightly. It is evident that the forthcoming meeting will be anything but simple. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, a private jet touched down in Rome. Huang Kevin was curious to discover what matters awaited him from Mr. Bay. At 11 o'clock, accompanied by Barbara, Huang Kevin entered the Quirinal Palace. The courtyard was beautifully landscaped, adorned with numerous palm trees. Upon entering the main building, the opulence of the Quirinal Palace became even more apparent. Truly befitting a palace that has served as a residence for popes and kings. Huang Kevin found himself frequently gazing at the ceiling. Noticing his interest, the young lady remarked, "If you like it, we could acquire a similar one." "Let us not," Huang Kevin replied, shaking his head. A residence of such grandeur would be impractical and burdensome to maintain. With the young lady's character, surrounded by numerous robust maids each day, life would inevitably lose its vibrancy. A larger courtyard, however, could be appealing, perhaps featuring a grand swimming pool and an array of flowers, along with a tennis court in addition to a football field. "We could also redecorate the ceiling and the floors," she suggested. The ceiling and marble of the Quirinal Palace were transported from the ruins of ancient Rome. "We could procure similar materials for our home if you wish. Perhaps another time," Huang Kevin responded. He felt content with his current residence and saw no need for upheaval. The two followed the guards to the glass hall, previously the chambers of popes and kings, now the study of the Italian president, where they met Giorgio Napolitano, who had just assumed office on May 15th. Putting down his pen, Napolitano rose with a smile and said, "Our hero has arrived." "You flatter me," Huang Kevin replied with a gracious smile. The young lady stepped aside, beaming as she observed Huang Kevin and Napolitano shaking hands, finding her man to be the most handsome in the world. "This is no flattery. Over the past 2 years, you have made remarkable contributions to Italy, inspiring the youth of our nation," Napolitano affirmed with a smile. "Thank you," Huang Kevin nodded in acknowledgement. "Preparations for the event are somewhat grand. I hope you are mentally prepared," Napolitano continued. "Certainly, I will be," Huang Kevin assured. Having played in front of tens of thousands, he felt capable of handling any spectacle. However, as Huang Kevin and Barbara proceeded to the Augustus Hall, he soon realized he had underestimated the situation significantly. The media presence was overwhelmingly vast. With over a dozen domestic journalists alone, Huang Kevin glanced at the young lady, seeking clarification on the unexpected formality. The process of awarding the Knight of the Order of the Star of Italy typically involves a submission of names by the Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, followed by discussions from the awarding committee and confirmation by the president. If the honoree is outside Italy, the embassy and the Italian ambassador abroad would facilitate the presentation. Even within Italy, such elaborate ceremonies were not customary. The young lady shook her head, equally perplexed by the grandeur of the occasion. Upon taking the stage, Giorgio Napolitano proclaimed, "Today marks a significant occasion. In 2004, the Apennines welcomed one of the most extraordinarily talented youths in the world. He is proud yet possesses a kind heart, humble yet revered by the masses. He wields the divine gift of movement with unparalleled grace, capable of crafting narratives akin to the epic tales of Homer. He is an exceptional player who has led Milan to monumental achievements, elevating Italian football to unprecedented heights. With a noble spirit, he ardently engages in philanthropy and job creation, making substantial contributions to the peace and stability of Italy. Now, let us welcome Kevin." As Huang Kevin approached the podium, Napolitano extended his hand for a handshake, stating, "In recognition of your contributions to Italy, we have unanimously decided, following our discussions, to bestow upon you the prestigious Order of the Star of Benevolence. May you forever remain a friend of Italy." "Thank you," Huang Kevin responded with a nod. He then held up the medal case in one hand, while raising the certificate alongside Napolitano for a photograph with journalists from around the globe. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, after having lunch with Barbara and Napolitano, Huang Kevin departed from the Quirinal Palace, still bewildered. Typically, the creation of a sensational event is intended to overshadow a scandal. This is the modus operandi in certain places. When a scandal erupts at the Blue House, distractions are quickly manufactured. However, Italy currently harbors no significant scandal. The telephone affair lacks the gravity required for such diversion, especially considering the frequent scandals in Italian football that hardly faze its passionate fans. Huang Kevin expressed his confusion to Barbara. "I find it quite normal," she replied with a smile. "The summer's biggest highlight is the World Cup. From the Champions League to the World Cup, you have been the focal point, and one of Italy's most beloved figures." His assent calls for a signal to the public. "Very well," Huang Kevin nodded. Being awarded the title of knight is hardly a misfortune. Surely, this would lead to an increase in endorsement fees. It seems fortune has smiled upon him effortlessly. Huang Kevin intended to return home to absorb the good news, but was soon drawn to the Vatican by Barbara. With a visit to Rome, he aimed to accomplish everything in one trip. By the time he arrived home, it was already past 9 in the evening. Dinner was served close to 10, which, even by Italian standards, felt quite late, more akin to Spanish dining hours. I feel as though I have become some sort of dignitary, Huang Kevin remarked as he swallowed a bite of steak. You are indeed a dignitary, Barbara replied, her expression tender. Ah, it all feels so swift. I was unprepared and suddenly find myself a figure of social prominence, Huang Kevin sighed. He picked up the newspaper he had not yet had the chance to read that morning and discovered a photograph in the Gazzetta dello Sport, featuring Shevchenko's agent, Fabio Parisi, engaged in jovial conversation with Abramovich in London. It suddenly dawned on him. Shevchenko is evidently preparing to depart. The atmosphere among everyone is amicable. Yet Huang Kevin still feels compelled to inquire further. Andre, are you heading to Chelsea? He asks directly upon the call connecting. You've heard, Kevin. Shevchenko replies with a wry smile. Christina isn't accustomed to life in Italy. For the sake of my family, I have no choice. Well, I wish you all the best for the future, Huang Kevin responds. After ending the call, he senses that the situation is more complex than it appears. While family reasons certainly play a role, there are likely other factors, particularly concerning his dynamic with Kaka. Both he and Kaka are focal points in attack rather than orchestrators, requiring ample possession and opportunities to shoot. Thus, Huang Kevin sees no reason to dissuade Shevchenko. Moving to London seems to offer a brighter prospect, a higher salary, a more favorable environment for his wife, and the chance for him to become a central figure in the team. How could one argue against that? Tactical discrepancies are not personal conflicts, yet they prove to be even more challenging to reconcile. Each emerging midfielder often sacrifices the forward's opportunities. Ironically, Toni's unexpected transfer to Milan has yielded significant tactical benefits, albeit at the cost of what should have been a golden boot season for him in Serie A. That night, as Huang Kevin lay in bed, the day's fatigue enveloped him, and he fell into slumber within moments. Observing his peaceful visage, the young lady bestowed a gentle smile, planted a tender kiss on his forehead, and quietly climbed into bed, draping a quilt over them, her arm resting across his chest as she closed her eyes. The following morning, Huang Kevin awoke to find Barbara already tidying up. My father wants to see you, she announced. I know. I thought I would meet him at the presidential palace yesterday, Huang Kevin replied, feeling a twinge of headache. Come on, I'll accompany you, she insisted, decisively helping him dress. All right. Mr. Bay's private residence is vast, so expansive that large hardly does it justice. Good morning, father, Barbara greeted, presenting a kiss on the cheek upon seeing Mr. Bay. My Barbara has finally returned home, he responded with a warm smile. Since Huang Kevin offered her advice, she had transformed into a devoted daughter, becoming the most understanding child in the household. Hello, Huang Kevin nodded in acknowledgement. Follow me, Mr. Bay instructed, leading him into the study and gesturing towards a chair by the desk. Sit. After Huang Kevin took his seat, Mr. Bay poured 2 glasses of wine, offering one to Huang. He began, You've been with Milan for 2 years, and you've made me a considerable profit. Barbara is quite fond of you. I believe it's only fitting to present you with a wedding gift in advance. Thank you very much, Huang Kevin replied, sipping his whiskey with composure. There are 2 types of individuals one cannot trust in this world, politicians and businessmen. Mr. Bay embodies both. Moreover, Huang Kevin had not yet contemplated marriage. Mr. Bay glanced at Barbara on the sofa and said, Give the men some time. You go prepare lunch for them. Barbara turned her gaze towards Huang Kevin. Huang Kevin gently nodded, reassuring her not to worry. Once the young lady left the study, President Bay continued, You are already one of the most renowned figures in Italy. A socialite, capable of obtaining anything you desire. Perhaps it will require some time, Huang Kevin replied. Do not underestimate yourself. I too have journeyed through youth, President Bay remarked, turning a photo frame on his desk. Everything began in this very office. It serves as a reminder of my humble origins. Huang Kevin gazed at the album, observing a youthful President Bay in the office, undoubtedly striking. President Bay approached the window and continued, It reminds me of how I single-handedly built this company. At the time, it was just me, this office, a few employees, and a loan of 12 million lira from my father. A cough escaped him. Indeed, behind every successful entrepreneur lies at least a middle-class father. Despite the depreciation of the Italian lira in the 1960s and the government's issuance of large banknotes, Huang Kevin was certain that 12 million lira was no small sum. Almost choking on his drink, he coughed and shook his head, saying, You truly accomplished everything on your own. It is remarkable, sir. Please, no more, sir. We shall be family before long, President Bay responded. Huang Kevin thought to himself. You leave the inheritance to Barbara, and then we shall be family. Just as I played a small role in your honors, I now seek your assistance with certain matters. President Bay set down his glass, looking at Huang Kevin. A sigh of relief escaped Huang Kevin. The moment had finally arrived. Previously, he had been anxious due to the uncertainty. Maintaining a composed expression, he replied, What can I assist you with? Noticing Huang Kevin's neutrality, President Bay continued. Calderon reached out to me through Florentino. Previously, Calderon had aided Florentino in his campaign for the presidency of Real Madrid, and now he seeks Florentino's support. Calderon wishes to win the election for the presidency of Real Madrid, and I happen to have some business that requires Florentino's help, making it difficult for me to refuse their request. Calderon? Isn't he the one known for his kickbacks? Huang Kevin pieced it together, looking at President Bay and inquiring. Are you suggesting that I transfer to Real Madrid to assist Calderon in defeating his opponents? Precisely. President Bay nodded. Calderon needs to recruit a top-tier star, and he has his eyes set on Kaka and you. After discussions with Florentino, he believes you are the more fitting choice. But I am quite content living in Milan. I cherish everything about Italy. Huang Kevin arched an eyebrow. He hadn't anticipated such a proposition, expecting him to labor in Madrid. Moving to Real Madrid wasn't out of the question, but the terms must be favorable. I can transfer all my ownership in Milan to Barbara, President Bay stated decisively. That is still insufficient, Huang Kevin replied with a smile. What more do you desire? A television station? President Bay inquired. Huang Kevin thought to himself that such a notion was quite audacious. What need did he have for a television station? The television station is not yet affiliated with the Fininvest Group. I hope Barbara can join the Fininvest Group as chief financial officer, Huang Kevin stated directly. President Bay paced the study, his expression dark and uncertain. You can see Barbara's capabilities. She is the most suitable candidate. Furthermore, her sister is in charge, which aligns perfectly. Don't Italians cherish close family ties? Huang Kevin urged with a smile. President Bay continued to pace, and after 5 minutes, he nodded at Huang Kevin and said, I agree. Huang Kevin smiled, sensing that the day when the Fininvest Group would be under a new owner with the surname Huang was not far off. Very well, next. My loyalty bonus must be settled, and the contract with Real Madrid needs to be sufficiently lucrative, Huang Kevin said with a brilliant smile. Although the loyalty bonus seemed trivial compared to the Fininvest Group, he believed he deserved every penny owed to him. Barbara is the president of Milan. So you can discuss those matters with her, President Bay said, pressing his temple with a hand, feeling a headache. The cost incurred today was greater than he had anticipated. However, the benefits would all go to Barbara, that dutiful daughter, so perhaps it wasn't a loss after all. Huang Kevin nodded and swiftly exited the study. What did he want with you? The young lady, waiting at the door, asked Huang Kevin with a worried expression as he emerged. Let's go home. We can discuss it there, Huang Kevin replied. Upon returning home, hearing that Huang Kevin had agreed to play for Real Madrid, the young lady bolted upright from the sofa, her eyes wide with shock as she exclaimed in a high-pitched voice, No, I disapprove. How could he do this? I must go find him. Huang Kevin gently pressed her shoulders down, guiding her back onto the sofa, wrapping his arms around her waist as he reassured her, This was my decision. A transaction between your father and me, not his demand. By transferring to Real Madrid, you will gain control of the Milan club and have the opportunity to remove Marina. But that means we will be apart. What good is all that money? The young lady sobbed against Huang Kevin's chest. Of course not. You can always take a flight to Madrid to see me, and I can return frequently. When you negotiate my contract, make sure to include that I can leave Spain at will during my injury, Huang Kevin replied. He believed he deserved the same treatment as Neymar at Paris Saint-Germain. You won't abandon me, will you? The young lady looked up at Huang Kevin with a pitiful expression. Silly girl, how could I? Huang Kevin gently wiped her nose with his hand and softly assured her, We are family. How could I ever leave you? All right then. I agree to your move to Madrid, but if you fall for a Spanish girl, she must have my approval to stay in our home, the young lady stated, gazing intently at Huang Kevin. Fine, I shall heed your wishes. Take Neo and Albert with you. Otherwise, who will take care of you? Why not let Kaka join you in transferring to Real Madrid? He could accompany you while you play games, the young lady said with utmost seriousness. Huang Kevin gave a firm pat on the ample part of her body and retorted, What nonsense are you spouting? How could I bring my own supplies while working at Real Madrid? Milan is home, while Real Madrid is merely a workplace. Who in their right mind takes their family assets to a job? Realizing her misstep, the young lady stuck out her tongue and chuckled. Then I won't send Kaka to Real Madrid. However, I am still quite concerned about you. You often get injured. And what will I do if I'm not by your side? Don't worry, I will take good care of myself, Huang Kevin replied, gently patting her back. It's incredibly challenging to earn money these days. My injuries don't affect my physical abilities. And the most crucial aspect is to ensure that you extend your reach into the Fininvest group, with a contract lasting a maximum of 5 years. By the time I return, the Fininvest group will likely bear the Huang name. Rounded off, I can earn around $2 billion a year playing for Real Madrid. A significant leap from the $30 million I made annually during my time at Milan, which included salary and sponsorships. I firmly believe that Barbara's older sister, Marina, cannot contend with her. Not to mention, even President Bay might not stand a chance against Barbara. Whenever anything happened at home, the young lady was always the first to know. Then you must take good care of yourself. I will try to visit Madrid as often as possible, the young lady said with a smile, her spirits finally lifting. Huang Kevin nodded, but then suddenly felt a wave of headache wash over him as he said, I previously promised the fans that I would not leave Milan. Now leaving might deeply disappoint them, don't you think? Don't worry, I will handle this matter, the young lady declared, clenching her fist. All right, then you take care of it. Let's head to Madrid early, select a house that you like, and have them expedite the renovations, so you can move in by the new season. The hotel conditions are too poor. You won't be comfortable there. Let's discuss that later. First, let your father transfer ownership of Milan to you before we leave Italy, Huang Kevin stated. It's one thing to make promises, but securing them is another matter entirely. Okay, I'll follow your lead. The young lady looked up at Huang Kevin and asked, You will certainly need to spend money in Madrid. I could sell some shares of my e-commerce company. There's interest from some Americans. You should take some extra funds with you. Huang Kevin thought to himself. He was going to Madrid to play football, not to work as a mercenary in Africa. He was there to earn money, not to spend his family's wealth. From President Bay's attitude, it was clear that Calderon was quite eager. If he failed to secure the Madrid treaty, Huang Kevin would feel as though he had let himself down. He must receive the same treatment that Neymar enjoys at Paris Saint-Germain, and likewise, the terms that Gascoigne received at Tottenham. Calderon even has his coffee expenses reimbursed by Real Madrid. Thus, Huang Kevin believed that in the future, even the cost of toilet paper should be reimbursed by the club. After all, membership clubs have plenty of funds. Rather than allowing Calderon to receive kickbacks, it would be more prudent to offer Huang a more substantial salary. Even if we set aside his footballing prowess, his striking appearance could certainly delight Real Madrid fans. Moreover, he possesses the ability to help Real Madrid triumph over Barcelona. Last year, Barcelona sought to exchange him alongside Messi and Iniesta for a monetary compensation. Thus, it is only reasonable for Real Madrid to invest a little more in this endeavor, aligning with Huang's aspirations. On May 28th, President Berlusconi convened a press conference at San Siro, where he made the unexpected announcement. Since acquiring Milan in 1986, I have achieved immense success here. Milan is an integral part of my life. However, I now intend to relinquish ownership and the presidency of the club while retaining the honorary title of president. My daughter, Barbara, will succeed me as president of Milan, and I have every confidence that under her leadership, Milan will continue to thrive. The revelation astounded all present journalists. Regardless of personal sentiments towards Berlusconi, it was undeniable that he had led Milan to great heights. A change in club ownership and presidency is a momentous event. Barbara, will there be adjustments to Milan's development strategy moving forward? Will you contemplate selling any star players once you assume the presidency? Will Milan be pursuing high-profile signings? Ronaldinho has expressed a desire to play alongside Kevin. Can Ancelotti resolve any positional conflicts between them? Will you seek to construct a new stadium during your tenure? Will ticket prices increase for the upcoming season? Once the journalists ceased their inquiries, the young lady, with a stoic expression, responded, We will not proactively sell any players essential to the team, but we also respect the personal wishes of our players. Her words ignited further frenzy among the reporters, as it was evidently indicative of players contemplating departures. Are there indeed players poised to leave? Is Shevchenko among them? Previously, someone spotted his agent dining with the Chelsea owner in London. Barbara, please respond directly to the question. The young lady continued. Shevchenko is indeed set to depart from the team, and we respect his decision. Sometimes, one must consider family, and on behalf of Milan, I wish him all the best for the future. The announcement of the Ballon d'Or winner's exit sent shockwaves through the room. The journalists, exhilarated, rushed to relay the news. I have acquiesced to that young man's demands. He should be signing with Real Madrid shortly, Berlusconi remarked to Barbara, his voice echoing through the corridor. She paused momentarily, not looking back, and stated, I will negotiate with Real Madrid promptly. They must provide a contract befitting Kevin. You need not be upset. This is business. In business, to obtain what one desires, one must be willing to pay the appropriate price, Berlusconi continued. Very well, it is business, father. The young lady gritted her teeth and swiftly departed from San Siro in her high heels. The following day, she seamlessly commenced her new position, transitioning from being one of the shareholders of the Fininvest Group to a member of its board of directors. Observing the insincere applause of her elder sister, Barbara could not help but chuckle coldly to herself, knowing that retribution was inevitable. The Fininvest Group belonged to her and Kevin. In the afternoon, the young lady flew to Germany with Huang Kevin, invited by Beckenbauer to witness a match, while also acquiring the title of World Cup ambassador. That evening, urgent news broke. Milan's superstar striker Shevchenko has signed with Chelsea, with a transfer fee reportedly reaching €50 million. However, the focus remains on Kevin, as Milan may soon lose 2 Ballon d'Or winners. Reports indicate that Al Nassr and Dubai's Wasl are pursuing Kevin, offering an annual salary of €200 million. These outsiders dare to attempt to steal our pride and undermine the Christian world. It is said that the Emirati clubs have arranged a private jet, dozens of luxury cars, and a vast estate with exotic animals to entice Kevin, while the Dubai team plans to host weekly parties inviting the world's most beautiful women. Those damn Middle Eastern tycoons believe their oil dollars can buy everything. They aim to pilfer Italy's treasures. In the ensuing period, Italy was rife with rumors surrounding Huang Kevin's transfer. On the flight to Germany, Barbara revealed her list of transfer targets. As she circled players from Juventus one by one, Huang Kevin's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Was she intending to strike down former allies as her first act in office? The young lady's rapid maturity was astonishing, even to Huang Kevin, her closest confidant. However, given her connections with the Agnelli family, acquiring several Juventus players seemed quite feasible. I think that Ibrahimovic would be an excellent choice. He possesses the insight to recognize that most cannot triumph over your team, yet he has overestimated Ronaldo. I believe he could have a promising future at Milan. What do you think? The young lady inquired, turning to him. He indeed has great vision, and you also have a sharp eye to recognize his suitability for Milan. Huang Kevin nodded in agreement. Although the forcing king had not secured the Champions League, it appeared he could claim league titles wherever he went. His capabilities were impressive. This is the target list submitted by the transfer department. Some are nearing agreements. Please review and let me know who you find unsuitable or whom we should pursue, the young lady said, handing over the file. The thickness of the transfer documents was substantial, nearly akin to a book. However, Huang Kevin was not particularly surprised. Most outstanding players and promising young talents in Europe were scouted by the top clubs. The subsequent decisions depended largely on the attitudes of the head coach and the transfer director regarding whether to pursue these players diligently. The Milan transfer department primarily focuses on immediate impact players. Otherwise, the data would be more extensive. The star rating indicates a player's ability and reputation. For instance, several Juventus players rumored to leave, such as Yimbu, Mutu, and Vieira, are all rated 5 stars. This grading system is overly simplistic and rather inaccurate. Even the lone Bajanov, who previously played for Juventus, was rated 5 stars. Huang Kevin has some reservations about this midfielder, feeling that despite his youth, he does not merit such high praise. Galaku? They say this young man could succeed Kaka, the young lady explained willingly. His playing style is not at all similar to Ricardo's. Ricardo possesses far superior dribbling and advancing skills, Huang Kevin replied, shaking his head. The young lady inquired, so, shall we not proceed with the purchase? Let us acquire him and then loan him out. Milan presently lacks a position for him. We should select a suitable team, after 2 years. Even if Milan does not utilize him, he can still be sold at a high price, he responded. All right, I trust your judgment, the young lady nodded. In the realm of football, who could be more knowledgeable than her partner? She was convinced of Galaka's potential, although she believed in Huang Kevin. She had also prepared contingencies in case Galaku did not perform. If he failed to make an impact while on loan, it could be attributed to the incompetence of the loaning team's coach, issues within the team, poor weather conditions, inadequate pitch quality, local water not being conducive to health, dietary adjustments, conflicts of belief, emotional factors, or social exclusion. Huang Kevin continued his review. Previously, the French goalkeeper Fry and Buffon, who both played for Inter Milan, were rated 5 stars, which seemed utterly absurd. The Milan transfer department's vision was questionable, and the rating system itself had significant flaws. Reviewing the profiles of Bundesliga players, Huang Kevin encountered only 2 regarding Zidane. This player is Chinese, right? His contract with Everton has expired. Should we consider bringing him to Milan or asking Real Madrid to sign him? The young lady inquired while examining the data. Absolutely not. Huang Kevin quickly shook his head, stating, I am not familiar with him at all. He had no desire to be associated with anyone from that sphere. Tomasi, Ballon, and Zé Roberto's contracts are expiring. We could reach out to them and see if their salary expectations are reasonable, as they would be valuable additions to the club. How is Berbatov rated only 4 stars? Huang Kevin questioned. I'm unsure what they are thinking. With Stam leaving, shouldn't we consider reinforcing the defense? The young lady asked. Huang Kevin recalled that during the winter, Stam signed a contract with Ajax. Having aged, he wished to return to the Netherlands for retirement. AC Milan had not obstructed him. Having purchased him for 10.5 million euros, they accepted 3 million euros from Ajax to release him. Normally, they would have retained Stam for another year or 2, as he was capable of continuing. Huang Kevin flipped through and highlighted Mertzacker and company to pass to the young lady. She nodded. All right, I will have them try. My dear, you seem rather uninterested in star players, she remarked. Upon hearing her words, Huang Kevin could not help but smile. As a seasoned enthusiast of football management, he has truly neglected to study any players from prestigious clubs, except for those available on free transfers. This flaw has accumulated over his more than 10 years of experience in football management and is not easily rectified. Huang Kevin remarked, let the scouts observe more young talents, particularly those from youth teams, as well as players from Belgium and the Netherlands. I understand. I will call them as soon as we land, the young lady replied decisively. Since Kevin mentioned his return to AC Milan, she felt compelled to ensure the club's stability. When Kevin departed, he left as a double champion. Surely, his return should not be marked by a decline. In contrast to her concerns regarding players, the young lady harbored greater dissatisfaction towards Milan's staff, primarily directed at the medical team. Over the past year, there were 2 instances where their response time fell short of her standards. Once she found the time, she would certainly address these matters with the staff. By the way, how about sending the medical team with you to Real Madrid? The young lady inquired with genuine concern. It seems their medical reputation isn't stellar, and I'm worried about potential delays in treating injuries. Not to worry. We can have Real Madrid sign a contract stipulating that if their medical response is slow, they will compensate us, Huang Kevin replied. We don't need that much money. The young lady retorted with a hint of annoyance. Huang Kevin pondered. He hardly sustained injuries frequently. Wouldn't it be advantageous to leverage Real Madrid's medical staff for some financial gain? He gazed at the young lady and insisted, trust me. Do not tamper with the Milan medical team. They are crucial. Fine, she conceded, adding, Calderon and Florentino will fly to Germany. I will have them sign a memorandum first. And once Calderon assumes office, we can draft the contract. What are your demands? My salary must be substantial, with no restrictions on appearances. Transform the appearance fee into a base salary, and alter the bonus structure for goals and assists to focus on critical goals and assists. Additionally, the bonuses for selections in various awards should be revised. If my appearances are insufficient, I will suffer in the evaluations. During my injury period, I must be free to leave Spain at will, and Real Madrid should reimburse the expenses for my private jet. They must reserve a box for me. And even if you do not attend matches in Madrid, it should not be used by others, Huang Kevin articulated, inadvertently listing a plethora of outrageous conditions he had previously heard. Surely, even Calderon, in his eagerness, would not acquiesce to such demands? With a smile, Huang Kevin remarked, that might be a bit excessive. No need to be so unreasonable. Not at all. It's perfectly reasonable. During my conversation with Calderon, I sensed he is quite inept. And he will agree to this, the young lady replied, also smiling. Huang Kevin silently gave her a thumbs up. Sister, your judgment of character is truly astute. A single phone call, and you've seen through Calderon. I have noted your requests, and I will ensure they add some additional clauses. Furthermore, Real Madrid must make substantial concessions regarding image rights to safeguard your interests. I believe Calderon's vision pales in comparison to yours. Perhaps in the future, All transfers to Real Madrid should be vetted by you. Only players you approve should don the white jersey. This could also benefit Real Madrid's performance. As it is all for their betterment, the young lady proclaimed with an air of pride. Huang Kevin genuinely gave her a thumbs up this time, regardless of the outcome. The young lady's fervor has already surpassed that of Neymar's father and Rabiot's mother. The relatives of footballers can be far more formidable than the players themselves. If this deal materializes, Huang would truly ascend to the role of Director Huang. After one contractual period, Real Madrid might find it challenging to regain their vitality without considerable leverage. Thus, Archimedes is, in fact, a Spaniard. Both Spanish giants are reliant on him. At 4 p.m., Huang Kevin and the young lady arrived in Munich. The flight from Milan to Munich takes just over an hour, while the journey from Madrid to Milan also falls within a range of 1 to 2 hours. Europe is rather compact. Returning to Milan for recuperation during an injury is akin to a bus ride in terms of time. Upon disembarking, they headed straight to the hotel. After settling in and having dinner, Huang Kevin and the young lady retired early. The following morning, Huang Kevin unusually rose earlier than the young lady. After refreshing himself, he stood by the window gazing at the Isar River. Once the young lady awakened, she softly padded over to Huang Kevin, barefoot, wrapped her arms around his waist, and rested her head on his shoulder, saying, "I knew you would love it here when I booked the hotel." "Oh, how so?" Huang Kevin inquired. "I once came across a Chinese saying while reading, 'Compassionate individuals are drawn to water. With your abundant love, you are undoubtedly a compassionate person. You embody the river, unwaveringly flowing towards the ocean despite any obstacles, which has led to your current achievements," the young lady remarked, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Huang Kevin felt as though the young lady might have misunderstood him. However, the sensation of being admired was rather delightful. The young lady's responsibilities were growing heavier. For the sake of her health, Huang Kevin encouraged her to engage in aerobic training. Around 9 a.m., they descended for breakfast together. After rising and heading downstairs, they still had to meet Beckenbauer and participate in several activities. He also aimed to find opportunities to visit his Milan teammates, as maintaining those connections was vital for future gatherings once he returned to his duties. The hotel breakfast offered a plethora of options in a buffet style. Huang Kevin selected a few of his favorites. It was not that he was finicky. Some European delicacies were excessively sweet for his palate. The young lady handed him a newspaper, and he was slightly bemused about where she had acquired it. Upon taking a closer look, he widened his eyes in astonishment. The front page of the publication was not adorned with images of World Cup stars or their entourages, but rather featured his own photograph. Boldly headlined, "The Rothschild family is diligently working to facilitate Kevin's transfer." Since the era of Napoleon, the world has been under the control of the Rothschild family, a dynasty that has spared no effort in plundering resources and wealth. The suffering inflicted upon the world through 2 catastrophic world wars and numerous oil and economic crises can be traced back to this family's insidious influence. Furthermore, the assassination of President Kennedy was also attributed to his intention to issue silver coins, which threatened the interests of the Rothschilds, who thrive in the gold trade. Today, the Rothschild family stands at the pinnacle of global power, possessing wealth exceeding $500 trillion. Even the current global hegemon, the United States, finds its economic lifeblood under the family's control. Now, they are preparing to exert their influence over football. Kevin, recognized as a youth representative by the Pope, inadvertently enhances the Vatican's sway, much to the discontent of the Rothschild family, who, as Jews, desire for Kevin to distance himself from Italy and the Vatican. With a hint of street literature in the air, Kevin turned to the young lady and inquired, "Did you do this?" "Indeed," she replied, nodding graciously. Judaism does not recognize Jesus as the Messiah, so their desire to facilitate your departure from Italy is quite reasonable. However, Kevin scratched his head. "Isn't it a bit problematic that the Germans are reporting on the Jews? How did you persuade them?" "The editor of Bild has resigned, and I believe they have boarded a flight to South Africa. There are few things money cannot achieve in this world." She chuckled. "Impressive," Kevin remarked, giving her a thumbs up. At that very moment, the Apennine Peninsula was the epicenter of the storm. The Gazzetta dello Sport confidently reported that Kevin was facing persecution and was on the verge of leaving AC Milan and Italy. Tuttosport attributed the issue to the Sicilian mafia and the witchcraft of Inter Milan. Meanwhile, Corriere dello Sport revealed aspects of the dealings between President Berlusconi and Calderon. Following the evening news the previous day, Fans had been anxious throughout the night. Upon reading the reports in the morning, they could no longer contain their frustration, and Milan fans took to the streets in protest. The extreme fan organization Kaka ignited fireworks and cars, causing the air quality in Milan to plummet even further than during the championship celebration. The training grounds of Milanello were teeming with fans. Kevin was unaware of the young lady's arrangements in Italy. However, upon exiting the hotel, he was taken aback by the sheer number of reporters outside. The entrance was swarming with cameras and microphones. The moment he stepped out, it was as if a drop of water had hit hot oil, igniting a frenzy among the crowd. Kevin, is it true that you have decided to leave AC Milan? Could you share with us what you experienced in Italy? Is your decision to leave Serie A influenced by the prevalent use of witchcraft among Italian coaches? Are you preparing to play in the Middle East? Will you be joining Bayern Munich? Kevin and the young lady departed from the hotel around 10 o'clock, arriving at Via Sebastiano around 2 in the afternoon. Kevin, Barbara, you have arrived, Beckenbauer warmly exclaimed as he rose to embrace Huang Kevin. Good afternoon, Franz, Huang Kevin replied with a smile to the old emperor. Beckenbauer took Huang Kevin by the arm and introduced him. These three are also ambassadors for the World Cup. You should know them. Mr. Bierhoff, Mr. Klinsmann, and Mr. Rummenigge. Huang Kevin acknowledged with a nod. There's no need for such formality. Just call me by my name, Klinsmann said with a smile, rising to shake Huang Kevin's hand. By the way, the best way to enjoy audiobooks currently is to make an appearance at the Allianz Arena, Beckenbauer remarked. Very well, I will be there punctually. Rummenigge said with a grin. Thank you for everything you have done for German football. We will remember your friendship. I was compensated as well. Huang Kevin replied with a chuckle. Later, with a schedule in hand, Huang Kevin discreetly switched vehicles with the young lady and left Sabinerstrasse to avoid the throngs of reporters. Previously, Beckenbauer had invited him to serve as an ambassador for the German World Cup, and without a second thought, Huang Kevin had agreed. Football is not merely a game. It encompasses human connections and relationships. Beckenbauer and those esteemed German legends wield significant influence in the football world. Now, as he aids in enhancing the visibility of the German World Cup in Asia, when Huang Kevin faces challenges at Real Madrid, surely Beckenbauer and the others will come to his defense. That thought was quite troublesome for Huang Kevin. He was uncertain about the timing of his unveiling ceremony, but it would undoubtedly occur before the system upgrade was completed. Although his own abilities had improved considerably, he still fell short of the elite players. When the time came to juggle the ball at the Bernabeu without the aid of the system, he feared he might embarrass himself. He could not afford to make a grand entrance at San Siro only to falter at the Bernabeu. That would likely lead to humiliation before he even reached the team's base. The Italian team was the one Huang Kevin was most familiar with, consisting of both teammates and rivals. Upon seeing Huang Kevin, Maldini inquired, "Are you leaving?" "I will return," Huang Kevin replied. Maldini did not press further, sensing that Huang Kevin had his own reasons. "Thank you for encouraging me to participate in the World Cup. I feel that if I miss this opportunity, I will regret it for a lifetime." Maldini shifted the topic. "We are friends, old man. There's no need for constant gratitude," Huang Kevin said with a grin, recalling how he had persuaded Maldini to reconsider his initial refusal to join the national team. As Maldini himself had stated, not participating in this World Cup would indeed leave him with everlasting regret. "Aren't you going to see them?" Maldini asked. "Never mind, when you return to Milan. I will also make my way back," Huang Kevin replied. "Take care of yourself. With Shevchenko gone, you are leaving too. I truly wonder what the team will become." Maldini sighed. "Rest assured, Milan will only continue to flourish," Huang Kevin asserted confidently. "Currently, Barbara is the owner of Milan. Henceforth, all transfer decisions regarding AC Milan will necessitate his approval. His discerning eye is widely acclaimed." One evening, Kevin Huang received a call from Kaka. On the other end, Kaka, visibly excited, inquired, "Kevin, are you transferring?" "Yes, to Real Madrid, but please keep it confidential," Kevin candidly replied, placing his trust in Kaka. "Why?" Kaka asked, curiosity evident in his tone. "It's complicated. I have imperative reasons to leave." "Then, why don't we both go to Real Madrid?" Hearing this, Kevin quickly advised, "No. You should stay at Milan. I will return eventually, and I hope that when I do, the team remains competitive." Kaka fell silent for a moment before solemnly stating, "Rest assured, Kevin, I will wait for your return." "Don't act as if we are parting forever," Kevin chuckled. "Milan is quite close to Madrid. If you wish to meet, you can easily fly to Madrid after a match, or I can return to Milan. It's not that simple," Kaka laughed. "Kevin, I may not know your reasons, but I will stay at Milan for you. All right, Ricardo, and best of luck in the World Cup. Got it. After hanging up, Kevin was whisked away by the eldest son. Adriana, aware of his presence with Barbara in Munich, promptly changed hotels. Kevin suspected she sought assistance with the children. Whether it was the 5-year-old second son or the 10-year-old eldest son, children of that age are not easily managed. They are full of energy and curiosity. A minor disagreement can lead to chaos, and their destructiveness rivals that of a Siberian husky. Observing Kevin being worn out by the antics of the two boys, the young lady, conversing with Madame Ma, couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Madame Ma, Adriana, turned and asked, Kevin seems quite adept at handling children. Have you ever considered having one? Huh. The young lady's eyes widened in surprise. She was somewhat tempted but quickly shook her head, saying, I'm far too busy. There's no time for that. Kevin often gets injured, and it would be unfair to burden him with childcare. I believe you should reconsider, Adriana urged. Having a child now would mean they could grow up alongside Danny and the others, perhaps even inherit Kevin's talent and become a star for Milan. I'll discuss it with Kevin, the young lady replied. She was indeed somewhat swayed, yet she recognized that now was not the ideal time for children. It would be prudent to wait until external circumstances stabilized before contemplating parenthood. Nonetheless, watching Kevin play with the children of the Ma family filled her with warmth. Before the opening match of the World Cup, Kevin opted to remain at the hotel, entertaining the children. After all, the hotel had everything one could need. He would take the two boys swimming or play video games with them to pass the time. Through television and newspapers, Huang Kevin has learned that Italy, particularly Milan, has been buzzing with activity lately. Due to the report on the Rothschild family by the young lady, Italy has unexpectedly experienced a backlash against the U.S., which may provoke a strong response from America. Under such circumstances, Huang Kevin found it even less likely that he would return to Milan. However, on June 8th, he received a phone call informing him that the elderly Mr. Crudelli had been hospitalized. Huang Kevin immediately sensed that this might be connected to the rumors surrounding his transfer. Crudelli is the foremost supporter of Kevin. Given their close relationship, it was both a personal and moral obligation for him to visit. He declined Barbara's offer to accompany him and discreetly returned to Milan after putting on a disguise. That evening, he pushed open the door to the ward at St. Raphael Hospital. Upon seeing Huang Kevin, the hospitalized Crudelli sat up, surprised, and exclaimed, You're here, Kevin? Tiziano, you can still recognize me? Huang Kevin smiled as he tore off the small mustache taped under his nose. Of course. Honestly, you must have come back upon hearing that this old man was hospitalized. It's not safe in Milan right now. You shouldn't have returned, Crudelli responded, both surprised and touched. It's all right. The fans won't do anything to me. You don't blame me, do you? Huang Kevin asked as he sat beside the hospital bed. Of course not. You surely have your reasons, Crudelli replied. Thank you for believing in me, Huang Kevin said with a smile, then leaned in to whisper softly to Crudelli. Crudelli's eyes widened as he said, I knew it, Kevin. Take care of yourself, Huang Kevin said, giving Crudelli's shoulder a gentle pat. As Huang Kevin's hand reached for the doorknob, Tiziano Crudelli called out, Kevin, I will always support you. Without looking back, Huang Kevin raised his right hand and gave a thumbs up before stepping out of the ward. June 9th. A day full of significance, representing the mysteries of human origins. The reclusive Huang Kevin finally made an appearance alongside 3 German World Cup ambassadors. Klinsmann, Bierhoff, and Rummenigge had taken on this role since 2003, demonstrating the meticulous nature of the Germans. With the World Cup fast approaching, they understood the need to leverage Huang's influence. At the Allianz Arena press conference, the atmosphere became electrified upon Huang Kevin's arrival. Klinsmann, Bierhoff, and Rummenigge, 3 legends of German football, collectively had not garnered as much attention as Huang Kevin alone. Journalists from around the globe were in a frenzy. Italian President Giorgio Napolitano insisted that Huang Kevin would not leave Italy. Berlusconi refrained from answering questions regarding Huang Kevin and Calderon. The Pope delivered a speech stating that Europe was facing a significant crisis, with faith being put to the test. The only one capable of overshadowing the England national team and their nightlife was none other than Huang Kevin. Kevin, are you about to leave Serie A? Kevin. Fans around the globe are eager to know what has transpired. Claudio has publicly expressed his support for you after his discharge from the hospital. Does he possess any insider knowledge? Are your intentions to depart related to Berlusconi's business dealings? Have you been threatened by any external forces? The three renowned German football legends exchanged glances, relegated to mere onlookers. Kevin Huang drew the microphone closer and stated, "I shall respond to but one inquiry. As today is the press conference for the World Cup, you wish to ascertain whether I intend to leave Milan? I can unequivocally affirm that I do, though the reasons remain undisclosed." A cacophony erupted as journalists clicked their cameras incessantly, akin to a frenzied arcade game, their fingers on the verge of cramping. The tumult persisted for nearly 3 minutes until the press officer at Allianz Stadium restored order. A reporter from Kicker rose to pose a question. "Kevin, where do you plan to play next?" "Regrettably, I will only address questions pertinent to the upcoming World Cup. Should you persist with unrelated inquiries, you shall receive no answers." Kevin Huang replied with a stoic demeanor. "Which team do you support in the World Cup? Who do you favor?" Another journalist inquired. "I have previously stated. Following the Champions League quarterfinal against Arsenal, the two teams I believe will reach the finals. As for my preferred team, I support any team that includes my teammates." Kevin Huang smiled. "Will you involve yourself in AC Milan's transfers and contract renewals? It is rumored that Kaka's new contract worth $6 million was influenced by your approval." Yet another reporter pressed on. "I prefer not to discuss matters unrelated to the World Cup. Ricardo's $6 million salary reflects his exceptional talent. If you are unwilling to adhere to the topic, I shall conclude our discourse." Kevin Huang preemptively declared, denying further questions from the journalists. "I am delighted to participate in the World Cup in my current capacity, though I lament not being able to join as a player. German football boasts a rich and illustrious history, and I am confident this will be a remarkable World Cup." With that, Kevin Huang nodded to the three German legends and departed. Remaining would only disrupt the proceedings. As he exited, several journalists chose to follow suit. The three German luminaries wore somewhat awkward expressions, having noticed familiar faces hastily retreating, those being journalists from German media. Upon hearing Kevin Huang's acknowledgement of his departure from AC Milan, the majority of reporters lost interest in hearing the trio's musings. At noon, Kevin Huang made a special visit to the Brazilian team's headquarters. "Kevin." Upon seeing him, Kaka exclaimed. He abandoned the ball, rushing to embrace Kevin Huang. "Ricardo, do remain composed," Kevin Huang chuckled, patting Kaka's back. "I thought it would be ages before I saw you again." Kaka responded, a hint of excitement in his voice. Huang Kevin, caught between laughter and tears, remarked, "I am set to play in Madrid, not to venture into Cybertron." "Haha, I hadn't considered that," Kaka replied with a chuckle. As he spotted Ronaldinho and Ronaldo approaching, Kaka swiftly changed the subject, asking, "Everyone knows you. Do you need me to make introductions? It seems unnecessary." "Hi, Ronnie." "Hi, Junior," Huang Kevin responded, shaking his head. Ronaldo flashed a toothy grin and greeted, "Hi, Kevin." Ronaldinho playfully kicked at Huang Kevin, who deftly evaded the gesture. Despite being referred to as Ronaldo's son, he bore no ill will. As long as they were off the pitch, Ronaldinho's smile radiated a certain charm. Both Ronaldo and Ronaldinho share the same name, with Ronnie being a nickname for Ronaldo. The junior suffix, derived from the English term junior, is used to distinguish fathers and sons who share a name. "I hear you're leaving Milan?" Ronaldo inquired. "Yes." Huang Kevin nodded. Having acknowledged it with the media, there was no need for further concealment. "Then come to Barcelona. We would complement each other splendidly," Ronaldinho interjected. "Kevin should join Real Madrid." Ronaldo responded loudly to Ronaldinho. "Barcelona's strength is superior, yet you lost the Champions League final. Nevertheless, we secured the league championship. Reached the Champions League final, while you achieved nothing. Real Madrid offers higher wages, but Barcelona can clinch titles." Huang Kevin found their banter amusing. Both of these individuals would eventually play for Milan, yet they were already vying for talent, and once transferred, they would have to navigate their future under Huang's watchful eye. "I shall introduce you to the others," Kaka suggested, observing the squabble between his unreliable star teammates. "No need. I am already quite familiar with most of them," Huang Kevin replied with a smile. This Brazilian squad boasted several teammates, while the rest were primarily opponents he had encountered on the field. Even those he had not faced in matches, such as Fred, a forward born in '83 playing for Lyon, known as Brazil's worst number 9, a title later passed to Elano. For a long period after Ronaldo, Brazil had lacked a noteworthy number 9 player. Center-back Maxime Gonalons also played for Lyon, along with Luisao from Benfica and Juan Santos from Bayer Leverkusen. Beyond these few, the remaining Brazilian players were quite renowned, primarily being key figures in top clubs. Upon seeing Huang Kevin, the Brazilian players readily greeted him. He had not only garnered recognition from Pelé, but also earned the acknowledgement of the prominent figures within the Brazilian squad. In crucial matches, Huang's performance had been exemplary. Although his limited appearances made it difficult to gauge the true value of his seasonal statistics, no Brazilian player underestimated Huang Kevin. Many were taken aback when he called out their names. As he departed, the atmosphere was vibrant. Huang Kevin took several signed jerseys, all graciously gifted by Brazilian stars who insisted he accept them. Lesser-known players felt too shy to present their jerseys to him. After returning to the hotel with the jerseys, Huang Kevin, accompanied by a large entourage of family members, proceeded to Allianz Arena. Alongside him were Maradona's daughter-in-law and 2 children, Kaka's girlfriend Beatrice, Gattuso's wife and daughter, as well as a multitude of members from the Italian team's Wives Association. Fortunately, the young lady had previously reserved a private box. Otherwise, sitting with such a crowd of Italian footballers' families next to legends like Beckenbauer during the opening match would have felt quite awkward. The eldest son, however, was insistent on watching the match alongside him, leaving Huang Kevin with no choice but to seat them together with Beckenbauer. Given the circumstances, someone had to yield their seat. As World Cup tickets were exceedingly scarce, and the spare tickets held by the organizers were not in nearby sections. As the match was about to commence, Uli Hoeneß inquired, "Are you interested in playing for Bayern?" He showed no signs of discomfort from having previously critiqued Huang Kevin and AC Milan in the press. Huang Kevin replied with a smile, "If Bayern offers a sufficient transfer fee, I certainly wouldn't refuse." It was merely idle banter. Who wouldn't engage in such conversation? With the current market prices, would Bayern truly spend 10 or 8 million euros on a player? Cough, cough. The match is starting. Let us kick off. The old emperor interjected, then asked Huang Kevin, "Do you think the German team can win today?" Of course, Germany's strength is quite impressive. Huang Kevin nodded in response, recalling their solid performance in recent times. "Shall we guess who will score?" Hoeneß pulled out a banknote. "Count me in." Beckenbauer handed over a note, saying, "Let the guest." "Kevin, go first." "What are the rules?" Huang Kevin asked. "Europeans do indeed have a penchant for betting. Simply name a player. Whoever guesses correctly wins. If all our chosen players score, we'll compare who has the most goals among them." Hoeneß elaborated. "All right, I'll go with clothes," Huang Kevin declared, offering a 100 euro note. "I was going to say him. Then I'll pick Podolski," Hoeneß replied. "I'll guess Schneider," Huang Kevin added. The broadcast camera panned to the stands. "Ha ha, Huang Kevin, Beckenbauer, and Hoeneß are seated together. He previously served as the ambassador for the German World Cup and is now here to witness the opening match," Director Zhang remarked with a smile. Coincidentally, he had commentated on that friendly match when Huang Kevin burst into Honko Sports Center. Little did he imagine that one day, Huang Kevin would sit side by side with Beckenbauer, sharing laughter and conversation. Recently, rumors about Huang Kevin's transfer have been rampant. It's unclear what the actual situation is. Huang Jinxiang expressed his concerns. Many of those reports are likely fabrications. Lahm, in the 6th minute, scores for Germany, giving the hosts a splendid start. The online forums erupted with excitement. However, there was hardly any discussion regarding the goals scored by the German team. Damn, is Huang Kevin being threatened? I'm genuinely concerned after seeing those reports. It doesn't seem so. Just look at Huang Kevin chatting happily with Beckenbauer. He hardly appears to be under duress. You fool, didn't you see the live text updates from the sports section? Huang Kevin openly admitted he intends to leave AC Milan, though he couldn't disclose the reasons. No way, is it true? Is the Rothschild family really that powerful, with 50 trillion? Just because the Jewish community is wealthy doesn't mean they are extravagant. They would rather stretch a penny. I suspect Huang Kevin is preparing to play in the Middle East. That can't be right. Huang Kevin is still in his prime. With a salary of 100 million euros a year, along with lavish gifts, could you refuse? 1 year there could equal 20 years at AC Milan for Huang Kevin. If you insist, then I shall go. Should any issues arise, feel free to call me, Florentino advised. Today, I will head to Germany to finalize matters with Kevin. I am confident I will win the election, and the Royal Club will usher in another period of glory. Perhaps in the future, the Bernabeu will be renamed the Calderon Stadium, Calderon stated with unwavering confidence. Florentino said no more, yet his unease persisted. In a thrilling match, the host nation Germany triumphed over Costa Rica with a score of 4-2, thanks to goals from Lahm and Frings, along with a brace from Klinsmann, while Huang Kevin earned a modest 200 euros from viewing the game. Following this, Poland faced Ecuador in a match set to be held at Schalke. Huang Kevin displayed little interest in venturing into the Ruhr area. The young lady accompanied the relatives of the Italian team for some shopping. While Huang Kevin returned to the hotel, bored and watching television, he stumbled upon a World Cup special focusing on the England WAGs. These nightclub ladies garnered more attention than their male counterparts, frequently gracing various media outlets. Spanish media even referred to them as visa-holding football hooligans. Leading the England WAGs was Victoria, followed by Coach Eriksen's girlfriend Nancy, Owen's wife Louise, Rooney's girlfriend Colleen, Acole's girlfriend Cheryl, Walcott's girlfriend Melanie, Gerrard's girlfriend Alex Curran, Lampard's beloved Christine, and Joe Cole's girlfriend Carly. Huang Kevin was particularly struck by Gerrard's girlfriend, who later gave birth to 3 beautiful daughters. Previously, many had shamelessly taunted Gerrard in forums. All the women of the England WAGs displayed their sun-kissed skin, adorned with oversized sunglasses and carrying designer handbags. Last night, they partied at the hotel for over 4 hours, until the staff implored them to leave. This afternoon, while the England team was playing, these women were spotted shopping by German media. Victoria and Eriksen's girlfriend Nancy spent over 80,000 euros in just an hour, while the others also placed orders for various new items from luxury brands like Prada and Gucci. Despite the exorbitant spending power of the English ladies' entourage, their generosity in tipping is notoriously miserly. 2 waitstaff from pubs and cafes that have catered to them unequivocally stated that the English ladies are demanding and leave tips that are even less than those of average patrons. A local resident of Frankfurt remarked to a reporter, "They adore going out at night, and wherever they go, they transform the place into a raucous hen night. They are exceedingly loud, incessantly drinking and laughing, utterly oblivious to the feelings of others." Huang Kevin listened with great interest, as this offered a close encounter with the ambience of the World Cup. It must be said that these English women certainly know how to stir things up. Following their victory over Paraguay, one might mistakenly believe that their men had secured the World Cup trophy. In contrast, the entourages of other national teams are relatively subdued. After recounting the antics of the English ladies, the Germans resumed their recounting of discord within other national teams, discussing the disputes involving Cruyff and the Dutch Football Association, Platini and Larios due to scandalous incidents, and the covert rivalry between Romario and Zico. They recounted nearly every prior incident involving national teams, conveniently omitting the exclusion of East German players by their West German counterparts. Additionally, there was the forthcoming segment on shamans. The World Cup has always been a time when mystical forces gained significant visibility. This particular World Cup is especially absurd, as nearly every national team has brought along a team shaman, as if one would feel embarrassed to play without a few practitioners of the arcane. The English team has long upheld such a tradition, and this time has lavishly invited several shamans. Observing the various shamans on screen, Huang Kevin touched his nose, sensing that this might have a slight connection to him. Later, the young lady returned carrying shopping bags, and upon seeing Huang Kevin watching television, she cheerfully said, "I bought you some clothes, just in time for the signing event in a few days." "All right," Huang Kevin replied without lifting his head. He possessed an abundance of clothing, all purchased by the young lady. He had over a dozen black suits alone, and he could not discern any differences among them. So he was indifferent to trying them on, content to wear whatever she selected. Speaking of which, the current best tool for listening to audiobooks is indeed being prepared to leverage Barcelona's price to the fullest, showing a complete disregard for Calderon. What further left Huang Kevin speechless was Calderon's willingness to accept an interview with German television, where he confidently declared, "Yes, I intend to use Kevin as a gift for Real Madrid fans. Kevin is a unique presence in football over the past 2 years, and such a player deserves to be with Real Madrid. Moreover, this also serves as a blow to the infidels. Real Madrid, as the best club in the world, must shoulder its responsibility in this regard. My team and I are currently discussing Kevin's transfer with AC Milan, and there has already been significant progress. I believe we will soon see Kevin dazzling the pitch at the Bernabeu." Calderon's intention seems clear, to exchange this matter for increased support. However, due to his statements, Real Madrid will undoubtedly have to make considerable concessions. Now he has no way out. However, upon reflection, there is no fault in this. The presidents of the 2 Spanish powerhouses do not regard the club's finances as significant. The more astute ones leverage the team's influence to expand their own businesses, while others, like Calderon, blatantly pocket transfer kickbacks, directly exploiting the club's resources. Whether Real Madrid spends an additional $500 million or $1 billion, it does not affect Calderon's lifestyle in the slightest. He is utterly indifferent to it. At worst, he can have the Madrid government purchase a piece of land from Real Madrid or secure some low-interest loans from the bank. The Madrid government would never allow Real Madrid to falter. This is also one of the aspects that Huang Kevin considers most appealing about playing for Real Madrid. Typically, other teams genuinely cannot afford his salary. In the afternoon, Huang Kevin watched the first round of Group F at the Berlin Olympic Stadium, where Brazil effortlessly defeated Croatia 2-0. Kaka scored the first goal in the 44th minute with a long-range shot after receiving a pass from Cafu, and in the 58th minute of the second half, Kaka dazzled everyone again with a remarkable solo goal. After the match, Huang Kevin boarded the Brazilian team's bus to the hotel. That evening, he celebrated with the Brazilian players before returning to his room to rest. The next morning, Huang Kevin woke up, packed his belongings, and boarded a plane. Flying once more to Munich, he realized that even without participating in the World Cup, he was busier than many players who were. This trip to Munich was for a book signing event. The details of the release were arranged by the young lady, with the launch date set for the day of England's second group match, allowing for a wave of publicity. Initially, Huang Kevin thought book signing should occur after a period of release, but the young lady believed his book would sell spectacularly, rendering the traditional pre-release signing unnecessary. Huang Kevin could only acquiesce to her wishes. England's second match was to be held in Nuremberg. Nuremberg is quite close to Munich, being the second largest city in Bavaria after Munich, making it convenient to travel there for the signing event before heading to Frankfurt for another signing. Following the young lady's plan, there would also be events in major European cities such as London, Paris, and Milan. However, Huang Kevin was reluctant to endure so much hassle. If it were not for the Italian team's upcoming matches in Kaiserslautern, he would have considered doing some manual labor. Writing a book earned so little. He could easily make that much just by sitting in the stands. The signing event seemed solely for the young lady's enjoyment. Let us go? We wouldn't want the future president to become impatient, the young lady remarked as she helped Huang Kevin adjust his suit. All right, Huang Kevin replied with a smile, nodding in agreement. The two met Calderon in the hotel cafe. He appeared quite sharp and astute. Huang Kevin thought Calderon did not resemble a typical Spaniard. He looked more like a Greek, though he could not discern the European lineages. Upon seeing Huang Kevin, Calderon rose and said, "Kevin, I have long wished to meet you." "Hello, Mr. Calderon," Huang Kevin replied, shaking hands and nodding. "No need for such formality, just call me Ramon," Calderon remarked with a smile. "For a considerable period ahead, we shall work together, and I hope we can become friends." "That would be wonderful. I relish making friends," Huang Kevin replied with a radiant smile. "Particularly those friends who are inclined to offer him more financial support. I have conversed with Miss Berlusconi for several days. She is quite a formidable character. I believe that making reasonable concessions will facilitate smoother proceedings. Real Madrid boasts numerous Brazilian players, with whom you shall find great compatibility," Calderon stated. "I concur. I am acquainted with several players from Real Madrid," Huang Kevin responded with a smile. "Then, might you persuade your girlfriend?" Calderon inquired eagerly. "Alas, I cannot. We have agreed that she will handle this matter," Huang Kevin replied, maintaining his smile. What was he thinking? Convincing the young lady to lower his salary was a task that would take a decade of cerebral strain to accomplish. Since he had already made his stance clear on television, he must patiently await his fate without indulging in fanciful notions. Calderon chuckled wryly. "You young people are truly remarkable. I feel as though I am falling behind the times." "Do not say that, Ramon. I believe you will make a splendid president," Huang Kevin declared, lifting his coffee cup. "To the great president. To the great president." Despite the lack of significant progress, Calderon appeared quite pleased. Huang Kevin had complete faith in the young lady's judgment. This man was indeed ambitious and enjoyed hearing flattering words. This was Huang Kevin's forte. He excelled in the art of flattery. Upon returning to his room, Huang Kevin could already envision how delightful the forthcoming years in Madrid would be. After dinner, he and the young lady indulged in a moment of longing after a few days apart before drifting into a deep slumber. The following morning, he was awakened by the young lady. Huang Kevin felt that, paradoxically, his sleep had decreased significantly since the season's conclusion. Sitting up in bed and rubbing his eyes, he inquired, "What time is it?" 7:20. "Isn't the signing event at 10 a.m.? Huang Kevin protested. "Indeed, but you ought to rise and prepare, dear," the young lady said, bending down to plant a kiss on Huang Kaiwen's forehead with a smile. All right. I was unaware that preparation was necessary for a signing event. Should I first familiarize myself with the opponent's playing style? Huang Kaiwen said, getting out of bed and heading towards the bathroom, mumbling to himself. There will be numerous media present today, so you need to style yourself in advance. The young lady continued with a smile. I anticipate many fans. So I have arranged for ample security. Fans, you mean? Huang Kaiwen said, toothbrush in mouth, unable to articulate clearly. His book had yet to be released. Where would the fans come from? Book fans, the young lady insisted. There have been many online who stated they would undoubtedly purchase your book, and in recent days, numerous individuals have traveled to Germany solely to obtain your signed copies. I suggest you refrain from believing what others say online. Spitting out the foam from his mouth, Huang Kaiwen remarked, you will never know who is behind the computer screen. Let us wait and see, the young lady replied with a smile. No matter the circumstances. Even if it were to rain knives in Nuremberg, Huang Kaiwen's signing event would undoubtedly be a resounding success. She had already hired individuals to queue up, though unnecessary. It was always better to have an extra layer of assurance. Before even arriving at the signing event, Huang Kaiwen was taken aback upon seeing a photograph of his cousin alongside Laporta in the newspaper. With wide eyes, he exclaimed, why did Barcelona sign that kid? He can't play football to save his life. You didn't promise Laporta that I would transfer to Barcelona, did you? No, he may have misunderstood, the young lady replied. Her smile radiant. Huang Kaiwen silently gave her a thumbs up, utterly impressed. It was clear that she had employed some strategy to lead Laporta to believe that signing his cousin would ensure his own move to Barcelona. That kid was utterly useless beyond gaming. His parents refused to give him money, fearing he would squander it on games. Previously, when he assisted in purchasing gold bricks, he demanded a considerable fee for running errands. Now, however, he would spend a few years in Barcelona, and upon returning, he could use the money he earned from working to indulge in gaming. In truth, it wasn't so bad. At least Laporta's efforts wouldn't be in vain. Real Madrid signed him, while Barcelona welcomed his cousin. This would become a delightful anecdote in the football world. He thought he might ask Laporta later if he needed the brother as well. Perhaps he could send Deegan over too, leaving Barcelona with a lingering hope. At 9 a.m., Huang Kaiwen and the young lady arrived punctually at the entrance of Galeria Kaufhof department store in Nuremberg. As Huang Kaiwen made his entrance, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the department store. Kevin, don't go. Kevin, I love you. Previously, Huang Kaiwen had feared that too few people would attend, leading to embarrassment. However, it seemed he had been mistaken. He glanced down at his hands. Since turning 16, they had seldom experienced any strain, and he wondered if they could endure the day ahead. The young lady swiftly took out a microphone to maintain order. Huang Kaiwen settled behind the table to begin signing. After half an hour, he felt his face beginning to stiffen from smiling, though he managed to alleviate some fatigue by alternating hands while signing. Kevin, I'm your fan. A female voice called out. Thank you for your support. Huang Kaiwen replied without looking up as he received the item, asking, what would you like me to write? Wishing Lily happiness every day. Please sign, and if possible, include a Chinese signature as well, the voice requested. Of course, Miss Lily, Huang Kaiwen thought to himself, silently critiquing her excessive demands. Yet, his hands moved swiftly, producing both English and Chinese signatures. When he looked up, he was met with a smile reminiscent of Audrey Hepburn. Thank you so much for your trouble. Gil Tommen addressed the young lady, revealing herself to be an actress and the second wife of British rock star Phil Collins. Their daughter, Lily Collins, accompanied her. During the book signing event, the young lady noticed Huang Kaiwen's gaze and approached to engage in conversation with the mother-daughter duo. After the signing concluded, she extended an invitation for them to join her in watching a football match. Not at all a bother, the young lady replied with a smile. It's merely a matter of having the bodyguard change his position for the match. I have long admired the films you've starred in, and it's a delightful surprise to meet you today. Huang Kaiwen regarded the young lady with approval. As a seasoned club president, his ability to spin fabrications had only grown, yet he struggled to recall any notable works of Gil Tommen, even with his impressive memory. The young lady raised an eyebrow, exchanging a silent communication with Huang Kaiwen. She eagerly sought a new teammate, albeit one accompanied by a mother. Thus, they each had their own responsibilities to manage. Gil, you mentioned that you are the president of the Beverly Hills Women's Club. That is truly wonderful. I have always wanted to purchase a home in Beverly Hills, the young lady said, half in jest. Despite her numerous business ventures in Italy, She would not reside there permanently, and Huang Kevin was unlikely to play football in that locale. If there are suitable properties for sale, I can give you a call, Barbara, Gil Tommen responded. That would be splendid. I am looking to expand my business in America, and LA is undoubtedly a fitting choice. My workload has been growing increasingly, with television stations, a football team, an e-commerce platform, and a charitable foundation on my plate. Even during this vacation, I will be working by phone at night, the young lady said with a smile. Gil Tommen was evidently intrigued and asked, That sounds fantastic. Many people in LA are passionate about charity. My neighbors frequently attend charity galas, and they are quite philanthropic. If you're interested, I could assist you in organizing a charity event. That would be absolutely wonderful. Kevin once said that as those who have prospered, we have a duty to contribute more to the world. The world needs responsible individuals like you. Among the young people I have encountered, none are more remarkable than you, Gil Tommen remarked, turning to Huang Kevin. You flatter me, Miss Tommen, Huang Kevin replied with a smile. Call me Gil. Perhaps it's best to stick with Miss Tommen. Huang Kevin gently declined, insisting on maintaining formalities. Gil Tommen, not dwelling on the title, turned to observe the warming-up players and asked, Kevin, who do you think will win today? England. Huang Kevin declared without hesitation. That's splendid. I placed a bet earlier, she said. Then you're bound to win, Miss Tommen. Are you an England fan? Huang Kevin inquired. My mother has English and German heritage, though I'm not particularly interested in football. Lily insisted we attend your book signing. And our trip to Germany is merely a side note. Watching the World Cup is secondary, Gil Tommen replied. It is indeed a great honor. I never expected to encounter such beautiful fans, Huang Kevin remarked with a smile, lowering his gaze. The seating arrangement was quite intriguing, with Huang Kevin seated between the young lady and Lily Collins, while her mother sat beside the young lady. I was born in England. It's perfectly natural to have a fondness for football. Lily defended herself, gazing up at Huang Kevin. Kevin had never seen you watch football before joining AC Milan. Jill Tavern pointed out mercilessly. Mom, Lily protested in discontent. Upon noticing Huang Kevin's amused expression, Lily further justified. I simply developed an interest in football all of a sudden. Indeed, Huang Kevin interjected diplomatically. I occasionally find myself inexplicably drawn to certain pursuits. When I was younger, I dabbled in painting, but found it rather dull. Yet recently, I have rekindled my interest. Exactly, that's precisely it, Lily Collins exclaimed, her large eyes wide with enthusiasm as she nodded vigorously. As the match commenced, Huang Kevin focused his attention on the game, while Lily Collins would glance at him